Synopsis. In a shadowy Tokyo, where humans and ghouls coexist uneasily, a young transmigrator awakens with powerful dimensional abilities. Posing as a rookie editor and secret investigator, he aids a gifted young writer in publishing her debut novel while uncovering ghoul mysteries and forging unexpected bonds. Amidst thrilling pursuits and moral dilemmas, he strives to protect the innocent and reshape a dangerous world. Capítulo 1, Double Kamui. Japan, Tokyo. So, I really did transmigrate. Looking at the completely unfamiliar scenery before him, Uchiha Byakuya couldn't help but murmur to himself. He had already figured out his situation. In his previous life, he'd been sent flying by a dump truck, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself in the world of Tokyo Ghoul. This was still Earth, but different from the one he had known. The biggest difference was that in this modernized city, creatures that viewed humans as food lurked in the shadows. These beings were known as ghouls. Ghouls were generally far stronger than ordinary humans, making this a rather dangerous world. Of course, as a transmigrator, Uchiha Byakuya naturally came equipped with a cheat ability. The Manjikao Sharingan, Kamui. More precisely, dual Kamui. With a mere thought, Byakuya's once normal black pupils instantly transformed into blood-red orbs. Within each eye, 3 scythe-like tamos spun within the crimson glow. This was the unique pattern of dual Kamui. Another thought, and his eyes returned to their normal black hue. But that wasn't all. He also had a system. His ability to transmigrate here and obtain dual Kamui was all thanks to this system. Uchiha, how are you adjusting to your new job here? A voice beside him interrupted his thoughts. Turning his head, Byakuya saw that it was Shunji Shino. He nodded and smiled. I'm feeling pretty good so far. Thanks for your concern, Shino-senpai. That's right, Uchiha Byakuya was currently working at a publishing house called Shui Publishing as a rookie editor. However, his real identity was that of a CCG investigator, currently undercover at Shui Publishing to investigate ghouls. The CCG, or Commission of Counter-Ghoul, was the government agency responsible for combating ghouls and investigating ghoul-related incidents. Ah, youth really is something. Shino sighed as he leaned back in his chair. Just now, a little girl who looked like she was still in middle school came to me. Gotta admire her courage, but seriously, what can a middle schooler even write? And she handed me this ridiculously thick stack of manuscripts. Who the hell has time to read all that? A middle school girl. Byakuya's eyes flashed as a thought crossed his mind. He immediately turned to Shino. Shino-senpai, could you let me take a look at her manuscript? If his guess was correct, that girl was most likely Yoshimura Ito, or rather, the future Takatsuki-sen. Huh, you mean that middle schooler's manuscript? Shino glanced at the massive stack of papers on his desk and waved a hand dismissively. It's a whole damn pile. If you don't mind the hassle, just take it. With that, he casually handed the thick manuscript over to Byakuya. Shino hadn't even given it a second glance. He was too busy with his own work to waste time on what he assumed was just a middle schooler's self-indulgent scribbles. Of course, that was simply his biased assumption. He hadn't even read a single word of it. Got it, thanks Shino-senpai. Uchiha Byakuya expressed his gratitude. It was thanks to the system that he could communicate normally with Shunji Shino. It had granted him native-level proficiency in Japanese. Taking the manuscript, he quickly confirmed that this was most likely the original draft of Dear Kafka, Takatsuki-sen's debut work. And it was entirely handwritten. At a glance, it spanned several hundred pages at least. In his previous life, Byakuya had been a web novelist who wrote primarily on a computer. Handwriting everything was incredibly slow. It was hard to imagine how long it had taken Yoshimura Ito to write this much. Ding, the host has obtained the special item, original draft of Dear Kafka. Hidden mission, genius writer Takatsuki-sen, activated. A sudden system notification echoed in his mind, making Uchiha Byakuya pause in surprise. He hadn't expected there to be hidden missions. Immediately after, 3 lines of system text appeared before his eyes, visible only to him. Mission 1, become Yoshimura Ito's responsible editor. Mission deadline, within 3 days. Mission reward, 10 attribute points. The difficulty of this mission wasn't too high. As for the attribute points, they were extremely valuable. With a thought, Byakuya summoned the system panel before him, again, visible only to himself. Host Uchiha Byakuya. Race half-human. Identity CCG investigator public, Sunlit Garden half-human secret. Age 18. Physicality 20, the average healthy human is 10. RC cell count 500, the average healthy human ranges from 200 to 500. Current attribute points 0. The system panel confirmed that Uchiha Byakuya was neither fully human nor fully ghoul. He was a half-human. Half-humans were the offspring of a human and a ghoul, possessing higher RC cell counts than ordinary humans but lower than full ghouls. Their physical capabilities also surpassed those of normal humans. RC cells were special cells found in both humans and ghouls. They flowed like blood yet were harder than teeth. Since Byakuya's body lacked chakra, the system had modified dual Kamui so that it consumed his RC cells instead. Even a single Kamui had an enormous energy drain. In Naruto, Obito Uchiha could only use his Mangekyo Sharingan freely because of his Hashirama cells. So how much more draining would dual Kamui be? With his current RC cell count of 500, which was already high for a human, using Kamui even a few times would likely push him to extreme exhaustion. The higher his RC cell count, the more freely he could use dual Kamui. Aside from that, there was also the physicality stat, which essentially represented his body's overall fitness. Since he was a half-human, his physical stats were roughly double that of an ordinary human. More importantly, physicality directly influenced his ability to regenerate RC cells and restore his Mangekyo Sharingan's ocular power. The higher his physicality, the faster his RC cells and vision would recover. Ghouls typically restored their RC cells by consuming human flesh, but Byakuya had no intention of eating that disgusting stuff. For him, physicality was crucial. It meant he wouldn't have to resort to cannibalism. However, both RC cell count and physicality required attribute points to improve, and acquiring those points wasn't easy. Ding, the host has received a newbie gift pack. Would you like to open it? Capitulo 2, the newbie gift pack. Uchiha Byakuya's heart leaped with joy. Without hesitation, he selected yes. Ding, the host has opened the newbie gift pack and received 100 attribute points and system shop activation. Getting 100 attribute points for free Byakuya was more than satisfied. However, he didn't immediately distribute them. Since he hadn't yet determined the optimal balance between physicality and RC cells, he decided to hold off for now. Besides the newbie gift pack, there were other ways he could earn attribute points. Daily sign-ins with the system, completing system missions, and finally, killing ghouls or killing humans. Killing people was something he could not accept on principle, unless the target was truly evil beyond redemption. Otherwise, he couldn't bring himself to take an innocent life. As for ghouls, his stance was similar. The biggest difference between humans and ghouls lay in their RC cell count. In fact, one could argue that RC cells were the root of all evil in this world. Once a person's RC cell count exceeded a certain threshold, they would lose the ability to consume regular food and could only sustain themselves by eating human flesh. Even half-humans weren't exempt. If their RC cell count reached ghoul levels, they too would be unable to eat normal food. Moreover, consuming human flesh kept a ghoul's RC cells active, allowing them to maintain or even enhance their abilities. The RC cells stored in their bloodstream would be transferred to a special organ known as the kakyuhu, which was arguably a ghoul's most vital organ. That being said, as a half-human, Byakuya did not possess a kakyuhu. The harsh reality that ghouls must eat human flesh made them natural enemies of humanity, despite their outward appearance, emotions, and behavior being nearly identical to humans. Of course, there were innocent ghouls, such as those who only fed on corpses. Byakuya had no intention of harming ghouls who had never killed anyone. His principle was simple. He viewed humans and ghouls equally and refused to kill innocent people or innocent ghouls. Just as Byakuya was lost in thought, Shunji Shino gave him a reminder. Still, I suggest you don't waste too much time on that manuscript. Right now, your priority should be passing your internship evaluation. Work hard, kid. With that, Shino returned to his own tasks. Byakuya merely nodded without saying much. In the original story, Shino had also dismissed Yoshimura Ito's manuscript and had nearly thrown it away as trash. It was only by sheer luck that another editor happened to see it and chewed Shino out. In the end, Shino had to scramble to track down Ito, almost missing the chance to discover the genius writer Takatsuki Sen. But this time, things had changed. Byakuya had taken the manuscript himself. One could call it cutting in, but not exactly after all. Shino truly didn't think much of the manuscript in the first place. Now that he had confirmed the manuscript belonged to Yoshimura Ito, Byakuya immediately stood up. He stuffed the thick stack of papers into his bag and left the office. Without a doubt, he was heading straight to find Yoshimura Ito. On the way, he opened his system panel. He needed to prepare for his upcoming meeting with her. Right now, this was still the original plot. At this point in the timeline 10 years before the main story, Yoshimura Ito was already an SSS-rated ghoul, the infamous one-eyed owl. Both her brutality and level of threat were at the absolute peak. In this world, the danger level of ghouls was ranked as follows from lowest to highest: C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. The SSS ranking was the highest possible threat level, and in most cases, a ghoul's ranking was directly tied to their combat ability. If an SSS-rated Ito decided to kill Uchiha Byakuya, there was no question without relying on dual Kamui. He would be dead without a doubt. Of course, he wasn't going to just not use dual Kamui. He just had to be mindful of its usage. Given his current RC cell count, he couldn't afford to activate his Manjikai Sharingan techniques recklessly. For now, survival wasn't an issue. Tokyo Ghoul had no known counter to intangibility. But he couldn't be careless. With his current RC cell count, overusing his abilities could easily get him killed. I should prioritize investing in RC cells first. Byakuya made his decision. After analyzing the system mechanics, he discovered that the conversion ratio for RC cells and physicality was different. RC cells, 1 attribute point equals plus 1 RC cell. Physicality, 1 attribute point equals plus 0.1 physicality. In other words, improving physicality was 10 times more expensive than increasing RC cells. Given his current situation, RC cells took priority. They directly affected how effectively he could use dual Kamui. Of course, that didn't mean physicality was a bad investment enhancing. His body's endurance and regenerative abilities would always be valuable. Ding, attribute points successfully distributed. RC cell count plus 100. Attribute points minus 100. 10 minutes earlier inside Shui Publishing. Shunji Shino was meeting with a visitor, a petite girl with green hair and green eyes. She had delicate and adorable features, slightly messy wavy hair, and looked no older than a middle school student. This girl was Yoshimura Ito. How old are you? 14 years old. Ahem. Upon hearing her age, Shino fell silent. He looked at the thick stack of manuscript pages she had handed over. His mind went blank for a moment. He still had to prepare for a banquet, not to mention upcoming meetings. He didn't have time to play make-believe with some kid. Shino casually skimmed a few pages of the manuscript and gave a half-hearted critique. At first glance, the writing seems decent, but it's overly flowery and lacks substance. Feels unnecessarily long-winded. That said, for someone your age, I suppose it's not bad. After offering this dismissive assessment, Shino placed a business card on the table. Here's my card. If you have more works in the future, feel free to contact me. Truthfully, he hadn't even read the content properly. He just wanted to get rid of her quickly so he could focus on his own work. The green-haired girl stared at the business card in silence for a moment. Aren't you going to read it first? Shino let out a sigh. I have other things to do. This manuscript is way too long. But it's only been a few minutes. A few minutes is still time. Every minute is precious to us. I see. The green-haired girl sighed softly and gave up. Upon leaving Shui Publishing, the weather outside was cold and dreary. She wore only a thin, plain blouse and an old white coat. Her long skirt was patched in several places. She wrapped a scarf around herself. Her small, fragile figure looked as if the wind might blow her away at any moment. Capitulo 3, caught in the act. Sigh, I really thought I could make some money by writing, but who knew I'd run into an editor with such terrible judgment. Squatting in a corner, Yoshimura Ito let out a soft sigh as she stared at the 2 remaining coins in her palm. Despite being the SSS-rated ghoul known as the one-eyed owl figure that struck fear into the entire CCG, she still had to hide and survive within human society. After all, the CCG wasn't even her true enemy. The ones she truly had to face were far more powerful than the entire CCG combined. She was well aware that she wasn't strong enough to challenge them just yet. If she wanted to live among humans like a normal person, she needed money. And right now, she barely had any left. Maybe I can find some temporary work that pays daily. Ito stood up, ready to take action. But deep down, she knew the chances of that were slim. She was too young, most legal establishments wouldn't risk hiring her. Still, she had no other choice but to find a way to make some cash. As she stepped onto the bustling street, a traffic accident immediately caught her attention. "I told you already it was his fault, just hurry up and handle this." A frustrated driver was arguing with a police officer, clearly impatient. "I see, well then, please come with me to the station for further." Before the officer could finish his sentence, the driver cut him off. "I don't have time for this." Meanwhile, Ito silently observed the scene from the sidelines. A plan immediately formed in her mind. She casually approached one of the vehicles involved in the accident. Inside, a passenger sat in the front seat, looking increasingly frustrated as he waited. It was obvious he was also in a hurry. Knock, knock. The passenger suddenly heard a soft tapping on the driver's side window. Instinctively, he reached over and rolled it down. "Excuse me, sir, the officer is asking you to step out for questioning." Ito spoke with a calm, polite tone. Me too." Grumbling, the passenger got out of the car. What a pain. In his frustration, he forgot to roll the window back up. Ito swiftly reached inside and snatched the wallet from the driver's seat. "He's the driver, why do I have to be questioned too?" I never called for you." As both the passenger and the officer exchanged confused glances, Ito had already slipped away, casually flipping through the wallet's contents while humming a cheerful tune. This money would last her a while. However, just as she turned a corner, she suddenly came face to face with a young man. He had black hair, black eyes, a lean yet well-proportioned frame, and a strikingly handsome face. A long black trench coat draped over his figure, giving him an air of quiet authority. He stopped directly in her path. His voice was calm, his expression unreadable. "Miss, taking someone else's wallet without permission, that's not exactly a good thing, is it?" At his words, Ito froze. The melody she had been humming came to an abrupt halt. Her adorable face instantly lost its playful expression, replaced by an icy indifference. "Iso." She narrowed her eyes. Getting caught red-handed, how annoying. No matter how powerful she was, Yoshimura Ito could not afford to expose her identity as a ghoul in broad daylight. Even when she attacked the CCG branch previously, she had taken care to conceal her appearance. The one-eyed owl's true face absolutely could not be revealed, otherwise her real enemies would find her. And when that happened, even she wouldn't be able to escape death. "So then, here's my business card." Uchiha Byakuya extended his card toward Ito. Seeing her in person, he couldn't help but notice just how petite she was. She looked to be only around 1.4 to 1.5 meters tall, with slightly messy, medium-length green hair. Her facial features were exceptionally delicate and adorable. Though her clothing was old and worn, her strikingly high natural beauty made anything she wore look good. As for Byakuya's own appearance, his eyes were currently black. After all, in broad daylight, he couldn't just walk around with his Mangekyo Sharingan activated. Its blood-red glow could easily be mistaken for a ghoul's Kakugan. Ghouls blended into human society by keeping their eyes normal most of the time. But during combat, their Kakugan would activate, turning their sclera black and their iris a glowing red. Most people in this world had no idea what the Mangekyo Sharingan was. If anyone saw his red, Tomo-patterned eyes, they would immediately assume he was a ghoul. On top of that, his identity as a sunlit garden half-human made things even more complicated. If exposed, he would face massive trouble, possibly even death. Fortunately, the system had granted him the ability to freely toggle his Mangekyo Sharingan. When deactivated, his eyes remained normal black, preventing any unnecessary suspicion. Of course, in this state, he couldn't use his Mangekyo Sharingan techniques. However, he still retained its base enhancements, such as his vastly superior perception. Additionally, keeping his eyes deactivated meant he wasn't consuming his RC cells or draining his ocular power. If he ever needed to use his main GHOUL sharingen, it would activate automatically. There was another method to hide its appearance, but it was a bit of a hassle. What? Ito blinked in confusion, unsure of what this young man wanted. But as she glanced at the business card, she realized that it looked familiar. It seemed to be the same design as the ones from GHOUL Publishing. As for the card she had received from the other editor earlier, she had already thrown that worthless thing away. To her, it was completely useless. She had zero intention of working with such a short-sighted editor ever again. My name is Uchiha Byakuya. I'm a newly hired editor at GHOUL Publishing. I've read your manuscript and I really liked it. That's why I came to find you. Byakuya got straight to the point. Is that so? Hearing that he was an editor from GHOUL Publishing, and that he had taken an interest in her manuscript, Ito's cold expression immediately softened. To put it simply, I want to help you get your work published. I also hope to cultivate you into a top-tier author. Byakuya then added with a calm smile, but if word ever got out that a best-selling author had a history of petty theft, well, that'd be quite troublesome, wouldn't it? It's fine. Ito hesitated for a moment before ultimately relenting. Between a single stolen wallet and the chance to publish the work she had poured so much effort into, the choice was obvious. As for becoming a top-tier author, that she didn't dare to dream of. She felt that simply making a small profit from writing would already be more than enough. After all, writing was her only real source of solace and enjoyment in life. If someone truly recognized her work, deep down, she would genuinely be happy. However, if this man was lying to her, if he was simply toying with her for his own amusement, then one day she would kill him. And she would eat him. Capitulo 4, signing the contract. After making up her mind, Yoshimura Ito retraced her steps. Fortunately, the passenger and driver were still busy arguing with the police, and she hadn't gone too far. Taking advantage of the distraction, she quickly slipped the wallet back through the car window, returning it to its original place. Then, as if nothing had ever happened, she walked away with an air of complete indifference. I've already returned the wallet, so when do you plan on signing me? Standing before Uchiha Byakuya once again, Ito asked directly. She wanted to test him, to see if he was serious or if he had just been toying with her. If you have no other plans, we can head back to the publishing house right now and sign the contract. Byakuya answered without hesitation. Oh. Ito was slightly surprised, so he's actually serious. At that moment, Byakuya pulled her manuscript from his bag. Your manuscript is with me. Do you want me to keep holding onto it, or would you rather take it back? Ito's gaze fell upon the stack of pages in his hands, only to realize that he had carefully packaged them. The manuscript was now neatly secured to prevent the pages from scattering and to ensure its preservation. This simple act told her more than words ever could. She could feel his sincerity. Her trust in Uchiha Byakuya rose slightly. You can hold on to it, she answered after a brief pause. All right. Byakuya nodded and tucked the manuscript back into his bag. With that, he turned and started walking back toward GHOUL Publishing, while Ito silently followed behind. From the outside, she looked like nothing more than an obedient, adorable young girl. No one, absolutely no one would ever suspect that this petite, harmless-looking child was, in reality, the SSS-rated ghoul, the one-eyed owl. No one, except Uchiha Byakuya. Because he knew everything. The two soon arrived at GHOUL Publishing. As Byakuya entered the office to retrieve the contract, Shunji Shino happened to take notice of his actions. Uchiha-san, have you already found a writer you want to sign? Shino asked, curious. Yes, it's the writer of the manuscript you gave me earlier. I see a lot of potential in her. Byakuya replied calmly. Oh, I see. Wait, what? It took Shino a second to process before his eyes widened. You're serious? But that's a middle schooler. And your contract slots during your internship are limited. Every choice is crucial if you want to pass the evaluation. His words weren't meant to be discouraging. If anything, it was well-intended advice. From his perspective, Byakuya was about to waste one of his valuable contract slots. If the manuscript turned out to be a commercial failure, it could severely hurt the company and completely tank Byakuya's internship evaluation. But what Shino didn't know was that Yoshimura Ito was standing just outside the office. She had heard everything. The dismissive attitude from the same short-sighted editor still left her frustrated, but there was one thing he said that caught her attention. So my manuscript could actually affect this new editor's future. I understand, and I appreciate your advice, Shino-senpai, but I trust my instincts. Byakuya's voice was firm and unwavering. All right then, good luck. Faced with Uchiha Byakuya's unwavering determination, Shunji Shino saw no point in arguing further. Well, he was just a rookie. It was normal to be idealistic. Who hadn't been full of youthful ambition at some point? Reality would beat it out of him soon enough. Still, how old was Byakuya again? Shino suddenly remembered, this kid was only 18. That was exceptionally young for an editor. He was probably some kind of rare prodigy, but still too young. After preparing the contract, Byakuya left the office and found a quiet place to meet with Yoshimura Ito. Now seated across from her, he handed over the contract. Take your time and go over the details. He began the signing process. All right. Ito flipped through the pages, scanning the contents. It was her first time seeing a publishing contract, and she found it surprisingly interesting. But as she continued reading, her expressions subtly shifted. She had just discovered something. Publishing required both the publisher and the author to share the costs. And she only had 2 coins to her name. Of course, this was a standard contract. There were other types of agreements, but those weren't worth mentioning for now. For example, some authors chose to self-publish, covering all costs themselves. Shared cost publishing and self-publishing were the most common methods. Ito had never really looked into this before, as she had simply assumed that writing could directly earn her money. If you have any concerns, feel free to ask. Byakuya's Manjikayo sharing an enhanced perception immediately caught the subtle change in her expression, so he addressed it proactively. The contract says I have to pay part of the publishing cost, but I don't have any money. Ito stated her biggest problem outright. No money, huh? Byakuya pretended to think for a moment before casually offering. That's not really an issue. I can cover your share of the cost for you. Ito blinked in surprise. She hadn't expected him to go this far for her. Up until now, she had been ignoring the fact that her manuscript could potentially hurt his career. Because she desperately needed the money. But now, his sincerity and genuine kindness were making her rethink things. Thank you, but are you sure? I overheard that guy earlier. If this fails, won't your job be at risk? It's fine. I have complete confidence in both your manuscript and your potential, and I trust my own judgment. Byakuya's voice was firm, filled with absolute certainty. Of course, he knew exactly how talented Ito was. In the future, she would undoubtedly become a top-tier author. And even if this job didn't work out, he didn't care. He only needed the mission rewards from the system. Besides, his real job was with the CCG. His placement at Shui Publishing was just part of an undercover investigation. Until his mission was complete, there was no way the CCG would let him get fired. All right, I understand. Since he wasn't worried, Ito decided not to dwell on it either. She had no reason not to sign the contract. A short while later, the contract was officially signed. Byakuya extended his right hand toward Ito. Yoshimura-san, I look forward to working with you. Capítulo 5, The Path to Publishing. Ahem. Yoshimura Ito extended her right hand and shook hands with Uchiha Byakuya. A brief moment later, she let go. Byakuya's impression was that her hand was soft yet cold. But this seemingly fragile and adorable young girl was, in reality, the SSS-rated ghoul known as the One-Eyed Owl, the greatest threat in Tokyo. Ghouls, when not in combat, were virtually indistinguishable from normal humans. As long as they were careful, they could blend seamlessly into human society. However, once they fought, the differences became undeniable. Their eyes would transform into their kakugen, glowing red with a black sclera. Additionally, their specialized organ, the kakuhu, would release their predatory appendages, known as kagyun. Kagyun were highly lethal and offered impressive defensive capabilities. They were categorized into 4 types. Yukaku, wing-like and fast, good for long-range attacks. Kukaku, armored and tough, excellent for defense. Rinkaku, whip-like and flexible, known for rapid regeneration. Baikaku, tail-like and well-balanced, versatile in battle. Each kagyun had its own strengths, and they also had counterplay against one another. Ito's original kagyun was Rinkaku type. But beyond these, there existed an even stronger form, a stage that surpassed ordinary ghouls, kakuja. A kakuja was a ghoul that had consumed its own kind, developing multiple kakuhu in the process. Their kagyun would cover their entire body, transforming them into monstrous figures with overwhelming power. And the girl standing before Byakuya, Yoshimura Ito, was already a kakuja. In the chaotic 24th ward, she had been forced to consume countless ghouls just to survive. In that lawless region, if you didn't kill and eat others, you would be killed and eaten. Kakuja transformations often resulted in massive size increases. Normally, Ito was a petite girl, standing only around 1.4 to 1.5 meters tall. But once she activated her kakuja, she would swell to at least 3 to 4 meters, and as she grew stronger, her monstrous form would become even larger. This was precisely why, despite launching multiple attacks on the CCG, assaulting CCG branches, and even raiding ghoul detention facilities, her true identity had never been discovered. Her kakuja form was simply too different from her everyday appearance. Just then, Byakuya received a system notification. Ding, the host has successfully completed Mission 1, become Yoshimura Ito's responsible editor. Reward received, plus 10 attribute points. Mission 1 complete, unlocking Mission 2. Mission 2, successfully publish and sell Dear Kafka. Mission deadline, within 6 months. Reward, 50 attribute points. Byakuya immediately realized something. This mission chain was going to be long. Publishing the book was just the first step. After that, there would likely be missions for monitoring its sales, for publishing a second book, a third book. All of these could be future objectives. His time as an editor might not last long, but as long as he secured the attribute points, that was all that mattered. 6 months was actually a reasonable timeframe for publishing a book. Unlike web novels, which could be posted online and monetized within days, traditional publishing required many steps. Everything from editing, printing, distribution, and marketing had to be handled. That said, Byakuya wasn't going to waste a full 6 months just waiting. He could use this time to trigger other hidden missions. That being said, I won't be getting paid immediately, will I? Yoshimura Ito suddenly asked. While signing a publishing contract was exciting, she was desperately in need of money right now. That's right, you'll only start earning royalties after the book is published and sold. Byakuya explained before adding. But if you're struggling financially, I can help you out. Really? Then thanks. Ito nodded. It wasn't often she met a kind-hearted human. If she had to guess, Uchiha Byakuya's kindness was probably half genuine concern and half self-interest. After all, if she couldn't afford to survive, his mission would become a lot harder. Without her book being published, he wouldn't earn those precious attribute points. Do you have a computer? If possible, I'd like a digital copy of your manuscript. It'll be easier to refine before the final version is published. Byakuya asked. I don't have a computer. Actually, I don't even have a home. Ito answered bluntly. Byakuya, of course, already knew that she had neither. But since he was pretending to be an ordinary human editor, he had to ask anyway. I see. In that case, let's head to a print shop and get your manuscript scanned into a digital format. Byakuya suggested. And if you ever need to make revisions, you can just use my computer. Ito had 3 options for editing her work in the future. 1. Using an internet cafe, too expensive. 2. Using an office computer, not allowed for outsiders. 3. Using Byakuya's computer, the most convenient option. Given the circumstances, the third option was the only real choice. All right, I appreciate it. Ito agreed without hesitation. She didn't sense any suspicious intent from him. And even if he did have ulterior motives, well, he'd just become her next meal. Let's go, first stop the print shop. They entered a nearby store, where the staff began scanning Ito's massive manuscript into a digital format. It was several hundred pages long, apparently the complete manuscript for Dear Kafka. Once the edits were done and the publishing process was finalized, it would be ready for release. Of course, digitizing this much text was time-consuming and expensive. Fortunately, Byakuya had enough money on hand. Even though he had only just transmigrated, the system had already set up a complete identity and background for him. In simple terms, his past self and his current self were the same person. He wasn't a soul transmigrator or a body snatcher. Instead, the system had directly modified the memories of everyone who knew him, making them believe he had always existed in this world, including his CCG colleagues and the Sunlit Garden members. The system had even fabricated a backstory for him, one of a parentless orphan. In reality, his supposed parents had never existed in this world. To complete his integration, the system had also modified his body, turning him into a half-human. Compared to normal humans, half-humans had superior physical abilities, but suffered from a drastically shorter lifespan. Unless he found a way to extend it, Byakuya would likely die in his mid-30s, just like Aramakishu. Of course, with the system, that problem was probably solvable. For now, he received 2 salaries, one from the CCG and one from Shui Publishing. Though he had only just joined Shui, meaning he hadn't been paid yet, his CCG salary was enough to cover both his own expenses and help Ito survive. Standing beside him, Ito watched as her manuscript was slowly scanned into an electronic file. The cost was far more than she expected. At that moment, she realized, without this human's help, she probably wouldn't have made it very far at all. Capitulo 6, the pen name Takatsuki-sen. Once the digital copy of Dear Kafka was ready, Uchiha Byakuya had the print shop owner send it to his email. That way, he could access the file directly on his computer when he got home. Afterward, he handed the original manuscript back to Yoshimura Ito. Yoshimura-san, you should keep the original. Also, you might want to think of a pen name. Most authors have one that represents them. A pen name. Ito fell into brief contemplation before quickly making up her mind. Takatsuki-sen, I'll use that name. Takatsuki-sen, huh, that's a great name. Byakuya praised with a smile. Then from now on, I'll address you as Takatsuki-sensei. All right then, I should head back to the publishing house and get back to work. After I get home later, I'll go through Takatsuki-sensei's manuscript again and see if I can provide some useful editing notes. After saying his goodbyes, Byakuya turned to leave. But after taking just a few steps, something occurred to him. He turned back and handed Ito a 10,000 yen bill. Almost forgot, Takatsuki-sensei, use this to get by for a few days. My paycheck isn't coming in for a bit, so things are a little tight on my end for now. This is already more than enough, thank you. Ito accepted the money without hesitation, offering a rare genuine word of thanks. By the way, do you have a phone? If not, I'll buy one for you. Otherwise, it'll be hard to stay in touch. Byakuya had budgeted for this already. I don't have a phone, Ito admitted. So Byakuya bought her a phone under his name. Of course, he also took care of the monthly phone bill. After they parted ways, Ito returned to her base of operations, the hideout of Aogiri Tree. Aogiri Tree was a ghoul organization she had recently founded. Although its membership was still small, it had already begun to establish itself as a rising power. On the surface, Aogiri Tree claimed to exist for the protection of ghouls who were being hunted by humanity, positioning itself in direct opposition to the CCG. However, their current hideout was incredibly rundown, just an abandoned, decaying building surrounded by weeds and trees. It was so remote that no ordinary humans ever passed by. Whoa, that's amazing. You actually earned 10,000 yen in just one day. How'd you do that? As expected of Yoshimura, she was insanely strong when we raided the CCG branch, and now she's even great at making money. The moment Ito revealed the 10,000 yen bill, the other Aogiri Tree members gasped in awe. For most ghouls, earning money legally was next to impossible. Many of them lacked proper identification, making it extremely difficult to find legitimate work. To make matters worse, more public areas were beginning to install RC detection gates. These gates could scan RC cell levels, and since a ghoul's RC cell count was completely different from a human's, any detected ghouls would immediately trigger an alarm, exposing their identity. Over time, human society was making it harder and harder for ghouls to survive. This money should last us at least a few days. We need to distribute it wisely. Ito declared. Tomorrow, I'll go buy some essential supplies we can actually use. Yashimura Ito addressed the other Aogiri tree members. Every other member of Aogiri tree, except for Ito herself, was a pure ghoul, meaning they could not consume human food and had no choice but to hunt humans for sustenance. Ito, however, was a unique exception not just in Tokyo, but possibly in the entire world. She was the only known, naturally born half-ghoul. In this world, there were two hybrid existences. Half-humans, born from a human and a ghoul, but fundamentally more human than ghoul. They lacked kakyugen, kakyuhu, and kagyun, could eat normal food, and possessed superior physical abilities compared to humans, but suffered from a drastically shorter lifespan. Half-ghouls, also born from a human and a ghoul, but more ghoul than human. They possessed a single kakyugen, a kakyuhu, and a kagyun, and could even consume human food like normal humans. Their lifespan was also identical to humans. In theory, half-ghouls had the highest potential for power. However, in the half-human category, there existed an outlier, a bug in the system. That man's name was Aramakishu. Later that night, Ito sat alone in the dilapidated hideout of Aogiri tree. The manuscript for Dear Kafka rested beside her, untouched. Instead, she held an old notebook in her hands. A notebook left to her by her father, filled with writings from her mother. "Mother, I won't run away like Kuzan did," she thought to herself, tilting her head back slightly. She needed more power. She needed more allies. Aogiri tree had to grow stronger, or they would never stand a chance against them. Meanwhile, Uchiha Byakuya didn't actually return to Shui Publishing. Instead, he made a trip to the CCG's second ward branch. In the world of Tokyo Ghoul, Tokyo was divided into 24 wards. The CCG headquarters was located in Ward 1, known as the Commission of Counter-Ghoul Main Office. Shui Publishing was situated in Ward 2, which was also home to one of CCG's branch divisions. Aside from Ward 1, CCG HQ, and Ward 24, the mysterious underground labyrinth, every other ward had its own local CCG division. Byakuya was officially stationed at the CCG Second Ward branch, and he had come back to confirm some information. Passing through the RC cell detection gates, he used his CCG investigator credentials to access the database. CCG's system contained a wealth of public intelligence, information available to all CCG investigators. Naturally, Byakuya could access it too. As he browsed the records, he muttered to himself, "I see, so the one-eyed owl has already attacked the second ward branch twice, and even led an assault on the 23rd Ward Ghoul Detention Center." With this, Byakuya confirmed exactly where he was in the timeline. The one-eyed owl, Yashimura Ito, was not originally classified as an SSS-rated ghoul. Her threat level rose over time. Initially, Ito was ranked S after killing first-class investigator Kurowa Takedo in Ward 3. Since first-class investigators were only one rank below special class, CCG recognized her combat strength as exceeding that level. Side note, CCG investigator ranks from lowest to highest are Rank 3 third-class investigator, Rank 2 second-class investigator, Rank 1 first-class investigator, Senior investigator, Associate special class investigator, Special class investigator, the highest rank. Among special class investigators, there were varying power levels. However, at this point in the timeline, Aramakishu had not yet reached special class, meaning most current special class investigators were roughly equal in strength. After her initial classification as an S-rated ghoul, Ito launched a surprise attack on the second ward CCG branch, killing dozens of investigators. Due to the feather-like kagyun covering her entire body, she was codenamed Owl. Because she had only one kakyugen, she was further labeled as the one-eyed owl. As a result, her threat level increased from S to SS. Then, Ito led a massive ghoul assault on the 23rd Ward Ghoul Detention Center, freeing countless imprisoned ghouls. Her threat level was raised once again, from SS to SSS. And most recently, Ito had launched her second attack on the second ward's CCG branch. However, this time, she was seriously injured by Kurowa Iwao, who was still a senior investigator at the time. Kurowa had landed a devastating blow to her most critical organ, her kakyuhu. With her kakyuhu severely damaged, Ito was forced to retreat. Meaning, at this very moment, Yoshimura Ito was still suffering from a near-fatal injury. Capítulo 7, The Imposter Owl. If everything proceeded as expected, then soon, the owl would launch a third attack on the CCG's second ward branch. However, this time, the attacker wouldn't be the one-eyed owl. Instead, it would be Yoshimura Kyuzen, Yoshimura Ito's father. In the original story, the SSS-rated ghoul, non-killing owl, was one of the strongest pure-blooded ghouls, and also one of the most tragic figures in the series. Of course, the title non-killing owl only emerged much later in the timeline. At this point, CCG still believed that all 3 previous attacks on the second ward branch had been committed by the same ghoul, the one-eyed owl. It wasn't until later that they realized the third attacker was actually someone else. To distinguish between the two, CCG designated Kyuzen as the non-killing owl. The real reason behind the second ward attack. The upcoming attack wasn't random. Yoshimura Kyuzen had received word that his daughter had suffered a near-fatal injury. To protect her identity and mislead their true enemies, he decided to impersonate the one-eyed owl by modifying his Kakuja form to resemble Ito's as closely as possible. His real objective wasn't just to attack the CCG. It was to throw off the true masterminds lurking in the shadows, making them believe that all past attacks were his doing rather than Ito's. As Ito was Kyuzen's biological daughter, she had inherited half of his abilities, including a similar Kagyun and Kakuhu structure. Moreover, high-level Kakuja users could freely alter their monstrous forms, allowing Kyuzen to perfectly mimic Ito's appearance. Thus, his deception was flawless. Meanwhile, at the CCG second ward branch. Uchiha, you're back. Weren't you assigned to Shui Publishing to investigate ghoul activity? A passing colleague greeted Uchiha Byakuya casually. Yeah, I was just curious about some intel. Byakuya responded. His system had already implanted the necessary memories, so he instantly recognized this investigator, Yamada Saki. Saki's gaze drifted to the computer screen, where the profile of the one-eyed owl was displayed. Ah, checking up on the owl, huh? That thing is terrifying. It even killed special class investigator Kurawate Kido. Saki shook his head. In less than half a year, it went from an unknown threat to an SSS-rated extermination target. Byakuya remained silent. He knew from experience that Saki was a chatterbox. It was best to just let him talk it out. Good thing we have a rising star like Kurawa Iwa. Saki continued. He landed a fatal blow on the owl during the last battle. I doubt that thing will be showing up again anytime soon. Though, it's a shame Kurawa got critically injured too. He's still recovering in the hospital. Kurawa Iwa, a senior investigator at this point, would one day become one of CCG's most powerful special class investigators. Byakuya waited until Saki finished his rant before speaking. I've seen enough. Did you need to use the computer? Huh, oh nah, I was just passing by. Saki scratched the back of his head. All right, I'll be heading out. I still have an investigation to work on. Byakuya replied calmly. Got it, take care, Uchiha. Let's chat again sometime. As Saki watched Byakuya leave, he couldn't help but think. Man, Uchiha-san is really dedicated. He had also heard rumors that Byakuya was a direct recruit from that place. Everyone knew that investigators from that place were prodigies. They didn't even need to graduate from CCG's training academy. They were simply parachuted in as full-fledged CCG investigators. After returning to Shui Publishing, Uchiha Byakuya began preparing to investigate the ghoul case assigned to him by the CCG. The reason he had been given this mission was simple. 2 ghoul feeding incidents had recently occurred near Shui Publishing. Forensic analysis confirmed that both attacks were committed by the same ghoul and took place in the exact same location. Given Byakuya's sunlit garden background, he had no choice but to stay in line and fulfill his duties at the CCG, at least until he could comfortably use dual Kamui without restrictions. Recklessly drawing attention to himself would only invite certain death at the hands of those whom even Yoshimura Ito feared. Though he possessed some self-defense capabilities, constantly being hunted down was hardly an enjoyable lifestyle. At the very least, working at the CCG provided stability. Besides, completing missions led to promotions, which meant higher pay. And staying within the CCG also served his own interests. Let's see if I can lure this ghoul out tonight. So far, Both of its victims were young students who were walking alone at night, and both attacks happened in a secluded alleyway. Byakuya analyzed the intelligence provided in his case files. Since it wasn't nighttime yet, he decided to stay in the office and review Takatsuki-sen's manuscript, the digital version of Dear Kafka. Reading as a normal reader, he made editorial notes on sections where he felt improvements could be made. Of course, his suggestions were just recommendations. He had no intention of forcing Ito to make changes. After all, the final decision was hers to make. This, in his opinion, was what a responsible editor should do. As the workday came to an end, Byakuya noted where he left off, shut down his computer, and headed home. His current apartment was one provided by the CCG, located in a residential building not far from Shui Publishing. Rent and living expenses could later be reimbursed through CCG funds. After arriving at his small, ordinary apartment, Byakuya had a quick meal before resuming his review of the manuscript. Since he had no immediate plans, he focused on refining his editorial feedback. Midnight. It's about time. Byakuya closed his laptop, grabbed his coat, and headed out. His destination, the alleyway where the ghoul had previously attacked. After about 10 minutes, he arrived. The dark, narrow alley was shrouded in shadow, with an overwhelming stench in the air. The smell was a mix of filthy sewage, rotting garbage, as though the place had been left unattended for far too long, a perfect hunting ground for a ghoul. However, for someone with Manjikayo Sharingan, the lack of light meant nothing. Byakuya could see everything around him with absolute clarity. He acted like an aimless young man, casually strolling through the alley as if he had nowhere better to be. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the ghoul to notice him. A shadow lurked in the darkest corner of the alley, watching him intensely. Byakuya was already fully aware of its presence. His Manjikayo-enhanced perception allowed him to detect the ghoul's every movement. He even noticed the ghoul was wearing a mask, something most ghouls used when hunting or fighting to hide their real identity from CCG investigators. Suddenly, the ghoul lunged forward, launching a silent sneak attack. From its kakyuhu, a green kukaku-type kagyun erupted, forming blade-like weapons aimed directly at Byakuya's chest. Too slow. Byakuya muttered, effortlessly sidestepping the attack. The Manjikayo Sharingan's ability to read movements made this trivial. By observing the ghoul's starting posture, he had already predicted its exact attack pattern. To him, the ghoul's actions were painfully slow, as if moving in slow motion. What? The ghoul's eyes widened in shock. It had been so sure that its sneak attack would end this human in one strike, yet the boy had dodged effortlessly. For the first time, the hunter felt fear. Capitulo 8, Quink Eric. I don't like killing needlessly, even if my opponent is a ghoul. Uchiha Byakuya stated calmly. Surrender quietly, and I won't have to kill you. Oh, I see now, you're one of those doves, huh? The ghoul sneered, completely ignoring Byakuya's offer of mercy. You came here without that thing, are you looking to die, huh? CCG investigators were commonly called doves by ghouls due to the pigeon-like badge they wore on their uniforms. As for quinks, they were weapons crafted from the kakyuhu of slain ghouls, specifically designed to counter ghouls. Because kagyun were formed from RC cells, they were extremely durable, far tougher than regular weapons. Even firearms were mostly ineffective against a ghoul's kagyun, as normal bullets couldn't penetrate their defenses. Thus, quinks were standard issue for CCG investigators, as they were the only reliable means of fighting ghouls. One of the most common rules drilled into every CCG investigator was, never engage a ghoul alone without a quink. If you don't have one, retreat immediately, no hesitation. This was why the ghoul in front of Byakuya was so confident. From his perspective, a CCG investigator without a quink was nothing more than a defenseless lamb waiting to be slaughtered. And theoretically, he wasn't wrong. I've always wondered what you doves taste like. The ghoul's voice turned savage. And you just walked right into my hunting ground. Time to die. With that, his kakyuhu activated. Emerging from beneath his shoulder blades, a second kukaku kagyun burst forth, this one larger and more lethal than the last. Clearly, he was now going all out, determined to finish Byakuya in a single strike. Byakuya simply sighed and shook his head. He raised his right hand, momentarily covering his eyes, hiding the brief appearance of his blood-red dual Kamui. For a split second, space distorted and twisted. A white briefcase materialized out of thin air, emerging from a spiraling vortex. Byakuya reached out, his right hand gripping the handle of the briefcase. This wasn't just any briefcase. It was biometrically locked, meaning only he could open it. A safety measure to prevent theft or misuse. With a single motion, he unlocked the case. The quink inside, once a compressed kakuhu, quickly unfolded into its weaponized form. A katana-shaped blade appeared in his grasp. This was a B-rank quink, codenamed Eric. The blade had been forged from the kakuhu of a B-rank ghoul known as Eric. It was CCG issued, specially assigned to Byakuya as his personal weapon. Of course, he had never actually carried it with him. Instead, he had stored it in Kamui's dimension, an isolated pocket space, completely separate from the world of Tokyo Ghoul. A quink when. The ghoul's eyes widened in horror. He hadn't seen Byakuya pull out a weapon at all. It was as if the quink had magically appeared from nowhere. But his shock only lasted a moment. Driven by hunger and desperation, he lunged forward, kagyun slashing through the air. He hadn't eaten in days. Tonight, he was going to feast on this human. I gave you a chance. Byakuya muttered. With minimal effort, he leaned back, narrowly avoiding the ghoul's kagyun swipe aimed directly at his face. The ghoul's attack missed completely, leaving him momentarily off balance. Byakuya didn't waste the opening. With a swift, precise counter, he swung his quink in a reverse arc, slashing deep into the ghoul's kakuhu. The kakuhu was a ghoul's most vital organ. Unlike other body parts that could rapidly regenerate, a damaged kakuhu was extremely difficult to heal. With just one precise slash, Uchiha Byakuya had completely disabled his opponent. He didn't give the ghoul a chance to recover. Without hesitation, he followed up with a final stab to the heart, delivering a killing blow. Ding, the host has defeated a B-rank ghoul. Reward, +3 attribute points. Oh, so I don't actually have to kill them to earn points. Byakuya realized this only after the fight had ended. However, in this case, his opponent had chosen death. If the ghoul had surrendered immediately, Byakuya wouldn't have killed him. Instead, he would have simply handed him over to the CCG for imprisonment. The ghoul detention center wasn't exactly a great place to be, but at least it wasn't instant death. With the battle over, Byakuya calmly sealed his quink back inside its briefcase. Then, he pulled out his phone and called the Second Ward CCG branch. This is second-class investigator Uchiha Byakuya. The target has been successfully neutralized. Location. Understood. We'll send a cleanup team immediately. Please remain on site to prevent civilians from wandering into the area. Got it. After the call ended, Byakuya stood in place, waiting. His gaze drifted to the ghoul's corpse. This was the first time he had killed a person. Well, technically a ghoul. Even so, he still felt some discomfort. To him, ghouls and humans weren't all that different. But this world wasn't like his previous life. It was a place where only the strong survived. If he wanted to live, he had no choice but to adapt. He could only cling to his principles to never kill an innocent human or ghoul unless absolutely necessary. Life was sacred, but in this world, taking lives was sometimes unavoidable. Within 10 minutes, the CCG cleanup team arrived at the scene. The personnel consisted of third-class investigators and investigator assistants. Compared to Byakuya, who was a second-class investigator, their ranks were lower. Investigator assistants were ranked even lower than third-class investigators. They were essentially interns tasked with grunt work. Since their combat abilities were weak, their primary role was site management and corpse disposal. Additionally, only second-class investigators and above were authorized to use quinks. Even among second-class investigators, passing a rigorous combat test was required before being granted a quink. For this reason, lower-ranking CCG personnel could only rely on Q-bullets, special bullets made from ghoul kagyun materials. While not as powerful as a quink, Q-bullets were still effective against ghouls to some extent. Second-class Uchiha. Thank you for your hard work, sir. The cleanup team greeted Byakuya with respect. Byakuya simply nodded in acknowledgement. I'll leave the rest to you. I'm heading home to rest. Understood. Yes, sir. With that, Byakuya calmly walked away, quink briefcase in hand. As soon as he was gone, the cleanup crew began examining the corpse. After a quick inspection, one of the third-class investigators couldn't help but exclaim, "This ghoul only has 2 wounds, one directly on the kakuhu and one straight through the heart. Both are perfectly placed for an instant kill." Usually, after a battle between a CCG investigator and a ghoul, the scene would be a chaotic mess. Yet here, there were barely any traces of struggle. This meant only one thing. Uchiha Byakuya had killed the ghoul in seconds, and his attacks were so precise that there wasn't a single unnecessary wound. This level of lethality and efficiency was far beyond what a normal second-class investigator was capable of. No wonder they say he's a genius from that place. Getting promoted to second class immediately after joining CCG isn't just luck. I also noticed that Uchiha-senpai didn't have a single scratch on him. His combat skills are insane. We have to spend 2 whole years at the Investigator Academy just to have a chance at second class. The gap between us and someone like him is way too big. Most of the cleanup team were around the same age as Byakuya. Yet to them, he was already a figure worthy of admiration. Capítulo 9, Tiger Mask. After returning home, Byakuya took a quick shower before collapsing onto his bed, ready for sleep. Regardless of whether one was human, ghoul, half-human, or half-ghoul, sleep was still a necessity. He placed the Quink briefcase beside his bed, deciding not to store it back in Kamui's dimension. Using space-time transfer techniques consumed RC cells and ocular power, and in his current state, he couldn't afford to overuse his main Jikayo Sharingan. His body was slightly weakened from using Kamui earlier, but it wasn't serious. After a full night's rest, he would recover naturally. Tonight's battle had proven something. Even with just the base abilities of his main Jikayo Sharingan, he could easily overpower an average ghoul. And that was while using only a B-rank Quink. As long as he didn't act recklessly, his main Jikayo's passive enhancements were already more than sufficient. Before sleeping, Byakuya opened the system shop through his mental command. Tier 1 system shop. Item, Rinnegan Tamo mask. Description, identical to the white, Tamo-patterned mask worn by Abido Uchiha during the early 4th Great Ninja War. No special effects, purely for identity concealment. Price, 5 attribute points. Item, Tiger Stripe mask. Description, identical to the red tiger stripe mask worn by Abido Uchiha on the night of the red moon. No special effects, purely for identity concealment. Includes a red moon night Abido outfit plus chain weapon as a bonus. Price, 5 attribute points. Item, low-grade lifespan pill. Description, consuming 1 pill extends lifespan by 1 year. Once taken, freezes physical appearance until the extended lifespan expires. Unlimited purchases available. Price, 10 attribute points. Item, RC cell storage device. Description, stores excess RC cells. When using main Jikayo Sharingan abilities, the device will automatically consume stored RC cells instead of draining the user's own. Also prevents RC levels from rising too high, which could otherwise cause ghoul-like symptoms such as an inability to eat normal food. Price, 50 attribute points. The system shop interface appeared before Byakuya's eyes. Though currently only Tier 1, the 4 available items were all valuable. The masks could help conceal his identity whenever he used Kamui. Since activating main Jikayo Sharingan caused his eyes to turn glow red, it was dangerously easy for others to mistake him for a ghoul. If the wrong people found out his identity and assumed he was a ghoul, his life could be in serious danger, not just from the CCG, but from the forces that even Ito feared. Wearing a mask while using Kamui would be the safest option. The lifespan pill could resolve one of his biggest weaknesses. In C as a half-human, his lifespan was only half that of a normal human. He had at most 35 years to live, just like Aramakishu. But with this pill, that problem could be easily solved. As for the RC cell storage device, the price seemed high, but in reality this item was essential. As he continued to grow stronger, his RC cell count would increase as well. Once his RC levels surpassed a certain threshold, he would lose the ability to eat normal food, just like a ghoul. The only known exceptions to this rule were naturally born half-ghouls, like Yashimura Ito. They could still eat human food, even if their RC levels exceeded normal human limits. For Byakuya, The RC storage device would prevent this ghoul-like side effect, allowing him to retain his humanity while still utilizing his Mangekyo Sharingan's power. Eating human flesh was something Uchiha Byakuya absolutely refused to do. That made the RC cell storage device an essential item for him. However, he only had 13 attribute points at the moment. I should buy something useful for future operations first. After some thought, he made his decision. The first item he would purchase was the tiger stripe mask. Ding, the host has successfully purchased tiger stripe mask. -5 attribute points, current attribute points, 8. The mask didn't immediately appear in Byakuya's hands. It must be in the system inventory. He opened the system panel to check. Host, Uchiha Byakuya. Species, half-human. Affiliation, CCG second-class investigator, public, Sunlit Garden half-human, secret. Age, 18. Physical strength, 20. RC cell value, 600. Current attribute points, 8 total earned, 113. Inventory, tiger stripe mask. Aside from minor updates, a new section had been added, inventory. As expected, the tiger stripe mask was stored inside. Byakuya mentally activated it. Immediately, a red tiger-striped mask appeared on his face. The orange-red mask was adorned with black stripes, resembling a tiger's fur pattern. Although it only had one visible eye hole on the right side, it didn't interfere with his dual Kamui abilities. This was a special effect of the mask. His left eye could still see through it and use its Mangekyo Sharingan abilities, but others wouldn't be able to see his left eye from the outside. Byakuya picked up a small mirror from his bedside table and examined his reflection. Not that bad. With the mask on, his face was completely concealed, only his right Kamui eye was visible. Wait, doesn't this make me look like a one-eyed ghoul? Or more accurately, a half-ghoul? Byakuya deactivated the mask, and it vanished back into his inventory. His true face reappeared in the mirror. Just like in his previous life, his features were exactly the same. While he wasn't unrealistically handsome, his sharp, refined features gave him an undeniable attractiveness. His expression was naturally intense, giving him a calm and serious aura. Unlike cheerful and outgoing personalities, he had a colder, more composed demeanor. But that was to be expected. Very few Uchiha were known for being sunny and cheerful. In that sense, Byakuya felt he had lived up to the Uchiha name. The next morning, CCG 2nd Ward Branch. Byakuya was summoned back to the CCG branch office. Naturally, it was regarding last night's ghoul elimination. Second-class Uchiha, I heard you successfully completed your mission. The autopsy report confirmed that both fatal wounds were inflicted by your quink, Eric. Excellent work. The speaker was Byakuya's superior officer, the squad leader of his team. A first-class investigator named Sakai Joji. Like Byakuya, he was also a half-human from the Sunlit Garden. The memories implanted by the system told Byakuya that Sakai was a straightforward and easygoing person. Now that he was meeting him face-to-face, it seemed the memory was accurate. You're too kind, first-class Sakai. Byakuya replied calmly. Hahaha, no need to be so modest, Uchiha. The cleanup team was raving about you when they returned. Sakai Joji laughed heartily and clapped Byakuya on the shoulder. Keep it up, I have high hopes for you. You might just become a special-class investigator in the future. Thank you. Byakuya nodded expressionlessly, showing no particular emotional reaction. After that, he went through the usual post-mission procedures, including commendations and psychological counseling. CCG required all investigators who had fought ghouls to undergo mental evaluations. The reason was simple. Ghouls looked basically exactly like humans, and for some people, this psychological disconnect could lead to severe mental trauma. If left unchecked, many investigators developed PTSD or even psychotic breakdowns. After Byakuya left, another first-class investigator, one of Sakai's closer colleagues, walked over and remarked in surprise. Sakai, you're joking, right? Becoming a special-class investigator isn't that easy. The difficulty of reaching special class was astronomical. Throughout all of Tokyo, there were fewer than 10 special class investigators. To qualify for promotion, one needed an absolutely exceptional record. Of course, I know that. Sakai grinned confidently. but my gut tells me Uchiha has a real shot at special class. At the very least, he'll make associate special class. The other investigator frowned slightly. Associate special class maybe, but special class, that's a long shot. Sakai simply crossed his arms and smirked. Well, we'll just have to wait and see, won't we? Capítulo 10, Discussion at Home. The ghoul Byakuya eliminated yesterday was thus officially added to his record. The report even detailed his quink usage during the fight. However, a single battle wouldn't be enough for him to immediately advance to first-class investigator. Eliminating a B-rank ghoul wasn't enough to be considered an achievement. To secure a promotion, he would need to take down multiple A-rank ghouls. And to reach senior investigator, first class, he would need to eliminate at least one S-rank ghoul. But the fastest way to climb the ranks: participate in large-scale ghoul extermination operations and distinguish himself with an outstanding performance. Taking down a B-rank ghoul was simply too minor of an achievement. Unless he racked up dozens, if not hundreds, of confirmed kills, it wouldn't mean much. You're on administrative leave for a while, take this time to relax. But be sure to keep your quink close at all times, just in case. Sakai Joji reminded him. Got it, I'll be careful. Byakuya nodded. Administrative leave meant temporary exemption from active duty, allowing investigators to rest and recover. They continued to receive full pay, but were required to attend mandatory psychological evaluations. After leaving the CCG branch, Byakuya headed back to Shui Publishing. Under normal circumstances, his investigation mission was already complete. He had no real reason to continue working undercover at Shui. However, there was still one unresolved matter: Yoshimura Ito's publishing contract. Until that was finalized, Byakuya planned to stay at Shui Publishing. CCG rarely interfered with their investigators' private lives, unless it directly impacted their duties. So staying at Shui wasn't an issue. Of course, he couldn't guarantee daily attendance, but as a CCG investigator, Shui wouldn't dare to give him trouble over absences. Despite having fought a ghoul just last night, Byakuya showed up to work the next day as if nothing had happened. As he clocked in, something occurred to him. Wait, doesn't the system also have a sign-in function? Ding, the host has completed today's sign-in. Reward, +1 attribute point. Note: sign in for 7 consecutive days right arrow bonus, +5 attribute points. Sign in for 15 consecutive days right arrow bonus, +10 attribute points. Sign in for 30 consecutive days right arrow bonus, +20 attribute points. At first, the daily rewards were small. But over time, they would add up significantly. Since he was still a CCG investigator, Byakuya brought his quink to the office. To avoid drawing attention, he concealed the briefcase inside a regular bag. That way, no one would suspect anything. Today, his tasks were simple. Review the electronic manuscript of Dear Kafka and add editorial notes. All that was left was to follow up on Yoshimura Ito's publishing process. Thanks to his Manjikayo Sharingan, he could speed-read through text while retaining every detail. However, he still needed to carefully add comments to certain sections, and that was what took time. By the time his shift ended, he had finished reviewing the entire manuscript. At around 200,000 to 300,000 words, it was a mid-length novel, perfect for publishing as a single book. After work, he had dinner, then made a call to Ito. Takatsuki-sensei, I've finished reviewing your manuscript and added my notes. If you're free tonight, would you like to come over to discuss it? All right, but I don't know your address. I'll text you my address, see you soon. Byakuya ended the call and immediately sent Yoshimura Ito his location. Around 30 minutes later, a soft knock sounded at the door, followed by Ito's voice. Uchiha-san, it's me. Byakuya opened the door, confirming that it was indeed Ito. Judging by the time it took her to arrive, she had likely walked the entire way. Please come in, Takatsuki-sensei. I apologize for the humble accommodations. Before Ito's arrival, Byakuya had already hidden his quink briefcase inside his wardrobe. Just to be safe. It's fine. Ito stepped inside. Despite being a ghoul, she was still familiar with human customs. For example, she removed her shoes upon entering. I forgot to prepare an extra pair of slippers. Byakuya suddenly realized his oversight. After all, he had only been in this world for 2 days, and hadn't yet adjusted to all the minor cultural details. It's okay, I don't mind. Ito replied indifferently. All right then, let's get straight to it, here's your manuscript with my comments. Byakuya pulled an extra chair to his desk, offering it to Ito. She climbed onto the chair, her small stature evident. Her legs were too short to reach the floor, so she instinctively swung them back and forth while seated. Over the next 2.5 hours, they thoroughly discussed the manuscript, making preliminary decisions on certain revisions. By the time they finished, it was already 10 p.m. Even though they hadn't covered everything, Byakuya decided to pause for the night. It's getting late, let's continue tomorrow or whenever you're free. Byakuya closed the document and suggested something unexpected. Since it's already so late, would you like me to walk you home? He knew perfectly well that Ito didn't need an escort. But to maintain his normal human editor act, it made sense for him to show concern for his contracted author. Besides, he fully expected Ito to refuse. So his question was merely a formality. However, to his surprise, Ito agreed immediately. Sure. Byakuya maintained his calm demeanor, pretending it was no big deal. All right then, let's go. By now, pedestrians were scarce. Most people avoided dark alleyways, fearing the ghouls that lurked in the shadows. Many ghouls had fully integrated into human society, but the majority still viewed humans as nothing more than prey. As they walked, Byakuya remained unarmed, but with Kamui, he could handle anything. Suddenly, a large, drunken man stumbled toward them. His breath reeked of alcohol, and his steps were unsteady. As soon as he saw Ito, his eyes lit up with lust. Hey there, little lady. Hick, how about coming to have a few drinks with me? To Byakuya's mild surprise, Ito immediately agreed. Sure. She then turned to Byakuya. Uchiha-san, thanks for walking me this far. I have something to take care of now. Byakuya instantly understood her intentions. Ito had just chosen her next meal. Hazihahe. The drunkard grinned lecherously, his disgusting laughter filling the air. Deep in Ito's eyes, a flicker of disgust appeared. Behind that disgust, a hidden murderous intent. Byakuya sighed internally. Not happening. Bam! Byakuya suddenly punched the drunkard square in the face, knocking out one of his front teeth. Before the man could react, Byakuya followed up with a knee strike to the gut. Gah! The drunkard collapsed to the ground, clutching his stomach. He vomited violently, spewing his dinner onto the pavement, mixed with blood and saliva. Byakuya didn't spare him a single glance. He simply grabbed Ito's wrist and walked away. With her petite frame, Ito had no way to resist as she was effortlessly pulled along by Byakuya. For the first time that night, Ito looked genuinely surprised. What the hell is this human doing? Capitulo 11, ATM. After walking a fair distance, Byakuya finally came to a stop. At the same time, he also let go of Ito's wrist. Why did you just stop me? Ito looked up at him, curious yet slightly irritated. Do you really need to ask? Byakuya responded smoothly, having already prepared his excuse. I'm your editor. Do you think I'd just stand by and watch you throw yourself into danger like that? If you're really struggling financially, I'll try to help you out with more funds. Silence. Ito paused for a moment, then sighed. Fine, then let's make it simple. Just give me another 10,000 yen. In truth, she hadn't approached that drunkard for money. She had intended to lure him somewhere isolated and devour him. For a ghoul, human flesh was essential to maintaining strength. It would also accelerate her recovery. Her Kakuhu injury was still quite a problem. But since Byakuya had interfered, she might as well play along and ask for more cash. At the same time, Ito felt something strange. It's been so long since someone actually cared about me. This feeling isn't so bad. Byakuya raised an eyebrow in surprise. Wait already? I just gave you 10,000 yen yesterday, and you need more already. I spent a little too much. Ito stated shamelessly, her tone completely unapologetic. If you don't want to, that's fine. I'll just go back and find that drunk guy again. All right, I get it. Byakuya sighed and handed over another 10,000 yen bill. As she accepted the money, Ito's lips curled into a mischievous smirk, a smile so faint that most people wouldn't even notice it. Heth, I think I just found myself a walking ATM. Of course, she would be careful not to scare him off too quickly. But as far as she was concerned, earning money from writing was unreliable. For now, at least, her organization, Aogiri Tree, had some funding secured. Meanwhile, Byakuya had no idea that Ito had already labeled him a personal ATM. Not that he particularly cared about the money. As a second-class CCG investigator, his base salary was over 400,000 yen per month. He also received additional bonuses for completing missions. Since the CCG operated as a government agency, investigator salaries were high due to the inherent danger of the job. Money wasn't his concern, strength was. A strong investigator never had to worry about wealth. We're almost there. You don't have to walk me any further, Uchiha-san. Ito came to a stop, speaking calmly. Her base was still a bit farther ahead, but there was no way she would let him follow her there. All right then, take care, Takatsuki-sensei. Byakuya nodded slightly. Yeah, see you. Ito replied softly. Ding, daily sign-in completed, +1 attribute point earned. Ding, daily sign-in completed, +1 attribute point earned. Over the next few days, Byakuya settled into a routine. Worked at Shui Publishing as usual. Reviewed and revised Dear Kafka with Ito. The first revision of Dear Kafka was now nearly finalized. And every step of the revision process, Ito had completed using Byakuya's computer. The reason it was called the first revision was simple. A single draft was never the final version. Most works underwent multiple rounds of refinement, sometimes even over a dozen. Of course, whether to revise or not was entirely up to the author. A good editor never forced changes upon a writer after signing a contract. Any editor who demanded excessive rewrites was simply unprofessional. Meanwhile, Byakuya's administrative leave was coming to an end. Over the past few days, he had attended 3 mandatory psychological evaluations, and as expected, they found no issues. After confirming his mental stability, his leave was promptly shortened. Not that he minded. In fact, this worked in his favor. Byakuya wasn't interested in sitting around doing nothing for too long. That evening, as usual, Ito showed up at Byakuya's apartment. By this point, they didn't even need to schedule meetings anymore. After dinner, Ito would simply show up on her own. Tonight, they began working on the second revision. Every version was carefully backed up, including the original draft. Although Ito's primary reason for interacting with Byakuya was financial, she still deeply cared about her work. For her, the creative process was something she genuinely enjoyed. That's why she took their discussions and revisions seriously. Before they knew it, it was nearly 10 p.m. Ito got up to leave. However, before stepping out the door, she suddenly asked something. By the way, Uchiha-san, now that you've read my work, what are your detailed thoughts on it? Byakuya took a moment to reflect. If I had to sum it up, your writing is excellent. Despite the heavy use of poetic imagery, it never feels dull or overwhelming. But beneath the surface, there's an unmistakable undercurrent of sorrow. A deep, unspoken grief, resentment, emptiness, and loneliness. Your protagonist is utterly hopeless, never expecting nor trusting anyone. Even when they find new companions, they always end up alone once more. His Mangekyo Sharingan granted him perfect recall. He could analyze and interpret a story's themes and emotional depth with remarkable precision. Ito was stunned. You're exactly right, that's precisely what my novel is about. For a brief moment, she was genuinely surprised. Byakuya had managed to grasp the essence of her work so completely. It was almost unsettling. No wonder he's already an editor at his age. He looks so young, probably not even 20, but his insight is remarkable. Most editors were middle-aged men or women. Even the youngest professionals were usually in their late 20s or early 30s. Yet here was Byakuya, far younger than the average editor, yet also far more perceptive than most. It's incredible. I remember Takatsuki-sensei is still just a middle school student, right? And yet, you're able to write something with this kind of depth. Almost as though you've experienced years of unbearable darkness yourself. Byakuya remarked. Of course, he already knew the truth. Ito had grown up in the most brutal place imaginable, the 24th Ward. The only region in all of Tokyo where the CCG had no presence. a lawless domain where only the strong survived. There, the fastest way to grow powerful was through cannibalism, also known as kakuju devouring or kakuja evolution. To live in the 24th ward, one had to constantly kill and consume. That was why, at just 14 years old, Ito had already become an SSS-ranked ghoul. The infamous one-eyed owl. Her life in the 24th ward had been filled with endless violence and despair. The kind of suffering that few could even begin to imagine. Capítulo 12, Ward 24. Is it really that dramatic? Maybe I just have a natural talent for this type of stuff. Ito brushed off the question casually, deflecting the conversation. Her writing was indeed deeply influenced by her past, but there was no way she could let anyone know about that. That makes sense. Takatsuki-sensei is definitely a genius. Byakuya didn't press the issue and simply agreed. See you tomorrow. No wait, I have something to do. Let's meet in a few days instead. With that, Ito left for the night. It was a perfectly normal thing to say, yet to Byakuya, it immediately raised a red flag. If Ito says she has something to do for the next few days, then it's almost certainly another one-eyed owl operation. Unfortunately, he had no way of determining exactly what she was planning. The current timeline was set 10 years before the main events of Tokyo Ghoul, and the source material provided very little information about this period. Ding, daily sign-in completed, +1 attribute point earned. Ding, 7-day streak achieved, bonus +5 attribute points earned. CCG Second Ward Branch, morning. Byakuya reported back to the CCG branch as his administrative leave officially ended. Looks like Uchiha's doing fine. You're officially back on active duty today. Sakai Joji confirmed his return to the squad. Byakuya nodded before getting straight to the point. Captain Sakai, are there any current assignments related to the 24th ward? The 24th ward, a lawless underground labyrinth where even the CCG feared to tread. It was also Ito's birthplace. And in the future, her organization, Aogiri Tree, would claim it as their domain. The 24th ward, funny you ask, HQ is currently assembling an expedition team to investigate it. Sakai replied, they've been calling on different branches to provide additional manpower. I see, and what's the team composition so far? Byakuya pressed further. Not sure about all the details, but I do know one special class investigator and one associate special class investigator have already joined. Specifically, Maru Itsuki and Mado Kasuka. Hearing that, Byakuya immediately understood. This expedition was highly dangerous, and the CCG was taking it very seriously. After all, sending both a special class and an associate special class investigator to lead a squad wasn't normal protocol. Of those two names, Maru Itsuki was the special class investigator leading the operation. Mado Kasuka was the associate special class investigator, the strongest female investigator in the CCG at the time. At just 28 years old, she had already risen to an elite position. Unfortunately, in the original timeline, her story simply ended in tragedy. I want to apply for a position in the 24th Ward investigation team, Byakuya declared firmly. At this point, he was almost certain that Ito was planning something in the 24th Ward. However, that wasn't the reason he wanted to go. He wasn't looking to track her down. He wanted to prevent the tragic events that were about to unfold. Byakuya knew exactly what was going to happen. The expedition team would travel deep into the 24th Ward, where they would inevitably encounter the one-eyed owl. Realizing they were outmatched, Maru Itsuki would order a full retreat, leaving behind their strongest fighter, Mado Kasuka. Investigator ranks didn't solely reflect strength, they primarily measured achievements and contributions. That meant Maru Itsuki, despite holding the title of Special Class Investigator, was actually weaker than Mado Kasuka, the Associate Special Class Investigator. If Kasuka hadn't died, she would have inevitably been promoted to Special Class. She simply hadn't accumulated enough achievements yet. Unfortunately, when the investigation team returned from the 24th Ward, they found Mado Kasuka's corpse, her face unrecognizable, her body devoured beyond recognition by the one-eyed owl. But the tragedy didn't end there. Among the investigators on that expedition was Mado Kurio, Kasuka's husband. When he saw what had become of his wife, he completely snapped. His mind shattered, and he descended into madness. From that moment on, he became obsessed with vengeance, vowing to kill the one-eyed owl at any cost. His hatred toward ghouls became uncontrollable, turning him into a ruthless fanatic. Even innocent ghouls, those who tried to live peacefully, were shown no mercy. He hunted them without hesitation, torturing and butchering them mercilessly. The tragic fates of so many characters in Tokyo Ghoul could be traced back to Mato Kiryo's descent into madness. The death of Kirishima Arata, father of Tauka and Ayato Kirishima. The murder of Fuguchi Asaki and Fuguchi Ryauko, parents of Hinami Fuguchi. All of these tragedies stemmed from Mato Kiryo's grief-fueled insanity. But it's not like his hatred wasn't justified. Any husband who saw his wife's mutilated corpse would lose themselves to despair. And that was why Byakuya had to stop it. If he could prevent Mato Kasuka's death, then perhaps he could stop the chain of tragedies before it began. Ding, hidden quest activated, 24th Ward Expedition. Quest 1, successfully join the 24th Ward Investigation Team. Reward, plus 10 attribute points. The moment Byakuya submitted his request to join the expedition, the system confirmed that he had triggered a hidden mission. Now, he had even more reason to go. CCG Branch, 2nd Ward. You're seriously joining that squad? You better think this through. Sakai Joji frowned, clearly concerned. We've sent teams into the 24th Ward before, and every time it's been a disaster. High casualties, zero progress. That place is basically a giant ghoul stronghold. There are no humans living there at all. Sakai liked Byakuya. He recognized his potential and didn't want him to die before he had an actual chance at growing stronger. After all, Byakuya was still just a second-class investigator. The 24th Ward was far too dangerous for someone at his level. Although Sakai knew that Byakuya's strength exceeded his rank, there was one critical issue. A second-class investigator was only authorized to wield B-rank quinks. In battle, quinks were everything. Having a low-grade quink severely limited an investigator's combat potential. I've already made up my mind. Byakuya's response was firm. There was no hesitation in his voice. Fine, just be careful. And make sure you stick close to Mato Kasuka. She's the strongest fighter on the squad. Sakai warned. Byakuya remained silent, only giving a slight nod. There was no need to correct him because soon, the entire squad would realize the harsh truth. Their strongest fighter wouldn't be nearly strong enough. Against the one-eyed owl, even Mato Kasuka would be helpless. All right, I'll submit your request. If everything goes smoothly, you'll have an answer by today or tomorrow at the latest. Honestly, they'll probably approve it immediately. That squad is always short on people. Everyone knows how dangerous the 24th Ward is, and most people don't want to go. Sakai sighed. Thanks, Sakai-san. Byakuya replied calmly. That afternoon, as expected, it only took a few hours for his request to be approved. Byakuya was immediately transferred from Sakai's squad to the 24th Ward Investigation Team. His new commanding officers were Special Class Investigator Marud Itsuki, Associate Special Class Investigator Mato Kasuka. And just like that, Byakuya was ordered to head to the 23rd Ward immediately. The investigation team was stationed there, preparing for the operation. Once their numbers were deemed sufficient, they would descend into the depths of the 24th Ward. Capitulo 13, to Sen Takatsuki. Byakuya had finally arrived at CCG's 23rd Ward branch. This was where the investigation team for the 24th Ward mission had gathered. I'm Uchiha Byakuya, second-class investigator from the 2nd Ward branch. My assigned quink is B rank. He kept his introduction brief and professional. It was standard practice to mention one's quink rank, but revealing its name or abilities, even to colleagues, was generally discouraged. Byakuya was still dressed in his usual black trench coat. The only difference was the new white dove emblem pinned to his chest, a symbol of CCG investigator status. His quink briefcase was placed nearby. There was no need to carry it around at all times while inside a CCG facility. The mission briefing. I'll be leading this expedition. The speaker was Marud Itsuki, their commanding officer for the operation. Get some rest tonight, we move out tomorrow morning. Our objective is to explore deeper into the 24th Ward, gather as much intel as possible. We still know too little about what's really down there. With that, Maru dismissed them all. The investigators were now free to spend their time however they wished, either staying at the branch or returning to their temporary lodgings. Byakuya decided to stay at the branch. He wanted to use CCG's database to gather intel. After all, this was 10 years before the original Tokyo Ghoul timeline. No matter how much he knew about the future, his knowledge of this era was limited. Just as Byakuya was about to look for a public terminal, a voice called out from beside him. "Investigator Uchiha, may I take a look at your quink?" The one who spoke was Mato Kiryu. At this point in time, Kiryu was still under 30 years old. He wore a black suit, his face thin but not yet haggard. Unlike the obsessed and broken man from the original timeline, this version of Mato Kiryu still retained some of his youth and composure. Even so, asking to see someone else's quink right away. Byakuya couldn't help but think, so he was already obsessed with quinks even this early, huh? Ah right, almost forgot to introduce myself. I'm first-class investigator Mato Kiryu. Kiryu added. Byakuya considered it for a moment. Letting Kiryu examine a B-rank quink wasn't a big deal. Had it been a rank or higher, he might have hesitated. He was about to hand over his quink case when a woman's voice interrupted. Ignore him. Byakuya turned to see an attractive woman in her early 30s. She had delicate features and shoulder-length short, blonde hair, and was dressed in a white combat uniform. She carried herself with the authority of an elite investigator. This was Mato Kasuga, their strongest fighter and the associate special class investigator leading the squad. He's always been obsessed with quinks. But a quink is an investigator's most important weapon. You shouldn't casually hand it over to anyone. She said, her voice firm. Understood. Byakuya nodded without protest. Right now, he was still just a normal, second-class investigator. Obedient, disciplined, and loyal to his superiors. Between a first-class investigator and an associate special-class investigator, there was no question whose authority took priority. Ah, well. Faced with Mato Kasuga's firm rejection, Mato Kiryu awkwardly scratched his head. Even though she was his wife, she was also his superior officer, not to mention, she had once been his instructor at the academy. And on top of that, he was the one who married into the Mato family. Originally, Kiryu held a different surname. But when he married Kasuga, he took her last name instead. The reason? Kasuga thought it was too much of a hassle to change her surname after marriage. Kiryu, being head over heels for her, simply went along with it. Thus, the former instructor and her student became husband and wife. That was also why Kasuga was not only stronger than Kiryu, but ranked significantly higher in the CCG. That said, Kiryu's potential was not to be underestimated. In the original timeline, he would go on to achieve great success in the CCG, racking up enough merits and achievements to be eligible for promotion to Associate Special Class, or even Special Class. However, he refused every promotion, believing that rising too high in rank would place him under stricter CCG oversight, which would, in turn, hinder his pursuit of revenge against the one-eyed owl. Ultimately, his obsession with quinks and his hatred of ghouls led to his downfall. In a desperate battle, he was finally killed by Tauka Kirishima and Hinami Fuguchi. Get some rest. Motto First Class, make sure you get proper rest tonight. Tomorrow, once we enter the 24th ward, we must be fully prepared for anything. Kasuga reminded him strictly. Even in public settings, she always addressed him formally. Yes, ma'am. Kiryu could only nod reluctantly before leaving. His curiosity about Byakuya's quink remained. But he had no choice but to drop the subject. Same goes for you, Investigator Uchiha, rest well, see you tomorrow. Kasuga told him before heading off to handle other duties. For the rest of the day, Byakuya divided his time between mealtime and sleep, reviewing all available public intel on the 24th ward, getting acquainted with the rest of the squad. The entire investigation team consisted of over 20 members. The lowest-ranking investigator present was second class. Their commanding officers were Special Class Investigator Maru Itsuki, Squad Leader; Associate Special Class Investigator Mato Kasuga, Vice Leader. Even with such a strong lineup, there was still a palpable tension in the air. Before deployment, each investigator was required to submit a written will. This was a standard protocol for any high-risk missions. The CCG made sure that if an investigator fell in battle, they would at least leave behind something for their family. That night, writing his will, Byakuya sat at his temporary lodging, his gaze resting on a blank sheet of paper before him. Frankly, he had no idea what to write nor who to write to. He had no family in this world. If he died, his will would be pointless. After thinking for a long while, ruminating, he finally wrote down just a few simple words. Wishing dear Kafka a successful release. To Sen Takatsuki. At this moment, the only person he could call a friend in this world was Ito Yoshimura, or rather, Sen Takatsuki. Of course, as long as he didn't die, the CCG would never deliver this letter to Sen Takatsuki. Nor would they ever open it. So, in the end, it didn't really matter what he wrote. Daybreak set in, and the investigation team deployed. The moment Byakuya set foot into the 24th ward, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding, quest completed. Quest 1, successfully join the investigation team and enter the 24th ward. Reward, plus 10 attribute points. Ding, quest 2 activated. Quest 2, repel the SSS-rated ghoul, the one-eyed owl. Reward, plus 100 attribute points. Capitulo 14, Underground Maze. A mission to repel the one-eyed owl. They really weren't holding back on the difficulty for him, huh? Byakuya had already planned to prevent Ito from killing Mado Kasuga, but fighting her head-on had never been part of his plan. He had only intended to rescue Kasuga and retreat, not to engage in battle. However, since the system's quest demanded it, if things came to it, he might as well see how far he could push himself against an SSS-rated ghoul. The Underground Labyrinth, 24th Ward. Technically speaking, the 24th Ward wasn't even a formal district. It was, in reality, a vast underground maze, excavated by ghouls themselves. Nearly half of Tokyo's underground was considered part of the 24th Ward. Its true depth was unknown. Rumors claimed that deep within lay the stronghold of countless powerful ghouls. Because of its inhospitable nature, it was impossible for normal humans to survive there. This was why CCG had never established a branch inside the 24th Ward, unlike in the other 23 districts. Instead, all they could do was send investigation teams to scout and gather intel on this mysterious labyrinth. The CCG had discovered multiple entrances to the 24th Ward, but the one bordering the 23rd Ward was the most frequently used. This entrance was the safest, at least in terms of known intelligence. Previous investigation teams had already explored portions of the maze, allowing for some navigational familiarity. Thus, instead of risking unknown pathways, the CCG always stuck to the same entry point, thus minimizing the chances of being ambushed. At this moment, Byakuya's unit had officially entered the 24th Ward. Everyone stay alert. Walking at the front of the formation, Marudetsuki issued a stern warning. A ghoul could attack at any moment. The other investigators nodded grimly. They knew all too well how dangerous this place was. Nobody dared to take their safety lightly. Byakuya was no exception. He had always been cautious by nature. Even possessing the double Kamui didn't make him reckless. As he scanned his surroundings, he took a closer look at the maze's walls. If his memory was correct, these walls were actually formed from RC cells, just like how CCG's Quinks were crafted. The difference was, Quinks were a CCG innovation, while the 24th Ward Labyrinth was a ghoul-engineered structure. Since CCG and the ghouls had entirely different technologies, they had never been able to analyze or counteract the maze's composition. This was also why CCG's investigations had been so difficult. Since breaking through walls required excessive energy and resources, they had to painstakingly map out the tunnels through exploration alone. Just then, Byakuya spotted movement ahead. A figure crouched on the ground, loudly gnawing at something fleshy and raw. It was obviously a ghoul. And yet, aside from Byakuya, no one else had noticed it yet. The team continued forward. Finally, when they got close enough, Marud suddenly halted in his tracks. Stop! His sharp command made everyone freeze immediately. Prepare for combat. Marud's voice was heavy with tension. Hearing the sudden noise, the ghoul looked up sharply. It immediately abandoned the half-eaten human corpse it had been feeding on. Then, in a panic, it turned and bolted deeper into the tunnels. At the same time, it began to shout frantically. "Doves, doves are here again." Its urgent cries echoed throughout the underground corridors. "Just our luck." Marud sighed. "We barely entered, and we're already about to be dragged into a fight." In the 24th Ward Labyrinth, encountering a ghoul almost always meant facing an overwhelming assault from multiple ghouls. This was the main reason why past CCG investigation teams had suffered such heavy casualties. It was inevitable, after all, the 24th Ward was the nest of ghouls. No matter what, they would eventually run into them. "Don't act recklessly. Wait for my command before making a move," Marud Itsuki ordered, his gaze locked on the depths of the labyrinth ahead. The rest of the team remained on standby, gripping their quink cases tightly. The tension in the air was so thick that they could almost hear their own hearts pounding. Aside from Marud, the calmest people in the group were Mado Kasuga and Uchiha Byakuya, followed closely by Mado Kiryu. A few moments later, just as expected, more than 10 ghouls surged out from the depths of the maze. "They're here, equip your quinks," Marud immediately commanded. Everyone swiftly unlocked the biometric locks on their cases, equipping their respective quinks. Each quink came in a unique form, as no two were identical. The original Kagyun used to create them had belonged to different ghouls, each one a unique being. Uchiha Byakuya had positioned himself toward the middle rear of the formation. Given his rank, he couldn't be on the front lines like Marud, a special class, or Mado Kasuga, a first class. In an instant, the ghouls lunged viciously toward them, nearly breaking through the formation. One of them rushed directly at Byakuya, locking onto him as its target. "Watch out, second-class Uchiha," Mado Kiryu called out. Perhaps because Byakuya was a newcomer, both to the CCG and this investigation squad, Kiryu seemed to be keeping an eye out for him. Even in the original timeline, Mado Kiryu had been known for looking after his colleagues, especially his subordinate and partner, Ammon Kaotaru. However, his kindness only extended to humans. When dealing with ghouls, his hatred and brutality knew no bounds. Byakuya sidestepped the ghoul's attack and countered with his quink, Eric, driving it straight through the ghoul's neck. Higher-rated ghouls had extraordinary regeneration, so even a severe wound like this wasn't necessarily fatal. But the ghoul Byakuya had encountered was clearly of a lower level. After struggling for a brief moment, it died completely. Ding, the host has defeated a B-rated ghoul. Reward, 3 attribute points. As expected, it was just a B-rated ghoul, and taking it down was effortless. "Thanks for the warning, Mado-senpai," Byakuya said politely. He had already foreseen the ghoul's movements perfectly, making any warnings unnecessary. But he chose to respond with gratitude. After all, Mado Kiryu had meant well. "Impressive," Mado Kiryu commented, genuinely surprised by Byakuya's combat skill. His level of technique and precision was undoubtedly a product of that place, the Sunlit Garden. After a brief moment of distraction, Kiryu refocused entirely on the battle. In the end, the skirmish concluded without any fatalities. Some investigators had sustained injuries, but thanks to the presence of Marud Itsuki and Mado Kasuga, the team had been able to handle the low-rated ghouls without suffering any major losses. Byakuya himself had defeated 3 B-rated ghouls, earning a total of 9 attribute points. "Let's rest here for a moment. Medics, tend to the wounded as quickly as possible. We'll continue once everyone is ready," Marud ordered. As Byakuya sat on a large rock to rest, Mado Kiryu came over and sat beside him. "Second-class Uchiha, you did well back there. It's a shame you're only equipped with a B-rated quink. Once we return, I'll put in a request for you to get an A-rated quink." Capitulo 15, Encounter with the One-Eyed Owl. Mado Kiryu's obsession with quinks manifested in many ways. Not only did he love researching them, but he also placed great importance on their strength. In his opinion, a B-rated quink was no longer a good match for Uchiha Byakuya's skill level. And honestly, he wasn't wrong. However, without a higher investigator rank, obtaining a more advanced quink was difficult, unless one personally exterminated a high-ranking ghoul. For example, Byakuya was currently a second-class investigator, but if he were to take down an S-rated ghoul, the CCG would recover its Kagyun and convert it into an S-rated quink exclusively for him. I appreciate your concern, Mato-senpai, but I'm honestly not too worried about this, Byakuya replied. How can you not care? A quink is everything to an investigator, but I suppose I shouldn't impose my views on you. Despite his obsession with quinks, Kiryu wasn't the type to force his beliefs onto others. After a short break, Marud Itsuki gave the order to move forward. Having just secured a decisive victory in battle, the team's morale had improved significantly. Some investigators even started conversing in hushed tones. That last fight was close, but with Associate Special Class Mato here, things feel completely different. Yeah, I mean, she's as strong as a special class investigator. As long as we don't run into the one-eyed owl, we should be fine. Oi, don't jinx it. If that thing actually shows up, we're screwed. Relax. The one-eyed owl was just heavily injured by Iwao Kurowa and a squad of investigators, right? It should be laying low for a while. Hearing them mention the one-eyed owl, Byakuya's mouth twitched slightly. He knew they were absolutely about to run into it soon. These guys really had the worst possible timing to run their mouths. The squad continued to advance through the labyrinth of the 24th Ward. Thanks to intelligence gathered from previous CCG expeditions, Marud had a precise route to follow, preventing them from getting lost too early. However, the deeper they ventured, the harder the operation became. Information about the inner areas of the labyrinth was practically non-existent. Up ahead is F-124, but we'll need to push even further in, Marud warned the team. None of them yet realized just how severe the situation was. Except for Byakuya. He knew exactly what F-124 meant. Because this was where the one-eyed owl would appear. Sure enough, moments later, Byakuya's premonition came true. A lone figure emerged ahead. Shrouded in a long black cloak, their face was completely concealed. From their back, several Kagyun tendrils had already begun to emerge, though they had not yet entered their Kakuja state. They were still holding back. That's that thing, is that the one-eyed owl? Someone in the squad finally recognized the figure. It was no surprise. The one-eyed owl had attacked the Second Ward's CCG branch twice, and its image had long been circulated in official CCG reports and bounty notices. A heavy sense of suffocation fell over the entire squad. Cold sweat dripped from their tense faces. They were standing before the SSS-rated ghoul, the one-eyed owl. A ghoul so terrifying that it had nearly wiped out the entire Second Ward CCG branch single-handedly. They were up against an SSS-rated ghoul. And not just any, the one-eyed owl. Even Marud Itsuki, who had always prided himself on his composure, couldn't remain calm. His face darkened, already debating whether to order an immediate retreat. Meanwhile, Mato Kasuka stepped forward, positioning herself at the very front of the squad. She understood one thing very clearly. Aside from Marud, she was the only one here who could put up a fight against the one-eyed owl. Special Class Marud ordered the team to retreat now. Her voice was firm, commanding. If they didn't get out immediately, the entire team would be slaughtered. Marud hesitated for only a moment before making his decision. Change of plans, full retreat. No, Kasuka. Mato Kiryu immediately realized what was happening. His eyes widened in horror, and he rushed forward to stop her. It was obvious. Kasuka intended to stay behind and hold off the one-eyed owl alone while the rest of them escaped. This was her decision. And even though Marud hated it, he knew there was no other choice. Kiryu, if you stay here, none of us will make it. Marud grabbed Kiryu and forcefully dragged him away, ensuring he was pulled along with the retreating squad. He knew the truth, anyone left behind would die. And Kasuka was the only one who might be able to buy them some time. Let me go. Kiryu struggled violently, desperate to break free. There was no way he would stand by and watch his wife face the one-eyed owl alone. Kiryu. Kasuka turned her head slightly, offering him a gentle smile. Didn't we agree? When we're on duty, you're supposed to call me Associate Special Class Investigator Mato. Kiryu froze for a brief second, just 1 second. And in that moment of hesitation, Marud and the others had already dragged him away. The squad was too focused on restraining him to notice a certain individual lingering in the shadows. That individual was Uchiha Byakuya. He had deliberately positioned himself at the back, staying out of sight. That way, no one would notice him staying behind. Kasuka's attention remained entirely locked on the one-eyed owl, so she, too, failed to notice Byakuya. However, the one-eyed owl did. Kasuka was not the one the owl was looking at. The true target of those blood-red Kakugan was Byakuya. From the moment their eyes met, Yoshimura Ito had abandoned all thoughts of attacking the retreating investigators. Because among them was a familiar figure. Uchiha Byakuya. At first, she had been about to attack. Then she saw him, and for a split second, she hesitated. That single moment of hesitation was enough. In the original timeline, several investigators had already been slaughtered by this point. But because of Byakuya's presence, they had lived. Kasuka noticed the owl's strange reaction. She followed its gaze and saw Byakuya standing behind her. Second-class Byakuya. Her voice was sharp with urgency. Why haven't you evacuated? Because. Byakuya stepped forward calmly. I choose to fight alongside you, Associate Special Class motto. Kasuka's eyes widened in shock. Don't be ridiculous, you need to get out of here right now. Her focus remained on the owl, but her words were directed at Byakuya. There was no time to explain anything. If he stayed here any longer, he was as good as dead. But Byakuya didn't move. Because he had come for one reason only. To save Mado Kasuka. At that moment, the one-eyed owl moved. Its speed was terrifying, far beyond what the human eye could track. And its target was Kasuka. Capitulo 16, Declaration of War. The one-eyed owl's speed was beyond what the human eye could track. For Uchiha Byakuya, however, it was no problem at all. His Mangekyou Sharingan allowed him to follow every movement with ease. Mado Kasuka, of course, was no ordinary human either. Even against the owl's relentless attacks, she could still barely keep up. But the most terrifying thing was, the one-eyed owl hadn't even entered Kakuja form yet. Mado Kasuka had no time to waste on convincing Byakuya to flee. Right now, her only priority was protecting him while holding off the owl. With her S-rated quink, a long spear-like weapon, she positioned herself between Byakuya and the owl. Clang! Their weapons clashed. The one-eyed owl failed to land a direct hit, but Kasuka's quink had already begun to crack. It wouldn't last long, maybe a few more hits at best before it shattered completely. The sheer force behind the impact sent Kasuka stumbling backward, barely regaining her footing. And then, the one-eyed owl fully transformed. From the depths of its Kagyun, an overwhelming mass of RC cells surged forth, forming an enormous, monstrous figure towering 3 to 4 meters high. Its cloak remained draped over its form, concealing most of its grotesque Kakuja body. But its face, a mask entirely composed of Kagyun. A single, blood-red right eye gleaming through the darkness. This was the legendary one-eyed owl. Byakuya stared at Yoshimura Ito's Kakuja form, and sure enough, it matched the image in his memory. But at this point in time, it was still not as twisted and grotesque as the one from the original story. That was to be expected. 10 years later, Ito would have undergone countless cannibalistic evolutions, further mutating her Kakuja into an even larger, more monstrous form. Her current Kakuja, however, was nearly identical to the one that belonged to her father, Yoshimura Kyuzin, the non-killing owl. After all, Kyuzin had intentionally modeled his Kakuja after Ito's, to mislead their enemies and protect her identity. But as Ito continued devouring ghouls over the years, her strength far surpassed that of her father. Mado Kasuka's grip on her quink tightened. This was her first time facing the one-eyed owl's Kakuja form. And the pressure it exuded was unlike anything she had ever encountered before. Without warning, the owl's massive Kagyun arms swung toward her with terrifying force. Now that it was fully transformed, its attack speed and power had skyrocketed. This time even Kasuka couldn't react in time. Byakuya moved instantly. With blinding speed, he intercepted the attack, raising his B-rated quink, Eric, in an attempt to block it. Cracked. The impact was devastating. Byakuya's quink was instantly shattered, his weapon far too weak to withstand an SSS-rated ghoul's full force. Realizing this, Byakuya immediately retreated, avoiding being completely crushed in the process. However, his efforts were not in vain. By intercepting the strike, he had weakened its impact significantly. Kasuka managed to brace herself, raising her quink for a final block. Bang! The impact sent her skidding backward, her weapon flying out of her grasp and landing directly between her and the one-eyed owl. Kasuka's eyes widened in horror. This was bad. For a CCG investigator, losing their quink was equivalent to losing their life, especially against an SSS-rated ghoul like the one-eyed owl. For a brief moment, the owl suddenly paused and turned to glance at Uchiha Byakuya. Yoshimura Ito had originally planned to kill Mato Kasuka and leave, sparing Byakuya's life. She hated CCG investigators, killing them on sight without hesitation. And even though Byakuya was also a CCG investigator, he had helped her before. She could make an exception for him. But now, this guy actually had the nerve to fight her. Was he not afraid of death? Compared to Mato Kasuka, Byakuya seemed completely at ease. He casually tossed aside what was left of his broken quink, Eric, letting out a slight sigh. What a shame. He had barely even used this quink, and now it was already destroyed. Excuse me, I'll be borrowing this for a bit. Without hesitation, Byakuya picked up Mato Kasuka's S-rated quink from the ground. The moment he gripped it, he could immediately tell this quink was far superior to his previous B-rated Eric. Second-class Uchiha. Mato Kasuka's gaze flickered slightly. Technically, she should not allow anyone else to use her quink. But given the circumstances, even if she retrieved it from Byakuya, she still wouldn't be able to deal with the one-eyed owl. The gap in strength was simply too vast. And Byakuya. She had just witnessed something strange. His reactions against the owl, they were even better than hers. Maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea to let him try. Byakuya spun the spear-like quink twice in his hands, adjusting to the weight, then pointed it directly at the owl's chest. Come on, one-eyed owl. It was a clear challenge. His expression and stance didn't carry a single trace of recognition, as if he had no idea that the one-eyed owl was actually Yoshimura Ito. In return, Ito didn't think that Byakuya had recognized her either. And so she responded. Shing. From her back, an array of razor-sharp, feather-like projectiles shot forward at incredible speed, streaking toward Byakuya like a storm of blades. Her Kagyun was originally Yukaku type, just like her father, Yoshimura Kyuzin. And the feathered blades were one of its deadliest traits. Fast, sharp, and unyielding. Powerful Yukaku ghouls could annihilate entire squads of investigators in an instant. And now, the one-eyed owl was unleashing this upon Byakuya alone. She had changed her mind. Instead of killing him outright, she would turn him into a pincushion, leaving him alive but completely helpless. Then, as punishment, she would cut off one of his arms. A reminder and lesson. She had already given him a chance to run. But instead of escaping, he chose to fight her. Gratitude. Perhaps she felt a little of it toward Byakuya. But after spending her entire childhood surviving in the hellish depths of the 24th Ward, her mind had long since twisted into something far more monstrous than any Kagyun. To her, kindness meant nothing. Even if Byakuya had helped her before, she could still maim him without hesitation. But just as her feathered blades launched toward him, Byakuya had already moved. With his main Jikayo Sharingan, he had predicted the attack before it even began. The instant her Kagyun flexed, he had already calculated the exact trajectory of every single projectile. And so, by the time they shot forward, Byakuya had already vanished from their path, swiftly dodging all incoming blades with seemingly effortless precision. Capitulo 17, Successful Defeat. The moment the one-eyed owl fired her razor-sharp Kagyun projectiles, Uchiha Byakuya decisively allocated all of his available attribute points into physicality, enhancing his speed for better evasion. Current attribute points, 39 total accumulated, 144. Ding, attribute points successfully allocated. Physicality plus 39. Attribute points. Even after this boost, Byakuya's physical abilities were only about twice that of an average human. However, by predicting the exact trajectory of the owl's Yukaku projectiles beforehand, he was always able to stay one step ahead, dodging them by a hair's breadth. Seeing that her Kagyun blades were completely missing their target, Yoshimura Ito felt a flicker of surprise. So this guy has some skill after all. He was stronger than most of the CCG investigators she had encountered. But that woman had referred to him as a second-class investigator. Yet, judging from his actual abilities, he was far beyond what a normal second class should be capable of. Is this what the sunlit garden produces? From her position in the distance, Mado Kasuka couldn't help but feel astonished as she watched Byakuya's remarkable agility. CCG recruited investigators from Sunlit Garden almost every year, and every single one of them was an exception to the rules. Unlike normal recruits, they could skip the usual training process and immediately become second-class investigators. And for good reason, Sunlit Garden operatives were always exceptional. Their potential was far higher than the average investigator. And every once in a while, someone like Byakuya would appear, a recruit so strong that his actual power far exceeded his rank. Still, that was all she knew about the Sunlit Garden. What exactly it was, where it was located, or what happened inside, she had no idea. Just like the rest of CCG, who were kept completely in the dark. All Sunlit Garden operatives were absolutely silent about their origins. And so, the Sunlit Garden remained a mystery. Byakuya evaded the last of the Kagyun projectiles and immediately closed in on the one-eyed owl, his gaze steady and fearless. He knew, right now, the owl was still recovering from her serious injuries. She was nowhere near her full power. And compared to her future self, a decade later in the original timeline, her strength was on a completely different level. 10 years of cannibalization had mutated her Kagyun into something even more terrifying. If she had reached that stage already, Byakuya wouldn't even consider fighting her with just his Mangekyo Sharingan's base abilities. Rushing forward, he thrust the S-rated Quink's spear at the owl's Kagyun-covered arm. With the Quink's power, he could definitely injure her Kagyun appendages. But hurting her Kagyun meant nothing. A SSS-rated, full-body Kakuja ghoul had insane regenerative abilities. A wound could heal instantly. The only way to truly damage a ghoul at this level was to destroy their Kakuhu. And that was exactly why the owl still hadn't fully recovered. Her Kakuhu had been critically damaged in her last battle with Kurawa Iwao and multiple CCG operatives. Byakuya, however, had no chance of reaching her Kakuhu, which was positioned on her back. Not unless he used Kamui, but that would expose his Mangekyo Sharingan's blood-red glow. If Ito and Mado Kasuka both mistook him for a ghoul, it would be a massive problem. And besides, he had no reason to seriously injure Ito. His true goal was to save Mado Kasuka and to force the one-eyed owl to retreat. At that moment, the one-eyed owl sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the Quink's spear. Despite her massive size, her speed was even faster than Byakuya's. After all, her entire body was formed from her Kagyun, a construct of pure RC cells designed for explosive strength and agility. Immediately after dodging, her Kagyun arm swung down like a giant blade, slicing directly toward Byakuya's arm. It was almost as if they were reading each other's thoughts. But the truth was, Yoshimura Ito had already decided she was going to sever Byakuya's arm. She had made up her mind the moment he chose to fight her instead of retreating. However, Byakuya's Sharingan had already predicted her initial movement. He saw clearly where she was aiming, his left arm. Which meant he simply had to dodge to the right. After several intense exchanges, neither side had landed a single hit on the other. Byakuya, sensing the stalemate, finally spoke. Since neither of us can harm the other, how about we call this a draw? Ito did not answer. Instead, she stood in silence, staring at him for a few moments. Then, without another word, she turned around and began walking deeper into the labyrinth. The battle was over. She understood the situation perfectly. If she stayed too long, those CCG investigators who had fled earlier would return with reinforcements. And in her injured state, she could not afford to be reckless. Ito had not come to the 24th Ward to ambush the CCG task force. She had simply run into them by chance. There was no need to force a drawn-out fight. Watching Ito retreat, Byakuya let out a small sigh of relief. Truthfully, his stamina was already starting to wear thin. Even with his enhanced physique, having twice the strength of an average human was not as impressive as it sounded. After all, even in professional mixed martial arts, fighters burn through their stamina in just a single round if they trade full-power punches. And those were trained athletes. An ordinary human's endurance was far lower than most would imagine. Byakuya had just fought an SSS-rated ghoul, an entity that CCG itself considered their most dangerous adversary. Every move required absolute focus, every mistake meant instant death. The mental and physical exhaustion was overwhelming. Had Ito refused to back down, Byakuya would have immediately abandoned the systems, defeat the one-eyed owl mission, and escaped with Mato Kasuga instead. Fortunately, it never came to that. Ding, mission completed. Defeat the SSS-rated ghoul, one-eyed owl. Reward, plus 100 attribute points. Mission 2 completed. Activating Mission 3. Mission 3, ensure Mato Kasuga's safe escape from the 24th ward. Reward, plus 10 attribute points. Right then, the system's voice echoed in Byakuya's mind. Though the battle had not ended with him defeating Ito, the system had counted it as a victory since she had retreated first. However, there was still one more mission to complete. Byakuya had to guarantee Mato Kasuga's survival. The 24th ward was still enemy territory. Even if Ito had left, other ghouls could still attack them at any time. That said, compared to the one-eyed owl, every other ghoul here was practically insignificant. The difficulty of this mission was low. The reward reflected that. Capitulo 18, Safe Evacuation. Associate Special Class motto, let's stay here and wait for the search squad to return and rescue us. At that moment, Uchiha Byakuya walked over and spoke to Mato Kasuga. He was certain that the search squad would definitely return with reinforcements soon, so the best course of action was simply to wait here. He wasn't familiar enough with the 24th ward's labyrinth, and wandering aimlessly could easily lead them into another ghoul ambush. Neither retracing their steps nor exploring further was a good option. All right. Mato Kasuga agreed. Waiting for rescue was indeed the safest choice. Also, I should return your quink. Byakuya immediately handed back the S-rank spear-type quink he had borrowed. Mato Kasuga held it for a moment before letting out a soft sigh. Even though this is my quink, you clearly wield it better than I do. She hadn't expected things to end up like this. She had been ready to sacrifice herself to protect her subordinates, yet in the end, it was her subordinate who ended up saving her. If it hadn't been for Uchiha Byakuya, then she would have died a horrible death. After experiencing the sheer power of the one-eyed owl's Kakuja form, she had no doubts about what would have happened if she had fought alone. The best-case scenario, she would have at least been left with a corpse. The worst-case scenario, she wouldn't have left a single piece of her body behind. I have a radio. I'll contact them now and report our status. Mato Kasuga activated her communications device. Meanwhile, on the other side, the moment the search squad escaped from the 24th ward, they realized something was wrong. The number of people in their group didn't seem right. Besides Associate Special Class motto, someone else was missing. Wait, is someone still inside? For Marudetsuki, this was a critical mistake. It wasn't just about protocol. If someone had failed to escape, it meant that Kasuga's sacrifice had been in vain. In the worst case, it could even be considered a pointless death. Quick, confirm who's missing. The search squad hurried to cross-check their members. Moments later, the result came in. The missing person was Uchiha Byakuya, second-class investigator. Marud felt a deep sense of unease. At the time, he had been too busy restraining Mato Kiryu, which had caused him to overlook Byakuya's absence. But logically, Byakuya should have been able to keep up. So why had he not escaped with them? Marud glanced at Mato Kiryu, who sat on the ground, head in his hands. His face was pale. His eyes were empty. The man was in shock. Marud sighed deeply. We'll have to wait for the reinforcements before going back in. It was too dangerous to re-enter the 24th ward now. If they rushed in recklessly, then Kasuga's sacrifice would truly be for nothing. But realistically, none of them had any hope that she was still alive. The CCG had fought the one-eyed owl before. They knew exactly how strong she was. To believe that Kasuga could survive against that monster alone was pure fantasy. Even Mato Kiryu had given up all hope. His eyes were lifeless. Though he had stopped screaming, he had not calmed down. He had simply descended into complete despair. He did not dare to imagine what they would find when they returned to F-124. What Kasuga's body would look like. Or worse, if there would be anything left at all. However, at that moment, Marud's radio suddenly crackled to life. At first, he thought it was just CCG HQ checking in. But the next moment, he heard a voice he never expected to hear again. Mado Kasuka. Special Class Marud, the one-eyed owl has retreated. What? Marud Itsuki was utterly stunned. The one-eyed owl actually retreated. Could it be that Associate Special Class, Mado Kasuka, had forced her back? Hearing Kasuka's voice, Mado Kiryo's entire body trembled. His eyes turned red, and tears streamed down his face. Just moments ago, he had completely lost hope. Now he was receiving a miraculous revelation. The overwhelming emotional shock was so intense that he couldn't stop crying. Wait, so Associate Special Class Mado actually drove the one-eyed owl away, all by herself. That's incredible. Even though First Class Iwao defeated her before, that was with the entire Second Ward's elite squad backing him. In comparison, Associate Special Class Mado's achievement is even more astonishing. That said, Iwao did heavily injure the one-eyed owl previously, so that probably helped weaken her. Still, it's unbelievable. The other investigators were in complete awe. However, no one even considered Uchiha Byakuya's involvement. After all, second-class investigator was expected to barely survive such an encounter, let alone contribute to driving off an SSS-rated ghoul. This is amazing, Associate Special Class Mado. After this, you're sure to be promoted to a full special class. Marud congratulated her. But in the next moment, Kasuka's response shattered their expectations. No, I had almost nothing to do with it. It was second-class investigator Uchiha who fought and drove off the one-eyed owl alone. Oh, what? Marud was completely dumbfounded. Uchiha Byakuya defeated the one-eyed owl. A second-class investigator against an SSS-rated ghoul. How was that even remotely possible? The entire squad stood there in absolute disbelief. Everyone exchanged glances, seeing the same shock and incredulity reflected in each other's eyes. Marud was the first to snap out of it. This wasn't the time to be stunned. They needed to get back to Kasuka and Byakuya immediately. Even if the one-eyed owl had retreated, both of them could still be badly injured. If another S-rank or higher ghoul attacked them now, they would be in serious danger. No matter what, our top priority is to reach F-124 and escort them both safely out of the 24th ward. Understood. Understood. Without hesitation, the squad rushed back into the labyrinth. Mado Kiryo was running the fastest, the others struggled to keep up. Before long, they arrived at F-124. There, standing completely unscathed, were Uchiha Byakuya and Mado Kasuka. Marud, still reeling from the shock, immediately questioned them. Can someone tell me what the hell happened here? His eyes swept over the scene. Byakuya and Kasuka didn't have a single visible wound. The only thing on the ground was a broken quink, split into two pieces. It clearly wasn't Kasuka's weapon, which meant it had to be Uchiha Byakuya's quink. Kasuka gave Marud a brief summary of what had transpired. After hearing everything, Marud turned to Byakuya, his expression one of absolute astonishment. A second-class investigator fought off an SSS-class ghoul. Well, I'll be damned, that's a first. Byakuya remained calm and composed. Special Class Marud, you're overestimating me. If I hadn't used Associate Special Class Mado's quink, I wouldn't have been able to fight back at all. An S-rank quink was just enough to allow him to wound the one-eyed owl. Without it, his B-rank quink had been completely useless. And if he hadn't been able to injure her, she might not have chosen to retreat at all. Capitulo 19, double promotion. That's not entirely true. Your current rank might still be second class, but with your skills, you're more than qualified to wield an S-rank quink. Marud Itsuki stated matter-of-factly. Even Mado Kiryo, who was usually obsessed with quinks, had no words at this moment. His gaze was locked on Mado Kasukashi was alive. Not only that, she was almost completely unscathed. An uncontrollable wave of emotions surged within him. Ahem. Uchiha Byakuya didn't say much. Internally, he simply felt that his physical abilities were still far from sufficient. Of course, when he said far from sufficient, he was comparing himself to Aramakishu. 10 years ago, in the original timeline, Aramakishu, at only 19, was also a second-class investigator. Yet with two random B-rank quinks, he had sliced off the one-eyed owl's Kagyun along with her Kakyuhu. That Kakyuhu was later used to create the SSS rank quink owl. Normally, simply cutting off a kagyun wasn't enough to make a quink. A kakyuhu was required. If only kagyun were needed, then quinks could be mass-produced easily. Kakyuhu extraction was the real challenge. Byakuya always found it incredible that Arima had accomplished such a feat, using fragile B-rank quinks to slice through an SSS-rated ghoul's kagyun and sever the kakyuhu. The only reasonable explanation was that Arima's raw physical strength was simply on another level. Not only was he able to fight without sustaining injuries, but he also ensured his quinks didn't break. And of course, the one-eyed owl wasn't fighting with full intent to kill, which made a difference. All these factors combined led to that miraculous result, which ultimately meant Byakuya was simply not strong enough yet. The base abilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan are certainly powerful, but my body needs to keep up. I need to be more strategic about allocating my attribute points balancing between RC cell value and physicality. Byakuya reflected on his shortcomings from this battle. If he hadn't faced the one-eyed owl directly, he wouldn't have truly recognized his weaknesses. In combat, theory alone means nothing. You don't fully understand your limits until you experience battle firsthand. The Kamui abilities were undoubtedly ridiculously overpowered, but they still had their limits. For example, Susanoo. Since he possessed the eternal Mangekyo, he definitely had access to Susanoo. Though with his current RC cell value, activating it would drain him dry in an instant. At this stage, Susanoo was out of the question. Instead, the most efficient Kamui abilities for the Tokyo Ghoul world were intangibility and space manipulation. Intangibility, or phasing, was a perfect defensive technique. At his current level, he could maintain it for 5 minutes. Though with both Mangekyo Sharingan activated, the duration might extend further. The only downside was that it had a time limit. But even that wasn't an issue. The moment the 5 minutes expired, he could turn it off and reactivate it immediately, effectively resetting the timer. This wasn't the Naruto world. There were no Conan-level enemies with 600 billion explosive tags to time their attack for exactly 5 minutes. Since there are no supernatural abilities like 10 billion explosive tags, in this world, Kamui's intangibility is absolutely flawless. As for spatial manipulation, it can be used not only for instant teleportation, whether into the Kamui dimension or elsewhere, but also as an offensive technique, capable of severing body parts by tearing through space itself. In short, dual Kamui represents the ultimate offense and the ultimate defense combined into one. Even though both are purely physical abilities, in a world like Tokyo Ghoul, where there's no magic, that alone makes them overwhelming. Of course, the biggest drawback, in fact, the only drawback, is the insane energy consumption, making Byakuya reluctant to use them recklessly. Thankfully, even without Kamui's abilities, his combat power was already considerable, thanks to his Mangekyo Sharingan's base abilities and his half-human physique. At that moment, Mado Kasuga had finished reporting all the details to Maruditsuki. The other members of the search squad were busy collecting Byakuya's broken B-rank quink to bring it back to CCG for recovery and analysis. With the official mission now over, Mado Kiryu rushed forward and embraced Mado Kasuga, tears streaming down his face. No one interrupted them. They understood his feelings all too well. Ding! Mission 3 completed. Protect Mado Kasuga and ensure her safe exit from the 24th ward. Reward plus 10 attribute points. As soon as Byakuya and Mado Kasuga safely left the 24th ward, the system notification rang out. With Mission 3 now complete, no Mission 4 appeared, meaning the entire hidden questline had concluded. Even though the investigation mission itself was technically unfinished, the search squad still retreated back to CCG. Why? Because the moment they encountered the SSS-rated one-eyed owl, their mission was considered complete. Even now, most of the squad still felt on edge, unwilling to venture into the 24th ward again anytime soon. After regrouping, the entire search team returned to CCG's main headquarters in the 1st ward. And since Uchiha Byakuya had achieved such a monumental feat, defeating an SSS-rated ghoul and protecting an associate special class investigator, his contributions far exceeded what a normal second-class investigator could achieve. As a result, he skipped 2 ranks in one go, jumping from second-class investigator to first-class investigator. Had he actually killed or captured the one-eyed owl, he might have been directly promoted to associate special class. However, his age and lack of a long service record made such a drastic promotion inappropriate. Even so, his name spread rapidly throughout CCG, much like Kurawa Iwao after he injured the one-eyed owl during the Second Ward raid. After all, anyone capable of fighting an SSS-rated ghoul was practically guaranteed to become an associate special class or even a special class investigator in the future. This was exactly what had happened with Kurawa Iwao in the original timeline. But more importantly, his actions had caught the attention of V and the Washu family. He single-handedly forced the one-eyed owl to retreat. Why didn't we notice this Uchiha Byakuya's potential earlier? Within a secluded courtyard in the sunlit garden, two men sat in conversation. One was Washu Yashitoki, the director of CCG. The other was Kaiko, the leader of V. Washu Yashitoki, CCG's director. Kaiko, the head of V. Both were figures who truly controlled the fate of Tokyo. Kaiko, dressed in a black robe and hat, his skin unnaturally pale, spoke in a calm yet intrigued tone. Perhaps it's because of his background. Back then, his parents tried to escape the sunlit garden, but were executed by V. Yet he alone survived. Maybe that taught him patience and how to conceal his true strength until now. Washu Yashitoki sighed. What a shame. We were only eliminating traitors at the time. If I had known he had such talent, I could have raised him just like I did with Kishu. Kaiko nodded thoughtfully. It's not too late. He has already entered the CCG and proven himself. Why not cultivate him properly? At this, Washu Yashitoki's eyes glinted with interest. That's a good idea. Let's pair him up with Kishu and see who is truly superior, my chosen prodigy or this hidden talent. V is in need of a new, cleaner anyway. Kaiko smirked. Teaming him up with Arima. It just so happens that Uchiha Byakuya has now been promoted to a first-class investigator, while Arima is still second-class. That makes them eligible to be partners. Capitulo 20, to a rank Quinks. At the CCG, there's a partner system, where higher-ranking investigators are paired with lower-ranking investigators. Essentially a mentor-apprentice relationship, or more simply, a senior guiding a junior in the field. The higher-ranking investigators include First Class Investigator, Associate Special Class Investigator, Special Class Investigator. The lower-ranking investigators include Third Class Investigator, Second Class Investigator, First Class Investigator. As for assistant investigators, they're essentially interns and aren't included in this system. Now that Uchiha Byakuya had been promoted to first class and Arima Kishu was still a second class, they were now eligible to be assigned as partners. Previously, Byakuya had no partner because he had only recently joined CCG and hadn't been assigned one yet. Additionally, he never took the initiative to request a partner, so he had been operating solo up until now. However, unbeknownst to him, Washu Tsuneyoshi and Kaiko had already decided his partner in secret. None other than Arima Kishu, the man who would one day be known as the undefeated ghoul investigator and the White Reaper. At this moment, Mato Kurio was insisting on taking Byakuya to CCG's experimental facility to request a higher-grade Quink. Since his B-rank Quink, Eric, had been destroyed, Byakuya had no reason to refuse. Now, the two had arrived at CCG's experimental facility. Despite bearing the CCG name, this facility was actually a subsidiary of the German Ghoul Research Organization, GFG. Its primary functions included developing Quinks, the specialized weapons used against ghouls, conducting ghoul-related research, advancing RC cell studies. In other words, every single Quink used by CCG investigators was manufactured here. Currently, Byakuya and Mato Kurio were in discussion with one of the facility's researchers. First Class Mato, this request is a bit difficult to approve. The researcher frowned and explained. Even though Investigator Uchiha has been promoted to first class, S-rank Quinks are typically reserved for Associate Special Class and above. Not to mention, S-rank Quinks are extremely scarce. Nearly all existing ones are already assigned to investigators. Additionally, the materials needed for them, the kagyun and kakuhuar provided by the investigators themselves. I see, if it really can't be approved, then that's unfortunate. Mato Curio sighed in mild disappointment. The researcher had already made it clear there was no way to force an exception. It's fine. Byakuya remained unbothered. He never particularly cared about quinks. As long as it wasn't just another B rank, he was fine with it. After all, he was a first-class investigator now. Surely they could at least issue him an A-rank quink. Given Investigator Uchiha's current clearance, the highest we can provide is an A-rank quink. The researcher paused before adding. However, given his recent outstanding achievements, I can make an exception and issue him 2 A-rank quinks instead of just 1. It's only fair, he's more than earned it. Much appreciated. Byakuya nodded in gratitude. Having 2 A-rank quinks was actually a great deal. Then, First-Class Investigator Uchiha, please follow me. However, First-Class Investigator Mato, I'll have to ask you to wait here. The researcher's request was clear. Mato Curio wasn't allowed to witness the quink selection process. Understood. Mato Curio was well aware of this regulation, so he waited outside instead of accompanying Byakuya. The researcher then led Uchiha Byakuya to the quink selection room. You can make specific requests. What kind of A-rank quink would you prefer? A katana type and a longsword type. Byakuya answered without hesitation. While he was more proficient with katana-style weapons, he wanted to broaden his adaptability by wielding different weapon types. All right, no problem. The researcher left for a moment, then returned with 2 quinks. These are Tsukikage, Moonshadow, and Fure, Wind Spirit. Both are a rank. See if they meet your expectations. Byakuya examined them. Tsukikage, a katana-type quink with a dark, obsidian-black blade. Fure, a longsword-type quink with a shining silver-white blade. Both fit his aesthetic preferences perfectly. They'll do. Byakuya nodded in approval. All right, I'll register these under Investigator Uchiha's name. When Byakuya exited the lab, Mato Curio immediately noticed the 2 new quink cases in his hands. As they were about to leave the facility together, they ran into Mato Kasuka at the entrance. Investigator Mato. Byakuya and Curio greeted her in unison. Investigator Uchiha, Investigator Mato. Kasuka acknowledged them with a nod. Her gaze immediately fell on the quink cases in Byakuya's hands. Are those the new quinks you just received? Yes, thanks to Mato-senpai, I was able to get 2 A-rank quinks. Byakuya replied. I see. By the way, would you like to stop by our house for a bit? It's nearby. Kasuka suddenly invited him. She had come to drop off her damaged quink for repairs. It would take time to fix, so she only needed to hand it over and leave. That's right, we haven't properly thanked you for saving Kasuka's life. Curio added. All right. Byakuya agreed. 10 minutes later, Byakuya arrived at the Mato residence, along with Curio and Kasuka. It was a detached house, much more spacious than a typical apartment, a sign of the financial stability of CCG investigators. Excuse me for intruding. Byakuya politely changed into indoor slippers before stepping inside. Just then, a young girl with pale blonde hair came running toward them. Papa, Mama. This was Mato Akira, the daughter of Mato Curio and Mato Kasuka. She had her mother's hair color, her father's sharp eyes, and her mother's delicate facial features. The moment she spotted the unfamiliar Byakuya, her expression tensed with wariness, her gaze sharp and intense, just like her father's. At least Curio's current expression wasn't as unsettling as in the original timeline. His stare was downright chilling. Capitulo 21, Partnering with Arima. Akira-chan, this young man is a colleague of your parents. Mato Kasuka immediately introduced Uchiha Byakuya to her daughter. Hearing this, Mato Akira finally let down her guard. The sharpness in her eyes softened, and she obediently nodded in acknowledgement. Investigator Uchiha, this is my daughter, Mato Akira. She can be a bit shy around strangers. Please don't take it personally. Mato Curio spoke with a slight apologetic tone. Ever since Akira was young, he had instilled in her a strong sense of vigilance, teaching her to be wary of all strangers. He had even started educating her early on how to escape from ghouls, as well as the fundamentals of RC cells and quinks. He hadn't expected that his own colleague would end up on the receiving end of this wariness. "It's fine," Byakuya replied with a light chuckle. If he remembered correctly, Akira was only 11 years old at this point in the timeline, yet she was already sharp and independent. Byakuya ended up staying at the Mado household for the afternoon, enjoying tea and later having a hearty dinner, which was prepared by Kasuka and Akira together. During this time, Byakuya and Kiryu discussed various topics about ghouls and quinks. There was no doubt, Mado Kiryu's knowledge of quinks was incredibly deep. But his obsession with them might not be a good thing. "By the way, investigator Uchiha, how do you personally view ghouls?" Mado Kiryu suddenly posed a serious question. Byakuya pondered for a moment before replying. "If you ask me, the conflict between humans and ghouls is fundamentally irreconcilable, but the root cause isn't simply the ghouls' need for human flesh. After all, there are ghouls who survive by scavenging corpses rather than actively killing. Another major factor is the power imbalance. Ghouls are naturally stronger than humans. Except for investigators or those equipped with quinks, an average person is completely powerless, even against the weakest ghoul. This overwhelming gap in strength only makes it easier for malicious ghouls to abuse their power." Byakuya continued his analysis. "Think about it, when one species is physically superior to another, what happens? Humans, for example, dominate chickens and ducks. A kind-hearted human won't harm them unnecessarily, aside from using them for food. But there will always be those with cruel tendencies who torment weaker creatures just because they can. It's the same for ghouls. The vast majority of humans can't fight back, so, naturally, there will always be ghouls who indulge in senseless slaughter. On the other hand, hatred runs both ways. Some investigators, driven by personal loss or sheer cruelty, delight in torturing ghouls, even those who mean no harm. It creates an endless cycle of vengeance. That's why this hatred will never truly end. For humans, it's simple. Ghouls are our mortal enemies and they deserve to die. From a human perspective, there's nothing wrong with that way of thinking." Internally, his thoughts continued. So what about those who stand between both worlds? For example, there's Ito Yashimura, the one-eyed Aula half-ghoul. There's Arumakishu, a half-human. And then there's Kanki Ken, who was forcibly turned into a one-eyed ghoul. All three could live among humans and ghouls alike. Because of this, they realized something. Beneath it all, both sides are still people. They could form families, find kinship in both worlds. Their unique perspectives allowed them to understand both sides of the war, which is why they each sought to change the world. Investigator Uchiha has a sharp perspective, Mado Kiryu nodded approvingly. That's exactly why we as investigators must dedicate ourselves to eliminating ghouls and protecting humanity. But at its core, the real issue is food, Byakuya countered. If ghouls didn't need to eat humans to survive, then the conflict between both sides could be significantly reduced. As for the power disparity, that's our job as investigators. It's up to us to protect ordinary people from malicious ghouls. The food issue, Mado Kiryu sighed, shaking his head slightly. I just don't see a solution to that. Not all ghouls are willing to feed on stale human corpses. Besides, even if there were enough bodies to sustain them, wouldn't allowing them to eat the dead be disrespectful to the deceased? Although Kiryu wasn't as consumed by hatred as he would later become in the original timeline thanks to Byakuya saving Kasuka, his fundamental belief remained the same. He still saw ghouls as irredeemable monsters. Right now, no alternative food source has been discovered, Byakuya acknowledged, but I believe that one day, a substitute for human flesh will be found. He knew for a fact that by the end of the original story, a ghoul-sustaining alternative had been developed bringing humans and ghouls closer to peace. HMPH, Investigator Uchiha, you sure are optimistic. Mado Kiryu chuckled faintly before sighing, but if that day ever comes, I think I'd welcome it. Having come so close to losing Kasuka, he couldn't deny that a peaceful world where such tragedies never happened again wasn't so bad after all. As Byakuya was about to leave the Mado household, he received a message. The CCG had assigned him a partner. Arumakishu. When he saw the name, he couldn't help but feel a hint of disbelief. They actually paired me with Aruma. He didn't know what the higher-ups' real intentions were, but for Byakuya, this arrangement was far from a bad thing. After all, Arima wasn't someone who saw the world in black and white. His ultimate goal wasn't extermination, it was change. In that regard, their ideals weren't so different. That evening, Byakuya arrived at CCG headquarters in the First Ward, where he finally met Arima Kishu. First-class investigator Uchiha, I'm your new partner Arima Kishu. Arima's voice was calm, indifferent. His expression remained neutral, unreadable. Young Arima Kishu. This was a time before his hair had turned completely white, his deep blue locks still intact. Unlike in the original timeline, where his body had already begun deteriorating by age 29, the Arima of today was physically at his absolute peak. But as a mere second-class investigator, he had yet to gain access to the high-grade quinks he would later wield. Dressed in a pristine white suit, wearing thin-rimmed glasses, his sharp yet refined features gave off an air of elegance and intellect. Byakuya could see why some might mistake him for a quiet scholar rather than a warrior. Second-class Arima, it's a pleasure to meet you. Byakuya's tone remained calm, measured. Neither of them were particularly talkative. So after a brief exchange of introductions, silence fell between the two of them. Capitulo 22, Yoshimura Ito's test. He didn't bring up his ideals or future plans with Arima Kishu right away. If he rushed into such a conversation, there was no way he could earn Arima's trust. After all, Arima was still completely bound by V, the shadow organization that controlled the Sunlit Garden. There was no way he'd easily turn against them. For now, it was best to let things develop naturally. Not long after Byakuya and Arima met, the CCG assigned them a new investigation mission, another undercover operation. Infiltrating Seishin High School in the 13th Ward by posing as students. Receiving the mission details, Byakuya was somewhat surprised. Seishin High School, wasn't that the School of Lantern, the ghoul Yuruka Minami? By all accounts, Arima should have already eliminated her by this point in the timeline. It seemed like some small details had shifted, but it likely wouldn't affect the bigger picture. Ding, host has accepted the mission to infiltrate Seishin High School and investigate ghouls. Hidden mission, Tokyo Ghoul, Jack has been activated. Mission 1. Enroll as a student at Seishin High School and join Teishi Fura's delinquent gang. Mission reward, 10 attribute points. The moment the system notification sounded, Byakuya immediately understood the connection. Fura Teishi, he knew that name. In the original timeline, Fura became an associate special class investigator, and he had a past friendship with Arima, one that began when Arima went undercover at Seishin High. As for the delinquent gang mentioned in the mission, well, that was because Fura was a delinquent back in high school, running around with a group of troublemakers. The investigation begins in 3 days. Arima, use the time to prepare. Byakuya turned to Arima, speaking in a calm tone. Emma. Arima simply nodded slightly, offering no further words. With that, the two of them went their separate ways for now. Since the mission wouldn't begin for 3 days, Byakuya decided to return to his job at Shui Publishing in the 2nd Ward. The next night, Byakuya had just finished dinner at home when Ito Yoshimura showed up at his door. As expected, she had come looking for him first. Takatsuki-sensei, have you finished dealing with your other affairs? Byakuya asked as he opened the door for her. Well, that's why I'm here, to continue refining the 2nd edition of Dear Kafka. Ito nodded lightly. The girl standing before him looked as innocent and delicate as ever. It was almost impossible for an average person to associate this seemingly fragile, endearing young author with the SSS-rated one-eyed owl. All right, come in, Takatsuki-sensei. Byakuya acted as though nothing was out of the ordinary, keeping up the facade that he knew nothing of her true identity. Of course, deep inside, he remained completely vigilant. He simply didn't let it show on his face. Because now, Ito knew he was a CCG investigator. And considering her deep hatred toward the CCG, she could choose to kill him at any moment. After all, the ones responsible for her mother's death. The ones who forced her into growing up in the brutal, lawless depths of the 24th Ward. The real masterminds behind her suffering were none other than V. And the CCG was secretly deeply intertwined with V. At the same time, Ito was testing him. She wanted to confirm, beyond any doubt, that Byakuya hadn't uncovered her identity as the one-eyed owl. Observing Byakuya's unwavering, expressionless demeanor, Ito found no difference from their past interactions. He showed no hesitation, no unnatural reaction. Everything was just as usual. That settled it. There was no way he knew. Logically speaking, there was no reason for him to know her true identity in the first place. So, Ito dismissed the minuscule possibility that he was simply acting perfectly. More importantly, she had no intention of making a move against him. If she killed Byakuya here, the CCG would quickly discover their frequent interactions, making her the prime suspect. And beyond that, she still needed his financial support. She also wanted to see her book, Dear Kafka, successfully published. At this moment, killing him was far more trouble than it was worth. However, just then, Byakuya's phone rang. A quick glance at the caller ID, Aramakishu. For the first time, Byakuya felt a bit awkward. Of all times, Arima had to call right now. Still, it wasn't a big deal. He calmly answered the call right in front of Ito, as if nothing was amiss. If he hesitated even for a moment, it could easily arouse Ito's suspicion. After all, she was just a normal person, right? So why would a CCG investigator hesitate to answer his colleague's call in front of her? The moment the call connected, Arima spoke. First Class Uchiha, we're meeting the day after tomorrow. Will it be at headquarters in the 1st Ward or the 2nd Ward branch? Neither. Let's just meet directly at the 13th Ward branch. Byakuya replied without missing a beat. Seishin High School was located in the 13th Ward. Understood. Arima immediately hung up, cutting the call short without any unnecessary words. Yet, in doing so, he had unknowingly made things even trickier for Byakuya. If Byakuya had shown even the slightest unnatural reaction in front of Ito, it could have triggered her suspicion. Thankfully, he handled it flawlessly. Ito, now completely certain that Byakuya had no idea she was the one-eyed owl, took the opportunity to ask. That person just now, they called you First Class Uchiha. By first class, do they mean First Class Investigator? I'm a First Class Investigator in the CCG. That was just my colleague calling about work. Byakuya answered calmly, without hesitation. At this point, there was no point in hiding his identity from Ito. He might as well be straightforward. Oh, so Uchiha-san is not only an editor, but also a ghoul investigator for the CCG. That's really impressive. Ito spoke with the perfect tone of an ordinary, awestruck young girl. It's nothing special. Originally, I infiltrated the publishing company as part of an investigation on ghouls, but I found myself actually interested in the editor role. And more importantly, I discovered a genius writer like you, Takatsuki-sensei, so I decided to stick around. Byakuya replied smoothly. I see, that's a bit overwhelming to be honest. Ito tilted her head slightly, feigning mild surprise. After all, his words made sense. If he didn't know her true identity, then he had no other reason to invest so much effort in publishing her book. This skilled bastard of a CCG investigator somehow seemed strangely interesting. She'd keep her eye on him a little longer. Capitulo 23, Back to School. Starting the day after tomorrow, I'll be on assignment, Byakuya said casually. It'll likely last for some time, so I won't be at Shui Publishing during the day. But at night, I should still be back here. Oh, I see. All right. But please don't overwork yourself, Uchiha-san. Ito sounded genuinely concerned. Internally, she was a little surprised. This guy was seriously dedicated. Balancing his duties as a ghoul investigator while still editing her manuscript. It seemed almost unbelievable. But the more she thought about it, the more it made sense. Byakuya truly valued her writing. She could tell he genuinely respected and recognized her work. It's fine, it's not too exhausting. Byakuya replied evenly. Then, since you'll be fighting ghouls, stay safe. Ito's concern sounded perfectly natural. Had Byakuya not known her true identity, he might have even been touched by her words. But he knew the truth. This soft-spoken girl in front of him was also the ruthless one-eyed owl. So he couldn't bring himself to feel anything from her words. Because, most likely, her concern wasn't even genuine. I will, thanks. Byakuya simply nodded. Ding, sign-in complete. Reward, +1 attribute point. Ding, sign-in complete. Reward, +1 attribute point. In the blink of an eye, the mission day arrived. Byakuya and Aramakishu, met up at CCG's 13th Ward branch. Second-class HAREM, our transfer student identities have been set up. Byakuya explained. We'll be attending school as normal starting today. Our target is the A-rank ghoul, codename Lantern. However, this particular ghoul is more dangerous than a standard A rank. Officially, it's classified as A+. To refine mission intelligence, the CCG divided ghoul ranks into finer categories. For example, A rank was further broken down into A, and A+. This made threat assessments more precise. During our time undercover, we must avoid exposing ourselves as investigators unless we've confirmed Lantern's capture. Byakuya added. This was standard protocol within the CCG, something every investigator knew. HAREM, of course, was no exception. Still, Byakuya said it for formality's sake. HAREM merely nodded slightly, offering no unnecessary words. Let's change into our school uniforms before heading out, Byakuya suggested. Stepping into the changing room, he found their uniforms neatly prepared custom-fitted white blazers from Seishin High School. After changing, Byakuya noted that the fit was perfect. Both he and HAREM looked exactly like normal high school students. Their ages weren't far off from real students, so it was an easy disguise. That was, until you noticed the briefcases in their hands. Inside those cases, they're quinks. Byakuya carried 2 A-rank quinks, Tsukikage and Furei. HAREM carried a B-rank quink, Yukimura 1-3. That name wasn't a mistake. Yukimura was divided into 3 blades, hence the 1-3 designation. To avoid suspicion, HAREM had creatively disguised all 3 blades as a single violin case. Byakuya discreetly slipped both quink cases into his backpack. This wasn't just any ordinary bag, the CCG had specially modified it for him. The storage capacity was significantly larger, and it had a quick-release mechanism. With just a touch on a specific spot, the backpack would automatically eject both quink cases, ensuring he could react swiftly in emergencies. As Byakuya and HAREM finished gearing up, their fellow investigators couldn't help but whisper among themselves. First-class Uchiha and second-class HAREM look so young, they don't even need disguises to pass as high schoolers. Aren't they both 18, and first-class Uchiha is already at that rank? That's insane. I heard he drove back the SSS-rated one-eyed owl and protected Associate Special Class motto. If that's true, then he might even be stronger than her. Ignoring the chatter, Byakuya and HAREM set off for their mission. Tokyo's 13th Ward, Seishin High School. On the surface, humans and ghouls were indistinguishable. Unless a ghoul activated their kagyun, there was no way to tell them apart. This allowed many ghouls to blend seamlessly into human society. Some ghouls truly sought peaceful coexistence, wanting to live alongside humans. To maintain their disguise, they even learned to fake eating human food. For example, forcing themselves to swallow food whole without chewing, despite their instincts rejecting it. Later, they'd vomit it back out before their body could digest it. This was because human food was fundamentally toxic to ghouls. 1, it tasted revolting, making it almost impossible to chew. 2, digesting it would actively harm their bodies. Despite these difficulties, some ghouls still chose to assimilate into human society, struggling to live as normal citizens. Seishin High School was no exception. Among its students, some were not human at all. Classroom second-year students. Before the first period even started, their homeroom teacher entered the classroom. The students exchanged confused glances. It was unusual. Their teacher almost never showed up before class began. Clearly, something was up. All right, class, we have 2 new transfer students today. Come in, Uchiha-kun, HAREM-kun. The moment the teacher spoke, Byakuya and HAREM stepped into the classroom. Byakuya took the lead. I'm Uchiha Byakuya, I'm from Tokyo's 1st Ward, my hobby is reading. Short, simple, straight to the point. Yet compared to HAREM's introduction, Byakuya sounded like a chatterbox. HAREM Kishu. That was it. Just his name. Nothing more. A murmur rippled through the classroom. 2 transfers at once, that's pretty rare. Wait, isn't our class getting a lot of transfers lately? Minami-san was also a transfer student last year. These 2 aren't very talkative, but they're seriously good-looking. The teacher turned to them. There are 2 open seats, you can sit wherever you like. Understood. Without hesitation, Byakuya moved first. He chose the seat next to Fura Teishi right among the delinquent group. This left only one other open seat. Arima had no choice but to take it. He sat beside Minami Yuruka. Originally in the Tokyo Ghoul, Jack's storyline, it was Arima who sat next to Fura. But this time, Byakuya had taken that spot instead. Capitulo 24, Minami Yuruka. However, Byakuya had a mission to complete. His system task required him to join Fura Teishi's delinquent group, which was why he had been so quick to take this seat. At the same time, this also ensured that Arima had to sit next to Minami Yuruka. As a transmigrator, Byakuya already knew the truth. The A+ rated ghoul lantern was actually Minami Yuruka. She wanted to live like a normal human, to go to school just like any other kid. That's why, despite being a ghoul, she was also a top student with outstanding grades. Before arriving in this world, Byakuya had always felt that the story between Arima and Yuruka was a tragedy. So now, he intended to subtly push their relationship in a different direction. Byakuya greeted the boy beside him. "Nice to meet you." Fura Teishi lazily propped his chin up with one hand and replied in a bored tone. "Yeah, I'm Fura Teishi." He wasn't particularly interested in school, so naturally, he didn't care much about the new transfer student either. But what did surprise him was that Byakuya had chosen to sit next to him, someone who was obviously a delinquent, instead of taking the empty seat next to Minami. Meanwhile, Arima, who now had only one seat left to pick, was forced to sit beside Minami Yuruka. He wasn't aware of Byakuya's intentions, simply assuming it was a random choice. Moreover, at this point, he still hadn't suspected that Minami Yuruka was the ghoul lantern. "Arima-kun." Yuruka turned to her new seatmate with a gentle smile. She had long, flowing black hair and an elegant, quiet demeanor, the perfect image of a refined young lady. Arima returned the gesture with a polite nod. At this moment, everything seemed perfectly normal. He didn't notice anything unusual. But across the room, Fura Teishi occasionally stole glances toward Minami. When he saw her smiling at the new guy, Arima, he clicked his tongue in annoyance. For some reason, it bothered him. The teacher soon handed out textbooks to Byakuya and Arima, and class officially began. Byakuya had never actually attended school in Japan before, but with his fluency in Japanese, most subjects weren't an issue, especially math and English, which were universal. However, there were a few subjects he found less familiar. Japanese language studies included modern Japanese, classical Japanese, and ancient Chinese. Japan also had uncommon elective subjects, such as home economics, a class where students learned to cook. Fortunately, with his main Jikyo Sharingan, Byakuya's learning ability was leagues above normal students. He could read at lightning speed and remember everything perfectly, making studying incredibly easy. As soon as the first class ended, a group of friendly classmates immediately flocked to his desk. Some also gathered around Arima. "Uchiha-kun, how are you adjusting so far? Do you need my class notes? By the way, what's your connection with Arima-kun? You both transferred in at the same time. Was it planned? I'll take Uchiha-kun on a tour of the school later. Our campus is pretty big." Seeing so many classmates crowding around Byakuya, Fura Teishi lost interest. Besides, he could already tell from the first class. Byakuya and Arima were both diligent students, the kind who actually cared about studying. They didn't seem like people he could get along with. Feeling bored, he walked out of the classroom. "Teishi." A girl with bright orange hair followed after him, his childhood friend, Sasato Eki. Outside the classroom, Teishi stopped inside. "Eki, I really don't think I'm cut out for school. Let's just ditch again and go have some fun." The only reason he even bothered attending was to see Minami. Otherwise, he would have skipped like usual. But now that everyone's attention, including hers, was on those two new transfer students, what was the point of staying? Eki chuckled. "Yeah, I never understand anything in class anyway. Might as well skip instead of wasting time pretending to listen." "Exactly, let's go find Ryu." Teishi was already set on cutting class. He, Aki, and Ryu had been childhood friends since they were young, and whenever they skipped school, they did it together. Not only were they delinquents, but they were also part of a motorcycle gang, spending most of their time racing around the city. But just as Teishi and Aki were about to leave, a voice suddenly came from behind them. "Furakun, mind if I come along?" "Hi." Teishi turned around, only to see Byakuya Uchiha. "Uchiha, you're kidding, right? We're delinquents. You sure you want to hang out with us?" Teishi found it hard to believe. He had no interest in dragging good students down his path. And Byakuya definitely seemed like the studious type. "I'm sure." Byakuya nodded, smiling slightly. "I might look like this, but I actually got expelled from my last school. That's why I transferred here." He didn't care if he got labeled as a delinquent. After all, he wasn't here for school. He was undercover for a mission. More importantly, he needed to complete his system task, which required him to join Teishi's gang. Once he finished his mission, he would leave. Whatever reputation he had gained in this school would disappear along with him. Besides, if he missed this chance, who knew when Teishi would show up at school again? "Huh, so you're actually a troublemaker." Teishi finally accepted it. No matter how much he and his friends skipped school, they never got expelled. Whatever Uchiha had done at his previous school must have been something serious. "You might look all prim and proper, but maybe you're even worse than us." The moment Teishi accepted him, a familiar system notification popped up in Byakuya's mind. "Ding, mission complete. Mission 1. Enroll in Saize High School and join Fura Teishi's delinquent gang. Reward, 10 attribute points. Mission 2 unlocked. Mission 2. Protect Fura Teishi's gang from Minami Yuruka. Reward, 10 attribute points." Byakuya's expression remained calm, but his mind became serious. So the next task was to stop Yuruka from attacking them. Before he could think further, another voice cut in from behind him. "Count me in." Byakuya turned his head. It was Arima. Capitulo 25, 22 cm Shu. Hearing that Arima also wanted to join, Byakuya was slightly surprised. Why was this guy getting involved too? "Even you, Arima-kun." Fura Teishi was even more bewildered. These two transfer students looked like the studious, well-behaved type. So why the hell were they trying to run around with delinquents like him? "Awesome, our group just keeps getting bigger." Sasada-iki, however, was delighted. Teishi knew Iki was a bit airheaded, so he didn't bother explaining anything to her. "I'm friends with Uchiha-kun, is there a problem?" Arima repeated his intention to join the gang. "Forget it, do whatever you want." Teishi still didn't get what was going on, but he couldn't be bothered to figure it out. "Just don't come crying to me when the teachers chew you out later." "We won't," Byakuya answered calmly. "No." Arima also replied. And with that, Byakuya and Arima left with Teishi. Byakuya had a clear goal for doing this. But he couldn't figure out why Arima had chosen to follow him. What was his reasoning? In truth, Arima had been thinking the same thing about Byakuya. From his perspective, Uchiha's actions made no sense. What did joining a gang have to do with investigating ghouls? But Byakuya had caught the interest of Yashitoki Washu and Kaiko. There was no way someone like that would do something completely pointless. So Arima decided to follow him and see for himself. Meanwhile, as Byakuya and Teishi left the classroom, Minami Yuruka glanced toward the door with a subtle look of curiosity. Byakuya went with Teishi and Eki, but he had no intention of playing along with their motorcycle gang activities. After coming up with a simple excuse about not being good with motorcycles, he split off to do his own thing. Neither Teishi nor Eki questioned him about it. After all, they hadn't told the two transfer students beforehand that they were part of a racing gang. Teishi himself, however, wasn't actually a fan of their reckless riding. Not only did they get chased by the police, but if an accident happened, there was no turning back. So today, he just planned to take a short ride to clear his head. Then, once he calmed down, he'd go back to school. After all, Minami was still there. "Teishi, why don't you hang out with me and Ryu anymore?" Iki suddenly asked. "We used to always be together, but now you're always going back to school." Iki hadn't actually wanted to come to school today. The only reason she showed up was because Teishi was going. A long time ago, when Teishi gave up on his dream of playing baseball, he spiraled downwards and became a delinquent. Back then, he, Iki, and Ryu spent every day skipping school, roaming the streets and messing around. They only showed up just enough to not get expelled. But one day, Teishi changed. He suddenly started going back to class regularly. And Aki just couldn't understand why. Eventually, Aki began to notice a pattern. Teishi's behavior changed right around the time a certain transfer student arrived. Yuruka Minami. It's just that the stuff you guys do is too dangerous. Besides, going to school isn't exactly a bad thing, right? Teishi gave a vague excuse. Of course, there was no way he could just blurt out that he had feelings for Yuruka. If Aki and Ryu ever found out, they'd never let him live it down. A delinquent biker like him. Falling for a quiet, studious, top-ranking honor student like Yuruka Minami. What a joke. Is that so? Aki muttered, clearly dissatisfied. Or maybe you've just got a crush on someone. Like someone from our class, for example. What the hell are you talking about? No way. Teishi shot back instantly, clearly flustered. Damn it, Aki caught on way too fast. But she probably didn't know exactly who, right? At most, she was just guessing. Yeah. There's no way she could already know about Yuruka Minami. He absolutely could not admit to this. Pathetic. Iki scoffed under her breath, watching him panic. At that moment, Byakuya had already arrived at 13th Ward's Hotel Street. And Arima was right behind him. So Uchiha-san really doesn't waste his time on pointless things. Arima finally spoke up. Because right now, they were standing at the very site of Lantern's most recent feeding incident. This was the case that had forced CCG to take Lantern more seriously and deploy investigators to track them down. Something like that. Byakuya responded vaguely. A few moments later, his enhanced vision picked up a small object nearby. A single shoe. He walked over and picked it up. A 22 cm flat leather shoe. Looks like it's from Seishin High School's official uniform. It was left near the crime scene, which means there's a real possibility this belongs to our suspect. It was a girl's size. And without a doubt, this was Minami Yuruka's shoe. True, the world is built from a million small details, and hidden within those details are the scattered fragments of truth. Arima seemed to agree completely. In fact, this was actually a scene from the original story. Arima had originally found this shoe himself and started suspecting Minami Yuruka. The only difference was that this time, Byakuya had led him here first. We'll hand this over to the 13th Ward branch for analysis. Byakuya decided. The two of them made a quick stop at CCG's branch office, dropped off the shoe for investigation, and then returned to school to finish the rest of the day. It was still only their first day, but Byakuya knew he needed to start keeping an eye on Teishi and the other delinquents tonight. Why? Because he and Arima, joining their group, might have sped up Yuruka's urge to kill them. In the original timeline, Yuruka hunted them down because she believed delinquents were nothing but useless trash. But now, she might think they were also a bad influence on the new transfer students. In truth, Teishi and his gang were reckless, but they weren't exactly evil. They sped down the streets at dangerous speeds, disturbing civilians and provoking the police. But they didn't deserve to die for it. Yuruka's complete disregard for human life was far worse. Capitulo 26, Pumpkin Lantern. After school, the CCG branch had already analyzed the shoe Byakuya Uchiha retrieved from the crime scene. And they confirmed, out of everyone in Seishin High, the only match was Minami Yuruka. However, the CCG wasn't so quick to conclude that Minami was Lantern. They simply relayed the intel to Byakuya and Arima Kishu. The rest of the investigation. That was up to them. She might be Lantern, but we can't jump to conclusions. While eating dinner, Arima casually spoke. Yeah, we'll keep observing her for now. Byakuya nodded slightly. He wasn't in a hurry to expose Minami's identity to Arima. At that moment, a loud, modified motorcycle engine roared past the restaurant. Two bikes speeding recklessly. Byakuya immediately knew it had to be Aki Sasada and Ryu. I'll be back in a bit, Arima-san. Byakuya casually slung his backpack over his shoulder and walked off. Check, please. He didn't forget to pay the bill before leaving. But Arima wordlessly stood up and followed him. Byakuya were partners. Arima reminded him. CCG protocol dictated that partners should stick together during operations. Somewhere on the streets of the 13th Ward, Iki Sasada and Ryu were riding one motorcycle together. Two other delinquents, one with a slicked-back rooster cut, the other with a buzz cut were on another bike. At this moment, Eki looked completely different from how she was at school. She had flip-flops on, her uniform was gone. And her hair was now styled, just like a stereotypical delinquent girl. Sasada, Eki, and Ryu glanced behind each other. Pull over immediately. Several police cars were chasing after them. But instead of stopping, they laughed. They sped up, and they mocked the cops, completely unaware that they had just attracted the attention of someone far more dangerous. Minami Yuruka had been walking down the street when she heard the deafening noise. It irritated her. And as she watched the two motorcycles speed away, her eyes turned cold. A murderous chill filled the air. These idiots. She hated people like this. People who had everything handed to them. And still acted like reckless morons. She hated their smug, entitled expressions. Like they could do whatever they wanted. People like that deserved to die. They were trash. Useless to society. Their deaths wouldn't matter. Meanwhile, Eki, Ryu, and the others had finally shaken off the cops. They swerved into a narrow alleyway and stopped. Ha 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 ha, that was sick. Those pigs never stood a chance. The rooster-head delinquent laughed. Let's go mess with them again later. The buzzcut guy grinned. What a coincidence. Furateishi just so happened to be passing by. And the moment he saw the parked motorcycles, he knew. Eki and the others went racing again. You guys were out doing that dangerous crap again. Furateishi let out a deep sigh. Teishi, what's been up with you lately? The rooster-head delinquent squinted at him. I heard you've been going to school like a good little student. Yeah, man, what's going on? You hit your head or something? The buzzcut guy sounded concerned. Teishi's gotten so freaking boring lately. Sasadoriki muttered, pouting. But she didn't bring up her real suspicion. Her gut feeling that Fura had a thing for Minami Yuruka. Teishi, if something happened, you know we got your back, right? Ryu's voice was genuine. Hearing that, Teishi felt touched. Even though he disapproved of their reckless stunts, he couldn't bring himself to lecture them. But when it came to Yuruka Minami, there was no way he could say anything. Just as he was about to come up with an excuse, his eyes widened. Someone had appeared right behind Akira and the others. A small figure draped in a loose white cloak. A pumpkin mask covering their face like something straight out of Halloween. Lantern, Minami Yuruka. Who the hell are you? Fura's body tensed up. Akira and the others turned around. The pumpkin-headed figure didn't answer. They just stepped forward. 1 step. 2 steps. Slowly closing the distance. Oh, you trying to pick a fight, freak? The rooster-head punk grabbed a metal pipe from the ground and swung it. Clang. In an instant, the pipe snapped in half. A pinkish-red tail-like appendage had lashed out from the figure's lower back. A Baikaku Kagyun. Among Kagyun types, the Baikaku was known for its balanced capabilities. It had decent attack power, defense, speed, and endurance, yet had no specialties and also lacked decisive lethality. But against an ordinary human. More than enough. The rooster-head delinquent froze. His face drained of color. Monster. His voice quivered. Run. Fura snapped back to his senses. Now. Ryu, Eki, and the buzzcut thug were stunned. But only for a moment. Then they bolted. Unfortunately, the rooster-head guy was still on the ground. Fura couldn't leave him. He rushed forward, yet was simply too late. He was too slow. The Rinkaku Kagyun quickly shot toward the fallen delinquent. But with a blur came a sudden grip on his arm. Made it in time. Uchiha Baikuya. He grabbed the delinquent's arm and yanked him away from the Rinkaku's strike. At the same time, Arima Kishu landed behind the masked figure. Sensing danger, the Kagyun whipped around to strike Arima. But he effortlessly dodged. Time and time again, with perfect precision. Seeing this, the masked figure realized this wasn't good. Without hesitation, they turned and fled. Arima was about to unsheath his weapon, but by the time he moved, the masked figure had already vanished onto the rooftops. Lost them. Arima stepped next to Byakuya. No need to chase. Byakuya said calmly. The puzzle's coming together. Ding. Host has successfully completed. Mission 2. Protect Fura Teishi's delinquent crew from Minami Yuruka's attack. Reward, 10 attribute points. Mission 2 complete, activating Mission 3. Capitulo 27, V's Cleaners. Mission 3, change Minami Yuruka's fate of death. Reward, 20 attribute points. Uchiha Byakuya figured that once this Mission 3 was completed, the entire hidden questline would probably come to an end. Changing Yuruka Minami's death wasn't exactly hard, but it wasn't all too easy either. Oi, can someone tell me what the hell just happened? Fura Teishi's voice was still shaky from shock. Byakuya snapped out of his thoughts about the system, turning toward Fura. Then he calmly explained. You guys know about ghouls, right? That person just now was one. And not just any ghoul, a particularly dangerous one. GHOUL. Fura's face tensed. Now that he thought about it, that thing really did fit the description of a ghoul. They'd all heard about ghouls in school, and the CCG worked hard to keep them safe. But they'd never actually seen one. Faced with such a terrifying reality, their minds had completely blacked out. And now it finally hit them. If Byakuya and Arima hadn't shown up in time, they'd be dead meat. Literal dead meat. Go home, get some rest. Just go to school as usual tomorrow. Byakuya spoke casually. Then, without another word, he and Arima turned to leave. There was no need to babysit Fura and his delinquent crew 24/7. And after tonight's intervention, Minami Yuruka wouldn't dare show up again as Lantern anytime soon. She was sharp, she had definitely noticed. Byakuya and Arima weren't just ordinary students. And the fact that they transferred in at the same time. Way too suspicious, she'd already figured it out. They were CCG investigators. Wait. How the hell are you two so calm? Fura called out again. We just saw a ghoul. A monster that eats people. Aren't you even a little bit scared? Byakuya kept walking. Not answering. Neither did Arima. Because until the mission was over, revealing their identities was off limits. On the way to the subway station, Byakuya spoke up. I'm heading back to my apartment in the second ward. What about you, Arima? It doesn't matter to me. Arima's voice was as flat as ever. Then he suddenly asked. How did you know Lantern would attack those delinquents tonight? Byakuya smirked slightly. Half instinct. Half deduction. Of course, the biggest part was knowing the storyline. But there was no way he'd ever say that. Back when we left school, we already identified Minami as a prime suspect. Then, when I said I wanted to join Fura's crew, I caught Minami staring at us. And my instincts are very sharp. That look in her eyes, it told me she absolutely despised Fura's gang. Uchiha Byakuya explained logically. While this doesn't necessarily mean Minami will attack tonight, as long as there's a chance, I have to be there to stop it. His ability to predict that Minami Yuruka would strike tonight wasn't just because he had an omniscient player's perspective. There was another crucial factor. His main Jikaio Sharingan had detected something in Minami's eyes at that moment. If he had purely relied on the original story, Minami wasn't even supposed to attack today. I see. Arima nodded slightly. He was beginning to find Byakuya's intuition terrifyingly accurate. No wonder Kaiko had taken an interest in him. All right then, see you at school tomorrow. Byakuya said, preparing to part ways since they were almost at the subway station. It's a bit too early for goodbyes. Arima said blandly. Huh, what do you mean? Byakuya blinked. I've already moved into the same apartment complex as you in the second ward. It'll be more convenient for us to act together during the mission. Byakuya suddenly understood everything. And he began suspecting something. Was Arima Kishu sent by V to spy on him? It was a very real possibility. After all, Arima was Kaiko's direct disciple, and this whole forced partnership felt far too coincidental. Besides, Arima's behavior was a little off. Yes, the CCG's protocol encouraged partners to act together, but from Byakuya's memories, Arima wasn't the type to strictly follow every rule like that. For example, in the original story, Arima had once accidentally fallen asleep while standing in the middle of battle. And another time, he forgot his quink and used a regular umbrella to exterminate a ghoul. If Arima was really here to monitor him, then Byakuya had to be careful. For starters, he absolutely couldn't let Arima discover that Yoshimura Ito was the one-eyed owl. Because the Arima Kishu of this time period was not the same Arima from the original story. People changed, as did their thoughts over time. The Arima of the future had already grown disillusioned after years of being V's cleaner. Slaughtering countless ghouls deemed threats by V, he had become tired of the never-ending violence. But the Arima of now, he wasn't there yet. Right now, he was just a CCG investigator. His quink was only B rank, meaning he had never fought against anything above that level. If this version of Arima was still loyal to V, and he discovered that Yoshimura Ito was the one-eyed owl, then Ito would be dead. Inside the subway, Byakuya and Arima sat together, casually chatting. Come to think of it, when you were still in the sunlit garden, we barely saw each other, didn't we? Arima suddenly said. Yeah, I don't have many memories of you either. Byakuya replied calmly. Of course, he never actually lived in the sunlit garden. The memories he had were all implanted by the system. He was just playing along with Arima's conversation. Arima, you were the strongest and most talented in the sunlit garden. Even back then, your abilities already rivaled or even surpassed special class investigators. But you don't seem too eager about promotions. Byakuya remarked casually. In his memories, Arima had always been the brightest star in the sunlit garden. Yet even now, at his peak physical condition, he was still a rank 2 investigator. Byakuya had a theory. Had Arima been deliberately slowing down his promotions? Had he been reluctant from the very start to become V's cleaner? Capitulo 28, Yoshimura Ito's interview. In terms of raw power, at just 16 years old, Arima Kishu already possessed the strength of a special class investigator. The ages 16 to 20 were considered the peak physical years for half-humans, yet even at 19, Arima was still only a rank 2 investigator. It wasn't until Yoshimura Kyuzin, known as the non-killing owl, attacked the Second Ward's CCG branch, and with no one else in the branch capable of stopping the SSS-rated ghoul, that Arima was finally forced to fight, wielding 2 borrowed B-rank quinks against the non-killing owl. As a result, not only did he repel the owl, he even severed both of its arms. However, from that point on, Arima's half-human body began its decline. By the time he officially became V's cleaner and was promoted to special class investigator, his body was already past its prime. Putting all the pieces together, Byakuya had a theory. Arima had deliberately slowed down his promotions to delay being handpicked by Kaiko as V's cleaner, so that for as long as possible, the number of lives he was forced to take would remain as few as they could. Second Ward night. Tokyo wasn't that big. The subway ride from the 13th Ward to the 2nd Ward didn't take long. As of now, Arima and Byakuya lived in the same apartment complex. Though, of course, they were on different floors and in different rooms. Byakuya had just gotten home when, "You're as punctual as ever, Takatsuki-sensei." Yoshimura Ito had arrived. "Well, I do want to make sure my manuscript gets published smoothly," she replied flatly as she stepped inside, kicking off her shoes as usual. Ito didn't bother with slippers either, just her plain white socks against the floor. For the next hour, the two of them edited and refined her novel together. Ito eventually started feeling a little tired, so she flopped down onto Byakuya's bed to rest. After all, she had only ever slept in the rundown hideout of Aogiri Tree. She had never experienced such a comfortable bed. Even though they were alone together in a room, Ito didn't have any wariness or reservations. Why? Because her strength allowed her to be this careless. That was also why Ito felt like this bastard investigator was actually decent. He never abused his power to take advantage of her. So, today was your first official day as an investigator, wasn't it? How was it? Still lying on the bed, Ito suddenly asked. Not bad, I already found the target on the first day of me infiltrating the school. Byakuya replied. That fast, so has the ghoul been captured yet? Ito pressed further. Not yet, she was fast and decisive. She escaped before we got the chance. But... Byakuya narrowed his eyes slightly. Takatsuki-sensei, you seem very interested in CCG investigators. Well, of course, I want to do some research for my next book. Ito's words were half-truths as well as half-lies. A story about ghoul investigators is pretty rare material, you know Tilda. She really was preparing for her next novel. Her previous work, Dear Kafka, was already fully completed, It was time to start outlining the next one. By the way, you just said she. Ito suddenly smirked. So the ghoul is a girl. Yashimura Ito tilted her head slightly, clearly intrigued. In Japanese, the pronouns for he and she have different pronunciations, which is why she caught onto Byakuya's wording. That's right. Byakuya nodded. Not only that, but she's also a student in my class. The best student, in fact. She's a model student, well-behaved and the top of her class. Ito raised an eyebrow. Oh, she's ghoul, yet she still manages to be the perfect little student. She chuckled lightly. But no matter how good a ghoul tries to be, they still see humans as food. I suppose that's why she ended up on the CCG's radar, right? Exactly. Byakuya replied matter-of-factly. A few days ago, there was a predation incident caused by her. Though none of the victims died, some lost an arm, others lost a leg. 5 people in total. With that many casualties, the CCG has to respond. His tone was even, composed. He spoke as if merely stating facts, not making a judgment. To him, this information wasn't classified. It was simply a matter of whether or not he chose to share it. Normally, CCG investigators wouldn't disclose this sort of thing to civilians, so as to avoid unnecessary panic or complications. But Ito was hardly an ordinary civilian. The latter's gaze flickered as she set her notebook on her lap. She kept tapping her pen against it. For research purposes, I'd like to know, Uchiha-san, what do you think of this ghoul? Her interest wasn't feigned this time. She sat up slightly, clearly invested in the topic. Byakuya closed his eyes for a brief moment, gathering his thoughts. Then he opened them again. She truly wants to integrate into human society. She wants to be an ordinary girl, just another student studying hard for her future. But at the end of the day, she's still a ghoul. She can't suppress her predatory instincts. She can't erase her nature, the part of her that craves blood and flesh. That's her true self. He exhaled slightly. And at the same time, she's also the quiet, well-mannered top student of our class. A duality, a contradiction, 2 versions of herself, both of which were equally real. Ito tapped her notebook some more, contemplating. So in the end, you're still going to exterminate her, huh? She smirked, watching Byakuya's reaction. Not necessarily. Byakuya responded simply. Ito raised an eyebrow. Oh, what do you mean? Unless a ghoul has committed unforgivable atrocities, I follow a different principle. If I don't have to kill, I won't. At most I'd have her sent to the ghoul detention facility. The CCG had many different types of investigators. Some believed all ghouls deserved death. They killed on sight, regardless of morality. From a purely human standpoint, that approach was understandable. The ghoul detention facility, huh? Ito mused. She had raided one of those facilities not long ago, and what she found inside was interesting. Some ghouls were treated decently, but others, they were tortured to the point of madness. It wasn't exactly what she'd call a good place. Byakuya continued, unfazed. But for ghouls who genuinely wish to live alongside humans, I'd rather help them learn self-control, help them resist their instincts, and then I'd send them to the 20th ward. I've heard the manager of that ward advocates for peace between humans and ghouls. Silence. Ito's expression shifted. She knew exactly who he was talking about. Yashimura Kyuzen. Her father, the former cleaner of V and the strongest purebred ghoul, the SSS-rated ghoul known as the non-killing owl. Wherever Yashimura chose to be, he was undoubtedly the ruling power of that district. And Byakuya knew. He knew that the manager of the 20th ward was an unusual case, a ghoul who chose not to kill. A ghoul who had created a sanctuary for others like him. Ito didn't respond immediately. Her fingers lightly traced the cover of her notebook. Capitulo 29, The Life of Yashimura Ito. The relationship between Yashimura Kyuzen and Yashimura Ito was extremely complicated. Kyuzen was once a cleaner for the organization VA Ruthless Enforcer. Yet despite being ghoul, he fell in love with a human woman named Yukina. And even after discovering that he was a ghoul, Yukina still loved him. From their forbidden union a miracle was born. A half-ghoul child, Yashimura Ito. But fate was cruel. During pregnancy, Yukina was forced to consume human flesh. If she didn't, their unborn child born of ghoul blood would starve to death in the womb. Even after all that, their happiness was short-lived. Yukina's true identity was eventually revealed. She was a journalist, specifically a journalist who had been investigating V. By that point, Yukina already had discovered secrets she was never meant to know. The moment V realized this, they hunted her down relentlessly. Kyuzin was strong, but he was one man against an entire organization. Worse still, V's leader, Kaiko, was even stronger than him. Kyuzin could protect himself, but he couldn't protect both Yukina and their newborn child. And so, he was driven into a corner. With no other choice, to protect Ito from V, he personally ended Yukina's life. V let him go. At the time, they hadn't realized he had fathered a child. If they had known that his child was a half-ghoul, they would have never stopped hunting him. After Yukina's death, Kyuzin knew he had to hide Ito. To ensure V never found her, he sent her to the 24th Ward lawless underground abyss, beyond the reach of the outside world. There, he left her in the care of an old friend, the SS-rated ghoul Naro. All he gave Ito was a single notebook, Yukina's notebook. Inside were V's secrets, and also memories of her life with Kyuzin. At first, Ito was safe under Noro's protection. But a few years later, for reasons unknown, Noro was killed by V. At less than 10 years old, Ito was forced to survive alone in the 24th Ward's hellish depths. Yes, Kyuzin had his reasons. Yes, he made impossible choices. But when Ito needed her father most, he chose to run. He abandoned her to escape V. He killed her mother with his own hands. Even if Yukina had accepted her fate, that was a wound Ito could never truly forgive. And so, through this, her hatred was born. But most of that hatred wasn't just for her father. What Ito truly hated was his cowardice. His weakness in the face of V. That was why she sought to destroy the CCG and the organization V, that controlled it from the shadows. However, at this point in time, during Byakuya's era, her hatred for Kyuzin hadn't fully manifested yet. It wasn't the deep, irreparable hatred she held in the original story. Right now, it was mostly just stubborn defiance. She didn't want to go to the 20th Ward to see him, not because she despised him yet, but because she refused to acknowledge him. It was only later, after many more events unfolded, that Ito's hatred for her father became irreversible. Is that so? Ito finally spoke. That's quite the unusual ghoul. She let out a small chuckle. If he's strong enough to rule a district, then he must be powerful. Her voice was calm, too calm. And yet, he still wants to coexist with humans. She had barely reacted at all. But Byakuya was sharp. He noticed it, that brief moment of silence, a pause just long enough to be telling. Indeed. Byakuya responded evenly. A ghoul manager advocating for peace with humans, that is something unheard of. Even if I don't know whether he's done terrible things in secret, just based on this ideal alone, I think it's admirable. Byakuya was treading dangerous ground. Bringing up Yoshimura Kyuzin like this, praising his ideals, to Ito, this was stepping right into a minefield. But he was sincere, leading an entire ward of ghouls, restraining them from killing, coexisting with humans. That was a remarkable act of kindness. And that kindness did not contradict Kyuzin's fear of V. He knew he couldn't defeat V. Even if he gathered allies, it would only lead to a massacre. In his later years, he had seen enough death, he didn't want to see any more. But Ito, she gave up everything. She sacrificed herself. She sacrificed Aogiri Tree. Even Aramakishu died in the end, all for the arrival of the one-eyed king, Kinki Ken. So in the end, who was right? And who was wrong? Kyuzin sought to protect his people. Ito sought to change the world. Neither of them were wrong. But Kyuzin failed as a father, and Ito's brutality left behind nothing but tragedy. Admirable hut. Ito murmured. A moment of silence. Then she spoke again, this time with a slight smirk. You don't seem to hate ghouls that much, Uchiha-san. Byakuya met her gaze. I suppose not. If possible, I'd rather see ghouls and humans coexist. Ito didn't reply immediately. Then, with a casual tone. I see. She closed her notebook with a snap. Thanks for the material, Uchiha-san. I feel like inspiration is just flooding in. Byakuya smiled faintly. I'm looking forward to your next novel, Sensei. Ito hopped down from his bed. Well, it's about time I head back. As usual, Byakuya walked her partway home. I should feel honored, Ito said in a teasing tone. A ghoul investigator personally escorting me home. To anyone else, her words might sound grateful. But Byakuya knew she was just messing with him. After all, she wasn't just some regular human girl, she was the one-eyed owl. At their usual parting spot, Ito turned to him. See you tomorrow, Uchiha-san. You still owe me more details about that ghoul girl. Yeah. The next morning. Ding, daily check-in complete. You have received, +1 attribute point. Byakuya and Arima grabbed breakfast and took the train to school. Just before they reached the entrance, they ran into Yuraka Minami. Or rather the A+ rated ghoul, Lantern. She greeted them with a smile. Good morning, Arima-kun, Byakuya-kun. Byakuya studied her carefully. There wasn't a single crack in her act. She had no idea that the two of them had already confirmed her identity. And yet she, too, was being cautious. She strongly suspected they were CCG investigators. So she was carefully watching their every move. Byakuya responded calmly. Morning. Arima nodded. Good morning, Minami-san. Neither of them showed any sign of knowing the truth. For now Byakuya had no intention of hunting her down. And Arima still wasn't completely certain that she was Lantern. To a true investigator, you never attack without absolute proof. If Minami was just a normal human and they got it wrong, that would be a disaster. Capítulo 30, dull as wood. Byakuya took the lead, leaving Arima and Yuraka Minami alone together. Arima instinctively wanted to follow him. But with Minami, who was very likely the ghoul Lantern right beside him, it wouldn't be wise to act suspiciously. So he had no choice but to walk with her. Yesterday morning, you and Uchiha-kun left with Fura-kun for a while, right? Yuraka Minami suddenly struck up a conversation. Nothing happened, I hope. I mean, Fura-kun is kind of a delinquent, isn't he? Arima's expression remained indifferent. Nothing happened. His voice was flat, emotionless. The cold response made the atmosphere awkward, and the conversation stalled. Ah, that's good then. Minami smiled. I was a little worried that you might turn into a delinquent too, Arima-kun. Silence fell between them again. Minami's delicate, quiet face flushed faintly, perhaps embarrassed by Arima's distant attitude. Byakuya reached the classroom first. He noticed that Fura-tashi was back in school today. His childhood friend, Sasada-iki, was there too. As for Ryu, he was in another class. Fura Sasada. Byakuya greeted them. How are you guys feeling? Any better? Still a little shaken, but I guess I'm okay. Fura's voice was low. Aki was really freaked out last night though. She even insisted on staying over at my place. But she seems a lot better this morning. And what? Hearing her name, Sasada-iki immediately turned around. She smacked Fura over the head with her book. Her face was burning with embarrassment. Taishi, you idiot, you big idiot. The hit wasn't hard at all. But Fura was still baffled. What? You were scared last night, weren't you? That's not the point. Sasada-iki's face turned even redder. Fura-tashi still looked completely lost. Byakuya, however, immediately understood why Sasada-iki was so flustered. It wasn't just about being scared. It was about staying over at a guy's house, and yet, Fura-tashi was so dense he had no clue. Byakuya lost interest in their little drama. There were more important matters to discuss. About that ghoul from yesterday. His tone turned serious. I need to warn you guys, if you keep riding your motorcycles and racing on the streets, you could get attacked again. Fura-tashi frowned. Why, what does street racing have to do with that ghoul? He personally wasn't that into it, but Ryu and Aki probably wouldn't want to give it up. That ghoul didn't attack you for no reason. Byakuya explained. I don't know exactly why yet, but I strongly suggest you guys lay low. Nothing is more important than staying alive. But, I guess that's something you only truly understand when you're staring death in the face. All right, if talking doesn't work, I'll just beat some sense into them. Fura-tashi rolled up his sleeves, determined. Even if he got beaten up instead, he was not letting Ryu and the others keep doing this. After what happened last night, he was convinced Uchiha and Arima were dangerous people. If they said something was serious, it was serious. But it never even crossed his mind that they might be CCG investigators. Most ordinary people barely knew anything about ghouls or the CCG, much less high school students. Lucky. The first person Fura needed to convince was right in front of him. Emma. Sasadoriki nodded. I'll listen to you, Teishi, but you have to agree to one condition. Fura Teishi blinked in surprise. Sure, anything, as long as I can do it. He hadn't expected Iki to agree so fast. You used to love baseball. Before Iki could finish, the classroom's back door opened. Arumakishu and Yuruka Minami walked in. Fura Teishi immediately turned to look. Minami was smiling, chatting with Arima like they were close friends. Fura Teishi frowned. His chest felt uncomfortably tight. Byakuya cleared his throat. Fura, Sasada is still talking to you. Oh. Fura quickly turned back. Only to see Iki glaring at him, her cheeks puffed up in frustration. Idiot Teishi. You really have a crush on some other girl, huh? No, wait. Fura Teishi panicked. Don't say that out loud, what if someone hears? So what? Iki huffed. You're an idiot anyway, you might as well be publicly humiliated. Fura immediately backed down. No, my bad, okay. Look, what was that condition you wanted? I don't feel like saying it anymore. Iki turned away, sulking. Maybe later. Fura Teishi was completely lost. Why was she this mad? Was it just because he didn't listen to her earlier? But that couldn't be that big of a deal, right? Meanwhile, Byakuya just stared, completely speechless. Fura Teishi was so dense it was almost impressive. Uchiha. Fura Teishi lowered his voice. Could you keep all that, a secret? Byakuya nodded. Sure. But then he added. Friendly advice, you should probably give up. Fura Teishi blinked. Huh. Of course, humans could fall in love with ghouls, it wasn't unheard of. But last night, if Byakuya and Arima hadn't intervened in time, then Minami would have slaughtered all of them. If Fura Teishi ever found out that the girl he liked was the same ghoul that almost killed him, he'd probably drop his feelings real quick. Instead of chasing an impossible fantasy, maybe he should look at the person right in front of him. The childhood friend who had always been by his side. Of course, in the original timeline, Sasadoriki did end up becoming Fura Teishi's wife. Capitulo 31, Obvious Crush. Give up, I can tell you mean well, but I don't want to give up so easily. Fura Teishi's expression was firm. He never even considered the possibility that Yuruka Minami was a ghoul. How could she be? She was polite, well-mannered, and academically gifted. She was even the class representative. He thought Uchiha's words meant something else. That Yuruka Minami was simply too good for him. That compared to her, he was just a worthless delinquent. That, on the other hand, Arima was strong, good-looking, and her seatmate he had every advantage. Yeah, maybe he didn't have much of a chance. But that didn't mean he was ready to give up. Byakuya didn't respond. He had already said enough. Unless he straight up told Fura, Yuruka Minami is the pumpkin-head ghoul that almost killed you, the guy wouldn't drop this. But that wouldn't help Byakuya's plans, so he wasn't going to do that. First period math. The teacher wrote a difficult problem on the blackboard and asked for volunteers. No one wanted to be picked. The only ones who stayed completely calm were the students who were confident they could solve it. Byakuya, Arima, and Minami. Math had always been Byakuya's strongest subject in his past life, though he had been terribly bad at everything else. Now, with the Mangekyo sharing in, his skills had only gotten sharper. All right, let's have Arima-kun try. The elderly teacher adjusted his reading glasses and scanned the student list for an interesting name. Arima eventually stepped up, barely pausing before writing down the entire solution in a matter of seconds. It took him 2 to 3 minutes total. Then he put down the chalk and returned to his seat. Absolutely correct. The teacher was stunned for a moment. Arima-kun, you only transferred in yesterday, right? You're adjusting remarkably fast. Yuruka Minami smiled warmly at Arima. Arima-kun, you're amazing. You must be really good at math. It's nothing. Arima's voice was as flat as ever. Math is just recognizing the right formulas and applying them to the problem. Yuruka Minami's smile froze for half a second. You make it sound easy, but most people struggle with that. She laughed awkwardly. But deep down, she was thinking. Huh, this ghoul investigator is surprisingly good at school. Lunchtime rooftop. Byakuya and Arima ate their homemade bento lunches on the school's rooftop. It was also a good spot to discuss work in private. Arima, did you pick up anything useful from talking to Minami? No. Arima shook his head. Everything about her behavior seems normal, but it's common for ghouls to blend into human society perfectly. Byakuya nodded. No rush, we'll observe her a little longer. But then he added, besides, Lan and I think there's another ghoul at this school. Arima turned to him. Explain. I noticed someone acting suspicious. Byakuya's gaze sharpened. A janitor working on campus. Uchiha Byakuya pointed toward a specific spot below. Look over there, that guy, he's right there. On the lawn, a middle-aged janitor wearing a hat was supposedly trimming the grass. But instead of focusing on his work, he was constantly looking around, his movements shifty and suspicious. A normal student might not think much of this. But Arima wasn't a normal student. He took one look and knew that guy was extremely shady. Arima, how do you want to handle this? Byakuya asked. He looks like he's searching for an ideal target. I'll let him choose me. Arima answered. After all, he looked frail and unthreatening, the kind of easy prey a ghoul might go after. Byakuya nodded. All right, then I'll leave him to you. Internally, though, he was planning something else. This janitor ghoul was a known character he was in the original story. His method? He targeted students and teachers. Byakuya was only bringing him up now to create an opportunity, an excuse for Arima to be busy so he could move alone. We'll act after school. Arima concluded. At 3:45 p.m., school ended. Students either went home, attended club activities, or headed to cram school. Arima split off to handle the janitor ghoul alone. Meanwhile, Byakuya was somewhere else entirely. Kamui dimension. Yes, he was inside the Kamui dimension. Because when he had bought his striped tiger pattern mask, the system had also gifted him a full outfit and a chain. This was Uchiha Obito's outfit from the night of the Uchiha massacre. The system was thoughtful enough to provide the whole set, though it stored everything in the Kamui space, except the mask, which he could equip at will. Ding, host has equipped full set, Red Moon Night. Set effect activated, +5 RC cells, hairstyle changed. Wait, what? Byakuya blinked. His hair had changed. Checking his reflection, he realized he now had Obito's exact hair from that time period. Right now, aside from his face and physique, he was basically a carbon copy of Red Moon Night Obito. This was perfect. With this disguise, nobody would be able to recognize him. Before leaving the Kamui space, Byakuya decided to spend his accumulated points. Current attribute points, 134. Ding, host has successfully allocated points. Physicality +61. RC cells +73. Attribute points -134. Byakuya had split his stats with priority on RC cells, but without neglecting physique. Physicality, 30. RC cells, 673 +5. All right, it's time. With that thought, Byakuya activated Kamui and phased back into reality, right on Yuruka Minami's path home. It was a narrow alleyway. A perfect place for an ambush. Here, a red-masked figure appeared out of nowhere, completely unnoticed by any passersby. Moments later, Yuruka Minami arrived. She stopped immediately. Her body tensed. Her first reaction was, this guy's a ghoul. No human would dress like this, and yet she had never seen this ghoul before. She ruled 13th Ward like it was her personal domain. No unknown ghouls should be here. So why was there a mysterious intruder blocking her path? Is he from another ward? She wondered. At that moment, the red-masked figure moved, dragging a heavy chain across the ground. Clank! Clank! A slow, deliberate sound as the mysterious figure advanced toward her. Capitulo 32, Mysterious Masked Man. Why use, who are you? Yuruka Minami's face immediately twisted with fear. She staggered backward, looking every bit like a helpless human girl. Lantern, your hunting ground belongs to me now. Byakuya deliberately lowered his voice, making it sound completely different from his usual tone. In the ghoul world, A hunting ground was a designated territory for hunting humans, usually hidden in dark alleys or generally secluded areas. It was like territorial instinct. Every ghoul had their own preferred area. If another ghoul trespassed and hunted within someone else's domain, it would lead to a brutal battle. By declaring his intent to take over Yuruka Minami's hunting ground, Byakuya was provoking her directly. Hearing him expose her identity, Yuruka Minami stopped pretending. Her frightened, helpless demeanor vanished in an instant. Her expression turned cold and murderous. "I don't know where the hell you came from. But you've got guts, challenging me in the 13th ward." SHRRK. A bright pink kagyun burst from her lower back, her Baikaku kagyun lashing out like a whip. At the same time, her eyes turned crimson, her kakyugen glowing in the darkness. Normally, a ghoul's eyes were terrifying. But on her, with her doll-like features, it made her look eerily beautiful. Byakuya activated his own transformation. With a single thought, his Mangekyo Sharingan appeared a pair of spiraling black pinwheels spinning within his blood-red irises. Yuruka Minami's gaze sharpened. She immediately searched his body, trying to find his kagyun. If she could identify his kagyun type, she could counter it. Every kagyun had strengths and weaknesses. Focusing on a weakness was the best way to fight. But no matter how hard she looked, she couldn't find a kagyun. All she saw was the thick, heavy chain in his hand. That chain, is that his kagyun? Yuruka Minami frowned slightly. Something felt off. She had seen all sorts of kagyun. Some were spiky, some bladed, some tentacle-like, and some even morphed into wings. But she had never seen a kagyun that looked like a damn chain. She couldn't even tell where his kakyuhu was located. A kagyun always sprouted from a specific point on a ghoul's body. But this chain, it seemed to come out of his sleeve, which meant she couldn't determine his kagyun type at all. Byakuya said nothing. Instead, he attacked immediately. His eyes locked onto the base of her tail kagyun, and then he activated Kamui. His left eye's power, the offensive Kamui could warp away objects, using the principles of tearing space-time. Normally, a single Kamui eye could only activate at a certain speed. But with his dual Mangekyo, Byakuya's activation time was far faster. Yuruka Minami couldn't even react in time. Just as she sensed a strange spatial distortion, her tail kagyun was already being torn apart by a twisting vortex of space. What? Pain ripped through her body. It wasn't until the agonizing sensation hit her that she finally realized her kagyun had been severed. One moment, she had been analyzing the masked man's kagyun. The next, her own had been destroyed, and she hadn't even seen how it happened. Before her kagyun could regenerate, Byakuya rushed forward, moving at 3 times the speed of an average person. At the same time, the chain hidden within his sleeve shot out, lashing toward Yuruka Minami's throat. Clink! The chain tightened around her neck. A powerful choking force crushed her windpipe. KH. Panic flooded her senses. But ghouls weren't as easy to subdue as humans. Ghouls with Baikaku-type kagyun were naturally adept at close combat. She retaliated instantly. Her right leg swung out in a sharp roundhouse kick. But Byakuya dodged effortlessly, leaping into the air. And in mid-flip, he tightened the chain even further. Urk! Yuruka Minami's face twisted in pain. Even as an A+ rated ghoul, her endurance had limits. She could withstand more pain than a normal human, yet she couldn't escape suffocation. In just a few moments, she would pass out or worse die. But then, her kagyun regenerated. Her only chance. She lashed out with her kagyun, aiming for the masked man's body. There was no way he could dodge at this range. Except her kagyun slashed straight through him, like he wasn't even there. What? Yuruka Minami's heart sank into despair. She felt nothing, as if her kagyun had pierced only air. It was naturally Kamui's intangibility. Byakuya had phased his physical body into the Kamui dimension. Her kagyun could never touch him. And to the outside world, he looked completely solid, as if nothing had changed. The choking grew worse as Yuruka Minami's vision blurred. Her mind was slipping into darkness. Am I going to die here? Her heart screamed in frustration. She had only been attending school for a year, actually trying to live a normal life. And now it was all over. Tears streamed down her face. Ding! You have defeated an A+ rated ghoul. Reward, +8 attribute points. Byakuya did not release the chain, but he didn't tighten it further either. He was waiting for someone. And finally, that person arrived. A flash of white entered his vision. Aramakishu. The latter had already drawn one of his Yukimura quinks from within his violin case. His grip tightened as he lunged toward the masked figure. Clang, clang. Byakuya blocked the first few strikes with his chain. Despite being a quink, Yukimura failed to cut through it. The chain was remarkably durable, almost unbreakable. After exchanging a few blows, Byakuya loosened the chain around Yuruka Minami's neck. Clink! Her body collapsed to the ground. Cough-ha! She gasped for air, violently coughing as oxygen flooded her lungs. Her tear-filled eyes lifted, and she saw Aramakishu, standing between her and the masked man. He saved me. She never would have thought that a CCG investigator would be the one to save her life. Capitulo 33, Night. Yuruka Minami sat on the ground, gasping for breath, no longer bothering to hide her kagyun or kakyugen. There was no point in concealing them anymore. Aramakishu had already seen everything. Aramakun. She muttered his name subconsciously. Looking up at Aramakishu standing before her, she suddenly felt as if he were a knight, appearing at the critical moment to protect her. Coincidentally, the pronunciation of Kishu was very similar to knight in Japanese. That was the reason behind the side story titled Jack. Aramakishu remained focused on the masked figure before him, ignoring Yuruka Minami. Besides, he had no intention of offering unnecessary words to a ghoul. Uchiha Byakuya continued his act, launching an attack on Aramakishu. However, this time, he refrained from using his Manjikai Sharingan ability. Kamui, a few casual exchanges with Arama would suffice. After a brief but seemingly evenly matched bout, Uchiha Byakuya took the initiative to retreat. Watching the masked figure disappear into the distance, Aramakishu did not pursue him. His primary objective was to ensure Yuruka Minami's safety, and in most cases, ghoul investigators couldn't keep up with fleeing ghouls anyway. His intervention wasn't out of personal concern for Yuruka Minami, it was because she was the target of his mission. And the mission's goal wasn't extermination, but capturing her and sending her to a ghoul detention facility. He had to prevent any other ghouls from killing her. However, had Yuruka Minami successfully killed those delinquents the previous night, the situation would have been different. TGECCG might have decided to switch the mission from capture to extermination. Unless, of course, the target had significant value. Powerful ghouls ranked S, SS, or even SSS were often kept alive to be used for intelligence gathering or as test subjects for new quink development. The fight was over, and Yuruka Minami had recovered somewhat. But instead of attacking Aramakishu, she asked, "Aramakun, you're a ghoul investigator, aren't you? And yet you saved me." "No, the mission simply isn't extermination. It's to capture you and send you to a ghoul detention facility," Aramakishu replied bluntly. "I see, after all, I'm a ghoul. No matter how much I try to live like a normal human girl in the end, I'm still a ghoul." Yuruka Minami smiled bitterly. "But regardless, Aramakun, you still saved me, so, thank you." Aramakishu was silent for a moment. "No need to thank me. Aramakun, you're going to take me in now, aren't you?" Yuruka Minami had given up on resisting. She had witnessed Arama's strength firsthand. He had held his ground against the masked ghoul, whereas she had been completely powerless. That meant she wouldn't stand a chance against him either. "That's right." Aramakishu nodded slightly. "Before that, can you give me a little time?" Yuruka Minami pleaded, "Next week's exam, I've worked so hard preparing for it." "No," Aramakishu refused coldly. "Ah, what a shame." Yuruka Minami smiled regretfully. Meanwhile, Uchiha Byakuya had arrived at a secluded alley where he had stashed his school bag. He removed the tiger-striped mask from his face, and his hairstyle instantly reverted to its original form. Next, he took out his school uniform from his backpack and changed into it, stuffing the outfit and chain from the mask set back into his bag. He decided not to waste any more RC cells transferring the outfit and chain back into the Kamui dimension, as his RC cell reserves were already running low. During this operation, he had only used Kamui twice, once to enter and exit his pocket dimension when changing clothes, and once to phase through Yuruka Minami's attack. Yet, even with just these minimal uses, more than half of his RC cells had been drained. Aside from some pain in his eyes and slight physical fatigue, there were no major issues. He estimated he would recover naturally in a day or two. After exchanging a few blows with Arima, it's clear that his physical abilities surpass mine. Well, that's to be expected. This is Arima Kishu at his physical prime, after all. Uchiha Byakuya thought to himself. His constitution stat still wasn't high enough, but unlike Arima, who would eventually experience physical decline, Byakuya's growth potential was limitless so long as he had attribute points. He could continue to grow stronger. After making his way back at full speed, Byakuya soon arrived at Arima's location. The first thing he saw was Arima preparing to place handcuffs on Yuruka Minami. These weren't ordinary handcuffs, but ones specially crafted by the CCG using GHOUL Kagyun material. A standard ghoul would have no chance of breaking free. You know, Arima, I didn't take you for someone with this kind of fetish. Byakuya deliberately teased. At this moment, Yuruka Minami had already retracted her Kagyun, and her Kakyugen had returned to normal black pupils. From an outsider's perspective, it looked as if Arima Kishu was restraining a helpless and innocent schoolgirl. Yuruka Minami knew that Uchiha Byakuya must also be a ghoul investigator like Arima, but she hadn't expected him to make such a remark right away. She was momentarily caught off guard. No, Arima replied expressionlessly. I have confirmed that Yuruka Minami is the ghoul lantern. I am proceeding with her capture. After securing the handcuffs on Yuruka Minami, Arima walked over to Byakuya and, lowering his voice so only the two of them could hear, gave a brief report. Earlier, I encountered an unidentified ghoul fighting Lantern, seemingly over hunting grounds. That ghoul has since retreated. Additionally, I have now confirmed that Lantern is Yuruka Minami. Before this, Arima had just finished driving out the janitor ghoul who had been hiding within the school. That ghoul had chosen to resist rather than surrender, forcing Arima to subdue him. Immediately after, he had gone to track Yuruka Minami, a part of his standard investigation of Lantern. That was when he happened upon the scene of her battle with the masked ghoul. It was clear that Arima had not recognized that the mysterious ghoul was, in fact, Byakuya himself. The differences in appearance were simply too drastic. While their body types were similar, it wasn't enough to draw conclusions. After all, countless people in the world shared similar builds. Furthermore, Arima knew very well that both he and Uchiha Byakuya were half-humans raised in V's sunlit garden. Half-humans did not possess a Kakyugen. Thus, he never once suspected that the masked ghoul could have been his partner. By the way, Arima added, Lantern requested a short delay before being taken in. She said she wanted to complete next week's exams. What do you think? Since Byakuya was his partner and superior, he had the final say in such matters. Let her have this chance. Besides, Arima, aren't you enjoying school life quite a bit yourself? No harm in extending it a little longer, right? Byakuya said casually. Arima was silent for a brief moment, his face as unreadable as ever, but he did not deny it. Understood. Capitulo 34, Everything is under control. After finishing his conversation with Uchiha Byakuya, Arima Kishu returned to Yuruka Minami. He unlocked the handcuffs restraining her. Why? Yuruka Minami was stunned. You are being given some time. After your exams are over, you will be taken into custody. Arima stated plainly. Yuruka Minami was both shocked and overjoyed. Thank you so much. No need to thank me. First-class investigator Uchiha is the one giving you this chance. Arima was merely stating the facts. That may be true, but Arima-kun must have spoken up for me, right? Otherwise, Uchiha-kun wouldn't have known about this at all. Yuruka Minami said. No, I simply reported the situation as it was. Arima denied it outright. All right then. Yuruka Minami couldn't help but feel that this Arima Kishu was incredibly cold. You can go home now. Arima spoke as if nothing had happened. He wasn't worried about Yuruka Minami trying to escape. Now that he knew the true identity of Lantern, it wouldn't take long to track her down again. The only way she could truly disappear would be to completely abandon life in human society. I'm still a bit scared of that ghoul from earlier. Could Arima-kun walk me home? Yuruka Minami asked. It's fine. Arima agreed without hesitation. His mission was to capture Lantern, not let her die at the hands of another ghoul. Then I'll be heading back. Arima, you go ahead and escort Yuruka-san home. At that moment, Uchiha Byakuya also spoke up. Understood. Arima nodded. Ding, the host has successfully completed Mission 3, change Yuruka Minami's fate of death. Reward, 20 attribute points. Everything had gone exactly as Byakuya had planned. In essence, the entire reason he disguised himself as a ghoul in the first place was to accelerate the progress of the mission. Otherwise, given Yuruka Minami's personality, she would have continued playing cat and mouse with them for a long time, selling out other ghouls to gain their trust before seizing the right moment to eliminate them. Byakuya had no interest in wasting time on such a game. There were other ways to handle this, of course. He could have exposed Yuruka Minami's identity by confronting her directly as a CCG investigator, forcing her to reveal herself as Lantern. However, CCG investigators couldn't simply attack civilians without cause. Even if the person in question was later confirmed to be a ghoul, it would still damage their reputation. That was precisely why Arima Kishu, despite already having strong suspicions, hadn't made a move against Yuruka Minami. The CCG's regulations were clear. Unless there was irrefutable proof, investigators could not recklessly attack someone who had not displayed their ghoul nature. That was why Byakuya had chosen to operate as a ghoul instead. This approach also ensured that Yuruka Minami would recognize Arima Kishu's overwhelming strength, deterring her from attempting any foolish attacks against him in the future. That significantly reduced the chances of her meeting the tragic end she suffered in the original timeline. All in all, this had been the best possible method. Byakuya had efficiently and successfully altered Yuruka Minami's fate. Whether she ended up in the Ghoul Detention Center Cochlea or not, at the very least, she wouldn't die. That said, Byakuya would much rather have her seek refuge in the 20th ward under the care of the cafe manager, Yoshimura Kyuzin. Taking the subway, Uchiha Byakuya returned to the 2nd ward. He had just finished preparing dinner when Yoshimura Ito arrived at his door. Takatsuki-sensei, you're early today, I was just about to eat. Uchiha Byakuya was slightly surprised. I couldn't wait to gather more material. By the way, do you mind if I have a few bites? Ito asked, hoping to share his meal. Of course, it wasn't about hunger. This was her way of subtly dispelling any suspicion that Byakuya might have about her being a ghoul. Ghouls couldn't eat human food, only half-ghouls and half-humans could. However, most CCG investigators had no knowledge of the existence of either half-ghouls or half-humans. Coincidentally, Byakuya and Ito happened to be one of each one a half-human, the other a half-ghoul. Of course. Byakuya agreed readily. His apartment was modest, with just enough space for 2 people to sit and eat together at the table. Uchiha-san, your cooking skills are impressive. Ito praised after taking a few bites. Unlike regular ghouls who had to fake eating, Ito, as a half-ghoul, could genuinely taste and enjoy human food. Eating human food wouldn't harm her body. In fact, it could even satisfy her hunger. However, if she wanted to maintain her strength or grow stronger, she still needed human flesh or had to practice kakuja cannibalism. I'm glad you like it, Takatsuki-sensei. Whether she was being sincere or just making conversation, Byakuya was confident in his cooking skills. Back in his previous life, he often cooked for himself, with a strong foundation in culinary skills and the added enhancement of the Manjikayo Sharingan. His cooking had naturally improved. So how did things go today, about that ghoul girl? Ito smoothly shifted the conversation to the main topic. Her identity as a ghoul was completely exposed. Byakuya replied, I see, so it's game over for her. Ito's tone carried a hint of regret. No, I've already arranged with my partner to at least let her finish next week's exams in peace. Honestly, I'd prefer for her to go to the 20th ward. Byakuya answered truthfully. The key factor was the system Yoshimura Kyuzin had established in the 20th ward. Ghouls under his rule were forbidden from actively hunting humans. Instead, they could only feed on human corpses, those who had died from suicide or accidents, and their feeding frequency was strictly controlled. Under Kyuzin's management, the 20th ward had remained relatively peaceful for years, with an exceptionally low rate of ghoul attacks. This was why the CCG barely paid attention to the area, and as a result, ghouls in the 20th Ward were rarely hunted. If Yuruka Minami could accept the rules of the 20th Ward and stop harming humans, the CCG would gradually stop pursuing Lantern. There were far more dangerous ghouls out there, and the CCG was always short on manpower. It seems, Uchiha-san, you genuinely hope for this ghoul girl to integrate into human society. Ito took out her notebook and began jotting down material for her next novel. As long as she stops harming humans, otherwise, I won't be able to help her. That's true. By the way, is your partner the same as you? Ito asked curiously. Similar, but not exactly the same. Byakuya replied. The difference was that Aramakishu was completely bound by V, shaped into a cold and emotionless enforcer who unquestioningly carried out the orders of both V and the CCG, almost erasing his own emotions. Capitulo 35, does Uchiha-san like that girl? In the original story, Aramakishu spent almost his entire life serving V. The only 2 times he acted on personal motives were, first, when he cooperated with Yoshimura Ito and became the true first one-eyed king behind the scenes of Aogiri Tree, and second, when he trained Kenki Ken, also known as Sasaki Hayes, to become the new one-eyed king, fulfilling his long-held wish. Arama knew his lifespan was short. Even if he openly rebelled against V, he wouldn't have been able to change the world. And while his strength was unmatched, he was ultimately outnumbered. The leader of V, Kaiko, had once been his mentor. If he was not outright stronger than him, he was at least on par. Furthermore, Arama's enemies wouldn't be limited to just V. As a ghoul investigator for both V and the CCG, Arama had erased his emotions. No matter how pitiful a ghoul was, even if he felt the slightest sympathy, he would still kill without hesitation. Because that was V's command: eliminate all threats. Even up until his death, he obeyed V's orders, executing Kamishiro Rai's adoptive father, Kamishiro Matasaka. Of course, in the current timeline where Uchiha Byakuya found him, Arama had not yet been fully shackled by V, as he had not yet become their official cleaner. By the way, Uchiha-san, you're not falling for that ghoul girl, are you? You sure seem to care a lot about her. Yoshimura Ito suddenly shifted to gossip mode. No. Byakuya denied it without hesitation. He was actually hoping for Arama and Yuruka Minami to end up together, so there was no way he had any interest in her. Oh, that was a surprisingly firm denial. Ito raised an eyebrow. She had somewhat suspected that this bastard investigator might have feelings for the ghoul girl. After all, no normal investigator would go this far for a ghoul. But to her surprise, he had shot down the idea so definitively. If he truly had feelings for that girl, it would have been impossible for him to remain this calm and decisive. A ghoul investigator who cares about ghouls is definitely strange, but that's just the kind of person I am. Byakuya said coolly. Got it, Uchiha-san is a weirdo. But you know, having a weirdo as the protagonist of my next novel might actually be pretty interesting. Ito scribbled down another character concept in her notebook. 13th Ward. After parting ways with Byakuya, Aramakishu returned his quink, Yukimura, to its case inside his cello bag, then escorted Yuruka Minami home. Walking side by side, they looked just like 2 ordinary students heading home after school. No one would ever suspect that one was a ghoul investigator and the other a ghoul. If anything, they appeared more like a young couple in the eyes of passers-by. This is my house. Thanks for walking me home, Arama-kun. Standing at her doorstep, Yuruka Minami smiled and thanked him. Arama nodded slightly, saying nothing. Despite his cold demeanor, Minami's smile remained. Just as Arama was about to turn and leave, she suddenly spoke again. In the morning, can we walk to school together? Arama was silent for a moment. Sure. He didn't refuse Yuruka Minami because he considered it a reasonable request. Besides, this way, he could ensure her safety from any potential attacks by the ghoul from yesterday. Yuruka Minami's face immediately lit up with a bright smile. It was the kind of radiant smile that could easily make any boy's heart skip a beat. But for Aramakishu, there wasn't even the slightest change in his expression. With that, Arama turned and left. Back home, Yuruka Minami found her thoughts, drifting once more to that masked ghoul with the tiger stripe pattern. Who exactly was that person? Not only were they terrifyingly strong, but they also knew her identity as Lantern. She had always been cautious at school so much so that even other ghouls whom she occasionally spoke to had no idea about her true nature. The thought made her uneasy. Unknown enemies were always the most frightening. But in the end, she was destined to be captured and sent to a ghoul detention center, so she supposed it didn't matter much anymore. Shaking off those lingering thoughts, Yuruka Minami focused on studying for next week's exams. Her top-ranking grades weren't just for show she genuinely enjoyed studying while she was at school. The next morning, on the train heading to the 13th ward, Uchiha Byakuya casually asked, "Arima, did anything happen after you walked Yuruka-san home yesterday?" "No, Lantern doesn't seem to have any intention of resisting anymore," Arima replied matter-of-factly. "That's not what I was asking. But whatever, with your personality, it's not like you'd get anywhere that fast anyway." Byakuya's words were somewhat vague. Arima, as expected, didn't quite understand. Anywhere with what? It never even crossed his mind that his superior was subtly prying into whether he and the ghoul, Lantern, had made any progress romantically. "Nothing." Byakuya didn't bother clarifying. "By the way, when we get to the 13th ward station, I'll be heading to Lantern first," Arima stated. He no longer referred to her as Yuruka-san, it was now just Lantern. "Me good luck with that." Byakuya's tone carried a hint of amusement. Arima, of course, took it at face value, thinking his superior was simply encouraging him in his duties. Upon arriving in the 13th ward, Arima went straight to Yuruka Minami's house and waited outside. He didn't call out to her or ring the doorbell. He simply stood there, waiting. It was only when Yuruka Minami happened to glance out her window that she noticed him. "Ah, Arima-kun, why didn't you say anything? Have you been waiting long?" Arima looked up at the second-floor window, where she stood, seemingly still finishing up her morning preparations. "No, I just got here." "Oh, that's good then." Yuruka Minami glanced at the clock on the wallet was precisely 7:00 a.m. She thought to herself, Arima-kun sure is early. Are all CCG investigators this disciplined? Although she herself had woken up early, she had spent quite a bit of time fixing her appearance-mimicking human girls who liked to dress up for school. Not wanting to keep Arima waiting too long, she quickly slung her school bag over her shoulder. Before leaving, she grabbed a piece of bread from the table and bit into it. As she stepped out the door, Arima noticed her walking toward him with the bread still in her mouth. "Ghouls aren't supposed to be able to eat human food." Yuruka Minami grinned and replied, "That's true, but I just wanted to try mimicking those manga heroines." Minami smiled as she spoke. "You know, the ones who dash out of their house, late for school, with a piece of bread in their mouth, it gives off a certain feeling, doesn't it?" Capitulo 36, have you started dating? Is that so? Arima Kishu didn't quite understand. He had never read those so-called manga, he only liked reading actual books. "Yes, I'm really happy to be going to school with you, Arima-kun." Yuruka Minami wasn't just saying this for show, it was genuinely how she felt. She had already accepted her fate and mentally prepared herself for being taken to the ghoul detention center after next week's exams. So, for these last few days, she wanted to allow herself a little indulgence. She had always admired the school life of human girls, the kind she had seen in manga those youthful, vibrant days. Even though Arima was probably the type of person who despised ghouls, she still felt content. Of course, by the time they arrived at the school gates, she still hadn't eaten that piece of bread. Since Arima already knew she was a ghoul, there was no point in pretending to eat in front of him. Forcing it down would only make her suffer. Just as she was about to throw the bread into a nearby trash bin, Arima suddenly spoke. "Are you wasting food?" "I can't help it. I really can't eat it. Even if I force it down, I'll have to vomit it back up later." Yuruka Minami apologized with a helpless smile. "If you can't eat it, then give it to me." Arima replied expressionlessly. "Oh." Yuruka Minami froze for a second before her cheeks flushed red. She hadn't actually taken a bite of the bread, but she had been holding it in her mouth the entire way here. In other words, if Arima ate it, wouldn't that mean he'd be indirectly eating from her mouth? Arima-kun, you don't mind?" Yuruka Minami asked shyly. "Mind what? You haven't eaten it, have you?" Arima responded flatly. "Well, yeah, but I was holding it in my mouth for so long. Yuruka Minami looked a bit embarrassed. Oh, that's what you meant. But that's nothing, right? It's not like direct physical contact or mucous membrane contact. If you think about it, there's probably more saliva exchanged just from us talking face to face. Arima remained completely calm and logical, stating it as a simple fact. This, all right then. Yuruka Minami was left speechless by his reasoning. Looking at Arima's completely expressionless face, she realized he truly didn't care at all. Not only that, but he also didn't seem to feel any embarrassment. He could casually say words like saliva without a second thought, while she hesitated to even bring it up. In the end, Arima ate the bread without hesitation. Before walking ahead, he turned to her and said, "Wasting food is unacceptable. Don't do something like this again." He wasn't referring to her being unable to eat human food. He meant the whole act of deliberately carrying bread in her mouth for the aesthetic and then wasting it. "I understand," Yuruka Minami obediently nodded. At that moment, she suddenly realized, wasn't this exactly the kind of youthful moment she had always longed for? Ever since that night with the pumpkin-headed ghoul incident, it was as if they had all walked away from the gates of hell. Furateishi and Sasada-iki had been coming to school every day now. Even Sasada-iki had completely cut ties with the delinquent biker gang. The buzz-cut guy and the rooster-headed delinquent had been scared out of their wits by the pumpkin-headed ghoul. They now had a deep psychological trauma. Forget street racing, they wouldn't even dare touch a motorcycle for a while. That left only Aki alone, but riding solo wasn't fun, and she was definitely afraid that the pumpkin-headed ghoul might show up again. In the end, she had no choice but to reluctantly give up flying. Teishi, from now on, let's just play baseball again with Ryu. Since they were done with being delinquent bikers, Sasada-iki wanted to do something else. Baseball. Teishi hesitated for a moment. Didn't you used to love baseball the most, Teishi? By the way, why did you suddenly quit playing back then? Sasada-iki asked curiously. Back in the day, Teishi had loved baseball and was really good at it. She and Ryu would always play with him. But then, one day, Teishi suddenly quit baseball. She and Ryu lost interest as well, and after that, they gradually fell into delinquency. To this day, neither she nor Ryu knew why Teishi had given up baseball so abruptly. That, I don't really know how to explain it to you. Teishi seemed unwilling to talk about it. If you don't want to say, then forget it. But the condition I mentioned yesterday, it was actually that I wanted you to return to the baseball field. Sasada-iki said with a smile. Teishi looked conflicted. Just then, their homeroom teacher entered the classroom. The bell was about to ring. All right, everyone, settle down. Class is starting. Sasada-iki had no choice but to turn back toward the blackboard. Teishi, however, was still preoccupied with what had just been said. After school, Uchiha Byakuya walked up to Arima Kishu's desk and said, "Arima, you still have to walk Yuruka-san home, right? I'll head back first." "All right." Arima Kishu gave a slight nod. "See you, Uchiha-kun." Yuruka Minami waved goodbye. "See you." With that, Uchiha Byakuya left first. But before he could get far, Teishi suddenly chased after him. "Uchiha, what was that just now? That Arima guy has his relationship with Yuruka-san already progressed that far." Clearly, he had overheard Uchiha Byakuya's words to Arima. Sasada-iki quickly caught up as well. "Teishi, you idiot, wait for me." I don't know how far their relationship has progressed. All I know is that they seem to be going to and from school together every day now. Uchiha Byakuya said casually. That's practically the same as being a couple already. Teishi's confidence completely crumbled. He never imagined that Arima's relationship with Yuruka Minami would develop so quickly, leaving him with absolutely no chance. Big dumb Teishi, always thinking about other girls. Sasada-iki finally caught up. Even as she complained, she couldn't help but feel a little pleased. At least now Teishi wouldn't be so obsessed with Yuruka Minami anymore. With that, Uchiha Byakuya casually walked with the two of them for a while. Meanwhile, Arima Kishu, as if performing a routine task, escorted Yuruka Minami home. "Arima-kun, Yuruka-san." Just as they stepped outside the school gate, a girl who seemed to be their classmate called out to them. "Kobayashi-san." Arima Kishu remembered her name. When he first transferred, he had already memorized all of his classmates' names. Yuruka Minami, of course, greeted Kobayashi-san warmly as well. But then, Kobayashi suddenly dropped a rather sharp question. "Arima-kun, I think I saw you and Yuruka-san coming to school together this morning, and now you're walking home together too. So, does that mean you two are already dating?" Capitulo 37, Yuruka Minami's words. Kobayashi's question caught Yuruka Minami off guard for a moment. Kobayashi, wearing glasses, lightly pushed up the frame with her index finger, her small stature giving her the air of a detective. She was clearly here to gossip. Arima-kishu remained silent, showing no reaction. "It's not like that. Arima-kun and I aren't dating," Yuruka Minami quickly denied with a smile. "Oh, I really thought you two got together so fast," Kobayashi said, sounding a little surprised. "Really, we're not dating. Arima-kun and I just happen to live in the same direction, so we walk to and from school together." Yuruka Minami came up with a reasonable explanation. "I see." Kobayashi nodded slightly before leaning in close to Yuruka Minami's ear and whispering, "But honestly, Arima-kun is so good-looking. He's already super popular in our class, and from what I've noticed, even girls from other classes are starting to show interest. If you don't act fast, someone else might snatch him up." "That's, I can't do that." Yuruka Minami gave an awkward, embarrassed smile. She really couldn't. Because she was a ghoul, and Arima-kishu was a ghoul investigator, practically destined enemies. Besides, by next week, she would be locked away in the ghoul detention center. Kobayashi adjusted her glasses. "Don't say you can't. If someone else gets to him first, it'll be too late." Arima-kishu remained silent. Even though Kobayashi and Yuruka Minami were whispering, he could still catch parts of their conversation. He wasn't sure how to respond, so he simply waited for them to finish. All right, I got it. Just stop already, Arima-kun can hear everything." Yuruka Minami tried to escape from the awkward topic. "That's even better," Kobayashi said. "If he hears it, it'll help things progress between you two." Then she added, "But anyway, I don't have time to bother you guys any longer. I still need to go interview Uchiha-kun. He's another new transfer student who's been getting a lot of attention lately." Finally freed from the situation, Yuruka Minami let out a sigh of relief. Arima-kishu remained completely expressionless and silent, as if he had heard nothing at all. But the atmosphere was undeniably awkward. Yuruka Minami wasn't dumb. She knew Arima had definitely heard everything. He was probably just staying quiet to spare her embarrassment. The silence lingered for a while before Yuruka Minami finally broke it. "Arima-kun probably hates ghouls, right? But I guess it's not really Kobayashi-san's fault for saying all that. She could never imagine that I'm actually a ghoul." There weren't many people around, so she dared to say the word ghoul out loud. In her mind, Arima-kishu must have become a CCG investigator at such a young age because he hated ghouls, maybe even because his family had been killed by one. "Hate ghouls, not really." Arima-kishu replied flatly. As a half-human, Arima-kishu carried ghoul blood in his veins. He neither hated ghouls nor particularly favored humans. His personal feelings were meaningless. He simply followed the orders of V. Moreover, the relationship between the CCG and V was far more complex than just a battle between humans and ghouls. It wasn't as simple as two opposing sides. Yuruka Minami was visibly surprised. She hadn't expected Arima to deny it. "But whether I hate them or not, I am a ghoul investigator." Arima spoke in a calm, detached manner. The deeper meaning behind his words was clear. Regardless of his personal views, he would always carry out V's orders. "I understand that. I'm just surprised that Arima-kun doesn't hate me." Yuruka Minami smiled, genuinely pleased. Arima remained silent. "Arima-kun, the truth is I love school the most, being able to study and play like a normal human girl. I always envied that kind of life." Yuruka Minami chuckled bitterly. "It's ridiculous, isn't it? A ghoul who sees humans as food, yet wanting to live like them." Arima continued to watch her, his face expressionless. "Of course, I'm not saying this to gain your sympathy," she added. "If I wanted that, I would have said it from the start." Yuruka Minami suddenly stopped walking, turning to face Arima directly. Their eyes met. "By the way, those guys on motorcycles that night, they were Furukun's friends, weren't they? Moments of peace are precious to me, but they were so noisy, disrupting my quiet life. So I wanted to kill them from a human's perspective that makes me rotten to the core, doesn't it? A ghoul like me isn't worth sympathizing with. Who knows, Arima said flatly. When the time comes, I will take you Lantern to the ghoul detention center. He truly didn't know what a human would think about this, because he was not fully human himself. All right, when the time comes, I'll go quietly with Arima-kun. Yuruka Minami smiled. But I have one selfish request. Arima-kun call me Minami. Just for these last few days, I want to feel like a human. As Minami. Arima saw no reason to refuse such a simple request. Thank you, Arima-kun. Yuruka Minami's smile became even brighter. I know you've probably heard enough of this already, but being able to say these things to you really makes me happy. Before long, they arrived at her home. See you tomorrow morning, Arima-kun. At that moment, she sounded just like any human girl saying goodbye to a friend. Goodbye. Arima responded in his usual calm tone. He wasn't entirely devoid of emotions, he simply chose to suppress them. Even if he felt the slightest emotional fluctuation, it would never show on his face. But in truth, Yuruka Minami's words had touched something within him. For the first time, he had heard a ghoul's true feelings. For the first time, he had met such an unusual ghoul. Until now, he had almost never spoken with one. Capitulo 38, Stupid Lolican. I'm digging in. Yoshimura Ito clasped her hands together, a common Japanese dining etiquette. That's right, she was once again at Uchiha Byakuya's place for dinner. It was unclear whether she was here simply because she enjoyed his cooking, or if she just wanted to freeload a meal. At first, Ito had seemed somewhat reserved. More precisely, she had been indifferent toward humans, unwilling to interact with them. She was nothing like the lively and cheerful Takatsuki-sen from 10 years later. But after spending so much time with Byakuya, she had become much less withdrawn. Of course, her true nature had never been introverted. A ghoul who had fought and devoured countless of her own kind to escape the depths of the 24th Ward, the infamous, one-eyed owl, could hardly be considered shy. It was only when she assumed a human persona that she felt no attachment to other humans. So, how's that ghoul girl doing today? It was time for Ito's usual round of research. Nothing unusual. She doesn't seem to have any plans to resist. Looks like she just wants to peacefully finish next week's exams, Byakuya said casually while eating. Aside from the ghoul girl, did anything interesting happen at school? Ito pressed on. Well, I suppose so, Byakuya said, thinking of the situation between Fura Teishi, Sasadaraki, and Minami Yuruka. I want to hear about it. Ito's curiosity was piqued. Roughly speaking, Byakuya then recounted the story involving Fura and the others. I see. If that guy ever finds out the girl he secretly likes is a ghoul, he'll probably have a complete meltdown, huh? Ito smirked. Probably. Byakuya replied indifferently. He had no intention of revealing Minami Yuruka's identity as a ghoul to Fura. Currently, aside from himself and Arima, no one knew that Minami was Lantern. The CCG had only helped them verify the shoe she left behind, but had no conclusive evidence. If her identity were exposed, the CCG would inevitably act against her in unpredictable ways. It was best to keep her secret for as long as possible. As for Ito, Byakuya hadn't even mentioned Minami's real name to her. Besides, there was no way she'd go to the CCG to report him. He trusted that Ito wouldn't do something like that. At this point in time, she harbored nothing but hatred for the CCG. If she ever planned to visit them, it would be to slaughter them, not to turn someone in. Even if, by some improbable chance, she did report him, the worst Byakuya would face was a reprimand for not fully complying with the mission. It wouldn't be a serious issue. By the way, Uchiha-san, is there any girl you like at school? Ito suddenly asked, shifting the topic entirely. Byakuya was a little surprised. He hadn't expected Yoshimura Ito to suddenly ask him that. He shook his head. No, there aren't. Really? There must be plenty of cute girls at school. Isn't it normal to fall for one at first sight? Ito had never actually attended a human school. Her understanding of such things came entirely from books. Really? Besides, no matter how cute they are, none of them compare to Takatsuki-sensei. Byakuya stated this outright. Ito's eyes widened slightly in surprise. She wasn't the type to blush or get shy so easily, but she was definitely caught off guard. For a human boy to say something like that to a girl, it was practically a confession, wasn't it? She didn't know much about human romance, but given how well this guy had always treated her, it didn't seem far-fetched at all. This bastard investigator, he's not seriously into me, is he? Her hand holding the spoon stiffened for a moment as her mind raced. This was almost the same situation as that delinquent boy from earlier falling for a girl, only to later realize she was a ghoul. Although in her case, she was technically a half-ghoul, but even so, Ito identified far more with her ghoul side. Still, she didn't see this as a bad thing. Having a CCG investigator utterly devoted to her could prove quite useful, a reliable cash cow to help fund Aogiri Tree's operations. And if this guy kept climbing the CCG ranks, he might even be able to leak valuable information to her in the future. Uchiha-san, can I take that as a confession? Ito deliberately put on a slightly flustered expression, mimicking how a normal human girl might react. More than anything, she wanted to confirm exactly what this bastard investigator was thinking. No, not at all. I just genuinely think Takatsuki-sensei is cuter than the girls at school. Byakuya replied with absolute seriousness. Oh, well, I'm honored then. Ito felt a slight pang of disappointment. Damn, he hadn't fallen for her yet. That meant she couldn't just outright ask him for a large sum of money. But now that I think about it, she continued, a teasing glint in her eyes, maybe the real reason you signed with me was because you were mesmerized by my beauty. That's definitely one reason, Byakuya admitted without hesitation. But Takatsuki-sensei's work is genuinely outstanding. That's another major factor. His response was so direct and matter-of-fact that Ito's teasing had no effect on him whatsoever. Ito was stunned. She hadn't expected him to be so calm about it. He wasn't flustered, embarrassed, or even the slightest bit awkward. Damn it, even if that's true, doesn't he realize how bad that sounds? If word got out that he's some kind of lolicon editor, his entire career would be over. Ito wasn't ready to let this go just yet. She was determined to make this guy stumble just once. That doesn't matter, Byakuya said, unfazed. I only signed with Takatsuki-sensei, and that's enough. Besides, I still have my job as an investigator to support myself. Ito clicked her tongue internally. This guy was absolutely unshakable. In the end, she had no choice but to curse him under her breath. Stupid lolicon. Capitulo 39, Hunger Hell. Minami-san, are you feeling unwell? On their way to school, Aramakishu noticed that Yuruka Minami's complexion didn't look too good. It's nothing, just something that happens every month. Minami explained with a small smile. Ghouls and humans had almost identical body structures, including that kind of thing. Female ghouls also experienced it every month. But in truth, Minami's discomfort wasn't caused by that. It was because she hadn't eaten in days. Back when she had attacked Furateishi and the delinquent group, she had planned to keep them as emergency food reserves. But Uchiha Byakuya and Aramakishu had interfered, preventing her from finishing them off. As a result, she had gone without human flesh for several days. Not consuming human flesh meant her RC cells couldn't remain active. Losing her strength was the least of her worries. The biggest problem was hunger. For both humans and ghouls, hunger was a terrifying hell. When famine strikes, people resort to cannibalism. Even humans, when pushed to the brink by starvation, would abandon their humanity. For ghouls, it was even worse. A ghoul who starved for too long would lose all reason and spiral into uncontrollable madness. In the original story, after Kanki Ken was forcibly turned into a one-eyed ghoul, he resisted eating human flesh for as long as he could. However, in the end, extreme hunger overcame him. No matter how much he fought it, he simply couldn't maintain his sanity. I see, that kind of thing, huh? Got it. Arima nodded slightly in understanding. From his perspective, what Minami was referring to was obviously just her menstrual cycle, so he didn't press further. Sorry for making you worry, Arima-kun. Minami said apologetically. She wasn't at the point of uncontrollable hunger yet, but her body was growing weaker by the day. That alone was uncomfortable enough. But more than that, if Arima Kishue Ghoul Investigator realized she was approaching starvation, he might not let her wait until the end of next week's exams before taking her to Cochlea, the Ghoul Detention Center in the 23rd Ward. Still, she believed she could hold out until her exams were over. She had to. So she didn't tell Arima the truth. Even so, the fact that Arima had expressed concern for her made her happy. Unfortunately, Arima had already started to suspect something. From a logical standpoint, menstruation was one possible explanation, but hunger was also a very real possibility. Since it was only a suspicion, Arima didn't call her out on it just yet. Noon. Byakuya and Arima sat together on the rooftop, eating lunch. First-class Uchiha, Minami-san's condition isn't normal today. Arima reported Minami's situation. Minami-san. Byakuya immediately caught on to the detail. So you've finally started calling her by name instead of Lantern. No, it was her request. Arima corrected him without hesitation. Arima, you're way too rigid. Byakuya couldn't help but tease him. But he quickly got back to the main point. When I came into class this morning, I also noticed that Minami-san's condition was off. She's obviously not doing well. Minami-san said it was something that happens every month, but I believe there's another possibility, Arima Kishu said. You're thinking of hunger, aren't you? Uchiha Byakuya immediately understood Arima's train of thought. In truth, he had been considering the same thing. That's right. If that's really the case, then we can't just leave her alone. Arima's tone deepened slightly. If Yuruka Minami lost control over her hunger, every student in their class would be in danger. However, Byakuya remained calm. If she really is starving, then it means she's trying to hold out until her exams are over. If that's the case, there's no harm in giving her a hand. And how do you propose we help? Arima asked. Are you familiar with the 20th ward? Yes, it said that ghoul attacks on humans are extremely rare there. My plan is to take Minami to the 20th ward so she can receive help from the ghouls there. That way, she can satisfy her hunger without harming anyone. Byakuya suggested this idea without hesitation. I also think she deserves a probationary period. If she can go without attacking humans during that time, there's no need to send her to Cochlea. Arima remained silent for a moment, then nodded. He had no objections after all. Byakuya was his superior in this mission, and the final decision was his to make. Then after school today, we should take Minami to the 20th ward. I don't think she'll last until her exams at this rate, Byakuya said. After school, Byakuya took the initiative to find Minami. Minami-san, could you come with me and Arima for a moment? Okay. Minami's heart skipped a beat. Did they already suspect me? A short while later, in a secluded area with no people around, Byakuya spoke directly. Minami-san, you don't look well today. Is it really because of that monthly issue? Or is it because you haven't eaten in too long? He wasn't one to beat around the bush. His question was blunt and direct. Arima stood silently beside him, watching her reaction. It's obviously that monthly thing, Minami replied with a strained smile. I already explained this to Arima-kun. Byakuya's question had caught her off guard. For a split second, she nearly failed to control her expression. Even though she managed to force a smile, anxiety twisted in her gut. If they suspected her, it was only a matter of time before her secret was completely exposed. Minami-san, you might as well tell the truth. You probably don't realize it, but your face has already given you away. Byakuya's tone was calm. Besides, we're not here to harm you. If hunger really is the issue, we can help. With his main Jikayo sharing in, even the subtlest shift in her expression couldn't escape his notice. It's fine. Minami finally gave in. You're right, I haven't eaten in too long and my body is starting to break down. It wasn't that she trusted Byakuya so easily. She simply knew she couldn't keep up the lie any longer. Byakuya continued, then we'll take you to the 20th ward. Arima and I will accompany you. You should already know what kind of place it is. The 20th ward. Minami's eyes widened slightly. Of course she knew. It was the only ward where ghouls advocated for peace with humans. Capitulo 40, Anteku. The manager of the 20th ward not only advocated for peaceful coexistence with humans, but was also willing to help weaker ghouls. However, in the eyes of ghouls from other districts, the 20th ward was a joke. To them, it was simply a place where frail, elderly, and sickly ghouls huddled together for warmth. It was precisely because they were weak that they even entertained the laughable idea of peacefully coexisting with humans. Furthermore, in the 20th ward, their predation frequency was severely restricted. To be precise, they were not allowed to hunt humans at all. Instead, they were only permitted to consume the corpses of humans who had already died. This was something that most ghouls could not accept. Many ghouls no longer simply sought to satiate their hunger, they were after power as well. Eating decomposed human corpses, which had been left to rot, could only maintain their strength at best. Over time, it could even lead to a decline in their power. The principle behind this was that the RC cells in decayed bodies also lost their vitality. At this point, Uchiha Byakuya, Arima Kishu, and Yuruka Minami had arrived in the 20th Ward via the subway. Although I've heard a few things about the 20th Ward, will the ghouls here really help me? Minami asked, her tone laced with doubt. In her mind, the 20th Ward was just a place where weak ghouls gathered. She couldn't shake the feeling that such a place wasn't trustworthy. Therefore, she had never considered seeking help from the 20th Ward before. Of course, Minami's impression of the 20th Ward was based solely on rumors passed around by other ghouls. She had never personally investigated the situation there. Had she known that the manager of the 20th Ward was actually an SSS-ranked ghoul, she would have certainly thought differently. They should, and honestly, there's no other option left, Uchiha Byakuya said, though his words remained cautious. He couldn't afford to sound too certain, as that would imply he knew too much about the 20th Ward's ghouls. After all, according to the records of both the V organization and the CCG, he had never been to the 20th Ward. Yeah, I guess I'll just have to give it a try, Minami thought to herself. By the way, how much do you know about the 20th Ward? Like, where would I be able to find help? Byakuya asked, feigning ignorance. The reason for his question was simple. He couldn't appear to know too much about the 20th Ward. Well, I think it's a cafe called the Peace Zone, or Anteku, Minami replied. All right, Byakuya said, noting down the name. After a brief search, Uchiha Byakuya located the cafe's address. Minami-san, when we get there, pretend you don't know us, Byakuya reminded her as they approached the cafe. After all, Arima and I are ghoul investigators. If they recognize us, it might not be good for you. I understand, Minami nodded. A moment later, Minami entered the cafe first. The cafe, called the Peace Zone, was also known as the Antique Cafe, or rather, Anteku. Shortly after, Uchiha Byakuya and Arima Kishu entered as well. They didn't sit together with Minami. They acted as if they didn't know her at all. The cafe, though not particularly large, gave off a cozy and warm atmosphere. Although the cafe exuded a warm and inviting atmosphere, everyone working there, be it the manager, the servers, or even most of the customers, were all ghouls. On the surface, the cafe appeared to be just a normal coffee shop. However, in reality, it functioned as a social hub for ghouls, centered around its manager, Yoshimura. Its purpose was to provide aid to weaker ghouls and assist those who wished to integrate better into human society. Occasionally, an unwitting human customer would wander in for a cup of coffee, but they were never harmed by the ghouls here. At that moment, a middle-aged man reading a newspaper lifted his head and glanced at Minami. Upon seeing the beautiful and delicate girl, he couldn't help but feel a strong urge to taste her. However, this was the 20th Ward. He couldn't act recklessly. With great reluctance, he suppressed his instincts and averted his gaze. Clearly, the ghoul had mistaken Minami for a human. Her human scent was so strong that it masked her natural ghoul presence. Excuse me, could we get 2 cups of coffee? Uchiha Byakuya spoke up. As soon as he spoke, he immediately sensed multiple gazes flickering toward him. Although those stares quickly dispersed, he had already keenly noticed them. It was natural. The ghouls in the cafe had assumed he was an unsuspecting human who had wandered in. Byakuya pretended not to notice their scrutiny, remaining perfectly composed. Likewise, Arima Kishu's expression remained utterly neutral. Please wait a moment, your coffee will be ready shortly, a gentle voice interrupted. A tall, middle-aged man with a kind demeanor approached them. Despite his warm presence, his hair had already turned mostly white, with only a few streaks of black remaining. This man was none other than the manager of the cafe, Yoshimura Kyuzen, the infamous SSS-rated ghoul known as the non-killing owl. All right, Byakuya responded with a slight nod. He had finally come face to face with the legendary Yoshimura, a figure he deeply respected. After all, this was a decade before the events of the original story. Yoshimura still retained much of his strength and did not appear as frail as he would in the future. Ding! The host has encountered an important figure, Yoshimura Kyuzan. A hidden mission, non-killing owl, has been activated. Mission 1. During the third attack on the CCG's second ward, repel the non-killing owl. Reward, 100 attribute points. The so-called owl that attacked the second ward for the third time was actually Yoshimura Kyuzan disguised as his daughter, not the real one-eyed owl. Byakuya wasn't surprised to receive this mission. However, he immediately recognized the immense difficulty. This task wouldn't be any easier than the one that had required him to repel the real one-eyed owl. Yoshimura was no longer at his peak, but he was still in his near-prime state, far stronger than his weakened self in the original story. He was likely even stronger than Yoshimura Ito in her injured state. In the canon timeline, Ito's Kakuja was far more refined 10 years later than it was now. Even then, she had been gravely wounded by Kurawa Iwao. If that had been Yoshimura instead, at his current level, there was no way he would have been taken down so easily. Even a decade later, when Yoshimura had significantly deteriorated due to age, it still took multiple special-class investigators to bring him down, and that was only because he had held back, ready to meet his end. Among those special classes was none other than Kurawa. Although Yoshimura no longer wished to kill, which slightly reduced the difficulty of the mission, repelling him would not be an easy feat. It would require something as decisive as what Arima Kishu had done in the past, severing both of his arms. At this moment, Yoshimura stood in front of Byakuya and Arima, subtly signaling to the other ghouls in the cafe. It was a silent warning. A warning not to lay a hand on these two seemingly human customers. Capitulo 41, Welcome to Anteku. Minami sat alone at her table, waiting for her coffee as her expression remained composed. She had seen plenty in her lifetime. Coming to an unfamiliar place wasn't enough to unsettle her. The so-called customers around her, all ghouls, weren't a real threat. As an A+ ranked ghoul, only those at S rank or above could be considered definitively stronger than her, but S rank ghouls weren't common. They weren't just wandering the streets like low-level thugs. In some wards, even the ruling ghoul known as the manager was merely at S rank, and in rare cases, some managers weren't even that strong. The real threats in Anteku were the owner and the staff. The lowest ranked among them was at least SS level. As for Tauka Kirishima, she hadn't joined Anteku yet at this point in the timeline. Before long, manager Yoshimura arrived at each of the 3 students' tables, placing a cup of coffee in front of each of them. Please enjoy. His voice was warm, his expression kind. This was him 10 years before the events of the original story. This moment was captured in just a couple of pages, none of which would be appropriate to share now. Thanks, Byakuya said, accepting the cup before sliding one over to Arima. As he sipped the coffee, Byakuya took in his surroundings. Aside from Yoshimura, he noticed only 2 other employees working in the shop. One was a man with light brown hair, slicked back in a neat, professional style, with a rather prominent nose. This was Enjikoma. He appeared to be in his 20s, much younger than in the original story. The other was a tall woman with long black hair, Irimikaya. Enjikoma and Irimikaya. Before Yoshimura arrived in the 20th ward, these two had been the leaders of rival ghoul factions, Devil Ape and Black Dobers. The CCG had designated them with the codenames Devil Ape and Black Dog, respectively, and both were classified as SS-rated ghouls. But after being won over by Yoshimura, they had given up their pasts and become employees of Anteku. Byakuya also noted that there was no sign of Renji Yomo, meaning Tauka's uncle had yet to join Anteku. He was likely still in the 4th ward. In the original timeline, after Arima had become a special-class investigator, he was sent on a mission to the 4th ward, where he had effortlessly defeated both Yomo and a ghoul named Yuta. Yomo had only survived because Yoshimura had taken him in, allowing him to later become part of Anteku. Finishing his coffee, Byakuya prepared to leave, giving Minami the space she needed to seek help from Anteku alone. "The coffee is really good," he remarked before heading toward the door. Yoshimura gave him a warm smile. He genuinely appreciated it when human customers enjoyed his cafe's offerings. Arima, on the other hand, remained as silent as ever. He simply drank his coffee, got up, and followed Byakuya out without a word. With the 2 of them gone, Minami was now the only apparent human left in the cafe. Of course, that was simply what the other ghouls assumed. Taking a slow, deep breath, Minami finally spoke. Sorry to disturb you, but I don't know who the manager of the 20th ward is. Still, would it be possible for you to help me? The moment those words left her mouth, a ripple of surprise passed through the cafe. Every ghoul in the room instinctively reacted, because an ordinary human girl wouldn't know to use a term like manager, a phrase exclusive to ghoul society in a situation like this. Even Koma and Irami, who had been busy with their tasks, turned their attention to Minami. Was this student actually a ghoul? Yoshimura was the first to react. His kind smile faded slightly, replaced by a more serious expression. Miss, please come upstairs to the second floor for a private conversation, he said to Minami. All right. Minami nodded obediently. She was somewhat nervous about coming to an unfamiliar place like this, but she chose to trust Uchiha and Arima. If anything were to happen, she believed they wouldn't just abandon her. Following Yoshimura, Minami made her way up to the second floor of Anteiku. The second floor of the cafe was not typically accessible to human customers. It was a private space where ghouls could discuss personal matters freely. Meanwhile, downstairs, the ghouls sitting in the cafe immediately started whispering amongst themselves. She looks like such a well-behaved girl. I never would have guessed she's one of us. But her scent is completely human. Maybe she's just spent too much time living among them. She must be really good at blending in. I wish I could have gone to a human school too. Their conversations grew more and more animated, until Koma cleared his throat loudly. Oi, keep it down, he reminded them. We're still open, and if a human customer suddenly walks in, we don't want them overhearing something they shouldn't. The other ghouls quickly quieted down. That was careless of us, Irami said as she continued cleaning. I'd hate for the peace here to be disturbed by those CCG bastards. It's fine, the devil ape will handle them if it comes to that. Koma smirked, wiping his thumb across the bridge of his nose with a self-assured gesture. It would have come off as arrogant if not for the fact that, as an SS-rated ghoul, he did have the strength to back it up. Irami chuckled. Talk big all you want, but I bet you'd be the first one to go down. Word is, the CCG's weapons are getting stronger. Despite their banter, both of them had long since left behind the days of violent turf wars. The Devil Ape and Black Dogs factions had been disbanded. Their former subordinates had been encouraged to integrate into human society and lead peaceful lives, though many of them remained frequent visitors to Anteiku. Upstairs, Yoshimura led Minami into a private lounge. He prepared another cup of coffee for her personally, but this time, he added a small piece of something into the cup. The moment Minami noticed this, her instincts immediately put her on alert. Yoshimura noticed her wariness and reassured her. There's no need to worry. That little addition will help suppress your hunger, at least temporarily. Now that he had confirmed Minami was a ghoul, Yoshimura could tell at a glance that she was suffering from starvation. In fact, he had sensed something was off about her physical state earlier. But at the time, he had mistaken her for a human and hadn't considered the possibility of ghoul-related hunger. I see. Minami had no other choice. She had come here seeking help after all. And if anything felt off, Uchiha and Arima were just outside. They would intervene if something went wrong. Realizing how much she was relying on them, Minami suddenly found herself feeling strangely naive. Since when did I start trusting ghoul investigators this much? Was it because of Arima? Shaking the thought away, Minami accepted the cup from Yoshimura and took a small sip. The moment the liquid passed her lips, she felt a subtle but noticeable sense of relief. Her body relaxed slightly, and for the first time in days, she felt a faint sense of ease. Yoshimura gave her a warm smile. Welcome to Anteiku. Capitulo 42, because I am a pacifist. The thing you just put in the coffee, what exactly was it? Minami quickly realized what that small granule was made of. Your thinking is correct, Yoshimura nodded. It's a concentrated pellet made from human flesh. Dissolving it in coffee allows you to suppress hunger for a while, and even if you're drinking it in front of humans, it won't expose you. Of course, the flesh used for this came from people who had died by suicide or other accidents. I thought so. Minami downed the rest of her coffee in one go. Almost immediately, her body felt much better, and the gnawing hunger she had been enduring all day faded. But she knew better than to celebrate just yet. The cafe owner had already warned her that the effect was temporary. "I'll give you some to take with you," Yoshimura said, wrapping a few of the granules in a small paper pouch, the kind used for medicine, and handing them to Minami. Not only that, but he also gave her a few packets of instant coffee. "Thank you so much." Minami accepted them gratefully. Even if they could only sustain her for a few more days, that was more than enough. As long as she could last until after next week's exams, nothing else really mattered. After all, once she was taken to the ghoul detention center, Cochlea, there would be no coming back. "But judging by your uniform, you're not from our 20th ward, are you?" Yoshimura studied her appearance carefully. "No, I'm not," Minami admitted with a nod. "I actually came from the 13th ward." Thankfully, Uchiha and Arima had changed out of their school uniforms before coming here. If they had still been wearing them, it would have been far too easy for someone to put the pieces together. "It doesn't matter which ward you're from," Yoshimura said kindly. "We're always willing to help, so long as you follow the rules while you're in the 20th ward." "I see." Minami nodded, but deep down, she felt a pang of sadness. After all, she wouldn't have the chance to return here again. A bitter thought crossed her mind. If only I had come to the 20th ward earlier. But until now, she could never have imagined that ghouls like this existed, ones who were so kind and willing to help. It was too late to regret now. If things had been different, maybe she wouldn't have had to force herself to hunt humans. In the past, Minami had spent time in several different wards, not just the 13th. But every place she had been to was filled with ruthless competition between ghouls. Trying to scavenge human corpses wasn't an option. The only way to survive was to hunt. Even so, she had always set certain limits for herself. She never preyed on people she knew, whether it was a classmate, a human friend, or anyone she had grown close to. Instead, she only targeted strangers. She never killed them outright, either. She would take only an arm or a leg, leaving her victims alive, though that didn't change the fact that what she was doing was still monstrous. It was inevitable that she would eventually be caught by the CCG. The only exception was last time, when she had attacked Fura and his delinquent friends. She had known them, they were classmates. But she had genuinely despised them. "By the way, are you the manager of the 20th ward?" Minami asked, curiosity flickering in her gaze. "That's right," Yoshimura said with a warm smile. "My name is Yoshimura. If you ever need anything, feel free to come to Anteku anytime." "All right," Minami replied. Minami immediately bowed in gratitude to Yoshimura. With that, she left Anteku with the concentrated pellets in hand. Before exiting, she politely turned to bow toward Koma Enji, Irami Kaya, and the other ghoul customers. "Sorry for disturbing you all." "What a well-mannered and thoughtful kid," Koma Enji remarked, watching her go. "No wonder she blends in so well with humans." Minami hadn't walked far from Anteku before spotting Uchiha Byakuya and Arima Kisho waiting for her at a corner. "How did it go?" Arima asked. "Manager Yoshimura gave me something to suppress my hunger. I should have no problem lasting until after exams." Minami took the pellets from her pocket, showing them to Arima and Byakuya. She didn't explicitly say what they were made of, but Arima immediately understood. "Then what about after the exams?" Byakuya asked. "You should seriously consider your next steps." "After that, I'll be sent to Cochlea, right? There's not much left to think about." Minami gave a faint, bitter smile. Cochlea, the ghoul detention facility in the 23rd ward, a prison from which there was no escape. "Not necessarily," Byakuya replied. "Nothing has been set in stone yet. Right now, our idea is that if you agree to stay in the 20th ward and follow its rules, we might not have to take you to Cochlea at all." He then gestured toward Arima. "The details are up to him. I have something else to take care of, so I'll be heading back." With that, Byakuya left, knowing that he no longer needed to concern himself with Minami's situation. Arima could handle it from here. After all, he had his own work to do. He needed to return and deal with Yoshimura Ito's manuscripts and oversee the publication of her books. CCG 2nd Ward Branch. Uchiha Byakuya arrived at the branch office to report the latest developments. "First Class Investigator Uchiha, I hear you've already identified the prime suspect for Lantern." The one speaking was Kimura, an Associate Special Class Investigator stationed in the 2nd Ward. Technically, as a first-class investigator, Byakuya had many superiors, but within the 2nd Ward Division, Kimura was his direct commanding officer. Yes, Byakuya nodded. We've all but confirmed Lantern's identity. Then it shouldn't be long before she's captured, right? I don't know much about Arama's 2nd class, but your strength is enough to go toe-to-toe with the one-eyed owl. Handling an A+ ghoul like Lantern should be trivial for you. Kimura immediately pressed for details, expecting swift results. That may be the case, Byakuya replied calmly, but since the target has been cooperative, we've decided to grant her a probationary period. He didn't bother hiding the decision. As long as she doesn't commit any offenses during this time, there will be no need to detain her. Byakuya knew full well that concealing something like this from the higher-ups would be pointless. The V organization and its overseeing family held immense influence, controlling not only Japan, but reaching their hands across the entire world. A low-profile case like Lantern wouldn't concern them, nor would the CCG's true upper echelons waste their time on it. As long as Lantern's real name wasn't exposed, it would be difficult for middle and lower-ranking investigators to pursue an arrest without solid evidence. This, first-class Uchiha, you realize this is practically aiding a ghoul, don't you? Kimura's expression grew complex, unable to fully process Byakuya's nonchalance. In response, Byakuya simply gave a faint smirk and said, "That's because I'm a pacifist." Capitulo 43, the next cleaner. A pacifist? You're not seriously saying you want to coexist with ghouls, are you? Kimura, the associate special class investigator, asked in disbelief. Something like that. You can think of it that way, Uchiha Byakuya replied without denial. Kimura sighed. Well, while the CCG doesn't impose ideological restrictions on its investigators, you should probably avoid saying things like that around your colleagues. Many of them harbor deep hatred for ghouls. A significant number of CCG investigators had joined the organization due to past tragedies, family members killed, lives ruined by ghouls. Their entire motivation was built on revenge. If Byakuya voiced his opinions too openly, it would inevitably cause conflicts. I understand, Byakuya nodded. He knew Kimura was more lenient in his views toward ghouls compared to many other investigators, which was why he felt comfortable discussing this with him. In that case, let's leave it at that. You and 2nd class Arama will continue monitoring Lantern. If she steps out of line again, there will be no second chances. As expected, Kimura wasn't the type to go out of his way to make things difficult for Lantern, but he wasn't going to be lenient either. Understood, Byakuya replied before turning to leave. With Kimura's approval, he and Arama Kishu could now officially assist Minami Yuruka under the guise of an extended observation period. 13th Ward Seishin High School. As usual, Byakuya and Arama ate lunch together on the rooftop of the school building, using the quiet space to discuss work. So Associate Special Class Kimura agreed to it, Arama asked. Yeah, he was easy to convince, Byakuya nodded. The mission parameters have changed. Lantern, or rather Minami-san, is now under a 6-month observation period. If she remains peaceful throughout, the mission will be considered complete. Understood, Arama replied. 6 months, he didn't mind the time frame at all. If anything, it suited him perfectly. There was something he needed time for, though he couldn't make it obvious. This new mission gave him a natural excuse to delay things. By the way, how are things progressing between you and Minami? Byakuya suddenly asked, shifting the topic. There's nothing to discuss, Arama responded curtly. Is that so? From what I can see, the two of you are getting closer. Yes, my perception of her has changed. I no longer see her as an inherently evil being simply because she was born a ghoul, but that's all there is to it, Arama stated plainly. Byakuya narrowed his eyes. Arama, you and I are both 18. As half-humans, we won't live long. We probably only have half our time left at best. Don't you want to make the most of it? Arama remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. You should already know, this isn't a matter of what I want to do. It's a matter of what I'm allowed to do. His words carried an unmistakable meaning. He was bound by the sunlit garden, and by V, his fate was already decided. There was little room for personal desires. I know, Byakuya sighed. It's about becoming a so-called cleaner, right? You're already marked as the next one, chosen by Yashitoki Washu. Uchiha Byakuya said calmly, I can tell you don't really want that. Arama Kishu remained silent. Of course, he couldn't openly admit that he was unwilling. That would only invite trouble from V. So let me take the position of the next cleaner instead. I'll challenge you for it under the guise of competition, Byakuya continued. He understood Arama's concerns, which was why he framed it as a rivalry, a competition rather than outright rejection of V's control. Of course, his desire to become the cleaner wasn't just for Arama's sake or to prevent certain tragedies. For example, Kirishima Tauka and Kirishima Yato lost their parents at a young age, largely because of Arama Kishu. But Arama had only been a puppet of V, an enforcer with no choice but to follow orders. Beyond preventing tragedies, Byakuya had an even bigger goal, gaining the power and authority necessary to take action. If he wanted to change this world, he needed to attack the root of the problem. And that root was the Washu clan, the family controlling V, the CCG, and the Sunlit Garden. Becoming the cleaner would grant him access to them. Ding, the host has resolved to become V's cleaner. Hidden mission, cleaner activated. Mission 1, become the next cleaner. Mission reward, 100 attribute points. Hearing Byakuya declare his intention to become the new cleaner, Arama was momentarily stunned. Everyone raised in the Sunlit Garden knew what being a cleaner entailed. While it meant V recognized your strength, it also meant a lifetime of being a cold, emotionless killing machine with no freedom. He hadn't expected Byakuya to willingly step into that role. You really are different from the rest of us, Arama said, a trace of something almost like admiration in his voice. I can't say I understand your thinking, but if you want to compete for it, I won't stop you. Until now, he had never considered the possibility of someone else vying for the position of cleaner. And yet, Byakuya did have the strength to contend for it. In fact, Yashitoki Washu had already begun taking an interest in Byakuya. Given Byakuya's exceptional combat prowess, it was inevitable. Washu was likely already considering him as a candidate for cleaner. Now it all made sense. The reason Washu had paired them as partners was not just for surveillance, but also to observe and compare them. If Arama showed even the slightest hesitation or weakness, the position of cleaner would naturally fall to Byakuya. So, when I take the title of cleaner, you won't have to worry about any of it anymore, Byakuya continued. Just live the life you want. This 6-month observation period is the perfect chance to enjoy school life, to make up for what you missed. Then, his tone grew more pointed. Especially since Minami already sees you as her greatest source of support. If you actually have feelings for her, don't overthink it, just go for it. At this, Arama fell silent. Minami. To be honest, he wasn't sure what he felt toward her. And just then, as if summoned by their conversation, Minami Yuruka pushed open the rooftop door. Arama-kun, Uchiha-kun, I thought I'd find you two here, she said with a bright smile. Capitulo 44, End of Exams. As soon as Yuruka Minami arrived, Uchiha Byakuya exchanged a few words with her before quickly finding an excuse to slip away. Now that he had activated the cleaner mission, he had a clear path forward. Simply obtaining the position would grant him 100 attribute points. The difficulty of this mission was both simple and complex. The challenge lay in proving himself superior to Arama Kishu in the eyes of V's leader Kaiko and Yashitoki Washu. Since Kaiko had once been Arama's mentor, he was naturally biased toward favoring him. Moreover, this mission was closely tied to the objective of repelling the SSS-rated ghoul, known as the non-killing owl. If he could successfully drive off the non-killing owl, his path to becoming the next cleaner would essentially be secured. This was because V assumed that all 3 attacks on the CCG's second ward branch had been orchestrated by Yoshimura Kyuzin. Since Kyuzin was the former cleaner, demonstrating the ability to repel him would prove that Byakuya was strong enough to take over the role. On the other hand, the mission's simplicity lay in how interlinked these two objectives were. Completing both at once meant securing 200 attribute points in total, making the process somewhat more straightforward. Now, only Arama Kishu and Yuruka Minami remained on the rooftop. Uchiha-kun always seems so busy, Minami remarked, but I suppose that's expected since he's your superior, Arama-kun. Regarding the observation period, first-class investigator Uchiha has already secured approval from our superiors, Arama stated matter-of-factly. As long as you don't cause any trouble, you won't have to go to Cochlea. Minami nodded obediently. Living like the ghouls in the 20th ward wouldn't be a problem. Though it would mean stagnating in strength, or even regressing, the opportunity to blend into human society and continue her normal school life was more than worth it. Watching Arima eat his homemade bento, Minami couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, I'm really envious of you, Arima-kun. You get to enjoy all sorts of delicious food, while I can only eat one thing for the rest of my life. While human food tasted absolutely vile to her, she could tell from the reactions of her classmates and friends that it must be truly delicious. Even just looking at it, she could imagine how good it must be. Yet, whenever she tried to eat any of it, all she got in return was overwhelming disgust. I can understand how you feel, but that's all I can do, Arima replied. To this day, no alternative food source had been discovered for ghouls. So for Minami, all he could offer was sympathy and understanding. Minami smiled. Just having Arima-kun understand me is more than enough. After all, ghouls were humanity's sworn enemies. Very few humans would ever sympathize with a species that could only survive by eating human flesh. That alone made Arima's understanding incredibly rare. By the way, will you be the one personally overseeing my observation period? Minami asked curiously. Yes, Arima confirmed. First-class investigator Uchiha could be assigned to another mission at any time. During this 6-month period, I'll be primarily responsible. So that means Arima-kun will be staying at the school for the next 6 months. Yuruka Minami's expression visibly brightened. She had a general understanding of CCG investigators and how they often moved between different wards to carry out missions. If it weren't for the need to monitor her, Arima would likely be reassigned to another ward soon, and once that happened, he would hardly have any reason to return. Having him remain at the school for half a year was a rare opportunity. That's right, Arima replied. Until the mission was complete, unless a significantly urgent matter arose, the CCG wouldn't reassign him. Even if he was called away, it would only be temporary. Before officially becoming the cleaner, Arima's movements weren't too tightly restricted by V. For instance, in the original timeline, it took him several months to infiltrate and complete his mission at Seishin Academy. V had not interfered with him during that period, just as most garden-raised half-humans weren't subjected to extreme restrictions, at least, not until they were appointed as cleaners. I'll be in your care for the next 6 months, Arima-kun, Minami said with a smile. The exam day finally arrived. It was the monthly assessment for the entire grade. Naturally, Uchiha Byakuya and Arima Kishu also participated. Nothing unusual occurred that day, and the nutrient-dense capsules from Yoshimura Kyuzin successfully helped Minami make it this far. Though her prolonged reliance on them without consuming actual human flesh had caused signs of malnutrition, at the very least, she was able to take the test without issue. However, this was not an official, high-stakes examination, more of a routine assessment. The entire test was completed within a single day. Once the exam ended, Minami stepped out of the classroom, visibly relieved. Uchiha Byakuya and Arima Kishu exited at about the same time. It's finally over. How did you two do, Uchiha-kun, Arima-kun? Minami asked. It was fine. There shouldn't be any problems. Both Byakuya and Arima gave vague responses. Furateishi and Sasatoaki, on the other hand, were in much worse shape. Although they had started attending school regularly again, they still hadn't taken their studies seriously. Having skipped so many classes in the past, they had fallen too far behind. Trying to catch up now felt hopeless, and neither had the patience to self-study and bridge the gap. When they emerged from the exam room, both looked utterly defeated. Minami noticeably avoided making eye contact with Teishi and Aki. She still felt guilty for having once attacked Teishi and his delinquent friends. Even though she had failed to harm them, she couldn't bring herself to interact with Teishi and Aki as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Teishi noticed her avoidance. His first assumption was that Minami had started dating Arima, and that was why she was acting this way. Letting out a soft sigh, he turned to Aki and said, "Well, bombing the exam is bombing the exam. It's not like I expected anything different. Instead of overthinking stuff, let's just go home and play some games." He had come to terms with things, both the test results and his feelings for Minami. Someone like him was probably better off hanging out with Aki, someone who was his kind. Yeah, this time, I'm definitely going to beat you, Teishi. Aki clenched her tiny fists with determination, ready to spend the entire night gaming at Teishi's place. Capitulo 45, the third owl attack. By the way, Aki, let's ask Ryu to come with us to check out the baseball club tomorrow. Fura Teishi suddenly suggested. Sasada Aki didn't immediately react to his words as they caught her completely off guard. Sure. Wait, what? Teishi, are you finally willing to return to baseball? Yeah, yesterday I had a serious talk with my dad and cleared everything up, Teishi nodded. The real reason he had abruptly quit baseball in the past was because his father had placed exceedingly high expectations on him, hoping he would become a professional player and fulfill his father's own unfulfilled dreams from youth. However, baseball was Japan's most competitive sport, and the pressure had been unbearable for Teishi. Eventually, he gave up entirely, which led to an increasing rift between him and his father. But just yesterday, his father had approached him for a heart-to-heart talk and finally relented. Teishi no longer needed to pursue baseball as a profession, he could simply enjoy it as a hobby. Perhaps it was because of the recent ghoul-related incident that had happened to him, or maybe his father simply didn't want to see him wasting his life in a slump any longer. Either way, Teishi could now play baseball again without any mental burden. As she listened to his explanation, Aki made a face as if she both understood and didn't understand at the same time, a look of so-called wisdom. But at the very least, she grasped the most important part. Teishi would be playing baseball with them again, and that was something to be happy about. That's amazing, Teishi. We can finally play baseball together again. 20th Ward, Café Anteku. I need to take a trip for a while, and until I return, I am leaving Anteku in your care. Yoshimura Kyuzan, draped in a heavy coat and wearing a hat, was preparing to leave. Leave it to me. Koma Enji responded confidently. Safe travels, manager, Irimikaya said, offering her well wishes. With that, Yoshimura departed for the second ward. He had already heard about the so-called one-eyed owl and had a strong suspicion that it was his daughter, Yoshimura Ito. The most concerning report was that during the second one-eyed owl assault on the second ward's CCG branch, she had suffered severe injuries. That was the final push. He could no longer sit idly by. Yoshimura knew that if V ever discovered Ito's existence, they would hunt her down relentlessly. To protect his daughter, he resolved to disguise himself as the one-eyed owl and attack the CCG's second ward branch once more. His goal was naturally to mislead V into believing that he was the one acting out of revenge for his late wife, drawing their attention away from Ito. Second ward, CCG branch. Dressed in a black cloak that concealed his face, Yoshimura Kyuzan advanced toward the CCG's front entrance. Then, in an instant, he lunged forward and burst into the building, his body rapidly undergoing a Kakuja transformation. When a ghoul's entire body became enveloped in their kagyun, it signified a complete Kakuja transformation, a state where multiple kakuhu were activated, allowing them to manipulate their kagyun with incredible precision. Yoshimura Kyuzan's body contained approximately 6 to 8 kakuhu. In contrast, a half kakuja was a transformation that had not yet fully covered the body, leaving the ghoul unable to exert full control over their abilities. Despite this, half kakuja were still significantly more powerful than standard ghouls. At this moment, Yoshimura deliberately altered the shape of his kakuja, making it identical to the previous one-eyed owl that had attacked the CCG, complete with the distinct one-eyed mask formed by his kagyun. Since Yoshimura Kyuzan possessed a yukaku-type kagyun, his kakuhu was located near his shoulders. The advantages of yukaku were their explosive power, high-speed attacks, and wide attack range. It could even allow for temporary flight or aerial gliding. However, yukaku kagyun also had their drawbacks, the primary one being that of low stamina. At astonishing speed, Yoshimura burst into the CCG branch, completing his kakuja transformation the moment he crashed through the main entrance. The deafening blare of alarm sirens instantly threw the second ward's CCG headquarters into chaos. It's the owl. That owl has shown up again. Report this to Associate Special Class Investigator Kimura immediately. Damn it. The second ward doesn't have a special class investigator stationed here right now. Investigator Arima is still recovering from his injuries. Of all times, why now? I'll go find Investigator Kimura. The rest of you, request reinforcements from other branches. The sudden reappearance of the one-eyed owl sent nearly every investigator in the second ward, headquarters, into a frenzy. At this point, the CCG had no idea that there were actually two owls. They were also unaware that a decade later, the name non-killing owl would emerge as a distinct entity. For now, they believed that the same one-eyed owl had returned to wreak havoc once more. Given the owl's prior rampages, each resulting in massive casualties, the sheer terror it instilled was justified. Like an unstoppable force, Yoshimura tore through the CCG headquarters. Not a single investigator could stand against him. Most he outright ignored, while those who dared to block his path, those with at least some degree of strength, had their arms or legs severed, rendering them incapable of further resistance. At this point in time, Yoshimura Kyuzen's Kakuja form was even larger than Ito's. Even though he was past his prime and no longer at peak condition, his transformed body still stood at an imposing 4-5 meters tall. To the investigators witnessing this nightmare unfold, he was an unstoppable giant, one whose sheer presence was suffocating. "Quick, someone stop the bleeding, my leg. Ah. There's no way we can stop this. An SSS-rated ghoul. This is completely beyond our capabilities, but we have to hold out until reinforcements arrive." However, in their panic, none of them noticed a small but crucial detail. This owl was different from the previous two attacks. While he showed no hesitation in severing limbs, he had yet to deliver a single fatal blow. This detail was incredibly subtle and difficult to detect, especially given the overwhelming chaos. It was easy to attribute the owl's behavior to mood swings, time constraints, or any number of random factors. At an unstoppable pace, Yoshimura continued his advance, tearing through the CCG headquarters like a storm. But just as he was about to reach the deepest section of the facility, a new group of investigators appeared to block his path. This was the second Ward CCG's elite squad, composed entirely of first-class and senior investigators. Leading them was Associate Special Class Investigator Kimura. Yoshimura Kyuzen said nothing. Instead, he unleashed his Yukaku's signature, ability launching a relentless barrage of razor-sharp kagyun blades toward the approaching investigators. Within mere seconds, half of them had already sustained injuries. Most investigators lacked quinks with defensive capabilities. Against a ranged Yukaku attack, they had no real means of countering, forced instead to endure the onslaught with their offensive quinks alone. "We can't afford to take another direct attack from the owl. We need to engage at close range." Associate Special Class Kimura gave the order. The investigators immediately complied, charging forward to engage the owl in melee combat. Unfortunately for them, Yoshimura Kyuzen excelled in close-quarters combat. His ranged Yukaku attacks were already considered merciful by his standards. While an Yukaku was known for its weakness in stamina, that didn't apply to Yoshimura Kyuzen. If his speed and attack power were rated at 100, then his stamina was at least a solid 90. Capitulo 46, Main Force. Less than 30 minutes. That was all the time it took for the SSS-rated owl to infiltrate and overrun the Second Ward's CCG branch. Even with Associate Special Class Investigator Kimura personally leading an elite squad of investigators, they had been completely unable to withstand the owl's overwhelming assault. At this moment, Yoshimura Kyuzen had successfully forced his way into the deepest section of the Second Ward's CCG headquarters. This signified one thing: the branch had officially fallen. The facility housed numerous classified documents, but Yoshimura had no interest in them. He already knew far more than whatever secrets were stored in these files. His true objective was to seize control of the Second Ward's CCG headquarters and cause as much of a spectacle as possible. The greater the uproar, the more it would divert V and the Washu clan's attention onto himself. However, waves of investigators continued arriving to reinforce the branch, most of whom were lower ranked. Yoshimura Kyuzen had no intention of proactively harming them. Instead, he waited for them to strike first before incapacitating them. He would only defeat them, never kill any. Having lived to an old age, Yoshimura no longer wished to take any more lives, whether human or ghoul. Half an hour earlier, the moment the owl appeared at the Second Ward's CCG branch, the First Ward's headquarters and several other branches immediately received distress signals. The CCG's headquarters swiftly assembled a response team. Among them, one name was specifically highlighted, Uchiha Byakuya. Since he had previously repelled the one-eyed owl, he was naturally considered the best candidate for this mission. At that moment in the middle of class, Byakuya's phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw that it was from the 13th Ward's CCG branch. Without hesitation, he rose from his seat and said to the teacher, "Apologies, I have to leave, it's an urgent matter." Without waiting for approval, he walked straight out of the classroom. If the CCG was contacting him at a time like this, it could only mean something significant had happened, most likely related to the owl. Given the current timeline, it was just about time for Yoshimura Kyuzen's attack on the 2nd Ward's CCG branch. As expected, when he answered the call, the voice on the other end urgently reported that the one-eyed owl had once again launched an assault on the 2nd Ward's CCG headquarters. Byakuya immediately understood. This time, the owl was none other than Yoshimura Kyuzen himself, disguised as his daughter Ito. Investigator Uchiha, headquarters has requested you to provide reinforcements for the 2nd Ward. You and Investigator Arima should head there together. Investigator Arima is still responsible for monitoring Lantern. I'll handle this alone. Byakuya had no intention of bringing Arima along. He had already resolved to take the position of V's next Reaper, while Arima had no desire for it. There was no need to drag him into this. That's fine. In that case, please proceed to the 2nd Ward immediately. The other party showed no objection. After all, aside from a select few within the CCG's upper ranks, no one truly understood Arima's full capabilities. To most, he was merely a promising second-class investigator, not someone to prioritize for such a high-risk mission. Ending the call, Byakuya wasted no time and immediately departed for the 2nd Ward. Meanwhile, the CCG had deployed additional reinforcements. A response unit was being led by Associate Special Class Investigator Mado Kasuga, accompanied by Mado Kuryo and Shinohara Yukinori. The team consisted entirely of first-class investigators and above, assembling from various CCG branches. The emergency response team, composed entirely of first-class investigators and above, departed from various CCG branches. As for special class investigators, it just so happened that all of them were occupied with critical missions and could not be deployed to the 2nd Ward immediately. Ever since Kurawa Iwao had been killed by the one-eyed owl, the already small number of special class investigators had been further reduced, leaving the CCG perpetually short-handed. Thus, the real objective of this makeshift support team was not to defeat the one-eyed owl outright, but rather to hold the line until the special class investigators could arrive. They also pinned their hopes on Uchiha Byakuya. If he could once again repel the owl as he had the last time, then that would be the ideal outcome. By the time Byakuya arrived at the 2nd Ward and joined the support team, the owl had already been attacking the CCG headquarters for over 30 minutes. First Class Uchiha, we're relying on you again this time. Mado Kasuga spoke with a trace of guilt in her voice. Among everyone present in the support squad, Uchiha Byakuya was the youngest, yet he was undoubtedly their greatest hope. Even Associate Special Class Investigator Mado herself thought so. It's fine, this is my duty. Byakuya responded calmly, scanning the composition of the squad. Among the familiar faces, he saw Mado Kasuga, Mado Kuryo, and Shinohara Yukinori. Shinohara Yukinori, who would later become one of the CCG's 7 special class investigators, was known as Unyielding Shinohara. However, at this point in time, he was still young and appeared to be of similar rank to Byakuya, most likely a first-class investigator. Moreover, he was currently Kuryo Mado's superior and partner. So this is the famed first-class investigator Uchiha, the one who single-handedly repelled the one-eyed owl. He's so young. And to think he was only a second-class investigator back then. Who would have thought someone of that rank could stand against an SSS-rated owl? A true genius, but wait, is he still in school, his uniform? No, first-class investigator Uchiha is currently undercover for the Lantern investigation. That mission requires him to attend school. Many investigators in the squad were quietly discussing Byakuya as they observed him. At that moment, Mado Kasuga interrupted their chatter. That's enough. This is not the time for idle talk. When we face the owl later, one mistake could mean death. Her voice was grave, immediately sobering the investigators. "Yes, ma'am." They all straightened up, realizing the gravity of the situation. After all, this was their first time encountering an SSS-rated ghoul, and for some, it might also be their last. "Have you all prepared your wills? Leave them in the main hall before we move out. The owl is located in the innermost sector." Mado Kasuka reminded them before the operation commenced. This mission was extremely perilous on par with a large-scale extermination campaign. Even multiple S-rated or SS-rated ghouls could not compare to the danger posed by the single SSS-rated one-eyed owl. Therefore, leaving behind their last words was a standard procedure before such operations. However, due to the urgency of the situation, they had no time to send their wills back to their respective branches. Instead, they would be temporarily stored at the Second Ward's CCG office for later retrieval. Byakuya had nearly forgotten about this process. Without much thought, he requested a piece of paper and a pen, quickly scribbling out his will. "The publishing process is proceeding smoothly. Sensei, please focus on writing without worries." To Takatsuki-sen. Of course, this was just something he had hastily written on the spot, almost without thinking. With all preparations complete, Byakuya stepped to the front of the formation. He was, without question, the strongest combatant in the squad. Leading the support team, he advanced toward the one-eyed owl, or rather, toward the non-killing owl. Capitulo 47, fighting the SSS-rated owl. The Second Ward's CCG branch had been completely sealed off following the owl's invasion to prevent civilians from getting caught in the conflict. By the time the support squad arrived, they were met with a chaotic battlefield and numerous injured investigators who had yet to be evacuated. Though their injuries varied in severity, none of them were fatal. Even if their treatment was delayed, they would survive. However, the support team had no time to tend to the wounded. They had to press forward and confront the one-eyed owl lurking in the depths of the facility. A short while later, they reached the heart of the battle. Countless investigators had already fallen before the owl. Despite their severe injuries, the elite squad led by Associate Special Class Investigator Kimura was still fighting desperately. "Associate Special Class Kimura, you've done enough. You should rest now." Uchiha Byakuya stepped forward, his expression calm as he spoke. His gaze locked onto Yoshimura Kyuzen. As expected, in his Kakuja form, the cafe owner's body was even larger than that of Yoshimura Ito. "First-class investigator Uchiha will leave the rest to you." Kimura let out a sigh of relief, forcing a tired smile. They had finally held out long enough for him to arrive. None of them realized that had it not been for Yoshimura's deliberate restraint, his careful efforts to avoid killing them, they would have been annihilated long ago. Byakuya nodded slightly, gripping the two quink cases in his hands as he strode toward the one-eyed owl. Even in the face of an SSS-rated ghoul, he showed no trace of fear. The one-eyed owl, or more accurately, Yoshimura Kyuzen, stared at the young investigator before him, struck by a sense of familiarity. Wasn't this the same human boy who had wandered into Anteku just a few days ago? At the time, he had not expected the young man to be a CCG investigator, let alone the strongest combatant among them. Associate Special Class motto: should we provide support to First-Class Investigator Uchiha? Seeing Byakuya charge toward the owl alone, Shinohara Yukinori turned to Mado Kasuka for guidance. However, she shook her head. "No need, let's observe from the sidelines. If we act recklessly, we'll only hold him back." Having personally witnessed Byakuya's battle against the one-eyed owl in the 24th Ward, she knew full well that his strength was on an entirely different level. She had barely managed to survive that fight herself. How could the others fare any better? "Yes, ma'am." Shinohara was stunned. They were both first-class investigators, yet Associate Special Class Motto openly admitted that aiding Byakuya would be a hindrance. Just how terrifying was this young man's power? At this moment, Byakuya had already drawn the quinks from his cases. Tsukikage and Furei, both A-rated. Though one was a longsword and the other a rapier, he wielded them in tandem without issue. He unleashed a surge of power and speed, launching himself at Yoshimura Kyuzen. But the ghoul's Kakuja arms, massive and even larger than Ito's, easily blocked his strikes. Though A-rated quinks possessed significantly greater cutting power than B-rated ones, they still fell short against Yoshimura's overwhelming regeneration. Even if Byakuya's attacks inflicted damage, Yoshimura's healing outpaced it. If Byakuya's offensive strength was rated at 80, then Yoshimura's regenerative ability was at least 100 or more. At this rate, it was impossible for him to overpower the non-killing owl through conventional means. For example, just moments ago, Byakuya had severed Yoshimura Kyuzen's Kakuja arm at the elbow joint. Before the severed limb could even fall away, it had already regenerated completely. This was why, despite having fought against a large number of investigators, Yoshimura still appeared completely unscathed. Even in the original timeline, when his body had significantly deteriorated with age, his regenerative ability had been strong enough to endure the full force of at least 2 special-class investigators. In the battle of Anteku's extermination, he had essentially allowed himself to be killed. Yet even then, the CCG had to mobilize their full forces and struggle immensely to take him down. It was no exaggeration to say that Yoshimura Kyuzen was the most powerful pure-blooded ghoul in the open world, at least, undisputedly so on record. If attacking the Kagyun is useless, then I'll have to target the Kakuhu instead. Byakuya made up his mind. He had no other choice. If he couldn't even inflict damage, there was no chance of driving Yoshimura back. At that moment, Yoshimura swung his massive Kakuja arm from the right, slashing toward Byakuya. Having already predicted the trajectory with his Manjikayo Sharingan, Byakuya swiftly dodged the attack. As Yoshimura's arm was still raised, he seized the opportunity. With a precise, reverse grip upward slash of his Katana Tsukikage, he struck under Yoshimura's arm right at the Kakuhu, the core from which the Kagyun was produced. The Kakuhu was a ghoul's greatest weakness, and also the hardest part of the body to regenerate. This strike landed perfectly. Yoshimura's expression changed slightly as the wound on his Kakuhu slowed his regenerative speed. However, with multiple Kakuhu across his body, a single injury was far from enough to truly hinder him. Without hesitation, Yoshimura retaliated with a barrage of long-range feathered projectiles from his Kakuja, aiming to incapacitate Byakuya rather than outright kill him. Generally, Yukaku projectiles were considered lightweight attacks. However, in the hands of Yoshimura and his daughter Ito, they functioned more like shotgun blasts, varying in form and effectiveness depending on range. At long range, they were razor-sharp blades. At mid-range, they became heavy, high-velocity black bullets. At close range, they transformed into lance-like spikes that could shatter quinks upon impact. Even Kukaku-type quinks, which were known for their defense, would struggle to withstand them unless they were at least S-rated. Fortunately, Byakuya had already foreseen this. With a perfectly timed backward leap, he evaded the deadly projectiles entirely. Meanwhile, the watching investigators were left stunned. Just observing the battle from a distance was enough to make them break out in cold sweat. Byakuya's movements had been nothing short of breathtaking, dodging a lethal attack, then immediately counterattacking the Kakuhu in a way that seemed both reckless and calculated. Only someone with absolute confidence in their own skill, precision, and reflexes would even attempt such a maneuver. The angle was simply too difficult, and the risk of being caught at close range by the one-eyed owl was too high. At that moment, Kimura, Mado Kasuka, and the others had a sudden realization. Had the owl been holding back against them earlier? Because if these spear-like Kagyun were used on them, their quinks would have been shattered instantly. Wait! Mado Kasuka, Kimura, and the rest suddenly came to another realization. Was Byakuya actually trying to defeat the one-eyed owl? That explained why he was fighting so aggressively. But their mission was supposed to be stalling for time, not outright victory. Yet Byakuya, having evaded Yoshimura's spear-like attack, charged forward once more, his blade aiming directly for the Kakuhu again. Capitulo 48, repelling the one-eyed owl. Although he wielded both a katana and a longsword, his mastery of dual wielding, his own form of Nitoryu grew increasingly refined. As his attacks became even fiercer, he finally seized upon a momentary opening in Yoshimura Kyuzen's defense. With a swift and precise strike, Byakuya's blade cleaved into the Kakuhu of Kyuzen's right Kakuja arm. This time, the Kakuhu was unable to regenerate in time. The entire Kakuja arm, along with the Kakuhu, detached and fell to the ground. His arm, first-class Uchiha, just severed the one-eyed owl's arm. A stunned investigator watching from the rear couldn't help but exclaim in shock. At this moment, nearly every investigator on the scene was filled with disbelief. First-class Uchiha not only held his ground against the one-eyed owl, he had actually severed one of its arms. If this continued, could he actually defeat the one-eyed owl? Mado Kasuka's eyes shimmered with exhilaration as she observed the battle. She could clearly sense it. Byakuya had grown even stronger than he was during their battle in the 24th Ward. It was hard to fathom how he had managed such visible improvement in less than half a month. Or perhaps, had he been holding back in the previous fight? That possibility seemed highly likely. Especially considering that Byakuya was only using a rank Quinks at the moment, he still hadn't reached his full combat potential. Once he acquired even stronger Quinks in the future, his power would be unimaginable. We're both first class, yet I feel completely unworthy of the title. Shinohara Yukinori muttered in self-deprecation as he watched the battle unfold. Mado Kiryu, hearing his words, reassured him. I already told you, first-class Uchiha is far beyond our level. You shouldn't compare yourself to him. Shinohara and Kiriwa were once regarded as the CCG's most promising first-class investigators, until the sudden rise of Byakuya completely eclipsed them. Shinohara sighed but nodded. You're right, but watching this I realize I still have so much more to improve. Rather than feeling discouraged, he turned his frustration into motivation. Meanwhile, Byakuya momentarily ceased his attacks. Though it seemed like he was resting, he was actually waiting for Yoshimura to retreat. If it wasn't absolutely necessary, Byakuya truly didn't want to harm the person he deeply respected, the manager of Anteku. However, Yoshimura showed no signs of retreating. Instead, he raised his remaining Kakuja arm and resumed his assault. Because for Yoshimura, this still wasn't enough. The commotion wasn't big enough yet. Byakuya could only sigh internally. I see, then I have no choice but to sever the other arm as well. Uchiha Byakuya immediately resumed his assault. Yoshimura Kyuzen's speed was indeed astonishing, despair-inducing for ordinary investigators. But against the Manjikayo Sharingan, a visual prowess that could perceive movements on an entirely different level, it was simply unfair. To an outside observer, Yoshimura's movements appeared incredibly fast, and yet for some reason, none of his attacks landed on Byakuya. For the investigators watching from a distance, the battle between Byakuya and the one-eyed owl was a blur of overwhelming speed. But the most unbelievable part, Byakuya was still completely unharmed. Amidst a dazzling clash of blades and Kagyun, Byakuya severed Yoshimura's remaining Kakuja arm. With both of his Kakuja arms gone, Yoshimura's combat strength was drastically reduced. At this point, he had no choice but to retreat. Both of his Kakuhu had been severed, and although a portion remained within his body, it would take time to regenerate. Without hesitation, the one-eyed owl leaped away. His massive frame scaled the walls with inhuman agility. Then, activating his Yukaku's flight ability, he swiftly vanished into the distance. Ding, the host has successfully completed Mission 1. Repel the SSS-rated non-killing owl during the third raid on the CCG's second ward branch. Reward, plus 100 attribute points. Mission 1 complete, unlocking Mission 2. Mission 2. Reconcile the father-daughter relationship between Yoshimura Kyuzen and Yoshimura Ito. Reward, plus 100 attribute points. Byakuya made no attempt to pursue. In the first place, he had wanted the Anteku manager to retreat quickly. Even if he did want to chase him, relying purely on human legs wouldn't be enough. His current physical capabilities were roughly 3 times that of a normal human. Unless he used Kamui. But there was no need. His goal had already been achieved. There was no point in wasting RC cells or straining his Dijutsu on an unnecessary pursuit. Interestingly, the system classified this as repelling rather than defeating Yoshimura, hence, the reward was strictly for a successful repulsion rather than a total victory. Now, however, his attention shifted to the new mission. Reuniting the estranged father and daughter. A difficult but not impossible task. At this point in time, Ito's hatred for her father had not yet reached the extreme levels seen in the original story. In truth, she still longed for his affection. The real challenge of this mission was ensuring that he didn't rush the process. Pushing too hard could worsen their relationship rather than mend it. But Byakuya already had a plan forming in his mind. The one-eyed owl retreated, we won. The investigators watching from behind erupted in excitement. Many rushed forward to check on Byakuya, only to stare in utter disbelief. He wasn't injured at all. At most, his clothes were slightly torn. This was absolutely unfathomable. Just recently, first-class Kurawa had only managed to repel the owl with the help of multiple investigators, and even then, Kurawa sustained heavy injuries and was still recovering. By contrast, Byakuya had single-handedly fought the owl, severed both of its arms, forced it to retreat, and hadn't suffered a single scratch. This miraculous achievement was almost unbelievable. Uchiha Byakuya had single-handedly forced the one-eyed owl to retreat. And yet, he remained completely unharmed. Even after severing both of the owl's Kakuja arms, he stood without a scratch. This level of combat prowess was nothing short of a legend in the making. First-class Uchiha, well done. Mado Kasuka spoke, with undisguised admiration in her voice. She then immediately relayed the battle report to the CCG's headquarters in the First Ward via radio. Mission accomplished. The one-eyed owl has been repelled, entirely thanks to first-class Uchiha. Capitulo 49, Promotion Associate Special Class. After this battle, Uchiha Byakuya was left physically exhausted. Even with a body 3 times stronger than an average human's, his stamina was running low. On top of that, the 2 A-rank quinks, Tsukikage and Furei, were nearly broken. The Kagyun armor from Yashimura's Kakuja form was simply too tough, and these A-rank quinks had been practically destroyed in the fight. However, aside from the attribute points he had earned, Uchiha Byakuya had one more major gain: the 2 severed Kagyun arms of the owl. Because he had cut them off along with the Kakuhu, both arms could now be used to create an SSS rank quink owl. In the original story, these 2 Kakuja arms were crafted into quinks, one wielded by Aramakishu, who named it Owl, and the other by Kaiko, who simply called it Kyuzin. While Yashimura had lost both arms, he would regenerate them over time. After the operation, the support squad returned to the CCG headquarters in the First Ward to receive their commendations. Since Uchiha Byakuya had been the sole reason for their victory, he was recognized as a special meritorious contributor and was directly promoted to Associate Special Class Investigator. Additionally, he was appointed as the chief of the Second Ward's CCG branch, gaining full command over operations in said ward. The other investigators in the support squad had no significant achievements, but they had at least dared to take action, so they received bonuses and minor rewards. However, aside from Uchiha Byakuya, none of them earned a rank promotion. Soon after, Uchiha Byakuya was summoned by the CCG chairman Washu Tsuneyoshi. In a majestic palace-like building, he met the old man. Washu Tsuneyoshi was an elderly man with white hair and a stern expression, sitting on a throne-like seat. But Uchiha Byakuya knew very well, this man was far more than just the chairman of the CCG. He was also the leader of the Washu clan, a figure akin to the head of the family. Moreover, his strength was extraordinary. He had personally defeated and captured the SSS rank, Daji Mother Roma Hoito, locking her away in CCG's 23rd Ward's detention facility, Cochlea. Uchiha Byakuya, I remember that you too are a child from the Sunlit Garden. Kaiko has mentioned you before. Washu Tsuneyoshi's tone was solemn as he spoke. Yes, sir. Uchiha Byakuya nodded respectfully. Washu Tsuneyoshi continued. With your strength, you already qualify for the rank of Special Class Investigator. The Associate Special Class title is just a transition. After you participate in one more major operation, you should be ready for a full promotion to Special Class. Uchiha Byakuya simply nodded silently. After this, return to the Sunlit Garden. Kaiko wants to speak with you about some matters. With that, the conversation came to an end. Following the chairman's orders, Uchiha Byakuya departed for the Sunlit Garden. If Kaiko was calling for him, it was very likely related to the cleaner operations, which aligned perfectly with his own objectives. The Sunlit Garden was located in the First Ward, but its exact location was a well-kept secret. To outsiders, it was known as the Washu clan's isolation zone, where half-human children were kept away from the world. But Uchiha Byakuya had been born in the Sunlit Garden, so he knew exactly where to go. It didn't take him long to reach this hidden paradise, a place completely secluded from the outside world. Uchiha-san, please follow us. A group of the Sunlit Garden's butlers and servants greeted Uchiha Byakuya, tasked with escorting him to Kaiko. Since the Sunlit Garden housed many young hybrid children, the older ones like Uchiha Byakuya and Arima Kishu had already been inducted into V or the CCG. Naturally, these remaining children needed caretakers to look after them. On the way to Kaiko, Uchiha Byakuya could see children dressed in pure white uniforms, playing on the lawns and among the flower beds. Each and every one of them was a half-human hybrid. Before long, Uchiha Byakuya arrived at Kaiko's location. The butlers and servants silently withdrew, leaving the two alone. Kaiko-san. Uchiha Byakuya greeted him in a calm tone. Byakuya, your parents were killed by our organization, V. You must resent us, don't you? Kaiko's first words were direct and cutting. Logically speaking, I should hate the organization. Uchiha Byakuya replied, his expression unchanging. But I have no other choice but to serve the Washu. The CCG, the Sunlit Garden, and V all operated under the rule of the Washu clan. Byakuya's mention of the Washu was an all-encompassing term that referred to all three entities. You're quite aware of your own situation. Kaiko nodded approvingly, seemingly pleased with his response. Don't worry, as long as you don't become a traitor, we will provide you with the best treatment. So, you will be the next cleaner. His tone was absolute. This was not a request but a command. Refusing would mean betraying the Washu. But Uchiha Byakuya had no intention of rejecting the offer. He answered without hesitation. Understood. Originally, I had my hopes on Arima, but he seems rather unmotivated. He's still a mere first-class investigator, which makes it inconvenient to deploy him. Kaiko mused aloud, almost as if complaining to himself. Although the CCG and V were both under the Washu, they operated as separate entities on the surface. Most CCG personnel, including even special-class investigators, had no knowledge of V's existence. Because of this, V couldn't directly issue orders to CCG personnel unless they held sufficient rank to avoid suspicion. Kishu Arima, as a first-class investigator, was still too low-ranking to act freely under V's orders without raising questions. Meanwhile, the former cleaner, Yoshimura Kyuzan, had no such limitations. He was a ghoul and had never been a CCG investigator in the first place. However, for half-humans like Arima, Kyuzan's path wasn't viable. Without a kakyuhu, they needed quinks to fight, and even the weakest quinks were superior to normal human weapons. Now that Uchiha Byakuya had risen to Associate Special Class Investigator, he finally met the qualifications Kaiko required. Uchiha Byakuya remained silent as Kaiko continued speaking. That ghoul who attacked the second ward today, it was Kyuzan, wasn't it? Kaiko's tone suddenly sharpened. He was your predecessor. The fact that you made him retreat proves that you are the most suitable candidate to become the next cleaner. Then Kaiko's gaze narrowed as he asked, Byakuya, when you fought him, did you notice anything different about him compared to the previous one-eyed owl appearances? Capitulo 50, Becoming a Cleaner. At the moment when the Second Ward's CCG defense battle had just concluded, when the one-eyed owl had retreated, Kaiko deliberately chose to personally track it. From the very first time the one-eyed owl appeared, he had felt an intense sense of familiarity. The shape of its kagyun was remarkably similar to Yoshimura Kyuzan's. His initial suspicion was that the one-eyed owl was either Kyuzan himself or Kyuzan's child with that human woman. If it were just Kyuzan, he wouldn't care. The lives of CCG investigators meant nothing to him. But if it truly was Kyuzan's child with that woman, that would be an entirely different story. There were only two possible outcomes for a hybrid between a human and a ghoul. A half-human, like those in the Sunlit Garden, or a half-ghoul, born with a kakyuhu and capable of using a kagyun. If it was a half-ghoul, then it was exactly what the Washu clan had been desperately seeking. In truth, the half-humans of the Sunlit Garden were nothing but failures. The true purpose of the Washu's human breeding experiments was to create naturally born half-ghouls. The failures, those who lacked a kakyuhu, were simply repurposed and assigned to the CCG and V as combat personnel. But Kyuzan's child was not part of the Washu lineage. That meant they were a threat, perhaps the greatest threat to the Washu clan's rule. To confirm the true identity of the one-eyed owl, Kaiko followed its movements until it finally came to a stop. In reality, Yoshimura Kyuzen had long since noticed Kaiko tailing him. He intentionally halted in a deserted location and reverted to his human form. Kyuzen, so it really was you. Upon seeing Kyuzen's familiar figure, Kaiko exhaled slightly, feeling a sense of relief. Had it truly been Kyuzen's child, things would have been far more troublesome. It's been a long time, Kaiko. Unlike his usual kind and gentle expression, Yoshimura Kyuzen's face was now completely cold and indifferent. Come now, Kyuzen, no need to be so distant. We haven't even been bothering you lately, have we? You're free to attack the CCG as much as you want, just don't go saying things you shouldn't. Kaiko's tone was casual, almost friendly, as if he were simply reuniting with an old acquaintance. If you're just here for small talk, then I'll be leaving now. Yoshimura Kyuzen clearly had no intention of wasting time with him. Fine, we'll have a proper chat some other time. Kaiko smirked faintly, his words carrying a hint of mocking sarcasm. Then, he too disappeared into the darkness. At first, Kaiko had confirmed that the one-eyed owl was indeed Yoshimura Kyuzen. However, after receiving a detailed report from the Second Ward's CCG branch regarding the battle, he began to have doubts. The previous appearances of the one-eyed owl had been brutal and merciless. It slaughtered investigators without hesitation. But this time, not a single investigator was killed. The contrast was too obvious. Kaiko knew that a Kakuja could alter its own form. So, it was entirely possible that the one-eyed owl from before and the one-eyed owl today were not actually the same person. Meanwhile, Uchiha Byakuya had fought both the one-eyed owl from this battle and the one from the 24th Ward siege. Perhaps he could provide some insight. No. Uchiha Byakuya shook his head without hesitation. The one-eyed owl that attacked the 2nd Ward today was no different from the one I fought in the 24th Ward. He had no intention of exposing Yoshimura Kyuzen or Yoshimura Ito. His tone was calm and steady without the slightest hesitation, making it impossible to detect any deception. I understand. Even though Kaiko still harbored some doubts, he had no concrete evidence. For now, he set the matter aside. Now then, the matter of the cleaner is officially entrusted to you. Additionally, you should begin forming a zero squad. Kaiko continued in the same manner. You may select its members at your own discretion, but prioritize half-humans from the Sunlit Garden. Kaiko returned to the main topic, the role of the cleaner. Ding, host has successfully completed Task 1, Become the Cleaner. Reward, 100 attribute points. Task 1 completed, activating Task 2. Task 2, establish the Zero Squad and expand it to 3 members. Task reward, 10 attribute points. Then let's have Arima serve as the vice captain of the Zero Squad. As for the other members, I'll select them when the time is right. Uchiha Byakuya nodded in agreement. Although he didn't want Arima Kishu to become the heartless killing machine he was in the original timeline, appointing him as vice captain didn't contradict that goal. Because in the end, he was the true authority of the Zero Squad. It was he, not Arima, who was bound by the restrictions of V as the cleaner. But at the same time, his power was great enough to defy those restrictions. By bringing Arima into the Zero Squad, he was actually helping him. That works. Arima's strength is unquestionable. It's just that he lacks motivation. I'll leave him to you. Kaiko agreed without hesitation. Then he added, since you rarely return to the Sunlit Garden, you should take some time to interact with the children. If any of them show promise, consider them as potential candidates for the Zero Squad. Understood. Uchiha Byakuya nodded. Even if Kaiko hadn't suggested it, he had already planned to do this. Since he had come all the way back to the Sunlit Garden, he wasn't in a hurry to leave. That's all for now. When the organization requires your services, I'll send someone to inform you. After finishing, Kaiko slightly lowered the brim of his hat and then departed. He didn't provide Uchiha Byakuya with the standard V organization uniform because his role in the CCG had to be maintained. The identity of the cleaner was a secret that could not be exposed. Watching Kaiko's figure gradually disappear, Uchiha Byakuya's expression remained unreadable. Afterward, he wandered through the Sunlit Garden. The place was expansive, almost like a vast estate, with lush greenery everywhere. The half-human children ran around playing and laughing among the flower fields and grassy courtyards. On the surface, it looked like a peaceful, beautiful paradise. Some of the younger children greeted him warmly, and he returned their greetings with a friendly demeanor. Then, by chance, he encountered two particularly special children. A boy and a girl, both lying on the grass, looking around 10 years old. At a single glance, he recognized them immediately. These two were Furuta Nomura and Kamishiro Rise. Of course, Kamishiro Rise's real name wasn't actually Kamishiro. She had later adopted the Kamishiro surname after being taken in by her foster father, Kamishiro Matasaka. Her true name remained unknown. But one thing was certain, she wasn't a Washu. If she had been born into the Washu clan, she wouldn't have been in the Sunlit Garden. Furuta Nomura was the same. Since he wasn't a direct descendant of the Washu clan, he was denied the surname Washu and given the family name Furuta instead. Simply put, every child in the Sunlit Garden was of low status at least when compared to the Washu clan's direct bloodline. At that moment, Furuta noticed Uchiha Byakuya approaching. With a cheerful smile, he sat up and greeted him. "Nei-san." Uchiha Byakuya found Furuta particularly intriguing. After all, in the original timeline, Furuta was an exceptionally complex figure. "What's your name?" he asked, looking directly at Furuta. For a brief moment, Furuta almost answered instinctively. "Wa?" But he caught himself just in time, quickly correcting his response. "My name is Furuta Nomura. What about you, Nick-san?" Ding, host has encountered key figures Furuta Nomura and Kamishiro Rise. Hidden quest unlocked, the traditions and injustices of the Washu clan. Capitulo 51, Mission from V. Mission 1, get acquainted with Furuta Nomura and Kamishiro Rise. Missium reward, 10 attribute points. From the mission's title alone, Uchiha Byakuya could already guess its general objective. After all, Furuta Nomura and Kamishiro Rise were not only childhood friends, but also tragic figures of the Washu clan. "My name is Uchiha Byakuya." Byakuya replied. "Byakuya-na, you must be a ghoul investigator by now, right?" Furuta Nomura asked with a smiling face. The moment he noticed the dove emblem on Byakuya's chest, he had already confirmed his suspicion. "That's right." Uchiha Byakuya nodded. At this point in time, Furuta was still far from the twisted individual he would become in the original story. Right now, he was still a bright and refined young boy. If Byakuya's memory was correct, Furuta should be only 11 years old at the moment. Calling him Byakuya-ne, that's kinda gross, Furuta. Kamishiro Rise immediately cringed, complaining about the awkwardness of his wording. However, Furuta remained completely unfazed. "This Nick-san is already an investigator, you know. I want to become one too," he said, eyes full of curiosity. Rise, on the other hand, seemed disinterested, casually commenting. "An investigator? That sounds boring. If you're really interested, Furuta, you can come to the CCG branch in the 2nd Ward someday. I'm the branch director there," Uchiha Byakuya said. The half-human children of the Sunlit Garden were allowed to leave once they reached a certain age. Most of them ended up joining the CCG as ghoul investigators, while some also served V while maintaining their roles at the CCG. Byakuya had already decided that Furuta Nomura would one day become a part of the Zero Squad. But before that, he wanted to prevent him from developing the same twisted mentality he had in the original timeline. In terms of potential, Furuta was second only to Aramakishu among the children of the Sunlit Garden. Moreover, he was a brilliant strategist, a true master of deception. Most importantly, Furuta also wished to change the world. It was just that, in the original story, his hatred and insanity led him down a path of extremism. To Uchiha Byakuya, this meant that Furuta could still be useful. "A branch director, that's amazing," Furuta immediately exclaimed in admiration. After casually chatting with Furuta Nomura and Kamishiro Rise for a bit, Uchiha Byakuya eventually took his leave. After all, the task required familiarity, and that wasn't something that could be achieved in just one meeting. For now, there was no need to rush deeper interactions with these two. Not long after, Uchiha Byakuya left the Sunlit Garden. For now, he wasn't in a hurry to select the third member of the Zero Squad. Second Ward CCG Branch. As the newly appointed branch director of the Second Ward's CCG branch, Uchiha Byakuya had many responsibilities to manage. However, he delegated most of the work to the former branch director, Associate Special Class Investigator Kimura. As for the two Kakuja arms of the owl, they had already been sent to the First Ward's CCG research facility. The SSS-rated Quink, owl, was currently in the process of being created. Once completed, it would belong to Uchiha Byakuya. After handling his duties at the CCG, Byakuya returned to Shui Publishing, where he continued working as an editor. There had been new developments in the publication process of Dear Kafka. Later that night, Uchiha Byakuya, as usual, met with Yoshimura Ito to discuss matters related to her literary works. Takatsuki-sensei, the publishing process is going smoothly. There shouldn't be any major issues moving forward. Yoshimura Ito smiled in satisfaction. That's good to hear. After finishing their final edits on the manuscript, Ito didn't immediately leave. Instead, she casually flopped onto Uchiha Byakuya's bed, resting as if it were her own home. By the way, I heard that the Second Ward's CCG branch was attacked today, apparently by a really powerful and terrifying ghoul. Ito suddenly brought up the topic. Yes, it was an SSS-rated ghoul known as the One-Eyed Owl. Uchiha Byakuya responded calmly. SSS-rated ghoul, that sounds so scary. Ito put on an expression of fear, playing the part of a helpless human girl. Uchiha Byakuya's face remained unmoved. Watching Ito's little performance, he couldn't help but find her kind of adorable. Judging from her reaction, she had probably already realized that the owl who attacked the CCG today was her father. Indeed, his strength was overwhelming. We barely managed to hold our ground. Uchiha Byakuya went along with Ito's act. But we've already uncovered some leads on the One-Eyed Owl's whereabouts. Once we confirm its location, we can launch an extermination operation. Uchiha Byakuya intentionally fed her this false information. Oh, that's great news. The sooner we get rid of such a dangerous threat, the better. Ito cheered on the surface, but internally she couldn't help but feel uneasy. Even though she was disappointed in her father for his passive existence, he was still her father. A child worrying for their parent needed no reason. And now, learning that he had disguised himself as her to divert the CCG and V's attention, it softened the resentment and hatred she had long harbored toward him. She had originally thought that the CCG was weak, incomparable to V, where even average members were as strong as associate special class investigators. But now, she realized that the CCG was much stronger than she had expected. And that annoying lolicon investigator in front of her, he was far from ordinary. If the CCG truly tracked down her father, then it meant he was taking responsibility for her actions. It meant he would be the one to pay the price. Even though Ito's facial expression remained perfectly controlled, Uchiha Byakuya caught a subtle shift in her eyes. A tiny flicker of emotion that revealed her true concern. Just as he had predicted, Ito still cared about her father's safety. In that case, there was still a chance for reconciliation. Uchiha Byakuya had barely settled into his role as the new cleaner when Kaiko sent his first directive. The organization responsible for the previous two attacks on the Second Ward's CCG branch, as well as the assault on the 23rd Ward's, Cochlea, we've located their base. You and Aramakishu are to eradicate them. Kaiko was still investigating the truth behind the One-Eyed Owl. Because unlike the previous owl attacks, where the ghouls slaughtered indiscriminately, this time the owl had attacked alone and killed no one. The inconsistencies troubled him deeply. Additionally, Kaiko knew that Yoshimura Kyuzin spent most of his time operating a boring coffee shop in the 20th Ward, which meant the previous owls may not have been him at all. When Kaiko discovered that the group responsible for those attacks was hiding in Uchiha Byakuya's own territory, his suspicions grew even stronger. Understood. Uchiha Byakuya replied with a calm tone. But deep down, he felt a headache coming on. His very first mission as the cleaner, and it was already this difficult. There was no doubt about Kaiko's target. It was Aogiri Tree. So to speak, Uchiha Byakuya and Aramakishu were about to launch an extermination against Yoshimura Ito's faction. Capitulo 52, The Path of the Cleaner. 13th Ward, Seishin Academy. You've become the cleaner. Standing near the rooftop railing, Aramakishu turned to look at Uchiha Byakuya and asked in his usual emotionless tone. Yeah, Kaiko ordered me to establish Squad 0. Byakuya replied casually, continuing, I already made you the vice captain, sorry for not asking your opinion first. It's fine, even if you had asked, I wouldn't have had the right to refuse. Arama's expression remained blank. To him, the fact that Byakuya had taken his place, as the cleaner, was already a tremendous favor. Kaiko has given me orders, the organization that led the previous attacks on the CCG, the one the one-eyed owl commanded. Its base has been discovered. Byakuya informed Arama of their next objective. Our mission is to exterminate them. Then let's go. Arama didn't hesitate for even a second. He immediately prepared to move out. 2nd Ward, CCG branch. Returning to the recently devastated 2nd Ward's CCG branch, Uchiha Byakuya and Aramakishu found the place still undergoing emergency repairs. But despite the damage, the investigators were already back to work. The Zero Squad had been officially established within the CCG system, though for now, it consisted of only 2 members, Uchiha Byakuya and Aramakishu. And as per CCG protocol, the squad would operate under the CCG's name. Arama donned his signature white battle attire, while Byakuya remained in his black trench coat. Chief. The moment they entered the branch, the 2nd Ward investigators stood at attention, greeting Byakuya with utmost respect. At this point, he was already the youngest branch chief and the youngest associate special class investigator in the CCG's history. Even among veteran investigators, his prestige surpassed some special class investigators. After all, everyone believed that his promotion to a fully fledged special class was only a matter of time. Especially after his legendary feat, severing the arms of the one-eyed owl and forcing it to retreat. The last time the CCG drove back an SSS-rated ghoul was years ago, when then CCG director Yashitoki Washu personally led the capture of the Dodgy Mother. So not a single person had any complaints about Byakuya becoming the branch chief of the 2nd Ward. Uchiha Byakuya simply nodded in acknowledgement, then turned his attention to preparing for the operation. His SSS-rated Quink, Owl, was still undergoing production. So for now, he had to rely on his nearly broken A-rated Quinks, Tsukikage and Fure. Since this was an extremely high-risk extermination mission, both he and Arama were required to submit their last wills before departure. Byakuya casually scribbled down his will. As usual, it was addressed to Takatsuki-sen. Meanwhile, Arama, who had always submitted blank wills, had this time actually written something. Byakuya didn't peek at Arama's will, but he could already guess who it was for. It was most likely addressed to Yuruka Minami. After all, in the original timeline, Arama never had anyone to write to, until now, that is. Aogiri Tree's hideout. In a crumbling, abandoned building, the members of Aogiri Tree had gathered. Though small in number, the group huddled together, giving off a somewhat desolate atmosphere. At this stage, Aogiri Tree had only a few dozen members. Ito had yet to expand its ranks significantly. For now, she was only recruiting strong ghouls, and even the weakest were A-rated or higher. The reason Aogiri Tree had yet to expand was simple. Ito just didn't have enough funds. Meanwhile, several ghoul members were discussing the recent attack on the CCG. This is so weird. The one-eyed owl attacked the CCG last time, right? But Ito was with us the whole time. One of them questioned in confusion. Yeah, no idea. Another ghoul nodded in agreement. It must have been someone impersonating Ito, but how the hell did they manage to replicate her Kagyun so perfectly? Hey, do you guys think it might have been a relative of Ito's? A different ghoul voiced his suspicion. But before he could continue speculating, another immediately hushed him. Oi, watch what you say. Ito already told us she doesn't have any family. The ghoul who spoke quickly shut his mouth, fearing he might accidentally anger Ito. But in his heart, he still felt that the only explanation for such a high similarity in Kagyun would be a direct blood relation. Of course, in front of Aogiri Tree's members, Ito only used the name Ito. She never mentioned her surname to avoid exposing her true identity. After all, the name Yashimura was highly infamous among ghouls, a reputation forged through blood and slaughter. However, in human society, she had the advantage of being a natural-born half-ghoul. Since she could perfectly blend in, she had no reason to hide her name when dealing with humans. It was why she revealed it when signing her publishing contract with Uchiha Byakuya. Yet at this moment, Ito ignored their conversation. Her mind was occupied with a different matter. Her father, Yoshimura Kyuzan. However, all of a sudden, a ghoul on lookout duty rushed in, panicked. Bad news, 2 doves are approaching. What? How the hell did the doves find us? Did someone leak our location? Get ready to fight, we can't let them leave here alive. The Aogiri tree ghouls tensed up, their expressions grim and serious. Even Ito immediately pushed aside her thoughts about her father. She pulled up the hood of her black cloak, concealing her face, and prepared for battle. She had no idea how their hideout had been exposed, but one thing was certain. After dealing with these 2 doves, she needed to relocate Aogiri tree as soon as possible. I should have moved the organization to the 24th ward sooner. She had already delayed her relocation plans too much. First because of her dealings with that lolicon investigator over her novel, and then because she ran into him in the 24th ward. Both incidents had interfered with her schedule. Damn it, it's all that bastard's fault. She cursed Uchiha Byakuya in her head. But just as she was mentally blaming him, the door suddenly swung open, and in walked Uchiha Byakuya and Aramakishu. For a moment, Ito froze. She had just been thinking about him, and now he appeared out of nowhere. What the hell is this timing? The Aogiri tree ghouls immediately prepared to attack, rushing forward to slaughter the intruders. Yet before they could even move, a voice stopped them cold. Stand down. Ito shouted abruptly. The ghouls hesitated, confused. They turned to look at her, uncertain why she was stopping them. But even though they didn't understand, none of them dared to disobey. Everyone fall back. Ito repeated the order, altering her voice slightly, using a different tone than the one she normally used when disguised as a human. That way, Byakuya wouldn't recognize her. She knew that these ghouls stood no chance against Uchiha Byakuya. If they rushed in recklessly, it would only be suicide. Tatora, take them and leave. Ito turned toward the white-haired man wearing a red mask, one of Aogiri Tree's strategists. It was worth mentioning, Tatora was actually a ghoul from China, not Japan. Understood. Tatora hesitated for a brief moment, but in the end, he obeyed. He immediately began leading the other ghouls in retreat. And just as they were leaving, Ito activated her Kakuja transformation. Her entire body became enveloped in her Kagyun, assuming her full, owl-like Kakuja form. Without hesitation, she launched herself at Uchiha Byakuya and Aramakishu, initiating the battle. Capitulo 53, Yoshimura Ito reveals herself. Aramakishu had already discerned. The small, cloaked figure before them was none other than the SSS-rated one-eyed owl. For that reason, he chose not to act rashly. And the moment he sensed Yoshimura, Ito activating her Kakuja transformation, he and Uchiha Byakuya reacted in perfect sync. Both immediately unlocked their quink cases. Uchiha Byakuya firmly gripped his dual quinks, Tsukikage and Fury. But that wasn't all. He instantly distributed all of his remaining attribute points. Current attribute points, 248. Ding, attribute points allocated successfully. Physicality plus 10-0. RC cell value plus 148. Attribute points minus 248. With this, all the points he had earned from system quests and daily sign-ins were now completely used up. As always, his distribution pattern remained the same, focusing primarily on RC cells and secondarily on physicality. Updated stats. Physicality, 40. RC cell value, 821. With this upgrade, his physical abilities had now reached 4 times that of an average human. However, his RC cell value was approaching a critical threshold. This so-called critical threshold was the point at which his body would cease to digest normal human food. If he exceeded this limit, he would lose the ability to consume anything but human flesh. For that reason, Byakuya made a decision. His next goal was to save up attribute points to purchase an RC cell storage, ensuring that he could continue eating normal food. Meanwhile, Arima prepared himself as well. Against such a formidable enemy, he opted to wield dual Yukimura 1-3, his 2 B-rank quinks. Ito quickly analyzed the battlefield. Of the 2 opponents, she knew Uchiha Byakuya was the greater threat, which meant she needed to eliminate the other one first. Thus, her first target was Arima Kishu. However, the moment she lunged at him, Arima effortlessly evaded. And in an instant, he counterattacked, both Yukimura 1-3s slashing toward her Kakuja arms. When facing a fully transformed Kakuja, the best tactic was always the same, whether against Yoshimura Ito or Yoshimura Kyuzin. Both had exceptionally powerful Kakuja arms, boasting offense, defense, and speed. And thus the first priority was always to neutralize the arms. Arima's weapons struck first, though because Yukimura 1-3 were only B-rank quinks, their attack power was limited. His blades managed to injure Ito's Kagyun, but not sever them outright. However, Byakuya immediately followed up. With his dual blades, he delivered precise, consecutive strikes, further worsening the damage inflicted by Arima. SHRIP. The sound of flesh tearing echoed, as Ito's right Kakuja arm was severed at the elbow. However, this was far from a fatal injury. Her RC core, the Kakuhu at her shoulder, remained unharmed. Thus, her arm instantly began regenerating. Now, Ito finally realized something. The blue-haired man was just as much of a threat as that lolican investigator. Fighting against both of them simultaneously left her with an immense pressure unlike anything before. But she couldn't afford to retreat, not yet. Aogiri Tree's members still hadn't fully escaped. She had to hold these 2 off until everyone had evacuated. For Byakuya, this was now his 3rd time battling a fully transformed owl. Once against Ito. Once against Kyuzin. And now, Ito again. Although the father and daughter were different people, their combat style and Kakuja transformation were nearly identical. Precisely because of that, he was far more comfortable this time. With swift precision, he targeted Ito's right Kakuja arm, landing a devastating strike directly on her Kakuhu. At the same time, Arima struck her left Kakuhu. Her Kakuja arms immediately went limp, hanging uselessly at her sides. At this point, all it would take was one final slash to rip them off completely. Given their current strength, both Uchiha Byakuya and Arima Kishu could have defeated her alone. But with the 2-on-1 advantage, Ito's defeat was a foregone conclusion. Byakuya did not stop there. He reversed his grip on Tsukikage and Fure, and then slashed through the owl's Kakuja armor. Yet, with his precise control, he carefully avoided harming the true body within. Then, with another move, he extracted Yoshimura Ito from her Kakuja shell. She did not struggle. Instead, she let out a playful smile, her tone full of amusement. Well, wasn't that a surprise, Uchiha-san Tilda? Even at the moment of death, she still wanted to tease this lolican investigator. Yeah, I'd say it was quite the surprise. But Byakuya's expression remained blank. His voice was flat and emotionless. Arima Kishu, who had originally been ready to deliver the final blow, paused for a brief moment. He could tell Byakuya seemed to know the owl personally. Thus, he chose not to intervene, merely watching silently from the side. Ito, however, felt her amusement drain away. Byakuya did not react to her provocation. He showed no anger, no shock, no hesitation, only cold indifference. And in that instant, she realized the truth. All the sweet words this man had spoken before, the way he called her cute, it had all been a lie. Now that he knew her identity, he was ready to kill her without the slightest hint of hesitation. This guy isn't a lolican. She thought bitterly. He's just a liar. Lying investigator, Ito sneered, her tone mocking. Just kill me already. That way, you'll get your promotion to special class, won't you? She offered no resistance. Her final request was simply a swift death, because she knew she would not escape this alive. And being executed on the spot was far better than being locked away in Cochlea. Her dreams, her revolution, everything had barely begun. Yet here it would end. Still, if her death meant her father could be spared. Perhaps that was the only silver lining in this tragedy. One thing, however, she did not regret. Her path had been the opposite of her father's. She had chosen to rebel against V and the Washu clan. And she would never regret it. Not even in death. Before you die. Byakuya's voice was calm and cold. Is there anything you want to say? Ito tilted her head slightly. She thought for a moment, then. I suppose. She let out a bitter laugh. I regret not achieving my dream. She leaned back against her kakuja shell, her eyes closing as she awaited execution. And what dream was that? Byakuya pressed further. Ito's lips curled into a smirk. Isn't it obvious? Her voice carried a faint sense of mockery. To change this broken, rotten world. She laughed at herself. But now, looking back, it was all so ridiculous. I was never strong enough. All I had were big dreams and nothing to back them up. Byakuya smiled slightly. That was exactly what he wanted to hear. Because Yashimura Ito had finally spoken her true thoughts aloud. And Arima Kishu had heard every word. His goal was complete. Kishu, Byakuya said casually. What do you think? Arima Kishu paused. For a moment, his gaze wavered. Then a rare smile crossed his lips. I think it's a pretty good dream. Capitulo 54, Lying Bastard Lolican. Uchiha Byakuya, Yashimura Ito, and Arima Kishu all shared nearly the same ideal. They all wanted to change this world. And just like that, a tacit understanding was reached. Hearing Byakuya and Arima's exchange, Ito furrowed her brows in confusion and slowly opened her eyes. What are you two talking about? I'll explain everything to you once we're back. For now, focus on settling your organization's affairs. Byakuya didn't explain immediately. If they delayed any longer, V might send people to monitor the situation. Beforehand, he had carefully scanned the surroundings, confirming that no operatives from V were nearby. He had absolute confidence in his Manjikayo Sharingan's perception. That meant they had to move quickly, ensuring Ito and the members of Aogiri Tree escaped before V caught wind of this. Ito was momentarily stunned. The more she tried to figure out this deceitful, perverted Lolican investigator, the more unpredictable he seemed. A moment later, she smirked and spread her arms out toward Byakuya. What are you doing? Byakuya hesitated for a second, not immediately understanding Ito's intention. Isn't it obvious? Carry me out of here, I'm too weak to move. Ito said this with a straight face. Byakuya instantly saw through her. Ito still had plenty of strength left. He and Arima had only disabled her kakuja arms. They hadn't actually injured her real body at all. Even so, he didn't reject her request. He reached out, wrapping his arms around Ito, and lifted her out of the remains of her kakuja shell. As he picked her up, Ito leaned in close to his ear, her voice carrying a teasing lilt. You may be a liar, but you're still a Lolican after all, aren't you? How am I a liar? Byakuya retorted immediately. Ito didn't bother justifying it. A liar is a liar. Arima Kishu, who had been standing silently nearby, continued watching them with an expressionless face, saying nothing. Byakuya soon set Ito down. She landed lightly on her feet, retracting the remains of her kakuja form back into her body, ensuring that no trace was left behind at the scene. Ding, the host has defeated the SSS-rated ghoul, one-eyed owl. Reward, 200 attribute points. Byakuya instantly gained a substantial number of attribute points. He also noted that Ito's current rating was still SSS, not SSS+. It was only by the time of the original story's events that she had grown to an SSS+ level. As for Furuta Nomura in the later stages of the original timeline, he had already surpassed even the SSS+ classification. Byakuya and Arima prepared to leave, placing their quinks back into their cases. See you tonight. Before leaving, Byakuya casually said to Ito. Ito absent-mindedly responded as she watched Byakuya's figure disappear into the distance, momentarily lost in thought. Even now, Ito still had no idea how many secrets this deceitful, perverted Lolican investigator was hiding. Somehow, he didn't seem like an ordinary human, nor did he feel like a typical ghoul investigator. And then there was that blue-haired guy who showed up today. His presence only deepened her suspicions. He seemed to be Byakuya's partner, and the strength of both of them far exceeded that of any CCG special class investigator. That definitely wasn't normal. Ito suspected that these two were likely half-humans, maybe even members of the V organization. Based on her parents' experiences and the notes her mother left behind, she had deduced that nearly every member of V had at least special class-level combat ability. If Byakuya and the blue-haired guy were among V's elites, then everything would make sense. But thinking about this now wouldn't change anything. She would just have to wait until tonight and see what that deceitful, perverted lollican had to say. The sunlit garden. In a quiet courtyard, Kaiko looked at the two young men before him. "Byakuya, Kishu, how did it go?" Byakuya shook his head slightly. "We were a step too late. By the time we arrived, the one-eyed owl and the organization under its command had already relocated." "Is that so? What a pity." Kaiko glanced at Arima, but saw that he neither denied nor confirmed the statement. Kaiko had always trusted Kishu. Even if Byakuya was unreliable, Kishu wouldn't be as well, right? "Let's put this matter aside for now. Once we determine their new location, we'll deal with them then." Kaiko continued, "I'll notify you both when your next mission comes up." Byakuya and Arima both nodded slightly before taking their leave. On the way back to the second ward, Byakuya and Arima spoke. Arima was the first to break the silence. "Byakuya, what do you plan to do?" Naturally, he was asking how they would go about achieving what the one-eyed owl had spoken of changing this world. "First, we must overthrow the Washu clan. Only then can we proceed with the rest of the plan." Byakuya's tone was calm and resolute. The Washu clan, the very ones who created the CCG to combat ghouls, were in truth ghouls themselves. This was a secret known only to a select few. For centuries, they had maintained a delicate balance, keeping humans from becoming too weak while ensuring ghouls never became too powerful. Whenever an overly strong ghoul appeared, V would cleanse them. That was the very purpose behind V's creation, to uphold the Washu clan's rule. To the Washu clan, ordinary ghouls weren't even worth considering. The reason this world was, as Ito put it, completely screwed up was because of the Washu clan. Overthrowing them was a necessity. For example, there had long been a way to develop a ghoul-friendly substitute for human flesh. In the original story, such research was entirely possible, but the Washu clan constantly obstructed it, ensuring that no progress was ever made. If peace between humans and ghouls were achieved, the CCG would lose its purpose, and the Washu clan's control over Japan would be greatly diminished. That was the last thing they wanted. This was why, in the original story, once the Washu clan was wiped out, a substitute for human flesh was quickly developed. But that won't be easy, especially considering how short our lifespans as half-humans are. Arima wasn't particularly optimistic. Before even thinking about overthrowing the Washu clan, they first had to deal with V, which was no small feat. In contrast, Byakuya remained calm and confident. "Don't worry, we will win." Capitulo 55, Ito's tied-up heart. Night had fallen. As usual, Ito arrived at Uchiha Byakuya's home. "Uchiha-san, should we start with refining the manuscript, or do you want to talk about today's events first?" She asked casually. "How are your injuries? Nothing serious, right?" Byakuya first inquired about her condition. "Oh, you were so ruthless when fighting me earlier, and now you're suddenly concerned." Ito's tone carried a hint of grievance. Byakuya wasn't sure how to respond. If he hadn't fought her that way, he wouldn't have been able to get her to speak honestly, nor would he have had a natural way to bring Arima Kishu onto the same side. "Anyway, can you explain everything to me now?" Ito sat down on a chair, her small feet swinging back and forth habitually. Ahem. Byakuya figured it was time to reveal some things. "Kishu and I are both half-humans from the Sunlit Garden. We grew up inside the cage of the Washu clan, destined to serve them for life. Just as I thought, you too are half-humans." Ito wasn't surprised. This matched her earlier suspicions. She pressed further. "Then you must be with that organization, right?" "That's right. Like your father before me, I became a cleaner for V." Byakuya answered truthfully. At the mention of her father, Ito fell silent for a moment. Hearing that Byakuya was the current cleaner of V filled her with mixed emotions. "So, are you really sure about joining forces with me, the leader of an enemy organization?" Even now, Ito still found it hard to believe. She knew that V treated its cleaners well. They only had to obey orders and eliminate threats, and in return, they lacked nothing in material comforts. To Ito, killing was already second nature, so she overlooked what should have been the most important detail. "Of course, you want to change this world, just like Kishu and I do," Byakuya stated firmly. "I see, that explains why you cared so much about that ghoul girl. How is she now? What was her name again? I'd like to visit her sometime." Ito suddenly showed interest in the ghoul girl he had helped before. Her name is Yuruka Minami. She's currently attending Seishin High School. Right now, she's receiving help from Anteku. As long as she refrains from harming others, she can live a normal life. Under your father's watch, that is. Byakuya replied. Tusk, Kyuzin, that guy just wants to hide away and play the nice old man. Ito pouted slightly. She had never agreed with her father's beliefs. Running a coffee shop in some quiet district, what was the point? No matter how kind he was, he could only help a handful of ghouls at best. If the world itself didn't change, ghouls would always be born into suffering, labeled as evil the moment they took their first breath. Byakuya knew this wasn't the right time for him to say anything. Although he deeply respected Kyuzin, believing him to be a kind-hearted man, Byakuya couldn't deny that Kyuzin had taken many lives, both human and ghoul before and after becoming a cleaner for V. Under V's coercion, Kyuzin was also forced to kill Yukina, Ito's mother. That incident, above all else, was the greatest wound in Ito's heart, one that she could never truly heal from. Kyuzin himself knew he was weighed down by his past sins. That was why, in the end, during the battle of Anteku's extermination, he had sought death. Byakuya was merely an outsider, but Ito was the true victim in all of this. That was why he felt he had no right to tell her to forgive her father. Even for the sake of completing his system mission, he couldn't push too hard. That would only backfire. I've looked into your father's past. Under those circumstances, he really had no choice. Byakuya spoke tactfully. I know, of course I know he had no choice. After all, every member of V is incredibly strong. Ito lowered her head slightly. He killed my mother. That, I still can't accept, but did you know? My mother first approached Kyuzin just to investigate the secretive organization, V. Her eyes darkened a little. In other words, I was nothing more than an unnecessary byproduct of that mission. That was what pained her the most. Realizing she had said too much, Ito quickly changed the subject. Anyway, I don't want to end up like Kyuzin. I want to do everything I can. Even if I die, I'll have no regrets. I understand how you feel, but Yukina forced herself to eat human flesh for your sake, and Kyuzin risked his life attacking the CCG for you. That's also the truth. Byakuya said. Hearing this, Ito fell silent for a moment. I know, that's why. After my first book gets published, I want to visit Anteku and see him. Here it comes. Byakuya immediately recognized this moment as a crucial turning point. In the original timeline, Ito had taken her first published work, Dear Kafka, to Anteku to find Kyuzin. But upon seeing him chatting and laughing with his employees, Koma Enji and Iramikaya, she had been overwhelmed with bitterness. He had abandoned her in the depths of the 24th Ward, and yet here he was living a peaceful, happy life with others. She couldn't accept it. She had crumpled the book in her hands and thrown it to the ground before turning away, never meeting with Kyuzin in the end. Later that night, when Kyuzin went outside to clean up, he noticed the discarded, crumpled book and realized that Ito had been there. By then, however, it was too late. From that moment on, their relationship only deteriorated even further. Perhaps Kyuzin felt too ashamed to seek Ito out, while Ito's hatred for him only grew deeper, making her unwilling to face him again. As time passed, the last remaining shred of hope she had for her father withered away. In her eyes, the entire world had become utterly hopeless and rotten. That was why, by the time of the original story, reconciliation had become impossible and meaningless. Ito no longer cared about making peace with Kyuzin. All she wanted was to change the world. All right, when the time comes, I'll go with you. Byakuya wouldn't let things play out the same way. At the very least, he would ensure that Kyuzin and Ito met face to face. Capitulo 56, Well-Reasoned Nicknames. You want to go with me? Ito looked slightly surprised. What was this guy planning to do? Yeah, actually, I have a lot of respect for Kyuzin-senpai. Since I injured him last time, I'd like to visit and check on him. Byakuya found an excuse to explain himself. Since Yashimura Kyuzin was the previous cleaner, calling him senp wasn't really wrong at all. Though his main goal was to ensure Kyuzin and Ito met face to face, he genuinely wanted to check in on Kyuzin as well. But my book won't be published that soon, right? Ito asked. She wasn't very familiar with the process, but she knew publishing took quite a bit of time. Yeah, it'll take at least another 2 or 3 months. Byakuya said, but I don't think we need to wait until after it's published to see Kyuzen-senpai. That may be true, but I don't want to see him until I can stand on my own. Ito shook her head slightly. All right, then let's keep refining the manuscript. Before we finish the publishing process, we'll make sure we have the best final draft possible. Byakuya respected Ito's decision, so he didn't press further. But before that, there's something else. Ito suddenly spoke seriously. We need a one-eyed king for Aogiri Tree. I originally planned to take that role myself, but I don't have the strength to back it up, not compared to you and that blue-haired guy. Since you're the new cleaner, you should be even stronger than him. I want you to take the throne of the one-eyed king. But you're a half-human, your lifespan is too limited. That's why I think we need to prepare the throne for the next one-eyed king. She was the only known naturally born half-ghoul, yet she lacked the overwhelming strength expected of the one-eyed king. Meanwhile, Byakuya was the strongest half-human she had ever encountered, but his short lifespan made it hard to believe he could change the world in such a short time. So, in her view, their best hope lay in preparing for the next one-eyed king. The next one-eyed king, I don't think that'll be necessary. Byakuya replied calmly, his expression completely at ease. As long as we work together to change this world, there's no need to wait for the next one-eyed king to be born. He knew full well that, in another 10 years, the one-eyed king's successor Kanki Ken would rise to take the throne. But he had no intention of waiting that long. With his trump card, double Kamui, changing the entire world wouldn't be difficult. In fact, it would be easy. He didn't need 10 years. You sound so sure, even though you're just a damn lollican. Ito was surprised by Byakuya's unwavering confidence. She still had her doubts. Could she, this damn lollican, and that blue-haired guy really change the world before their short half-human lifespans ran out? But at the same time, she couldn't help but feel a strange sense of trust toward him. Maybe it was because of the overwhelming air of mystery surrounding him. She even suspected that, up until now, this guy still hadn't revealed his true strength. I might as well trust this damn lollican. You guys from Aogiri Tree should have already relocated to your next base, right? At that moment, Byakuya asked. Yeah, we moved to the 24th Ward. That place suits us the most, and developing Aogiri Tree there is the best long-term plan. Ito answered truthfully. After all, she had already recognized Byakuya as the first one-eyed king of Aogiri Tree. If she couldn't even trust her own king, then what was the point? So she had no reason to hide anything from him. I see. Byakuya had already formed a plan in his mind. In the original story, Arima, as the cleaner, led the Zero Squad in a never-ending game of whack-a-mole against Aogiri Tree in the 24th Ward. It looked like he was busy, but in reality, he wasn't actually doing anything at all. Kaiko couldn't question him, because the labyrinth-like structure of the 24th Ward made it impossible to properly track their movements. Using the 24th Ward as Aogiri Tree's base was, in the long run, the smartest choice. Byakuya could even take advantage of this. On the surface, he would be leading the Zero Squad to hunt down Aogiri Tree, while in reality, he'd just be playing whack-a-mole while secretly working on his own plans. V couldn't monitor him deep within the 24th Ward. Afterward, Ito stayed to refine her manuscript with Byakuya, as usual. Late at night, now that they had both taken off their masks around each other, Byakuya no longer bothered escorting Ito back like before. Or rather, why would the SSS-rated, one-eyed owl, need an escort in the first place? But just as Ito was about to leave, she suddenly remembered something and, with a mischievous grin, teased Byakuya. Lollican-san, how come you're not sending me home this time? You're really piling up the nicknames, huh? Byakuya couldn't help but complain. Lollican, Lollican editor, damn Lollican, damn lying Lollican. Now there was even a Lollican-san. He had already lost count of how many nicknames she'd given him, and every single one of them was related to Lollican. Did I get any of them wrong? They're all based on solid evidence. Ito seemed to enjoy messing with this Lollican investigator. Despite constantly calling him that, her tone was never filled with disgust or contempt. If anything, she seemed to be having fun. I'll admit, it's hard to argue against that. Byakuya maintained a serious expression, not even the slightest bit flustered. But I do need to clarify something. I'm not a lollican. It just so happens that the person I like kind of fits the bill. It wasn't his fault that he had transmigrated 10 years before the original story's timeline. Even if he had arrived in the canon timeline, where Ito was 24 years old, the person he liked would still be her, without a doubt. So he wasn't joking when he said this. Though, if he had ended up in the original timeline, the Ito of that era definitely wouldn't be this easy to get along with. Hearing those words, Ito was momentarily stunned, and a faint blush crept onto her adorable face. Because his meaning was obvious. The person I like. Who else could he possibly mean but her? Capitulo 57, the one-eyed king. But it could also be that ghoul girl, Yuruka Minami. Ito felt like she couldn't completely rule out the possibility. After all, Byakuya seemed to care quite a bit about that ghoul girl. Thinking about it, Ito found herself even more curious. She would definitely have to pay that girl a visit sooner or later. You really are quite bold with your words, you damn lollican. Ito teased. I'll take that as a compliment. I wasn't complimenting you. Ito said, exasperated. By the way, did you know my real identity all along? She suddenly asked. She wasn't completely certain yet, but she strongly suspected that this damn bastard had already known she was the one-eyed owl from the start. Thinking back to his reaction, it had been a little strange. When he saw that she was the one-eyed owl, he hadn't shown even a hint of surprise. At that point in time, she thought it was because he simply didn't care about her. But looking back, something about it felt off. Yeah, Byakuya admitted. When I first heard Takatsuki-sensei's surname, Yashimura, I got suspicious, and when I saw the one-eyed owl in the 24th ward, I was pretty much certain. Even though your face was hidden, your body shape gave it away. While he admitted to knowing, his explanation was reasonable enough not to expose his identity as a transmigrator. So you were just pretending this whole time, playing along like some kind of fake game of house? Ito asked, her voice laced with amusement. Well, I did enjoy it. Byakuya replied bluntly. Ito's expression froze for a moment, but before she could react further, he added. I enjoyed Takatsuki-sensei's writing, so no, it wasn't some kind of game of house. Ito's face darkened immediately. This damn lollican, why didn't he just finish his sentence in one go? She had almost misinterpreted it again. All right, let's get going. It's time for me to return, but you, dear Lollican-san, should also come to the 24th ward. Ayajiri Tree needs to welcome its new one-eyed Lollican King Tilda. Ito's voice was filled with mischief. She was clearly having fun teasing Byakuya. Just don't actually start calling me that. Byakuya sighed in resignation. One-eyed King had a pretty cool ring to it, but adding Lollican in the middle of it, that was just perverted. All right then, Lollican King, or how about one-eyed Lollican Tilda? Ito continued to mock him, thoroughly enjoying herself. However, seeing through her intentions, Byakuya simply stopped caring. If he reacted, that meant she won. Ito, realizing that her teasing had reached its limit, eventually returned to a more serious demeanor. Shortly after, the two of them set off for the 24th ward. 24th ward, underground maze. Ayajiri Tree was preparing to gradually expand its influence in the 24th ward, defeating rival organizations, absorbing ghouls who were willing to join, and steadily growing in power. However, Ito had yet to give the official order, as she still lacked the necessary funds. For now, Ayajiri Tree's entire force, just a few dozen ghouls, had established a base in one of the more concealed areas deep within the 24th ward. Although Ito was absent for the time being, Ayajiri Tree was still relatively safe in the 24th ward, thanks to its two remaining lieutenants, Tatara and Naro, who were second only to Ito in strength. Tatara, in particular, was a rare full-fledged Kakuja, rather than an incomplete half-Kakuja. Most half-Kakujas were ranked SS, and by that logic, a complete Kakuja should at least be rated SSS. However, since Tatara had rarely been seen killing in Japan, the CCG hadn't classified him as a greater threat. After all, their ranking system was based on the danger level a ghoul posed, not strictly on the raw power of one. As for how he was later one-shot by the half-Kakuja Brain Jam King, well, that was clearly just plot armor at work. At best, one could argue that he had been severely weakened after a prolonged battle with the CCG, allowing Takezawa Seidu to finish him off. Byakuya and Ito took a taxi to the 23rd ward, and then entered the underground maze leading to the 24th ward. Although Ito could have carried Byakuya at high speed in her Kakuja form or even flown, her current circumstances no longer allowed her to expose herself so recklessly in the CCG's or V's line of sight. "What do you think of this look? Feels fresh, doesn't it? These bandages cost me quite a bit, you know," Ito asked with amusement. She was now sporting a different outfit, completely wrapped in white bandages from head to toe, with a loose, oversized cloak draped over her. Interestingly, the tight wrapping of the bandages made her figure appear even smaller than usual. Normally, her loose clothing would hide her petite frame a bit more. "You look even cuter now." Byakuya took a moment to consider before stating his honest thoughts. Ito clicked her tongue and scoffed. "All you ever say is cute, 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 and you still claim you're not a lolicon." "I really am not," Byakuya replied casually. He figured Ito didn't realize that even 10 years later, she would still have the same small stature. Whether now or in the future, she would always be adorable, so his preference had nothing to do with being a lolicon. Byakuya and Ito strolled through the chaotic, dangerous 24th ward as if they were taking a casual walk home, chatting and joking along the way. Since his A-rank quinks, Tsukikage and Furei, were on the verge of breaking down, he had left them at home, planning to take them to the CCG's research lab for repairs the next day. If they completely broke beyond repair, he wouldn't be able to salvage them at all. As expected, in a place like the 24th ward, essentially a ghoul hive, it didn't take long before they ran into hostile ghouls blocking their path. "Oh, a human actually wandered down here, but that little bandaged one looks a bit odd. Who cares, whether human or ghoul, it's all just food to me. Yeah, it's been a while since I last got to cannibalize. My Kagyun is starting to degenerate." A handful of ghouls stood in their way, seemingly part of a small gang. In the 24th ward, even ghouls had to constantly be on guard, as many hunted their own kind to strengthen themselves through cannibalism. From beneath her bandages, Ito let out a delighted laugh. "Seems like we've got some poor fools who don't know their place. Leave them to me, my King Tilda." Capitulo 58, Tiger Mask. These ghouls blocking the way weren't particularly strong, only their leader barely reached S rank. But even that wasn't weak. After all, S-rated ghouls were relatively rare, and generally speaking, an S-rated ghoul was already equivalent to a standard associate special class or special class investigator. Since Byakuya wasn't carrying any quinks and didn't want to waste the RC cells and ocular power required for double Kamui on a few subpar opponents, he left the fight to Ito. Without hesitation, Ito activated her Kakuja form. Her petite frame instantly transformed into a towering, monstrous figure, completely overwhelming the ghouls before her. A Kakuja, that's the one-eyed owl. Why the hell is the owl here? Wasn't it supposed to be locked in battle with the CCG's second ward branch? The ghouls were completely stunned. For an ordinary ghoul, facing a fully realized Kakuja was nothing short of an absolute nightmare. Before they could even think about running, Ito's razor-sharp Yukaku shards tore through them in an instant, ending their lives on the spot. In the blink of an eye, only their leader clinging to his last breath remained. Ito swiftly dashed forward, letting out a delighted yet eerie giggle. Whenever she engaged in combat or indulged in slaughter, she couldn't help but revel in the thrill of it. With a final strike from her Kakuja-clad arm, she finished off the last ghoul. Once the battle was over, Ito didn't immediately revert to her normal form. Instead, she began consuming the Kakuhis of the fallen ghouls while still in her Kakuja state. This type of cannibalism involved eating only the Kakuhu rather than consuming the entire body. Since her previous battle against Byakuya and Arima had left her with lingering injuries, devouring Kakuhis would accelerate her recovery, perhaps even heal her completely. Ito had engaged in countless instances of cannibalism before, so she was highly efficient in extracting the Kakuhis and consuming them. Only after finishing her meal did she finally deactivate her Kakuja. However, because Kakuja activation involved releasing RC cells from multiple Kakuhis to envelop the body, the surge of RC activity had severely damaged the bandages she had wrapped herself in earlier. Now, only a few strips of white bandages remained on her body, and beneath them, she wore nothing else. Although the remaining bandages still managed to cover the necessary areas, the exposed patches of skin, combined with the barely there wrappings, created an unexpectedly alluring effect. "What's wrong? Stunned are we, Tilda?" Ito smirked knowingly. She was fully aware of her current appearance, yet there wasn't even a hint of embarrassment on her face. Instead, she took pleasure in teasing Byakuya. Byakuya remained silent. Without a word, he shrugged off his black trench coat and draped it over Ito's shoulders. Since he was much taller than her, the oversized coat easily swallowed her smaller frame, wrapping her up snugly. "What are you doing? You're not seriously worried about whether a ghoul like me might catch a cold, are you? Stupid lolican Tilda." Ito raised an eyebrow, her tone half curious, half mocking. "Let's go, deeper into the 24th ward." Byakuya ignored her taunts and walked ahead, his face devoid of expression. It was a small matter, nothing worth discussing. But the more Byakuya refused to explain, the more Ito wanted to know. Quickly catching up to him, she pressed, "So, tell me why exactly, and don't even try to use the cold as an excuse. You do know that's impossible for me, right?" Seeing that Uchiha Byakuya still wasn't speaking, Ito pouted slightly and reached out, poking at his side with her fingertips. But Byakuya easily sidestepped her attempt, dodging without effort. At the same time, he finally responded, "I just instinctively see you as an ordinary human girl." It was a simple statement, yet it truly reflected his thoughts. Ito was momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, she let out a mocking laugh. "What kind of nonsense is that to say to a ghoul?" "No, you're a half-ghoul. There's a fundamental difference between half-ghouls and pure ghouls." Byakuya corrected her calmly. "Is that so? Honestly, being a half-ghoul might be worse than just being fully human or fully ghoul. At least that way, there wouldn't be as much suffering." Ito sighed. If she had been born purely human or purely ghoul, she could have devoted herself completely to hating and slaughtering the opposing side. But as a half-ghoul, she stood between two worlds, forced to witness the darkness and despair of both. This pain was one of the main reasons she wanted to change the world. "As a half-human, I guess I can at least share some of that pain with you," Byakuya said. "You're quite the sweet talker, huh? At this rate, you're just proving that you really are a one-eyed lolican king Tilda," Ito chuckled. But this time, her laughter wasn't taunting or mocking, it was genuine. For once, she wasn't alone in pursuing that distant, almost unreachable dream. "I'm not a lolican." Byakuya's rebuttal, as always, felt utterly powerless. Sure, lowly king. Whatever you say, pervert king." As expected, every time he denied it, Ito would only add more ridiculous nicknames to the list. "By the way, you can't show your real face to the rest of Aogiri Tree, right? Since you're also a cleaner for V, the more people who know your identity, the greater the risk." Ito finally dropped the lolican jokes and switched to something more serious. "Yeah, I already planned for that," Byakuya said as he walked toward the corner ahead. With a mere thought, the red tiger-striped mask he had purchased from the system shop appeared on his face. Along with the mask, the matching Red Moon Knight outfit materialized, automatically replacing his previous clothing the moment he transferred it from the Kamui dimension. Even his hairstyle shifted into that of Red Moon Abido, closely resembling Uchiha Madara's. Since this transformation happened in an instant, Byakuya deliberately stepped behind the corner before doing it, avoiding unnecessary questions from Ito. Then he stepped back into view. "Whoa!" Ito let out a surprised exclamation the moment she saw him. If she hadn't known beforehand, she never would have recognized him as that damn lolican. "This works." Byakuya spoke in a deliberately deeper voice, altering his tone significantly from usual. "Not bad at all. With this disguise, there shouldn't be any issues. And wow, you had a mask ready this whole time? Looks pretty cool, I gotta say." Ito remarked with an intrigued look. "And the best part? This tiger-striped mask had only one eye hole, on the right side. How fitting for the one-eyed king." Capitulo 59, Initial Susanoo. At this moment, Uchiha Byakuya and Yashimura Ito had already arrived at Aogiri Tree's base. Although the 24th ward was an underground labyrinth, it was ultimately built by ghouls using their kagyun. Creating a hideout capable of housing a few dozen people in a given location wasn't particularly difficult. Ito is finally back. But who's that guy next to her? Is he one of us? He should be, right? Otherwise, Ito wouldn't have brought him here. The members of Aogiri Tree murmured among themselves as they observed the masked newcomer. Seeing the red tiger-striped mask on Byakuya's face, they instinctively assumed he was a ghoul. In truth, as a half-human with Washu blood, Byakuya did possess ghoul lineage to some extent. Everyone should be here, right? Ito came to a stop, her light footsteps ceasing as she turned toward the gathered members. With a mischievous yet solemn tone, she declared, "Tonight, I have an important announcement. Aogiri Tree's one-eyed king has arrived." One-eyed king. The members exchanged bewildered glances. In their understanding, Ito, known to the CCG as the One-Eyed Owl, was already the leader of Aogiri Tree. So why was there suddenly another One-Eyed King? Standing nearby, Tatara furrowed his brows in confusion. "Ito, what is this about?" Naro, as usual, remained silent. "No need to panic." Ito lifted her right hand and gestured toward the masked figure beside her. "This man is our true king." The moment she finished speaking, Byakuya's Mangekyo Usharingen activated. The twin sickle-shaped tamo of his double, Kamui, began to spin before locking into place. Ito, still looking toward the crowd, hadn't noticed the change in his eyes. Then, in the next instant, a powerful presence emanated from Byakuya's body. A massive ribcage of translucent blue-green energy manifested around him, enclosing his figure. The skeletal structure towered over him, standing at roughly 2 meters tall. Think of Madara's initial Susanoo form. This was the initial stage of Susanoo, a technique that materialized chakra into a protective construct. However, due to Byakuya's adaptation of RC cell energy in place of chakra, his Susanoo had undergone a strange mutation. A normal Susanoo had a semi-transparent, ethereal quality, something that wavered between the material and immaterial. But Byakuya's Susanoo had become fully tangible, resembling an advanced Kagyun transformation. It looked less like a chakra construct and more like an actual Kakuja manifestation. Then, under his deliberate control, the skeletal structure expanded, growing 2 fully formed blue-green arms on either side. This is a Kakuja, just like Ito's Kakuja. The members of Aogiri Tree gawked in horror and awe. Byakuya's transformation resembled a Kakuja so closely that it left no doubt in their minds. Although the initial form of Susanoo did not fully enclose his body, meaning it didn't perfectly match the definition of a complete Kakuja, it was still far beyond the level of a mere half Kakuja. Even in the original story, Yoshimura Kyuzen had deteriorated so much with age that he could no longer achieve full-body Kagyun coverage, yet he was still an SSS-rated Kakuja, known as the non-killing owl. Among those present, the sharper-witted members wasted no time. One by one, they dropped to their knees, pledging allegiance to their newly revealed one-eyed king. The other members quickly followed suit, fearing for their lives. They might not have fully understood how powerful this so-called one-eyed king was, but since Ito, the strongest in their eyes, had personally acknowledged him, then he must be even stronger than her. At this moment, it wasn't just the members of Aogiri Tree who were stunned. Even Ito herself was startled by Byakuya's sudden Kakuja transformation. Wasn't this guy supposed to be a half-human? He didn't even have a Kakuhu, so since when could half-humans Kakujify like ghouls? Or had this damn perverted liar been deceiving her this whole time? That seemed like the only logical explanation. Meanwhile, Tatara still hadn't processed the situation. A supposed one-eyed king had suddenly appeared, and he too was a Kakuja. After a brief moment, Byakuya deactivated the initial form of Susanoo. His purpose in revealing it was simply to establish dominance over the other Aogiri members, erasing all doubts and avoiding unnecessary trouble. And just as he had anticipated, the intimidation effect worked perfectly. In the world of Tokyo Ghoul, even the initial form of Susanoo was more than shocking enough. Moreover, maintaining the initial form didn't consume too much energy. It was something he could sustain for short periods without issue. As long as he didn't push himself into more advanced forms such as the first, second, third, fourth, or even the full body stage, then he would be fine. Any of those higher forms would be far beyond what his body could currently withstand. With their doubts completely silenced, Aogiri Tree's members fully accepted Byakuya as their one-eyed king. Later, Byakuya met privately with Aogiri Tree's executives. Originally, Aogiri had only 2 high-ranking officers, Tatara and Noro. But now that Ito herself had taken on an executive role, their leadership had expanded to 3. Ito, care to explain what's going on? Tatura finally spoke up, unable to contain his curiosity. He's the black-haired, black-eyed CCG investigator from the Second Ward attack, the same one who's also a cleaner from V. Ito revealed the truth. Since she fully trusted Tatura and Noro, she saw no reason to keep them in the dark. Byakuya also understood this, so he did not stop her. To further cooperate, he reached up and removed his red tiger-striped mask, revealing his usual black eyes, as his Mangekyo Sharingan had already reverted to normal. "So it's you." Tatura immediately recognized him. Of course, he remembered the two CCG investigators from the last attack. But he never expected one of them to also be a cleaner from V. "I told you before, if it weren't for him letting me go, I'd already be dead." Ito continued, "His ideals align with mine, and he's even stronger than I am. So if anyone deserves to be Aogiri Tree's true king, our one-eyed king, it's him." "I see." Tatura finally understood the bigger picture. He knew Ito wouldn't lie about something like this, so he accepted it completely. And with that, he pledged his allegiance to the one-eyed king, kneeling on one knee before Byakuya. Noro, ever silent, followed suit, kneeling without a word. With that, Tatura and Noro withdrew, leaving only Byakuya and Ito in the room. At that moment, Ito ripped off the remaining white bandages from her face, revealing a dangerous smile. "So, lying Lalikan-san, are you finally going to explain yourself properly?" She leaned in slightly, her sharp eyes narrowing. Just what the hell was that? Capitulo 60, Mutated Half-Human. Uchiha Byakuya could tell that what Yoshimura Ito was asking about was his Mangekyo Sharingan, which resembled a ghoul's Kakugan, as well as his Susanoo, which looked like a Kakuja transformation. He immediately explained, "Yes, I am a half-human, but I don't have a Kakuhu. You can think of it as a mutation in my eyes." Aside from the dual Kamui, which was an absolute secret that could never be revealed, he was actually being quite open with Ito. Both dual Kamui and his transmigrator status were things he could never let anyone know. "I don't believe you. How could you possibly release a Kagyun without a Kakuhu? What you just did was clearly a Kakuja transformation," Ito said, convinced that this damn Lalikan was trying to fool her again. Indeed, in the world of Tokyo Ghoul, the idea that only ghouls with Kakuhu could release Kagyun was a fundamental truth. But Byakuya had unintentionally broken that rule. Even he himself was a little surprised by his Susanoo, which looked so much like a Kakuja transformation. He hadn't expected his Susanoo to mutate due to the influence of RC cells. Essentially, his Susanoo was formed from Kagyun, because RC cells, when materialized, became Kagyun. But he didn't have a Kakuhu in his body. It could only be explained as a mutation caused by the combination of his Mangekyo Sharingan and RC cells. "Let me show you my eyes first." With a single thought, Byakuya activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. The dual Kamui pattern appeared in his pupils, the scythe-like Tamo spinning momentarily before settling into place. "See, doesn't it look completely different from a normal ghoul's Kakugan?" Ito immediately leaned in closer, carefully examining his eyes. Sure enough, while both were blood-red pupils, the shapes were completely different. "What the hell is this?" Ito was completely baffled. This was the first time she had ever heard of a mutation like this in a half-human. "And I don't have a Kakuhu in my body, nor can I freely release Kagyun. If you don't believe me, see for yourself." Byakuya removed his shirt, exposing his bare back to Ito. There were 4 types of Kagyun, and the 4 different types of Kakuhu all appeared on the back, though their exact positions varied. Although nothing was visible on the surface, a powerful ghoul like Yoshimura Ito could sense if someone had a Kakuhu, especially when she was observing from this close-up with her Kakugan activated. "You really don't have one." Even though it was hard to believe, Ito couldn't deny the truth in front of her. "So, like I said, I'm basically a mutated half-human. If you really want to categorize me, I guess I'd be somewhere between a half-human and a one-eyed ghoul." Byakuya continued, "Maybe you're unaware, but the Washu clan has been conducting experiments on human-ghoul hybrids for a long time." "I know that. That's how half-humans like you were created." Before Ito could finish speaking, Byakuya interrupted her. "That's not what I'm talking about. I mean the experiments where they directly transform normal humans into ghouls through surgery. In the original Tokyo Ghoul, there was a company called Sphinx, run by Akihiro Kano, the father of Yasuhisa Kurona and Yasuhisa Nishiro. On the surface, this company supplied RC solutions to the CCG. RC solution is an essential material for making quinks and RC suppressants. But in secret, there was also an underground laboratory, a human ghoulification experiment facility run by Akihiro Kano in collaboration with the CCG. However, within the CCG, only members of the Washu clan were aware of the secret. In the original storyline, Yoshimura Ito eventually learned about this, but in this current timeline, she clearly didn't know yet. Human ghoulification. They really went to every possible length to create one-eyed ghouls, huh? Ito couldn't help but sigh. She only knew that the Washu clan had been trying to produce one-eyed ghouls by having humans interbreed with Washu ghouls, which was how the half-humans of Sunlit Garden were born. But she hadn't known that the Washu clan was also secretly experimenting on turning humans into ghouls. That's right, because the greatest wish of the Washu clan is to become human, and one-eyed ghouls are the closest thing to fulfilling that wish. Byakuya explained. A natural-born one-eyed ghoul, like Yoshimura Ito, had absolute power, yet could still blend perfectly into human society. This made her the ideal creation in the eyes of the Washu clan. As for artificial one-eyed ghouls like Kenki-ken, those were incomplete experiments. Moreover, Kenki's ghoulification was conducted privately by Akihiro Kano, without the approval of the Washu clan. By the time of the original story, the Washu clan had already abandoned these experiments, and Kano was silenced because of it. Ito let out a cold chuckle. Figures. If they could become human, the Washu clan would be able to manipulate the world even more openly. Right now, the biggest fear of the Washu clan was having their true identity as ghouls exposed, because if that happened, their power over Japan would crumble. Well, whatever the case, I believe you now. In a way, you're even more unique than I am. No kakyuhu, yet you can still transform like a kakyuja. Ito continued with a small frown. At least the Washu clan managed to produce one natural-born one-eyed ghoul before. But what you are, I've never even heard of something like this. Ito finally accepted Byakuya's explanation, though to her, it still felt like nonsense. Then she suddenly asked, "By the way, you know about that taboo of the Washu clan, don't you?" "Yeah." Byakuya nodded. "You mean the king of the underground, right? Also known as the first one-eyed king. Technically, he was the first true one-eyed king, not Byakuya himself. The real first one-eyed king was a natural-born one-eyed ghoul who had rebelled against the Washu clan and opposed them with everything he had. In the end, he underwent dragonization and was banished to the underground, specifically the deepest depths of the 24th Ward. That's why he was called both the One-Eyed King and the King of the Underground. The remains of that guy's dragonized form are still down in the deepest part of the 24th Ward, you know. Say, if you could dragonize too, wouldn't that give you a huge advantage in overthrowing the Washu clan?" Ito mused, her thoughts drifting to the idea. You do have Washu blood in you, after all. Theoretically, you should be able to dragonize. The Washu clan, due to their centuries-old practice of cannibalism, had developed absurdly strong bloodlines. Nowadays, any member born into the Washu family was automatically a natural kakyuja, meaning they were born as kakyuja-level ghouls. And because of this powerful bloodline, anyone with Washu DNA had the potential to undergo dragonization. Yeah, no thanks. Byakuya immediately shot down the idea. Between dragonization and using his full-body Susanoo, he would much rather go with Susanoo. At least that way, he could freely switch back to being human. Ito had just been joking, but seeing Byakuya's immediate refusal made her quickly abandon the thought. Yeah, that's fair. I wouldn't want you turning into some mindless monster either. She continued, who knows, you might never be able to turn back. Capitulo 61, Funds to support Aogiri Tree. Ding, the host has become the king of Aogiri Tree, activating the hidden mission. One-Eyed King. Mission 1, expand Aogiri Tree's members to 1,000. Mission reward, 100 attribute points. Byakuya had officially activated the One-Eyed King mission. At first glance, this system mission seemed troublesome, but in reality, it was more of a benefit mission. Because he didn't personally have to do anything, it could all be left to Aogiri Tree's executives. At this rate, he estimated that in a matter of time, he'd easily earn those 100 attribute points. From now on, treat the 24th ward as our long-term base. Byakuya, now speaking as Aogiri Tree's king, issued his command to the organization's executives. Eliminate all enemy factions. Any ghouls that can be recruited, take them in. Ito added on to his directive. Understood. Tatara responded simply, offering no extra words. Meanwhile, Noro remained completely silent. That was because the real Noro had already died long ago. The current Noro was nothing more than a Kakuja-like ghoul entity with minimal intelligence. Most likely, Ito had preserved Noro's Kakuhu and altered it using her own Kakuhu, essentially reviving Noro as a puppet-like Kakuja monster. If someone were to remove that giant white mask with the gaping mouth, they would see nothing but a corpse's face underneath. I should be heading back now. I'll leave this place to you all. Uchiha Byakuya prepared to leave the 24th ward. Tatara gave a slight nod. He understood that their alliance with this king had to remain strictly secret. V must not suspect or uncover their cooperation. Meanwhile, Ito decided to personally escort Byakuya to the exit of the 24th ward. It wasn't that he needed an escort, his strength made it unnecessary. Rather, Ito simply had some things she wanted to discuss. We're about to start absorbing the ghouls of the 24th ward, but Aogiri Tree's funds are running dry. Ito finally brought up the real issue she wanted to talk about. Currently, Aogiri Tree only had a few dozen members, and yet they were already struggling financially. The 24th ward contained a massive number of ghouls. In just a short time, Aogiri Tree's numbers could easily expand to several hundred, even over 1,000. Funding would quickly become a serious problem. Don't worry about the funding. My salary from the CCG is already extremely high, plus, I also get paid by V. Byakuya reassured her, then continued. And in a few months, once your Dear Kafka gets published, it'll probably sell extremely well. You'll be making a lot in royalties, too. It was only now that he realized he was basically funding all of Aogiri Tree himself. Luckily, with both the CCG and V paying him, he was earning more than enough. This is a little embarrassing, but for now, I guess we'll have to rely on you. Yoshimura Ito, in the past, had no hesitation treating Byakuya as her personal ATM. But now, for some reason, she was starting to feel guilty about it. Perhaps it was because she finally recognized that he truly shared her ideals. It's fine, I barely have any personal expenses anyway. Byakuya replied casually, not seeming to mind. As they continued walking toward the exit of the 24th ward, Byakuya and Ito encountered several more ghouls. However, Ito easily dealt with all of them and devoured their Kakuhu, allowing her body to fully recover. Upon reaching the exit of the 24th ward, Ito came to a stop. All right, this is as far as I'll take you. See you tomorrow. Yeah, see you tomorrow. After a simple farewell, Uchiha Byakuya returned to the second ward. During the day, Byakuya still had duties to fulfill for both the CCG and V. Only after work could he privately meet with Ito. As for his editor job at Shui Publishing, he had already stopped caring much about it. He only showed up if something important needed handling, like matters related to Ito's Dear Kafka publication. Meanwhile, Byakuya also needed to begin selecting the third member for the Zero Squad. The best candidates were, of course, half-humans from the Sunlit Garden, since they were the most obedient. However, their loyalty was based on his status as a cleaner for V. Thus, he could not reveal his one-eyed king identity to them. Apart from Aramakishu, he couldn't fully trust any half-human yet. In the original timeline, the Zero Squad had several talented and young half-human boys. Aihei Shio, Arama Yusa, and Rikai Suzu, all of whom were born and raised in the Sunlit Garden. But at this point in time, Byakuya was too early in the timeline. Aihei Shio and the other two might not even have been born yet. However, before he could settle on a third squad member, the CCG had already assigned him a mission, which was also a directive from V. The clowns pose a certain level of threat to us, although their first-generation leader, the Dodgy Mother, has already been imprisoned in Cochlea. The clowns themselves have not ceased operations. Recently, in the fourth ward, a group of ghouls called clowns has been discovered. We have reason to believe they are connected to the previous clown organization. As usual, whenever something came up, Kaiko summoned both Uchiha Byakuya and Arima Kishu to the sunlit garden. This time was no different. Byakuya Kishu, you two will handle these clowns. Byakuya and Arima nodded simultaneously. Ding, the host is about to head to the 4th ward to eliminate the ghoul faction clowns, activating the hidden mission. King of Clowns. Mission 1, defeat the clown member Yuta. Mission reward, 50 attribute points. Yuta, a mask shop owner, close friend of Yomo Renji, and a member of the clowns. It was highly suspected that he was the 2nd generation King of Clowns. In the original timeline, the confirmed clown kings included 1st generation, the Daji mother Hoito Roma. 3rd generation, the priest Donato Porpora. The identity of the 2nd generation king remained unknown, but Yuta was a prime suspect, given his highly advanced strength as an SS-rated half-Kakuja. Defeating Yuta wouldn't be too difficult. This meant the 50 attribute points would be easy to earn. But more importantly, the Kirishima and Yomo families were also likely to be in the 4th ward. That included Kirishima Tauka, Kirishima Yato, their parents, and also their uncle Yomo Renji. Since these were major figures in the original timeline, meeting them would likely trigger a system mission. That meant not only would he gain more attribute points, but he would also be able to change the fate of characters he cared about. With that in mind, Byakuya already had a general plan forming in his head. Capitulo 62, SSS rank Quink Owl. Ding, the host has completed a daily sign-in. Reward, 1 attribute point. Uchiha Byakuya never forgot to sign in every day. After all, free attribute points were something he couldn't afford to pass up. Moreover, accumulating sign-ins for a certain number of days would grant him additional attribute points. At this moment, Byakuya had arrived at the CCG's experimental lab in the 1st ward. Earlier this morning, he received news that his A-rank Quinks, Tsukikage and Furei, had been successfully repaired, and that his SSS rank Quink, Owl, had been completed. Led by the research staff, Byakuya received all of his Quinks. Associate Special Class Uchiha, we noticed that you seem accustomed to dual wielding, so we designed a more convenient storage method for Tsukikage and Furei, the researcher explained. The same applies to your 2 SSS rank Quinks. Owl, though their storage case is about 1 to 2 sizes larger than a standard briefcase. In other words, instead of separating each Quink into its own case, the research team had combined them into shared storage units. Thus, what Uchiha Byakuya received were 2 slightly larger briefcases, one containing Tsukikage and Furei, and the other housing both SSS rank Owl Quinks. To distinguish between them, the researchers even embedded gold-colored patterns onto the Owl's storage case, using real gold. Appreciate it. Byakuya thanked them out of habit. This storage method was indeed more convenient for him. The larger cases didn't matter after all. He could simply store them in Kamui's dimension and retrieve them at will. For opponents below SSS rank, he would use Tsukikage and Furei. For SSS rank enemies, he could bring out the Owls. Although in the original series, Owl's performance was underwhelming, it was worth noting that in the final battle, Kaiko, who wielded the Owl, Kyuzin, Quink, completely lived up to the role of a final boss, excluding Furuta's downfall as leader of the Dragon Orphans. This time, Byakuya would never allow one of the Owl Quinks to end up in Kaiko's hands. In the original timeline, it was likely Arima who had given Kaiko one of the owls. After all, Arima himself only used his Owl Quink once before he died. 1st Ward, CCG Headquarters. Byakuya, Arima, you'll be working with the Inaba squad for this mission. CCG Bureau Director Washu Yashitoki addressed Uchiha Byakuya and Arima Kishu. The squad leader is Inaba Emi. Of the 5 members, 4 are half-humans including Inaba himself. I'd like you 2 to train them. Understood. Byakuya nodded. Arima Kishu also gave a slight nod. Although Byakuya wasn't particularly familiar with the Inaba squad, he did remember Inaba Emi. Back in the Sunlit Garden, Inaba had been recognized as a genius, an outstanding talent among his generation of half-humans. By now, Inaba had likely just left the Sunlit Garden, forming the Inaba squad alongside 3 other half-human recruits. As for the one human member of the squad, Byakuya had no idea who it was. Given that Director Washu personally assigned this training, It was clear that the CCG had high expectations for Inaba and his team. Shortly after, Uchiha Byakuya and Arima Kishu met the 5 members of said Inaba squad. Byakuya recognized all 4 half-human members of Inaba squad, and he even recognized the lone human recruit. That human member was Ui Kori, who, in the later parts of the original story, became a special class investigator. Not only was Ui highly skilled, but he was also sharp-minded and highly adaptable. Despite his longer hair and delicate features, which made him resemble a girl, he was actually a boy. Based on the timeline, he should currently be in his early teens. This was far from the mature, and composed Ui Kori of the late story. Associate Special Class Uchiha, Second Class Arima. Inaba Emi's expression seemed slightly fatigued, his eyes dull and lifeless, occasionally letting out a yawn. However, despite this, he remained polite and well-mannered. After a brief introduction, Byakuya learned that all 5 members of Inaba squad had only recently joined the CCG as second-class investigators. "All right, prepare your wills. Once you're done, we'll depart." Byakuya didn't waste time with small talk and got straight to the point. According to intelligence, the ghoul organization, Clowns, had at least 2 SS-rated ghouls, making this a highly dangerous mission. Byakuya knew exactly who those 2 SS-rated ghouls were, Yuta and Yomo Renji. Both of them were legitimate SS-class threats. As he continued writing one will after another, Byakuya realized that every single time, he ended up writing them to Ito. After all, there wasn't really anyone else to write to. It wasn't like he could write to Arima. The latter already had Yuruka Minami to worry for. So, without overthinking it, Byakuya did what he always did and wrote another will to Ito. As for the content, he just scribbled down some updates about the latest publication process. To Takatsuki-sen, the Zero Squad and Inaba Squad are departing from the 1st Ward to investigate the ghoul organization, Clowns, in the 4th Ward. The operation begins now. This mission was classified as an investigation, as the CCG hadn't yet ordered an outright attack on the Clowns. After all, the Clowns had significant numbers, and rushing in recklessly would be unwise. For now, the primary objective of this mission was to gather intel in the 4th Ward and assess the situation surrounding Clowns. Following this, the CCG would gradually deploy more and more investigators into the 4th Ward to reinforce the Zero Squad and Inaba Squad in the eventual raid against the Clowns. The 4th Ward has a high concentration of ghouls. Stay alert at all times. Byakuya reminded the 5 members of Inaba Squad. Understood. Inaba Emi and his squad nodded seriously, acknowledging his warning. For the time being, they would be stationed at the CCG's branch in the 4th Ward, using it as a base of operations for their investigation. Since combat hadn't officially begun, the Zero Squad and Inaba Squad were still operating separately. For now, Byakuya moved alone with Arima, which made things easier for him. While investigating the Clowns, Byakuya also kept an eye out for any notable individuals who might be lurking in the area. However, on the first day, they didn't find anything significant. Since neither Byakuya nor Arima wore the dove emblem on their chests, they avoided unnecessary ghoul attacks. After all, this was an investigation mission, so remaining inconspicuous was crucial. Nightfall. After dinner, Byakuya returned to his temporary residence at the CCG branch apartments. He had just arrived at his room, barely having time to familiarize himself with the space, when suddenly, his phone rang. It was Yoshimura Ito. She had probably gone to his place in the 2nd Ward, only to find out he wasn't home. "Damn Lalakin, where the hell did you run off to? Why aren't you home yet?" Capitulo 63, Are we a couple tilde? Byakuya could clearly hear the hint of complaint in Ito's voice. It seemed like she had been waiting outside his home in the 2nd Ward for quite some time already. Hummed. Byakuya let out a soft cough and said, "I forgot to tell you, I was assigned a last-minute mission. I'm currently in the 4th Ward. You could have said something sooner. I made a wasted trip and even waited around for ages." Ito's tone of dissatisfaction grew even stronger. "My bad, that was my mistake," Byakuya said, feeling slightly awkward. "Where exactly are you? I'll head over now." Ito wasn't the type to throw a tantrum over something like this. After a couple of complaints, she dropped the matter entirely. Byakuya then gave Ito his location, estimating that he would likely be operating in the fourth ward for the foreseeable future. "I'll wait for you at the subway station." "All right, and don't make me wait forever this time." After the call ended, Byakuya immediately made his way to the subway station to wait for Ito. To his surprise, Ito arrived fairly quickly, not keeping him waiting for long. She stepped out of the station with a light green shoulder bag slung over her back. "So, what exactly brings you all the way to the fourth ward?" "Let's talk about it later. This isn't the right place." The subway station was too crowded, making it an inconvenient place to discuss such matters. Once they reached a quieter street, Byakuya finally spoke in a low but clear voice. "You're familiar with a group called Clowns, right?" "Of course, the first leader of Clowns is still locked up in Cochlea." Ito replied without hesitation. She had previously led an attack on the 23rd Ward's Ghoul Detention Center, intending to recruit powerful ghouls into Aogiri Tree, including the first leader of the Clowns, the Dodgy Mother, Hoito Roma. However, at the time, they hadn't fully taken over the facility, meaning they never reached the level where Hoito Roma was held. The Clowns are currently one of V's biggest threats. Byakuya explained the situation briefly. "And in the fourth ward, there's a ghoul faction called Clowns that's connected to the original Clowns. Their activity has been escalating, and right now, we're investigating them." "Clowns, huh? I do have some intel on those guys. Need my help?" Ito offered. "The Clowns aren't my main concern. I'm just going through the motions for appearances." Byakuya shook his head slightly. "What I really want isn't them." The Clowns weren't important. Among them, the only one of value was Yuta. Defeating him would earn Byakuya some attribute points. Yomo Renji was closely acquainted with Yuta, but he wasn't officially part of Clowns. He was a lone wolf. "Then who exactly are you looking for? Another girl?" Ito asked almost instinctively. "Not exactly. There are multiple people I'm looking for, all of them ghouls." Byakuya replied honestly. "The Kirishima family and the Yomo family." "This, I really don't know." No matter how much she knew, Ito wasn't omniscient. Corpse Collector, Kirishima Arata and Narukami, Kirishima Hikari, also known as Tauka Kirishima's parents, weren't yet powerful ghouls at this point in the timeline. In fact, they might not even have received their CCG codenames yet. Later on, Kirishima Arata began devouring large numbers of humans and engaging in cannibalism to gain enough strength to protect his children. That was exactly what put him on CCG's or possibly V's radar, ultimately leading to his extermination by Aramakishu. In the original timeline, Narukami, the S+ rated quink wielded by Arama, was created from Kirishima Hikari's Kagyun and Kakyuhu. It must also be said that said quink's offensive power was truly terrifying. "This matter isn't urgent for now. Let's go buy a laptop first. Otherwise, we won't be able to work on the manuscript while we're in the fourth ward." With that, Uchiha Byakuya headed toward a shopping mall. "Must be nice to have money. You can buy whatever you want whenever you want." At that moment, Ito glanced down at her own outfit, a worn-out dress that she had been wearing for a long time. Even though she identified more with being a ghoul, she was still a girl. It was only natural that she'd want to look good. Even pure-blooded ghoul girls cared about their appearance. Nutcracker, for example, had wanted to become beautiful since she was a child, but was too poor to ever afford it. That poverty eventually drove her into a complete psychotic breakdown. Ito was in a similar situation. She had no money, and even if she did, she would have prioritized using it for Aogiri Tree's expenses rather than for herself. It was only recently that she finally managed to buy a relatively cheap handbag. With Byakuya's level of perception, he naturally noticed the way she looked at her clothes. He could more or less figure out what was going through her mind. So he gently suggested, "After we buy the laptop, let's stop by a clothing store. It seems like you've been wearing that outfit for quite a while now." Ito paused for a moment, caught off guard by his words. It almost felt like he had completely read her mind. But mind reading was something that only existed in novels and manga, right? There was no way such a thing could exist in reality. So she reasoned that it must have just been a coincidence, that his thoughts had simply aligned with hers by chance. "In that case, I won't hold back. I'll have to pick out at least 2 pretty new outfits." Ito smiled. "Buy as many as you like, it's not a problem." Byakuya replied casually. Compared to funding all of Aogiri Tree, buying a few new outfits was nothing. Oh, that's what you're saying now. Seeing Byakuya being so generous, Ito was a little surprised, but at the same time, she was happy. If Byakuya hadn't suggested it, she wouldn't have been willing to use his money for clothes. But since he brought it up, she could finally pick out something pretty for herself. When Byakuya bought the laptop, he wasn't picky at all. He just grabbed a mid-range model. Since it was only for typing and editing manuscripts, there was no need for high-end specs. Next, they headed to a clothing store. They chose one with a stylish storefront, specializing in women's fashion. Byakuya walked in with Ito, but before they could enter, a female store clerk stopped them at the entrance. "Excuse me, sir. This is a ladies-only boutique. Unless you're a couple or married, men are not allowed inside." Byakuya was about to suggest going to another store, but before he could speak, Ito suddenly turned to him, her voice dripping with amusement. "So, does that mean we're a couple, Tilda?" Capitulo 64, so we're dating now. Uchiha Byakuya was caught slightly off guard by Ito's sudden remark. But since she had already put it that way, he couldn't afford to back down. Otherwise, she'd definitely take the opportunity to tease him again. "Yeah, we're a couple. May I go in now?" Byakuya said to the female store clerk with a completely serious expression. As he spoke, he took Ito's hand. For a brief moment, he felt her soft fingers tense up slightly. Although she quickly regained her composure, he had already noticed. Of course, please go ahead." Seeing that the girl beside him didn't deny it, the clerk had no reason to doubt him. After they stepped into the boutique, Ito leaned in and whispered teasingly, "So, Lalakan-san, exactly how long do you plan on holding my hand?" Only then did Byakuya let go. "You were the one who flirted with me first." He was merely returning the favor. "Even so, you sure were bold about it, weren't you, Lalakan-san? Imagine if a dignified associate special class investigator got arrested for something like this. Wouldn't that be just humiliating?" Ito whispered with a smirk. "No worries, if worst comes to worst, I'll just go all out." Byakuya replied casually. If he exposed Ito's identity as a ghoul, then as an investigator, he could technically capture her however he wanted, and it wouldn't even be considered illegal. Of course, Ito knew Byakuya was joking, so she didn't take it seriously. "Speaking of which, since we're pretending to be a couple, shouldn't we make it look more convincing?" "Oh." Byakuya raised an eyebrow. "For example." Without waiting for him to respond, Ito grabbed his hand again. This time, she was fully prepared, so she didn't freeze up like before. With that, Byakuya let her lead the way while she browsed through different outfits. Since he wasn't experienced in choosing clothes for girls, he simply waited for Ito to pick something out herself. However, after trying on a few outfits, Ito refused to let him off the hook so easily. She insisted that he give his opinion. "What do you think about this one? Does it make me look like a powerful woman?" I'm not sure if powerful is the right word, but it definitely suits you." Byakuya commented. Given Ito's petite figure, no matter what she wore, it would be hard for her to project a dominant presence. Of course, he didn't say that out loud. "Is that so? Then I'll take this one." Next, Ito tried on 2 more dresses. But from Byakuya, all she got was the same response. "It suits you." What's with your answers always being, "it suits you"? Are you seriously just giving me lazy replies? Ito complained, clearly dissatisfied. "I'm not being lazy, I'm just not used to picking out clothes for girls. Honestly, I don't really know much about this stuff." Byakuya replied awkwardly. "Oh, so this is your first time?" Ito's expression shifted slightly as she processed his words. She was a little surprised, but at the same time, she couldn't help feeling a hint of delight. "Yeah," Byakuya admitted. "And besides," he continued, "I think that a girl who's already beautiful will look good in anything, so you should just choose whatever style you like, Takatsuki-sensei." "So, you're actually pretty good with words, aren't you?" Even though Ito felt like it sounded a bit like flattery, she still couldn't help feeling happy. Little did she know, this was actually Byakuya's genuine thought. At this point, Ito truly believed it. This guy really just lacked experience, rather than intentionally brushing her off. In the end, Ito picked out 3 outfits. Byakuya paid for them. As they left the mall, Byakuya carried a laptop bag in one hand and the 3 shopping bags of new clothes in the other. Meanwhile, Ito, having happily dumped all the trivial tasks onto him, held a few lollipops and a small toy she got as a freebie. She even chewed on a piece of gum, occasionally blowing bubbles with it. Helping your girlfriend carry her bags is completely normal, isn't it, Lolican-san? Ito said confidently, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Byakuya was about to respond, but then he suddenly noticed a few familiar-looking figures approaching them. A young couple was walking toward them, holding hands with a boy and a girl, both still very young, probably under 10 years old. That couple was none other than Arata Kirishima and Hikari Kirishima, though after marrying, Hikari had changed her surname from Yomo to Kirishima. And as for the two children they were holding hands with, of course, they were Tauka Kirishima and Ayato Kirishima. Seeing them approach, Byakuya couldn't help but note just how much Hikari Kirishima resembled her future daughter in the original story. As for Arata, he had a warm and gentle demeanor, but ironically, it was that very kindness that would eventually get him killed. At that moment, Ito noticed Byakuya's gaze lingering on the approaching family of 4. She immediately seemed to figure something out. At the same time, the younger of the two kids, Ayato Kirishima, who was about 4 years old, became curious about the small toy in Ito's hand. "Do you want it?" Ito squatted down slightly, smiling gently as she spoke to Ayato. I do." Ayato nodded shyly. "Well then, Nisan will give it to you. What's your name?" Ito handed the toy to Ayato, asking his name as she did so. Kirishima Ayato. Since he was still so young, Ayato spoke a little clumsily. Hearing his full name, Ito instantly confirmed it. This was exactly the Kirishima family that Byakuya had been looking for. Which meant these two parents and their children were all ghouls. "Hurry up and say thank you." Hikari gently reminded Ayato. "Thank you." Ayato mimicked the way adults bowed and thanked Ito properly. "Nisan, I want one too." At that moment, Tauka Kirishima, the older child, spoke up as well. "Tauka, don't be like that. You and Ayato can share it when we get home." Arata said warmly, gently trying to discourage her. "Ahi." Though Tauka was a little disappointed, she still obediently listened. It's fine, I don't really need it anyway. Might as well give it to someone who does." Ito smiled and handed the other toy in her hand to Tauka as well. "My apologies, it seems your sister had to give up her toy for us." Arata turned to Byakuya, offering an apologetic smile. Ding! The host has encountered an important character, Arata Kirishima. A hidden mission has been activated, the Kirishima family. Mission 1. Help the Kirishima family join either Anteku or Sayajiri tree. Mission reward, 20 attribute points. Hearing the word sister, Ito's expression stiffened slightly. Though she still wore her usual smile, something about it seemed a little off. "I'm not his sister." She corrected immediately. Capitulo 65, Uchiha Ito. "Ah, sorry, that was rude of me." Kirishima Arata hurriedly apologized. But looking at these two, their appearances really didn't resemble siblings. There was no way they were husband and wife, and father-daughter was even more impossible. So perhaps they were a couple. Either way, Arata now didn't dare to casually guess their relationship anymore. Ito didn't bother explaining what kind of relationship she and Byakuya had. As long as people didn't mistake them for siblings, she was fine with it. After that, the Kirishima family was already planning to head home after shopping. Nisan, goodbye." Tauka and Ayato said in unison. "Goodbye." Byakuya responded. "Bye-bye." Ito waved with a bright smile. At that moment, she seemed unusually cheerful, but of course, it was all an act. Then, Ito took the initiative to grab Byakuya's hand and followed behind the Kirishima family. However, she acted naturally, always keeping a certain distance, making it seem not like stalking, but rather as though they were simply happening to be on the same route. Because of this, Hikari Kirishima did notice them, but wasn't alarmed. At that moment, Tauka also noticed Byakuya and Ito not far behind. She tugged on Hikari's sleeve. "Mom, that young man and woman are still here." "Ma'am, let's go say hello to them." Hikari then turned around, taking the initiative to greet Byakuya and Ito. "We meet again, you two. Looks like we're headed the same way." "Yeah, we just happen to be taking this route too." Ito replied with a smile. "Then why don't we walk together?" Hikari suggested. She felt that these two seemed very friendly, so she wasn't worried at all. As for Arata, he was even less likely to be suspicious. Byakuya could tell Ito's real intention. He knew very well that this route would only lead them further away from his home. Her true goal was undoubtedly to confirm where the Kirishima family lived. There was no doubt she was helping him. As they walked, Byakuya and Ito chatted and laughed with the Kirishima family. So, Nick-san and Nissan, what's your relationship? Suddenly, Tauka looked up at them, her innocent curiosity clear as day. Tauka, that's not a polite question. Arata was about to remind her, but Ito spoke up first, even before he could. What do you think, Tauka-chan? Boyfriend and girlfriend. Even though Tauka was still young, she had already read some romance manga, so she had some idea. Bingo, Tauka-chan, you got it right, Tilda. Ito immediately confirmed it. Byakuya thought to himself, is this fake dating act still not over? Arata finally understood why she had denied being Byakuya's sister so quickly earlier. That's so cool. Tauka looked a little envious. Ito laughed and teased, but you're still too young, Tauka-chan. You can't go around copying Nissan yet, Tilda. Okay. Tauka pouted a little, but nodded obediently. Kirishima Tauka obediently nodded. However, what she didn't know was that the beautiful, mature-looking Nissan in front of her wasn't actually all that much older than her. Finally, they arrived at the Kirishima household. After a simple farewell, Arata and the others went inside. Well, the Kirishima family you were looking for has now been found. Ito looked a little pleased with herself, as if she was waiting for Byakuya to praise her. You did great. As he spoke, Byakuya reached out and gently patted Ito's head. No matter how big or small the help was, this kind of effort was something he had to acknowledge. But almost immediately, Ito swatted his hand away. Don't touch my head. Clearly, she didn't like people touching her head. If it had been anyone else, it definitely wouldn't have ended with just a slap on the hand. At best, they'd lose a hand. At worst, they'd be torn to pieces. So, what's so special about them? They just seemed like a normal ghoul family to me. Ito asked, a bit curious. They're not particularly special. I just have a friend who hopes they can live a peaceful life. Byakuya explained, half-truthfully. That friend was, of course, himself. Besides, his system task required him to either bring the Kirishima family into Anteku or Aogiri Tree. Either way, it would ensure their safety. In the original timeline, if the Kirishima family had encountered Yoshimura Kyuzen earlier, maybe their fate would have been different. Not only was Hikari killed, but Arata was captured and used to create the Quink armor, Arata. Yoshimura Kyuzen, even though he was no match for Arima, still managed to retreat safely. Even Furuta once claimed that to eliminate Yoshimura Kyuzen, he'd have to personally lead a team of special class, V, operatives. It was also Yoshimura Kyuzen who rescued Renji Yomo from Arima's hands. I see. Ito felt something about this seemed off, but since it was Byakuya's business, she had no reason to object, unless it was something she truly couldn't accept. But there's still the Yomo family, right? Is that also a request from your friend? Ito suddenly remembered. The Yomo family is already within reach. That young woman earlier, Kirishima Hikari, her original name was actually Yomo Hikari. She only changed it after getting married. Byakuya explained. Oh, right, that does happen. When women get married, they take their husband's surname. As she thought about this, Ito's mind suddenly, inexplicably, conjured up a certain name. Uchiha Ito. The absurd thought instantly made her pupils shrink. She immediately erased it from her mind, feeling a little ashamed. She blamed that damn bastard. His constant sweet-talking must have affected her subconscious. Ito's expression didn't change at all, only her eyes flickered slightly. So Byakuya naturally didn't notice what was going through her head. However, he did sense something was off, so he asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, just thinking about how much of a bastard a certain Lolican is." Ito replied, expressionless. Byakuya was completely confused. How did this end up being about him again? Capítulo 66, Staying Overnight. Byakuya thought about it the entire way back, but still couldn't figure it out. What exactly had he done? After returning home, he didn't bother dwelling on such trivial matters anymore. He opened his laptop and logged into his document account, where all the revised drafts were automatically synchronized. Even if the synchronization failed, it didn't matter. He had also backed up these documents in his email, creating a double safeguard. Meanwhile, Ito borrowed his bathroom, took a quick shower, and changed into her new clothes. "I'm done, let's get back to editing." As Ito walked over and sat down, Byakuya caught a faint fragrance drifting through the air. Of course, it was just the scent of body wash and shampoo. They continued editing until late at night, at which point Ito placed her old clothes and the 2 extra sets of new outfits in his home. Since she didn't have a stable residence, leaving clothes in a place like the 24th ward would only result in them getting ruined. Seeing this, Byakuya couldn't help but ask, "How about I help you rent an apartment?" Ito paused for a moment, then her lips curled into a faint smirk. "That seems like a waste of money. Isn't your place good enough to stay in? You want to live here?" Byakuya glanced at her and then replied indifferently, "If you don't mind, I certainly don't either." "Great, then I won't hold back." The moment she finished speaking, Ito flopped onto his bed. Lying on this soft, plush mattress felt incredibly comfortable. In the 24th ward, beds weren't even really a thing. However, she felt a little disappointed. No matter how much she teased this guy, he never reacted. Byakuya continued handling some CCG affairs on his laptop, such as reporting on the investigation, then prepared to take a shower and sleep. By the time Byakuya stepped out of the bathroom, he saw that Ito was already under the covers, lying down. It seemed like she wasn't joking earlier. She really intended to stay here. After drying his hair with a blow dryer, he got into bed as well. Just then, Ito's head peeked out from beneath the blanket. "Let's get one thing straight. If you lay a hand on me tonight, I'll make sure that thing of yours goes snip while you're asleep." "What kind of nonsense are you thinking? Just go to sleep. We have things to do in the morning." Byakuya replied, completely speechless. Not long after, he fell asleep. Ito, on the other hand, had trouble falling asleep. There were too many thoughts running through her mind. Things were moving in a good direction, but her dream was still far out of reach. However, there was a glimmer of hope now, and that hope lay in the annoying lolicon sleeping beside her. The night passed without incident. Byakuya woke up at his usual time and went about his morning routine, moving quietly so as not to wake Ito. Then, he went into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. He made 2 simple meals, eggs, toast, and milk. "Takasuki-sensei, time to wake up for breakfast." Only then did Byakuya wake Ito up. Tilde. Ito let out a soft hum, then slowly sat up and rubbed her eyes. Since she had stayed up late thinking about things last night, Ito was still a little drowsy. After washing up, she sat at the dining table and looked at the breakfast already prepared. She couldn't help but say, "You really went all out. That's thoughtful of you." "I couldn't just make breakfast for myself, could I?" Byakuya replied. "Well, either way, thanks." Ito took a bite of her breakfast. Being a half-ghoul had brought her immense suffering, but at this moment, she actually felt a bit lucky to be one. At the very least, she could enjoy some normal food. Then again, it had been years since someone made her breakfast. Ever since her foster father died, Byakuya was the first to do so. After breakfast, the 2 of them headed out. Byakuya was set to join Arima in investigating the clowns, while Ito was returning to lead Aogiri Tree in securing the 24th ward. Just as they were about to part ways, they ran into Arima Kishu, who happened to live in the same apartment complex. After all, the 4th ward's CCG branch had arranged for both of them to stay here. Seeing Byakuya and Ito appear together in this place, Arima immediately understood. "Congratulations to you both," he stated expressionlessly. "Wait, no, forget it." Byakuya had intended to explain, but after a moment of thought, he figured it wasn't worth the effort. Seeing him flustered for once, Ito seized the opportunity. "You're his partner, right? If he ever flirts with other women behind my back, make sure to secretly let me know, okay?" "That is not within my duties." Arima replied indifferently, his tone flat and emotionless, entirely devoid of humor. "Tusk." Ito clicked her tongue in disappointment, finding him no fun at all. She dropped the teasing and simply told Byakuya, "See you later." Then, she turned and walked off in the opposite direction. While conducting their investigation, Arima suddenly spoke up. "Associate Special Class Uchiha, I didn't expect your relationship with the one-eyed owl to have progressed this far." Clearly, Byakuya's closeness with Ito had genuinely surprised him. "It's not what you think. She's just staying at my place for now because she doesn't have a fixed home," Byakuya finally explained. "I see," Arima responded calmly. Then, after a brief pause, he abruptly changed the subject. "The clowns have their eyes on us." Byakuya nodded. "Yeah, I've already alerted the Inaba squad." Through his radio device, he sent a message to Inaba Emi and his team. Now was the perfect time to train them. Earlier, Byakuya had already sensed multiple hostile presences watching them, his main Jikayo Sharingan picking up the faintest traces of killing intent in the surroundings. They were currently in a secluded area, far from the residential district, with abandoned buildings and factories nearby, a prime location for ghouls to establish a hideout. However, the hidden ghouls weren't making a move just yet. It seemed like they were waiting for something. Soon after, Inaba Emi arrived with his squad. "Associate Special Class Uchiha, First Class Arima, what's the situation?" Inaba immediately asked. "There are at least 20 ghouls hiding in the area. Be mentally prepared, and then engage." The moment Byakuya finished speaking, his vision momentarily distorted. A fleeting sensation of spatial warping washed over him. A quink briefcase suddenly appeared out of thin air, landing in his hand. "Commence the operation." Capitulo 67, Yuta and Renji. Although using dual Kamui to perform a spatial transfer would cause Byakuya's main Jikayo Sharingan to appear. The transfer itself lasted only for a brief moment. His main Jikayo immediately reverted back to black irises, making it almost impossible for anyone to notice the change. Arima Kishu and the members of the Inaba squad were also positioned behind him. The moment Byakuya gave the command, "Commence the operation," they all launched their attack. The ghouls lurking in the shadows realized they could no longer remain hidden and rushed out to attack Byakuya and the others. However, the strongest among them was only an S-rated ghoul, and this ghoul just so happened to be the one directly facing Byakuya. This particular ghoul wore a clown-themed mask, the signature of the clown's organization. Byakuya immediately retrieved his A-rated quinks, Tsukikage and Furei from his briefcase. "Die Dove." The unlucky ghoul unleashed a vibrant green rinkaku, aiming straight for Byakuya's head. However, the latter's main Jikayo Sharingan had already foreseen the attack. His body arched backward, bending to the point where he was nearly parallel to the ground, narrowly avoiding the rinkaku. In the same instant, he counterattacked, thrusting Furei upward, piercing through the ghoul's abdomen. His blade precisely punctured the ghoul's rinkaku kagyun, striking its kakyuhu, rendering the ghoul unable to regenerate or use any more kagyun attacks for the time being. "What?" The ghoul was shocked by the sudden pain surging through his abdomen, stunned at Byakuya's terrifying speed. He couldn't comprehend how this human had not only dodged his attack so effortlessly, but had also simultaneously executed a counterattack he never saw coming. His wound was severe, though not fatal. If he had been an SSS-rated ghoul, such an injury would have regenerated in seconds, though the kakyuhu damage would still take longer to recover. Though as he was only an S-rated ghoul, he would need much more time, and his kagyun recovery was completely out of the question. Naturally, Byakuya wasn't about to give him that time. With swift precision, he plunged Tsukikage into the ghoul's left arm and Furei into his right arm, pinning him to the ground. The ghoul screamed in agony. Despite their enhanced physiology, ghouls still felt pain just as intensely as humans. "Call your leader over." Byakuya spoke in a calm, indifferent tone. He wasn't in a hurry. He would simply wait here for Yuta to arrive. "Ding, host has defeated an S-rated ghoul, reward, 15 attribute points." Since his opponent had lost all ability to resist, the system automatically confirmed the victory. Meanwhile, Arima swiftly finished off his own opponents. A few A-rated ghouls were no match for him. Even with nothing but a B-rated quink, he effortlessly incapacitated them. However, he did not kill them. Instead, he destroyed their kakyuhu, ensuring they could no longer fight. After all, Arima never particularly enjoyed killing. As for the Inaba squad, their battle wasn't as smooth. Due to their lack of real combat experience, they already struggled against B-rated ghouls and a handful of A-rated enemies. The tide only turned when Inaba Emi and Yurei Kuni stepped up, working together to slay 2 A-rated ghouls, finally shifting the battle in their favor. With the remaining enemies only being B-rated ghouls, victory was now inevitable. At the same time, HAREM stood nearby, observing the battle. If things got too dangerous, he would step in, but intervening too early wouldn't serve as proper training for the Inaba squad. However, no matter how long Byakuya waited, Yuta never showed up. It seemed that Yuta wasn't nearby. So, Byakuya adjusted his approach and turned to the S-rank ghoul he had subdued. "Speak, tell me where your leader is, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, you'll be sent to Cochlea to face the most brutal interrogations." Coincidentally, this S-rank ghoul was one of those who had recently escaped from Cochlea during Aogiri Tree's assault. He knew firsthand just how twisted and sadistic some of the interrogators in that place could be. There was no way he wanted to be thrown back into that hell. If he could avoid interrogation, he might at least get shoved into a cell, given rotten meat to survive on, and left to waste away. But if he was unlucky enough to be selected for torture, especially by one of those psychotic interrogators, then he'd be better off dead. I'll tell you everything." He gave in instantly, so fast that even Byakuya was a little surprised. But it didn't matter, as long as he got the information he wanted. Soon, Byakuya extracted Yuta's location. Keeping his word, he released the ghoul. However, he needed to act fast before this guy ran off to warn Yuta. "First class Arima, let's go." Byakuya turned to Arima. "The Inaba squad will stay here and secure the area." "Understood." Led by Inaba Emi, the Inaba squad remained on standby. On the way to Yuta's location, Byakuya called Ito. "Fourth Ward Abandoned Church." This abandoned church served as the true stronghold of the Clown Mask faction. Inside, Yuta and Renji Yomo were both present. Lately, it seems like doves from other wards have been flocking to the Fourth Ward. Yuta mused aloud, his gentle demeanor at odds with the numerous tattoos covering his body. His eyes, permanently displaying ghoul red sclera, were the result of a special pigment injection, a process known as tattooed eyes. I'd say it's safe to assume the CCG has their eyes on us now. "So what's your plan?" Renji Yomo, with his sharp features and silver hair, spoke in a calm, detached tone. "More and more doves are going to flood the Fourth Ward. If we don't make the first move, we'll lose our advantage." Yuta's voice remained playful, as if he wasn't concerned at all. "I won't be joining you." Yomo replied indifferently. "I have no interest in picking a fight with the CCG." He had no desire for conflict. All he cared about was keeping his sister's family safe and living in peace within the Fourth Ward. "Oh." Yuta chuckled, then tilted his head slightly. "Well, it seems like you might not have a choice." He had already sensed it. 2 intruders, 2 doves were closing in. Yomo picked up on it as well. Without another word, he tensed up, preparing for a possible fight. "All right, everyone." Yuta spoke in a light, sing-song tone. "Time to put on your masks. Looks like the doves are here, Tilda." Despite the situation, he didn't seem the least bit worried. Only a short while later, 2 humans, or rather, 2 half-humans entered the church. Capitulo 68, Quink Showcase. "Kishu, I'll leave the other ghouls to you. Those 2 SS-rated ones are mine." The moment he stepped into the abandoned church, Uchiha Byakuya spoke to Arima Kishu, who was walking beside him. "Understood." Arima Kishu nodded slightly. He didn't mind what level of ghouls he had to face. At that moment, Uchiha Byakuya ran his left hand across his eyes, subtly concealing the brief flash of his Mangekyo Sharingan, while his right hand caught the Quink suitcase that emerged from a spatial vortex. But this time, the suitcase was gold for the SSS-rated owl. It might have been overkill, but he wanted to end this quickly. Seeing that Byakuya had drawn owl right away, Arima was slightly surprised. It seemed Byakuya had some prior connection with the ghoul leaders here. The 2 of them walked just a few steps into the abandoned church before a large number of ghouls emerged from all directions, surrounding them. "Good afternoon, gentlemen, and of course doves." A figure wearing a white, almost featureless mask stepped forward from among the ghouls. This mask was also the origin of his alias, No Face. Standing beside Yuta was another masked man, his face hidden beneath a crow-shaped mask, Yomo Renji. Byakuya instantly recognized Yuta. Aside from the mask, Yuta's body was covered in distinctive tattoos, making him very easy to identify. Good afternoon. With that, Byakuya immediately lunged at Yuta and Renji, while simultaneously drawing one of the owl blades from the golden suitcase. At the same time, Arima also readied his quink, Yukimura 1-3, preparing to handle the other ghouls. At first, Yuta treated it like a game and didn't even bother deploying his Kagyun. Renji, on the other hand, assumed that Yuta alone could easily deal with these two seemingly young ghoul investigators, so he didn't feel the need to intervene. However, in the blink of an eye, their opponent was already upon them, and the weapon in his hand didn't look like something they could afford to take lightly. Oh. It was only now that Yuta realized his opponent was no ordinary investigator. Renji reacted quickly, releasing his Yukaku Kagyun and firing a barrage of its blades toward Byakuya, much like Owl would. But compared to the non-killing Owl and the one-eyed Owl, Renji's attack was far inferior. Whether in terms of power, speed, or density, it couldn't compare to those two SSS-rated owls. For Byakuya, who had fought multiple battles against the two owls, dodging this was effortless. Don't let your guard down. Seeing how easily his attack was avoided, Renji immediately warned Yuta. I know, Mr. Crow. Yuta had no choice but to take this fight seriously. Clearly, the CCG had sent a formidable enemy this time. Mr. Crow was Yuta's nickname for Renji, due to the crow-shaped mask he always wore. As Yuta and Renji exchanged words, the SSS-rated Quink Owl, shaped like a longsword, was already swinging down toward them. Yuta immediately deployed his Rinkaku Kagyun to block the attack. The defining characteristic of a Rinkaku was its tough, scale-covered surface, combined with incredibly high regenerative abilities and offensive power. Rinkaku ghouls typically had strong physical capabilities and excelled in combat flexibility, though their main weakness was their lack of defense. This was also why, in the original story, Kenki Ken was often either overpowering his enemies or being overpowered himself. His sheer attack power had destroyed Quinks of various levels multiple times. Yuta's Rinkaku Kagyun extended forward, taking on a shape akin to a fishing hook, clearly suited for offense. But attempting to block an SSS-rated Quink, like Owl, was obviously impossible. Yuta released a total of 3 Rinkaku Kagyun to intercept the attack. All 3 were severed in a single slash. Feeling the sheer power of this Quink, Yuta instantly realized it was absolutely SS-rated or even SSS-rated. A ghoul investigator capable of wielding such a weapon. Could he be a special class investigator? At that moment, Yomo Renji swiftly pulled Yuta away from Owl's strike and said in a heavy tone, "Go all out, or we won't stand a chance." Yeah. Yuta no longer dared to underestimate this opponent. For him, going all out meant a half-Kakuja transformation. In the next instant, multiple Kagyun arms sprouted from Yuta's back. Each arm bore intricate tattoos, and the Kagyun extended all the way to his head. Though they did not fully cover his body, this was his half-Kakuja form. Since the black-clad investigator was too fast, and half-Kakuja transformation required a brief moment to complete, Yomo Renji moved to buy Yuta some time by unleashing a surge of purple electricity toward Uchiha Byakuya. Both Renji and Hikari Kirishima possessed a lightning attribute Kagyun, a rather broken ability. However, this purple electric current had no effect on Byakuya. It was completely blocked by Owl. Though Owl wasn't the most defensive Kukaku-type Quink, an SSS-rated Yukaku was still more than capable of providing formidable defense. But Renji had achieved his goal. He had bought Yuta just enough time. Come, let's fight, Investigator-san. By now, Yuta had fully completed his half-Kakuja transformation, but he was also partially losing control. His mind was hazy, and his voice carried a hint of madness. All right. Uchiha Byakuya responded indifferently. He deliberately exposed an opening, baiting Yuta to devour him. Yuta immediately extended one of his Kagyun arms, seizing Byakuya by the ankle. Byakuya allowed himself to be pulled in, and a massive Kagyun mouth formed around him, preparing to consume him whole. But before Yuta could swallow him down, he was forced to swallow Owl instead. Byakuya, gripping Owl, stabbed it straight through Yuta's mouth, piercing deep and destroying one of the Kakuhu on his back. Rinkaku ghoul Kakuhu were usually located around the waist, but Kakuja hybrids and full Kakujas who had engaged in significant cannibalism often developed additional Kakuhu in other areas. With his head temporarily disabled and one of his Kakuhu critically damaged, Yuta, already in an unstable half-Kakuja state, lost even more of his rationality. He completely forgot about the real enemy in front of him. Instead, his instincts drove him to attack the one he was most obsessed with, Yomo Renji. I want to eat you, heh. You idiot. Renji cursed in fury. A half-Kakuja Yuta was already hard enough to deal with. If he went berserk, both of them would die, especially with an even more dangerous investigator standing right there. But what Renji didn't expect was a flash of steel that streaked before his eyes. In an instant, Yuta was sliced in half at the waist, his Kakuhu destroyed. Having suffered one devastating blow after another, Yuta could no longer regenerate. He lay on the ground, barely alive yet not quite dead. Ding, the host has successfully completed. Mission 1, defeat Yuta of the Clowns. Reward, 50 attribute points. Mission 1 complete, activating Mission 2. Mission 2, infiltrate the 23rd Ward Ghoul Detention Center, Cochlea, and release the first-generation Clown King, Dodgy Mother Hoido Roma. Mission reward, 100 attribute points. Capitulo 69, the one-eyed owl appears. Ding, the host has defeated the SS-rated ghoul Yuta. Reward, 40 attribute points. Yomo Renji had thought that the black-clad investigator would take advantage of Yuta's loss of rationality and use him as a distraction. But instead, his opponent had eliminated Yuta first. Clearly, he never saw Renji as a threat to begin with. At that moment, Renji went all out. He couldn't just leave Yuta behind, nor did he want Yuta to die here. At full strength, Renji was on the same level as a half-Kakuja Yuta. His lightning-based Kagyun allowed him to compensate for the power gap between himself and a half-Kakuja. But that also meant he still wasn't a match for Uchiha Byakuya. In just a short exchange, Renji's Kakuhu was critically damaged. However, Byakuya had severely held back. He hadn't damaged Renji's Kakuhu to a lethal extent. If a one Kakuhu ghoul suffered irreversible Kakuhu damage, they would never regenerate. The only thing awaiting them was death. Ding, the host has defeated the SS-rated ghoul, Yomo Renji. Reward, 40 attribute points. At this stage, both Yuta and Renji were still quite young. Neither had reached SS+ level yet. It would take about 3 more years, or more specifically, before Yoshimura Kyuzan took Renji to Anteku. Back then, Renji was at his absolute peak. After living in Anteku and surviving on rotting meat, his strength had never improved again. By this point, Owl in Byakuya's hands was still completely undamaged. As expected of an SSS-rated Quink. He was just about to feign delivering the finishing blow. Renji, though unable to move, still lifted his head and glared at him with fierce, defiant eyes. He showed no fear of death. Nice look, Byakuya remarked indifferently. The SSS-rated Quink, Owl, came slashing down. But just at that moment, a massive hole suddenly burst through the ceiling of the abandoned chapel directly above him. Rumbled. A huge figure crashed down from the debris and smoke, plummeting directly toward Byakuya. The latter calmly took a few steps back, effortlessly dodging the ambush. This massive figure was none other than the SSS-rated ghoul Owl. But not the non-killing owl. This was the one-eyed owl. Hehe, Tildo, I'm here. The one-eyed owl let out a gleeful, eerie laugh and immediately launched a barrage of Yukaku projectiles at Byakuya. Byakuya sidestepped, easily dodging the attack. However, his expression remained completely calm. He wasn't surprised at all. After all, the one-eyed owl was here because he called her. This was all a staged act, a show Byakuya had asked Ito to put on for him. As Byakuya dodged the attack, the one-eyed owl swiftly grabbed the fallen Renji and Yuta. Renji was already severely injured, and being roughly picked up like that made him groan in pain. Yuta, on the other hand, was already half dead and could barely make a sound. Without hesitation, Ito took both of them and left at high speed, vanishing from the chapel. Couldn't you be a little more gentle? Byakuya muttered softly to himself, making a rare small complaint. On the other side, any ghoul who dared to attack Arima was instantly killed. With both of its SS-rated leaders defeated, the ghoul group, Clowns, was obviously no match for Arima. But in reality, even if Yuta and Yomo were still fighting, Arima could have wiped out all members of the clowns by himself. Realizing that both the black-clad and white-clad investigators were absurdly powerful, the remaining ghouls all lost their nerve. Even Yuta and Yomo had lost, and against that black-clad investigator, they didn't even stand a chance. How the hell were they supposed to win? Fear spread through the remaining ghouls, some had already fled. And those who were too slow or hesitant, Byakuya had already given them enough time. He, Arima, and Ito weren't just covering up for themselves against humans, they also had to avoid exposing themselves to ghouls they couldn't fully trust. Besides, he and Arima also had to bring back some captives. If they returned empty-handed, unless Kaiko was a complete idiot, he'd definitely start asking questions. Apologies. Byakuya spoke these seemingly ambiguous words to the remaining ghouls. Because if they didn't escape in time, he'd have no choice but to send them to Cochlea. At least as long as they weren't tortured, they wouldn't have to face those insane interrogators. And frankly, there was no need to interrogate these ghouls. If there were interrogations, then he, as the captor, would be the one in charge. Ding, the host has defeated an A+ rated ghoul. Reward, 8 attribute points. Ding, the host has defeated a B-rated ghoul. Reward, 3 attribute points. In the end, Byakuya and Arima rounded up a group of clowns members. And in the process, Byakuya also gained a considerable amount of attribute points. Adding in the ghouls that the Inaba squad had been guarding, the operation had resulted in over 50 captives ranging from B-rated to S-rated, all belonging to the clowns. Let's head back. Byakuya and Arima escorted the Inaba squad back to the CCG headquarters in the First Ward. Although they hadn't managed to capture or eliminate the leaders of clowns, the organization had suffered a crippling blow. Its leaders were gravely injured and on the verge of death, and a large number of its members were captured. For the time being, the clowns wouldn't dare act up again. Moreover, the sheer speed of their operation was considered a major accomplishment. CCG investigators had also examined the site. They confirmed that the one-eyed owl had indeed appeared. Byakuya's flawless acting ensured that no one suspected a thing. As for promotions, Arima Kishu, having eliminated a large number of clowns members, including one S and one S-rated ghoul, was officially promoted to first-class investigator. Additionally, he was now eligible to equip 2 quinks, an S and an S-rated weapon. Among Inaba squad, Inaba Warai and Ui Kori had performed exceptionally well, earning promotions to first-class investigators, while the rest of the squad remained at rank 2. And then Uchiha Byakuya. CCG Chairman Washu Tsunayoshi kept his promise. Byakuya, having successfully completed this mission, was officially promoted to Special Class Investigator. Additionally, he was assigned to remain in the Fourth Ward, tasked with cleaning up any remaining ghouls. More importantly, he was to investigate the whereabouts of the one-eyed owl and the leader of clowns. Little did they know, the one-eyed owl was sleeping in Byakuya's house every single night. Capitulo 70, Yoshimura Kyuzen's invitation. Time rewinds to when Ito rescued Yuta and Yoma. Following Byakuya's suggestion, she casually tossed them onto the second floor of Anteku without much care. In reality, Byakuya had given her 2 options, either have these 2 ghouls join Aogiri Tree or Anteku. But after asking for Byakuya's honest opinion, she learned that he preferred for Yuta and Yomo to go to Anteku. So she did just that. Since it was broad daylight and there were people on the streets, Ito had long since deactivated her Kakuja form. But even in her normal state, she could still move at high speed using her Yukaku. She carried Yuta and Yomo, roughly tossed them through an open window into Anteku's second-floor lounge, and left immediately after. She didn't linger for even a moment, because she really didn't want to meet Yoshimura Kyuzen at this time. Meanwhile, on the first floor, Kyuzen, Koma Enji, Irimikaya, and Yuruka Minami all heard the commotion upstairs. They could even smell the scent of blood. Kyuzen simply gestured for them not to worry. "I'll go check, stay here." Upon reaching the second floor, Kyuzen saw an unconscious Renji Yomo and half the body of Yuta. He remained silent for a moment, before retrieving some stored human flesh from the freezer and feeding it to them. Even though refrigerated meat had low RC cell activity, it could still greatly accelerate regeneration. Coughs. Yomo was the first to wake up, letting out a hoarse cough. At the same time, Yuta's severed body had begun regenerating. As Yomo regained consciousness, he found himself lying on a couch and spotted Yuta close beside him. The environment was completely unfamiliar. Holding his forehead, he tried to recall what had happened. He remembered fighting that black-clad investigator, being utterly defeated by him, and then being carried away by some massive figure. But he had no idea who that figure was, nor why they saved him. "You're awake." Just then, Kyuzin walked into the lounge, holding a cup of coffee. Seeing this kind-looking older man, Yomo immediately asked, "Did you save us?" "Not exactly." Kyuzin shook his head. "I don't know who brought you here. I'm simply the owner of this cafe." Smiling, he added, "I just fed you both some human flesh. As expected, you're ghouls too." Yomo didn't deny it. After all, it was clear this man was also a ghoul. "So, you have no idea who brought you here either?" Kyuzin asked. Yomo shook his head slightly. "All I remember is that a Kakuja rescued us. I've never seen a Kakuja that massive before, wearing a dark red cloak." Then something flashed through his mind. Right, its mask had only one Kakugan. That one-eyed mask had left a deep impression on him. "I see." Kyuzin immediately realized who Yomo was talking about. Based on his description, there were only two possibilities: himself or Ito. But since Kyuzin obviously hadn't intervened, the answer was obvious. It was Ito. Kyuzin sighed internally. Why did she suddenly leave these two ghouls here? Kyuzin continued speaking with Renji, trying to learn about what had happened to him and Yuta. Although he still didn't understand Ito's intentions, he decided to take them in. Perhaps this was his own small way of making up for his guilt toward Ito. "The investigators are probably still searching for you in the 4th ward. Why don't you stay here for now?" Kyuzin extended an invitation. Yomo hesitated. His older sister and the others were still in the 4th ward. He couldn't just leave them behind. "Is there something else there that you can't let go of?" Kyuzin asked gently. "Yes, I have family in the 4th ward. I can't just abandon them." Yomo replied honestly. "Then bring them here. Anteku welcomes all ghouls." Kyuzin stated directly. "Anteku." Yomo found the name somewhat familiar. "Wait, is this the 20th ward?" "That's right. This is the cafe Anteku in the 20th ward. I am its owner, and also the manager of this ward." Kyuzin revealed his identity. "I see." Yomo was a little surprised. The outside world often rumored that the 20th ward was weak and filled with old and sick ghouls. But he knew more than the average ghoul. Years ago, the 20th ward had two powerful ghoul factions: the Devil Apes and the Black Dobermans. But ever since the new manager took over, those two groups vanished overnight. This could only mean one thing: the new manager's strength was definitely above both of them. Although he didn't know how strong Kyuzin was exactly, one thing was certain: this place was safe. And Kyuzin had helped him. If he could ensure his sister's safety, then he would gladly serve Anteku. "I'm willing to join Anteku, but first, I need to bring my sister and the others here." Yomo stated his condition. "Of course, I'll protect you from the shadows." Kyuzin agreed without hesitation. Yomo nodded, then added, "I want to leave immediately. Yuta won't wake up anytime soon, and even if he does, he won't cause trouble." "That's fine." Kyuzin remained as understanding as ever. "But before you go, you should at least meet your new colleagues." "All right." Yomo was a bit reserved. He wasn't sure what kind of work he'd be doing here. Kyuzin then led Yomo down to the 1st floor. "These three will be your coworkers. Go ahead and introduce yourself," he said. Anteku originally only had 2 employees. But a few days ago, Yuruka Minami had also begun working at the place. Every day after school, she would come here to work part-time while also receiving Anteku's support. She no longer hunted humans, as she could sustain herself on stored-up flesh. "I'm Yomo Renji." After hesitating for a moment, Yomo still chose to say his real name. "Evening, as usual." "I'm back, Tilda." Ito entered the apartment, tossing off her shoes and flopping onto the bed like an exhausted office worker. "Welcome home." Byakuya was already inside. Though even if he hadn't been, Ito now had a spare key. She could just come and go as she pleased. Capitulo 71, Really Sick Lolican. Ding, the host has successfully completed Mission 1. Encourage the Kirishima family to join Anteku or Aogiri tree. Reward, 20 attribute points. At that moment, Uchiha Byakuya heard the system notification. It wasn't hard to guess. Renji must have convinced the Kirishima family to go to Anteku. Ultimately, this was the result of his actions. Moreover, Yoma would surely mention him and Arima. And since Kirishima, Arata, and Hikari wanted to protect their children, they didn't really have any other choice. Right now, every ghoul in the 4th ward was at risk. I sent those 2 straight to Anteku as soon as I could. They should be out of danger by now. At that moment, Ito spoke up. You've worked hard. Byakuya responded while preparing dinner, casually chatting with Ito. This kind of thing isn't really hard work. By the way, do you need my help, though I've never actually cooked before? Ito asked, looking straight at him. I think you should give it a try. Byakuya was curious to see what Ito would come up with. Are you serious? Don't regret it later. No problem, worst case I'll help you finish it. Since Byakuya didn't seem to mind, Ito really wanted to try. She stepped into the kitchen, wearing her strawberry-patterned slippers. Byakuya let Ito handle a simple dish as a starting point. As things turned out, her knife skills were surprisingly good. Though, considering her past experience with butchery, it wasn't all that surprising. Byakuya didn't interfere at all, allowing Ito to cook freely. Before long, Ito had finished preparing a dish. Visually, it looked perfectly fine. At the very least, it wasn't some kind of horrific, cursed dish. Dinner was ready. Byakuya and Ito sat together at the table. I'm digging in. Me too. Ito took a bite of her own cooking first. She chewed for a moment and immediately realized the taste wasn't exactly great. Bleh, it's not good. Compared to what you make, it's awful. Though this was her first time cooking, Ito still felt a little disappointed at the result. Byakuya took a bite as well, then gave a straightforward review. Yeah, it's not good, you didn't put enough salt, and it's uneven, the vegetables are slightly burnt as well. He paused shortly, but for a first attempt, it's actually pretty decent. His evaluation was completely fair. The food was bad, but definitely not to the point where it would be considered inedible. No need to sugarcoat it, that just makes me feel like you're pitying me. Ito wasn't the type to appreciate kind lies. You've misunderstood. No matter how bad it tastes, if it's made by you, I won't mind at all, there's no need for me to sugarcoat anything. Byakuya said with complete sincerity. Ito blinked, momentarily stunned. Then, you're really a hopeless lolican, huh? Wrong, I've never been a lolican. Byakuya denied the label, as always. Not convincing at all, lolican-san tilde. Ito teased him with a light smile. Though she joked around as usual, Byakuya's words just now had genuinely made her happy. Somewhere deep inside, her heart felt a little warm. Byakuya was at a loss for words. He had already explained himself many times, but Ito simply refused to believe him. There was nothing he could do about it. In the end, Byakuya and Ito finished dinner together. Even though the food wasn't great, they still ate all of it. How's the situation in the 24th ward? After dinner, while resting, Byakuya asked Ito. It's going well. The competition in the 24th ward is weak overall. Right now, Aogiri Tree has already expanded to over 200 members. Ito continued. Once we completely take over the 24th ward, we can start spreading into other districts. But there's no rush to expand territory for now. I have a plan. Byakuya was ready to discuss the Cochlea operation with Ito. I'm planning to attack Cochlea as the one-eyed king. Ito raised her eyebrows, clearly concerned. Aren't you afraid of being discovered? It's fine, right now. The Washu clan and V still don't know I'm a mutated half-human. As long as I disguise myself like last time, they won't recognize me. Byakuya spoke calmly. That's good, if we work together, we should be able to completely take Cochlea. Previously, when Ito attacked Cochlea, she was too isolated. At the time, Aogiri Tree's numbers weren't large, and Cochlea itself was heavily guarded. She failed to breach the facility, and only managed to release some S-rank ghouls. But the real prize was inside the SS rank and SSS rank cells. Originally, Cochlea was only built to contain S to SS rank ghouls. So even Hoyt Aroma, An SSS rank ghoul was merely locked away on the SS rank floor. "No, I have a different mission for you," Byakuya said. "I need you to lead part of Aogiri Tree into the 13th ward. Create a distraction to draw the attention of the CCG, the Washu clan, and V." Byakuya continued as he looked at her. "Meanwhile, Arima and I will pretend to investigate the 24th ward. In reality, I'll be leading another team to attack Cochlea in the 23rd ward." "It's fine." Ito trusted Byakuya's strength, but she still gave a few words of caution. "Just be careful, Cochlea has never once weakened its defenses." "Yeah, I'll be careful. We'll begin in 2 days." Byakuya had finalized the Cochlea operation with Ito. But then, he suddenly changed the topic. "By the way, when you went to Anteku, you didn't meet the old man." "No, I don't want to see him yet." Ito's expression grew slightly melancholic. "Even if I did, I wouldn't know what to say." "All right." Byakuya wouldn't force Ito to see Yoshimura Kyuzen. "When you feel ready, we can go together for a cup of coffee. The old man makes a good brew." "Oh, that means you've already been there." Ito caught a small detail. "Yeah, when Yuruka sought refuge there, Arima and I accompanied her. We had some coffee while we were there." Byakuya answered truthfully. "Yuruka? Oh, you mean Yuruka Minami, right?" Ito recalled the name. She then added with interest, "By the way, when can I meet her?" quickly following up with, "It'll help with my writing." But in reality, Ito was more interested in how much attention Byakuya was paying to Yuruka Minami. And that, both the fact that she cared as well as the attention Byakuya put on that girl, were starting to bother her. Capitulo 72, Cochlea and Suzuno. "Sure, by the way, she's been working at Anteku lately. Maybe we should visit her at home one day instead." Uchiha Byakuya agreed casually. "Oh, you even know where she lives?" Yoshimura Ito's eyes narrowed slightly. "Yes." Byakuya nodded. Of course, he didn't actually know. But if he asked Arima, he could easily find out. "Oh, Tilda." Ito now felt even more determined to go. Another night passed. Still nothing happened. First ward, Sunlit Garden. Regarding the investigation on Aogiri Tree and the one-eyed owl, Arima and I have made some progress. Byakuya and Arima were reporting to Washu Yashitoki. "Let's hear it." Yashitoki asked. "We've discovered that Aogiri Tree, led by the one-eyed owl, is currently active in the 24th ward. I suspect that the leader of clowns has also joined Aogiri Tree." Byakuya fed Yashitoki a convincing lie. "Then you and Arima should go investigate the 24th ward, find Aogiri Tree's exact location. And if possible, capture the one-eyed owl." Yashitoki instructed in a serious tone. "As for the 4th ward, there's nothing left but a bunch of scattered weaklings. They won't be a threat anymore." "Understood. We'll depart for the 24th ward tomorrow." Byakuya nodded. Both he and Arima left their wills at the CCG headquarters just in case. By tomorrow, the operation would officially begin. The next day, Byakuya and Arima entered the 24th ward together. As they ventured deeper, Byakuya suddenly spoke. "Arima, your S-rank quink hasn't been completed yet, has it?" "Not yet." Arima shook his head slightly. "Then take my Tsukikage and Furei for now in this place. Your only priority is your own safety." Byakuya handed a briefcase containing Tsukikage and Furei to Arima. He didn't need Arima to actually do anything in the 24th ward. As long as Arima remained here, it would create the illusion that both of them were fully occupied. Arima almost immediately understood Byakuya's intention. Byakuya was about to go do something on his own. As for what exactly it was, Arima didn't need to know. His only role was to cover for Byakuya. To make V and the Washu clan believe that both he and Byakuya were focused on the 24th ward. However, Byakuya still explained his plan to attack Cochlea to him. Arima had no objections. He knew Byakuya always had his reasons for doing things. So he didn't ask any further. After that, Byakuya and Arima quickly split up. Byakuya changed into his red Knight Abido attire, the red tiger stripe mask and matching outfit. Even his hairstyle transformed slightly. At this point, his entire appearance was bound to his alternate identity as the One-Eyed King. Meanwhile, HAREM only needed to wander around the underground maze of the 24th Ward for a while. If any ghouls were stupid enough to attack him, he could easily take them down and claim it as investigation results. Current attribute points, 429. Ding, attribute points allocated successfully. Physicality plus 10-0. RC cell value plus 229. Attribute points minus 329. On his way to rendezvous with the Aogiri tree members, Byakuya used up most of his remaining attribute points. However, he deliberately kept 100 points in reserve, because it was time to purchase the RC cell storage device. This item cost 50 attribute points, leaving him with 50 points as backup, just in case. His RC cell value had now exceeded 1,000, reaching the same level as a normal ghoul. Byakuya could even feel subtle changes in his sense of taste. At this point, he likely could no longer consume normal food. Without the RC cell storage device, his only option would soon be to eat human flesh. Alternatively, he could of course request RC suppressant injections from the CCG, but that would obviously expose him. Half-humans do not naturally produce RC cells. If he suddenly started increasing his RC cell value, it would immediately raise suspicions. Ding, purchase successful. Item acquired, RC cell storage device. Attribute points remaining, 50. Once the purchase was complete, the item appeared directly in his system inventory. With just a single thought, Byakuya transferred a portion of his RC cells into the storage device. His visible RC cell value dropped to 500, while the remaining 550 were safely stored inside the device. At any time, he could freely withdraw and use them. Byakuya realized he hadn't checked his system stats in a while, so he took a quick glance. System panel. Host, Uchiha Byakuya. Race, half-human. Affiliations. CCG Special Class Investigator, Sunlit Garden Half-Human, V Organization Cleaner, Aogiri Trees, One-Eyed King. Age, 18. Physique, 50. RC cell value, 500 plus 550 stored. Current attribute points, 50. Inventory, Tiger Stripe Mask, RC cell storage device. By the time he finished checking, Byakuya had arrived at Aogiri Tree's base in the 24th Ward. A significant portion of Aogiri's forces had already followed Ito to the 13th Ward as a distraction, meant to divert the CCG's attention. Even Tatura and Noro had gone with her. Originally, Ito had wanted them to stay with Byakuya, since he would be facing direct combat. She hoped to minimize his risk. However, Byakuya rejected this decision. So Ito had no choice but to follow his wishes. At the present moment, the remaining Aogiri members immediately dropped to their knees upon seeing their king. Even the new recruits who had never met him before had already been warned by the older members. Begin the operation. Byakuya lowered his voice, then led the ghouls out of the 24th Ward, advancing toward the 23rd Ward's ghoul prison, Cochlea. Since Cochlea was built far from any residential areas, their movements went entirely unnoticed by civilians. The first defensive perimeter outside Cochlea was handed off to the Aogiri members. Byakuya himself focused his gaze on Cochlea's rooftop. Quickly, he activated his Manjikao Sharingan. A momentary distortion of space, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared directly on top of the prison. This was Cochlea's true entrance. Right after, Byakuya continued, third power, Susanoo. A massive skeletal blue ribcage materialized around Byakuya, along with two giant spectral arms. Under the influence of RC cells, his Susanoo had completely solidified, taking on the properties of an actual Kagyun. Correct. Byakuya forced both of the giant arms forward, gripping Cochlea's upper gates and began prying them apart like wood. RUMMBLEs. Inside Cochlea, the investigators on guard suddenly heard a deafening sound from up above. They looked up, only to stare in shock as two colossal blue hands began ripping apart the facility's most fortified gates. Capitulo 73, Central Control Room. Chapter 73, Central Control Room. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Approximately 100 ghouls, suspected to be from Aogiri Tree, are attacking Cochlea. All personnel, enter combat readiness immediately. Do not let go of your quinks. All exterior units, fall back into Cochlea. The alarms blared throughout Cochlea. Every investigator stationed here had undergone rigorous psychological training. An unexpected attack like this wouldn't cause them to fall into complete panic. After all, this wasn't the first time Cochlea had been assaulted by ghouls. The largest invasion in history had once involved over 1,000 ghouls. But Cochlea was both a prison and the most fortified stronghold. The investigators, outside the walls, quickly retreated to the inside. With all external defenses abandoned, breaking into the fortress itself would be nearly impossible for these ghouls. However, in the very next moment, they noticed an abnormal disturbance right above them. Two massive, blue hands were tearing open the fortress's uppermost gates. At a glance, this was unmistakably a ghoul's kagyun, yet one far beyond the normal size. This might be a kakuja. And not just any kakuja, but one never before recorded by the CCG. And no, it's fine. One investigator muttered to himself, "These are the strongest gates in existence." But before he could finish, cracked. The supposedly unbreakable gates of Cochlea were ripped open, torn apart like paper. Susanoo, even at its base form, was an unstoppable force in this world. The colossal blue figure descended through the now open breach. Boom! His massive frame crashed right into the floor below. Yet, due to Cochlea's specialized materials, the impact only caused some minor fractures. The investigators immediately launched a suppression operation. Cochlea's defensive forces included one special class investigator, several associate special class investigators, and a large number of first-class investigators as well. However, Byakuya completely ignored them. Instead, he rushed straight toward the central control room. If I break through the control room, I can release every ghoul in this facility. There was no need to waste time fighting the investigators. As he charged forward, the investigators unleashed a barrage of ranged Yukaku Quink attacks, all designed for piercing through Kukaku-type kagyun. Yet, not a single attack was able to slow him down at all. Their quinks couldn't even begin to penetrate Susanoo's armor. In fact, they couldn't even leave a scratch. This is unreal. These weren't weak attacks either. Even an SSS-rated Kakuja should have taken some damage from all of this, but this thing. This form was far beyond the SSS plus tier. Stop him, his target is the control room. One of the more perceptive investigators finally realized just what was happening. The central control room was the single most critical location in Cochlea. If Byakuya succeeded in breaching it, Cochlea would be completely lost. All the imprisoned ghouls, from S-Class to SS-Class, even SSS-Class, would all be set free. And with the current forces available, there was no way to contain them. The only option would be to mobilize all of the CCG's forces. Fortunately, Cochlea's most heavily guarded location was also its most well-defended. At the very heart of the control room stood Cochlea's warden, who himself was also a special class investigator. Alongside him, several associate special class investigators stood at the ready as well. As Byakuya closed in on the control room, a group of associate special class investigators blocked his path. A half Kakuja? No, this must be a full Kakuja. What a pain. We must stop him here. If he reaches the control room, it's over. Yeah. The associate special class investigators stared at the massive figure before them. An entity that looked completely Kakujified. His red tiger-striped mask completely concealed his face. Their expressions turned grim. They had never seen a Kakuja like this one before. But with a body this enormous, it was clearly not just a half Kakuja. Their initial assessment was that this ghoul was at least SS-rated, possibly even SSS-rated. All at once, I'll take the front. One of the bulkier investigators charged toward Byakuya, his quink raised. He wielded an S-rated Kukaku quink. A giant, crimson shield large enough to completely cover his 1.9-meter frame. Among the 4 quink types, Kukaku ones undoubtedly had the strongest defense. GRRAHH. The investigator roared, bracing himself. As he stood in the front line, like an impenetrable wall. But then, Byakuya Susanoo's arm casually swung. Bam! And the investigator was instantly swatted away. GHOUL. His entire body was sent flying over 10 meters before heavily slamming into the wall like cannonball. His quink shield, which should have been nearly indestructible, cracked. What? The eyes of the remaining investigators widened in disbelief. Despite being an S-rated Kukaku Quink, this thing couldn't even withstand a single attack. Capítulo 74, The Fall of Cochlea. Wasn't the one-eyed owl spotted in the 13th ward today? How is Aogiri Tree still this strong without her? Damn it, this has to be an SSS-rated Kakuja. Does Aogiri Tree have another ghoul of this level besides the one-eyed owl? Looks like our intel on Aogiri Tree was way too lacking, and this one is one-eyed too. The associate special class investigators all wore grave expressions. Last time, the one-eyed owl had led Aogiri Tree's first assault on this prison fortress. Back then, they had fought her alongside the warden, and with great effort, they had barely forced her to retreat. Yet now this strange, unknown ghoul felt even more terrifying than the one-eyed owl herself. Without speaking, the investigators instinctively moved in unison, launching a coordinated attack on Byakuya. Each of them wielded S-rated quinks, a mix of Yukaku, Rinkaku, and Baikaku types. Originally, they had a Kukaku quink as well, but after the thing nearly being shattered, its wielder was too injured to continue fighting with them. "I'll cover you, Gio." One of the associate special class investigators raised his Yukaku quink and fired another barrage of projectile blasts at Byakuya. The shot streaked through the air like cannon fire, fast, deadly, and powerful. It was a solid suppressive maneuver. As the explosions erupted, dust and smoke instantly filled the area, obscuring everyone's vision. Now, the remaining investigators seized the distraction and charged in with their melee quinks, rushing forward. They assumed the enemy's vision would be impaired, that he would hesitate for even at least a split second. But they had underestimated him. Boom! The arm of Byakuya's Susanoo lashed out like a whip. Before they could react, 2 investigators were seized, their bodies lifted high into the air before being hurled across the battlefield. Crash! They slammed into the ground, their quinks scattering and falling free from their grasp. Byakuya crushed their fallen weapons beneath his Susanoo's massive foot, severing their will to fight. At the same time, Byakuya's Manjikayo Sharingan locked onto a 3rd investigator. A sudden wave of distortion warped through the air, as if the surrounding space itself had twisted. Before the investigator could understand what happened, his quink snapped in half. Clang! The broken weapon clattered to the floor as the investigator stood frozen, completely stunned. His weapon had broken on its own. His mind blanked. For a brief moment, he forgot how to even react. Without a quink, what could he actually do? He was just an ordinary human. Unlike Aramakishu, most investigators couldn't really fight unarmed. Especially not against an enemy of this caliber, an SSS-rated ghoul. Even Arama himself wouldn't stand a chance. Without his quinks. Now, the only one left standing was the Yukaku user in the backline. Byakuya didn't even bother acknowledging him. He pressed forward. His goal was the control room. The Susanoo was the perfect fusion of absolute attack and absolute defense. But it had one particular flaw: the RC cell consumption was simply too high. So he couldn't afford to waste time. Even with his current RC cell levels, he couldn't sustain Susanoo for long. Boom! Byakuya smashed through the control room doors. The supposedly indestructible blast-proof doors of the control room were instantly breached. Byakuya stormed inside as his Susanoo's massive hand immediately lunged for the warden. The warden, however, was no ordinary investigator. As a special class investigator, his reaction speed was far beyond normal. His gaze sharpened, and with a swift leap to the side, he barely evaded the attack. Rolling back onto his feet, he immediately unlocked his quink case. This was his strongest trump card, a Rinkaku-type SS-rated quink. The current warden of Cochlea was a special class investigator whom Byakuya had no memory of. To be precise, this was someone he had never even seen in the original story. "You're not the one-eyed owl, who the hell are you?" The warden didn't attack immediately. For someone to breach this deep into Cochlea so quickly, they had to be far stronger than the one-eyed owl. And yet, the CCG's records had no mention of a Kakuja-level ghoul like this. From a realistic standpoint, the warden knew this meant Cochlea was doomed. Byakuya ignored the question. Instead, Susanoo's massive fist slammed straight into the control panel. Cracked. The entire system shattered. The warden's heart instantly sank. Shit. But there was nothing he could do. The damage was irreversible. Ding, host has successfully completed Mission 2. Assault Cochlea in the 23rd Ward and release the first Clown King, Dodgy Mother Hoito Roma. Reward, plus 100 attribute points. Mission 2 complete, activating Task 3. Mission 3, defeat the SSS-rated first Clown King, Dodgy Mother Hoito Roma and recruit her into Aogiri Tree. Reward, plus 100 attribute points. The moment the prison system was destroyed, every cell door in Cochlea unlocked at once. That naturally included Hoito Roma's. The next second, Byakuya vanished. Or rather, he had teleported into Kamui's dimension. Inside the pocket space, he deactivated his Susanoo and removed the red tiger stripe mask. In an instant, the one-eyed king had transformed back into a CCG special class investigator. Meanwhile, at the CCG headquarters in the First Ward, an urgent directive was issued, calling for Arima Kishu and Uchiha Byakuya to head to Cochlea immediately. Arima set off at once. He already knew the full plan. By the time Arima arrived at the prison, Cochlea was already in ruins. Countless freed ghouls were rushing toward the exit, not to fight but to flee. They barely cared about the investigators because they knew, if they stayed too long, the CCG's reinforcements would arrive, and they'd lose their only chance to escape. Byakuya had already reappeared outside Cochlea and had now linked up with Arima. Arima wasn't surprised to see him. His expression remained calm as he spoke. It's time to move. Yeah. There was no need for more words. They both knew what needed to be done. Their objectives were first, protect the CCG personnel still inside. And second, capture some unlucky ghouls as scapegoats so they could report back to the CCG and V without suspicion. At the same time, another figure emerged. The one-eyed owl had arrived. Or more precisely, the one-eyed owl was now blocking the main escape route. Capitulo 75, Yoshimura Ito's appearance. Byakuya had destroyed the control system, but he had not actually opened Cochlea's front gates. This meant the ghouls inside could only escape through certain routes. And the main exit. It was located at the lowest level through an underground passage. After all, Byakuya didn't want them escaping too quickly. His mission wasn't done yet. At that moment, Byakuya and Arima passed through the biometric security gate and entered Cochlea. By now, the Aogiri Tree members who had been attacking outside had already completely vanished. They had already regrouped with Ito. Stay calm, prioritize your own safety. The moment Byakuya stepped inside, he immediately reassured the panicked investigators. Special Class Uchiha is here, we have a chance now. With Byakuya's arrival, morale was restored. The investigators quickly followed orders. They didn't recklessly chase the escaping ghouls. Instead, they grouped together and formed a defensive position. Kishu, that group over there is yours. Byakuya gestured toward a cluster of S-rated ghouls. That was Arima's target. As for himself, his eyes had already locked onto another figure. The white-haired, white-browed man. Standing not far away. A Russian ghoul who looked to be in his 50s. The third Clown King. The priest, Donato Porpora. This SS-rated ghoul was a high-ranking member of the clown organization. If he escaped, it would only spell trouble. Donato was not like the other clowns, who treated everything as a joke. In some ways, he was actually a realist, a man who understood the world far too well. And precisely because of that, Byakuya believed this man was better off rotting in prison. Let him stay here, occasionally reminiscing about his father-son moments with Am and Kauteru, and stay out of trouble. Currently, Donato wasn't even in a hurry to escape. Instead, he leisurely strolled through Cochlea, watching the investigators panic in amusement. Then, his gaze fell upon a black-clad investigator walking toward him. He instantly felt something was off. And yet, he made no effort to run. Ah, Mr. Investigator, this must be our first time meeting, yes. Even now, Donato had the leisure to chat. Indeed, a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Byakuya spoke calmly. At the same time, he unlocked the golden quink case and pulled out one of the owls. Donato's pupils contracted. His vast knowledge told him this quink felt familiar. And in mere seconds, he recognized it. Yoshimura Kyuzen's Kagyun. Although Donato wasn't close to Yashimura, as the third Clown King, he had countless connections and sources for information. That was why the CCG often came to him for intelligence. Ho Kyuzin Ha. His eyes flickered with understanding. That means you must be one of the CCG's special class investigators. Without hesitation, Donato raised both hands. A clear gesture of surrender. He had zero intention of fighting Byakuya. Because anyone who wielded Yashimura Kyuzin's Kagyun was at least as strong as Kyuzin himself. And Donato knew firsthand, back when Kyuzin was a cleaner for V, his power was absolutely terrifying. Donato knew very well how powerful Yashimura Kyuzin had been during his time as a cleaner. He had no desire for a meaningless battle. Since he knew he couldn't win, surrendering was simply the best option. Even locked in Cochlea, Donato could still find ways to amuse himself. Then come with me. Byakuya spoke calmly. Once I finish my work, I'll return you to your original cell. Donato's quick surrender had saved Byakuya some trouble. Now, he needed to find a few unlucky bastards to hand over as a cover. The best candidates, the ghouls who hadn't managed to escape through the underground tunnel. As for keeping Donato by his side, Byakuya wasn't worried about a sneak attack. With his Mangekyo Sharingan, such tricks were useless. And besides, Donato wasn't foolish enough to try something like that. Of course. Donato's smile remained perfectly pleasant. To someone unaware of his true nature, he probably looked like a kind old priest. Arima, meanwhile, was still engaged in battle. He had intercepted the group of S-rated ghouls before any of them could escape. Byakuya's lone quinks, Tsukikage and Furei, had significantly boosted his combat power. After all, A-rated quinks were far superior to B-rated ones. Cochlea Underground Passage. This already narrow tunnel was now completely blocked by a hulking figure, the one-eyed owl. Alongside her stood a group of Aogiri tree members. As for Tatara and Noro's unit, they were still in the 13th ward. Only Ito had rushed over to execute Byakuya's plan. The so-called plan was actually quite simple. Recruit some of Cochlea's ghouls to expand Aogiri tree's ranks and bolster its strength. As for Hoito Roma, originally she wasn't part of Byakuya's plan. But now, the system's new mission required him to bring her into Aogiri tree. So he might as well get it done. Who the hell are you people? Why are you blocking our way? Get lost, move aside. The ghouls trapped in the tunnel immediately began shouting in frustration. Since Aogiri Tree was still a new organization, and Ito had only gained notoriety in the past 6 months, these long-imprisoned ghouls had never heard of her. Even when Aogiri Tree had previously attacked Cochlea, their cells had remained locked. Still, the sight of Ito's massive Kakuja form made them uneasy. They knew just how powerful a full Kakuja could be. So for now, none of them dared make a move. No need to panic, Tilda. Ito's distorted voice rang out. You all have 2 choices. Submit or die. Who the hell do you think you are? An SS-rated ghoul immediately shouted in defiance. He then rallied several other S-rated ghouls to try and force their way through. But of course, Ito was faster. Within 3 seconds, all of their heads had been sliced off. Anyone else care to try, Tilda? Her warped, gleeful voice sent a chill through the remaining ghouls. That single moment had made them realize just how powerful this one-eyed ghoul was. It was obvious they had no choice but to submit. Meanwhile, a small figure lurked among the fleeing ghouls. She was waiting for a chance to slip away. The dodgy mother, Hoito Roma. She had no interest in joining this organization. How boring. It was nothing compared to her beloved clowns. Since her short stature kept her hidden behind others, Ito hadn't noticed her yet. But the moment the other ghouls began swearing allegiance, Roma suddenly sprang into action. She leaped onto the tunnel walls and began sprinting away at high speed. She didn't try to force her way past Aogiri Tree. Instead, she turned back and ran deeper into Cochlea. She simply planned to find another exit. After all, she wasn't one of those powerhouse SSS-rated ghouls. She had no intention of fighting Ito head-on. Ito naturally noticed immediately, but she didn't chase after Roma. Instead, she let her run back inside. Because she knew that damn Lolican bastard was about to arrive. Capitulo 76, Defeat of the Dodgy Mother. Hoido Roma thought she had successfully escaped. Just as she was secretly celebrating, a tall, slender figure dressed in black suddenly blocked her path. The dove emblem on his chest plate marked him as a ghoul investigator. But Roma wasn't concerned. She had already memorized the faces of Cochlea's warden and the associate special class investigators around. Yet this black-clad investigator was completely unfamiliar, meaning he was probably a low-ranking nobody, not worth any of her attention. Roma planned to continue along the walls of the corridor to evade pursuit. Though the quink in the investigator's hand looked rather intimidating, she didn't recognize it. After all, when Roma had been captured by Yashitoki Washu, Yoshimura Kyuzen hadn't even become a cleaner for V yet. In fact, Washu Yashitoki wasn't even bureau chief at the time. It had been quite a while, at least 15 to 20 years ago. Meanwhile, Uchiha Byakuya had confirmed Roma's identity by her appearance. She seemed youthful with a gentle demeanor and a soft, innocent face. At first glance, she looked no older than 20. But in reality her true age was already around 40. During the original story's timeline, she had even reached her 50s yet showed no signs of aging. Byakuya calmly raised his quink. He had already predicted Roma's escape trajectory. With a single flick, he launched a storm of razor-sharp projectiles from Owl's feathered blades. This was an Yukaku quink. Naturally, it could fire projectiles just like Yoshimura Kyuzen's original Kagyun. What? Roma's expression twisted in shock. A strong sense of danger suddenly gripped her. She desperately tried to dodge, but she was a fraction of a second too slow. SHHK. Her side was riddled with a barrage of feathered blades. Each strike carried immense power, forcing sharp waves of agony to seize her body. Her balance faltered and she plummeted from the wall, crashing onto the floor in pain. As she struggled to get up, she appeared to have lost the ability to fight. Byakuya slowly approached. Just as he reached Roma's side, her abdomen suddenly ripped open. Several tentacle-like Kagyun burst out, lunging straight for Byakuya. At the same time, Roma's eyes snapped open. Her once innocent-looking gaze had completely transformed, turning manic as her eyes turned into a pair of crimson Kakyugen. Her lips curled upward. She was certain her trap had succeeded. But Byakuya had already seen through her deception. He knew all too well. Hoido Roma loved using these kinds of sneaky, dirty tactics to kill her prey. With a calm step back, his upper body leaned away in a graceful arch. The tentacle-shaped Kagyun missed his face by a hair's breadth. They sliced past his forehead, only brushing against the tips of his bangs. Byakuya remained unfazed. He spoke coolly. That won't work. Roma clicked her tongue. What a troublesome little bastard. She had finally realized that this investigator wasn't ordinary. He was probably a special class investigator. With Aogiri tree cutting off her escape route and this black-clad man blocking her path forward, Roma was trapped. She had no choice now. Fighting was inevitable. Such a waste of her time. Hoido Roma's entire body suddenly burst into a wave of shifting Kagyun, completely enveloping her in an armored cocoon. And then it transformed into a monstrous creature. The Kakuja form. The Dodgy Mother. Her grotesque Kakuja was a massive, twisted being with multiple thick Kagyun arms that she used to crawl forward. Her entire body was covered in dismembered human legs, growing chaotically in every direction. And yet her own head and arms still protruded from the forehead of the monstrous Kakuja shell. It was a sight straight out of a nightmare. Aoitech. Hoido Roma's Kakuja form let out a furious roar. Her gaping maw revealed rows upon rows of razor-sharp teeth. Frankly speaking, this was, without a doubt, the ugliest and most grotesque Kakuja form Byakuya had ever seen. Your Kakuja is seriously hideous. Byakuya offered a sincere suggestion. Next time, try evolving into something that looks better. High-tier Kakuja ghouls could alter their forms to a certain extent. Roma shouldn't be an exception. Roma scoffed, clearly unimpressed. You just don't appreciate art, kid. Byakuya couldn't be bothered to continue the conversation. With Owl in hand, he charged forward. The Dodgy Mother was massive, but it lacked the key speed and agility of Yoshimura Kyuzen and Yoshimura Ito. Its attack patterns were also extremely simple. It relied entirely on brute force and sheer size. For Byakuya, who possessed the main GHOUL Sharingan, this type of opponent was nothing more than a training dummy. Hoito Roma was already a weaker SSS-rated ghoul. After years of confinement in Cochlea and being forced to eat rotten human flesh, her power had severely declined. At that moment, Byakuya silently split apart Owl. One fragment of the quink sank into the ground, going completely unnoticed by Roma. Even if she had noticed, her reaction speed wouldn't have saved her. SHTNK. Cracked. In the very next second, the hidden blade beneath Roma burst through the stone floor beneath her. The attack pierced straight through the dodgy mother's body. Then, like a shotgun blast, the quink's internal blades detonated directly inside of her. The explosive impact shredded her insides to a critical degree. GHOUL. Roma screamed in pain. Before she could even react, Byakuya lunged forward. With one firm grip, he ripped Hoito Roma right out from the forehead of her Kakuja. Roma's battered and bloodied body was forcibly dragged out. This time, she wasn't playing dead. She was truly, genuinely on the verge of death. Ding, the host has defeated the SSS-grade ghoul, the dodgy mother. Reward, plus 100 attribute points. Behind him, Donato Porpora had been watching the entire fight with pure amusement. He had remained silent the whole time and had made no attempt to interfere. After all, he knew that Hoito Roma was the first-generation king of the clowns. But Roma had no idea who he was. By the time Donato joined the clowns and became the third-generation king, Roma had already been imprisoned in Cochlea. Now, watching her defeat, he felt even more certain that his earlier decision had been correct. If he had chosen to oppose this black-clad investigator, his fate wouldn't have been much better than Roma's. Byakuya waved over a random first-class investigator. Watch over her when this is over, lock her back in her cell. Yes, Sir Special Class Uchiha. The investigator nodded sternly. Byakuya then headed deeper into Cochlea's underground passageways, pretending to be in pursuit of the escaping ghouls. Donato followed him silently. Shortly after Byakuya left, crash! A massive figure smashed through the ceiling of Cochlea. It landed directly beside the first-class investigator. The entire floor shook violently from the impact. The investigator was thrown to the ground, his mind completely blank. And then he looked up. He saw it, the one-eyed owl. His face quickly turned deathly pale. The SSS-class ghoul, one-eyed owl, was supposed to be in the 13th ward. Why was she here? Ito briefly glanced at the terrified investigator. Then she calmly looked away, choosing to ignore him completely. She had no interest in killing him. Because, deep down, she instinctively hesitated. Subconsciously, she cared about how Byakuya would feel about such an action. Capitulo 77, picking up a code name. Ito's Kakuja arm wrapped around the half-dead Hoito Roma. With the flight ability of her Yukaku Kagyun, she soared straight out of Cochlea through the destroyed ceiling. Of course not every Yukaku Kagyun ghoul could achieve this level of flight. Perhaps only the non-killing owl and the one-eyed owl were capable of such aerial maneuverability. The first-class investigator on the ground, powerless and paralyzed by fear, could do nothing but watch as Roma was taken away into the skies. Meanwhile, Byakuya had reached the deepest section of the underground passage. Aside from a few scattered ghoul corpses littered around the place, there was nothing else. It seemed that every remaining ghoul had already been taken away by Aogiri tree. Which was exactly what he wanted. Looks like they all escaped, what a shame. Donato Porpora sighed theatrically. As if he were mocking Byakuya, completely unaware that this entire scenario had been Byakuya's plan from the very beginning. The latter simply ignored him. Without another word, he turned around and headed back into Cochlea. He still needed to deal with a few remaining loose ends. By now, Ito should have already taken Hoito Roma away. Ding, the host has defeated an S-rated ghoul. Reward, plus 10 attribute points. Ding, the host has defeated an S+ rated ghoul. Reward, plus 20 attribute points. Less than half an hour later, Byakuya and Arima had completely cleared out the remaining ghouls inside Cochlea. As for the ones who had escaped, most of them had been forcibly recruited into Aogiri tree. Byakuya finally had a moment to breathe, and so he checked his RC cell count. Due to the strain of the main GHOUL Sharingan, Susanoo, and Kamui, his reserves were now running quite low. Fortunately, RC cells were capable of self-recovery. Even the RC cell storage device could regenerate its own stored RC cells with some time. In other words, the storage device was a perfect solution for his RC cell threshold issue, allowing him to eat normal food without any of the usual side effects. There were zero drawbacks. His ocular power had also been depleted, but thanks to his high physicality stat, his recovery speed was significantly faster. In return, he had gained a massive amount of attribute points. Compared to what he had gained, his expenditure was negligible. However, for now Byakuya and Arima needed to remain at Cochlea. Until the control system was fully restored, they had to stand guard. Just in case, another group of ghouls tried to launch a follow-up attack. As for the captured ghouls, they were easy to deal with. During the battle, they had already lost their combat capability. Even if their bodies could regenerate, all it took was a dose of RC suppressors to completely inhibit their strength. Once the control system was repaired, they could simply be thrown back into their original cells. At the same time, all available CCG personnel from various branches were being deployed to reinforce Cochlea. After the control system was finally restored, Byakuya and Arima's mission was complete. There were no further attacks on Cochlea that night. CCG headquarters, Sunlit Garden. Inside the first-class conference hall, CCG Bureau Director Yoshitoki Washu was meeting with Kaiko. Even though the one-eyed owl appeared in the 13th ward, the primary mastermind behind this attack wasn't actually the owl. Aogiri Tree has another Kakuja-level ghoul. Aogiri Tree already had the one-eyed owl, which was troublesome enough. Now, out of nowhere, another ghoul, even stronger than the owl, had suddenly emerged. For the first time in history, a single ghoul organization now had 2 SSS-rated ghouls. It was an unprecedented threat. By the way, I heard this new ghoul is also one-eyed. Kaiko found this particular detail intriguing. May the reports mention this Kakuja only exposed one Kakugan. Don't tell me we've got another possible half-ghoul. Yoshitoki's headache worsened. Decades ago, the first one-eyed king had nearly brought the Washu clan to the brink of collapse. And now, they faced not one, but 2 potential half-ghouls. I've always doubted that Yoshimura Kyuzan was the one-eyed owl, but I had no proof. And now, this new one is even more troublesome. Kaiko's voice grew cold. Regardless of whether they are half-ghouls or not, Aogiri Tree must now be classified as the highest priority extermination target. Leave it to Byakuya and Kishu. If that bastard hadn't destroyed Cochlea's control system and vanished, Byakuya and Kishu might have taken him down on the spot. It was clear Kaiko had complete confidence in Uchiha Byakuya and Arima Kishu's abilities. Little did he know they were the true masterminds behind the Cochlea raid. Neither Yoshitoki nor Kaiko harbored even the slightest suspicion toward Byakuya. After all, Byakuya and Kishu had been the first to arrive at Cochlea and had made significant contributions in securing its defenses. Besides, Byakuya, in his red masked persona, looked completely different from his normal self. And his Susanoo mistaken for a Kakuja transformation bore no resemblance to any known Washu bloodline traits. If a half-human underwent Kakuja transformation, it meant they had received an RC cell implant. But all RC cell implant surgeries were exclusively conducted by the CCG and the Washu clan. If Byakuya had undergone such a procedure, there would have been a record if it. All these factors completely eliminated Byakuya as a suspect. Byakuya and Kishu, right now, they're the only ones we can rely on. Yoshitoki, too, deeply recognized Byakuya and Kishu's strength. V's operatives were powerful, but couldn't be deployed easily. Even Byakuya and Kishu operated under the CCG's banner, rather than V's. It feels like the ghoul from today is the true king of Aogiri Tree. And he's also one-eyed. His Kagun type is unknown for now, but we'll tentatively classify him as an SSS-rated threat. The one-eyed king. Yoshitoki spoke in a grim tone. As Byakuya Uchiha earned the title of One-Eyed King, he was also awarded CCG's Special Commendation Medal for his outstanding performance in defending Cochlea. Meanwhile, Arima Kishu was promoted yet again, officially becoming an Associate Special Class Investigator. Capitulo 78, Hello, my name is Uchiha Ito Tilda. 24th Ward. Hoito Roma had already been brought to Aogiri Tree's base in the 24th Ward by Ito Yoshimura. At this moment, Ito's entire body was once again wrapped in white bandages, with a red cloak draped over her shoulders. She was the only one watching over Hoito Roma. Finally back. Hearing the sound of footsteps approaching from a distance, Ito immediately knew Uchiha Byakuya had returned. How's her condition? Byakuya, wearing his red tiger print mask, had also altered his appearance. I've restrained her using RC suppressant, was just waiting for you to get back. Ito replied. Having raided the CCG multiple times, it was only natural for her to acquire some RC suppressants along the way. Roma lay on her side, both hands and feet tightly bound by Ito. The RC suppressant robbed her of the strength needed to break free. So in reality, Roma had been awake for a while. She simply gave up struggling. Gypsy, that's your codename, isn't it? Byakuya spoke. Or should I go with first king of the clowns? Very few people knew the truth about Hoito Roma. In fact, only the Washu clan and V were aware of her real identity. Otherwise, Washu would have never personally intervened to capture her all those years ago. To the CCG's general investigators, even those of special class rank, Hoito Roma was nothing more than an SSS-rated extermination target. Hearing Byakuya's words, Roma finally reacted. She rolled over and sat up, her gaze instantly filled with surprise. How does this guy know that I was the one who founded the clowns? Very few people possessed knowledge of this, and yet she had never met this masked ghoul before. Evidently, Roma didn't recognize that the one-eyed king, standing before her, was the same black-clad investigator who had defeated her in Cochlea. She even mistook him for the one-eyed Kakuja she had seen earlier in the underground tunnels, simply because both had a single Kakugan. The main reason for this misunderstanding was that, by the time had Roma woken up, the only person she saw around was Ito, wrapped in white bandages. What exactly do you people want? Roma asked directly, continuing right after. Do you guys just want to force me into joining Aogiri Tree? That's right, either serve Aogiri Tree or die. Byakuya stated calmly. So I have no choice, huh? Roma smiled unfazed. Well, let me say this up front. Even though I was the first king of the clowns, I've been locked up in Cochlea for years. I doubt any of the current clowns will even listen to me. She simply assumed that their real goal was to absorb the clowns into Aogiri Tree. So she made sure to clarify this first. She wasn't even lying. Roma had no idea how many generations of kings had come after her. She didn't even recognize most of the new clown recruits. Understood. Byakuya didn't press the issue. His only concern was completing the system's mission. Besides, bringing Roma into Aogiri Tree still had its advantages. She could definitely be useful. This woman was at least an SSS-rated ghoul. Her combat ability was still worth considering. And most importantly, Roma had personally met the first one-eyed king of the underground. Adding into that, she also knew some hidden secrets about the Washu clan. All right then, I guess I have no choice. I'm willing to serve Aogiri Tree. Roma barely put up a struggle. So, can you untie me now? After all, resistance was meaningless. Eat it. Byakuya called out. All right, Tilda. Ito immediately walked over and began untying Roma. Ni-chan, you're so cruel. Roma put on a pitiful expression. You tied my wrists and ankles so tightly, it really hurt, you know. With her somewhat cute appearance, making this kind of face only made her seem more pitiful. Be grateful I didn't chop off your hands and feet. Ito's voice was cold. Don't be so brutal. Roma reacted with exaggerated shock. Enough, Ito. Byakuya intervened. In reality, he just wasn't interested in watching Roma's acting. However, Ito seemed to misunderstand his intention. She fell silent and no longer bothered speaking. With her face hidden beneath the bandages, no one could see her expression. Ito had assumed Byakuya's words meant he was siding with Roma. So, what do you want me to do next? Roma's demeanor was still cheerful and lively, as if she hadn't just been captured and forced into submission. Byakuya thought for a moment before replying. For now, you'll work at Anteku in the 20th Ward. If necessary, Protect the ghouls there, that will be your new role. He wasn't worried about Roma causing trouble at Anteku. With her current combat strength, she stood no chance against someone like Yoshimura Kyuzin. Not to mention, Yomo Renji, Koma Enji, and Irami Kaya were all SS-rated ghouls as well. As for Yuta, whether he would stay at Anteku permanently was still uncertain. But since Renji was there, Yuta would surely visit from time to time. All right, Tilda. Roma readily agreed. Ding, mission 3 completed. Defeat the first king of the clowns, SSS-rated dodgy mother Hoito Roma, and recruit her into Aogiri Tree. Mission reward, 100 attribute points. As for how to actually get into Anteku, that wouldn't be a problem for Roma. She could figure it out herself. There was no need to ask Byakuya for help. Now, Byakuya had achieved another one of his goals. Since both he and Arima had been assigned by the CCG and V organization to investigate Aogiri Tree in the 24th ward, they were required to venture inside the ward at least once a week. This, however, barely affected their daily lives. If anything, it actually made it easier for Byakuya to slack off while in the 24th ward. Each time he could simply use the labyrinth-like terrain as an excuse to fool both the CCG and V. In the original story, this was exactly how Arima handled it as well. Takatsuki-sensei. It's time to eat. Byakuya had already finished cooking dinner. Yet Ito was still lying on the bed and hadn't gotten up. Previously, she had been willing to learn how to cook with him, but this time she refused. Before, you still called me Ito. Now you're back to Takatsuki-sensei again. Ito's voice was noticeably colder than usual. Byakuya felt like somehow, her tone was a bit more distant than the day before. Was it just his imagination? Or had he unknowingly done something to upset her? Was it really just because of the name thing? After all, he always used to call her Takatsuki-sensei before. Byakuya was confused. He couldn't quite figure out what was on Ito's mind. All right then, I'll just call you Ito from now on. To him, Ito was easier to say anyway. He had only been calling her Takatsuki-sensei out of habit. Ito looked up from the bed. That's more like it. She replied. However, her tone didn't improve much. Byakuya was even more puzzled now. Perhaps she was just in a bad mood for no particular reason. It wasn't until they sat down together to eat that Ito suddenly spoke again. And someone had the nerve to say they weren't a lollican before. She poked her food and looked over at Byakuya, and yet they got completely mesmerized by that clown. The clown she was referring to was obviously Hoito Roma. You mean Roma? Byakuya instantly denied it. No, that woman isn't a loli. Her actual age is older than both you and me combined. He continued, even if you insist on calling her a loli, I'm still not a lollican. A lollican is a lollican. Ito completely ignored his explanation. Wait a second, I think you're misunderstanding something. Byakuya was baffled. When was I ever mesmerized by Roma? I don't remember that ever happening. Oh really? Ito listed her evidence. You seemed pretty eager to bring her into Aogiri Tree. And before, you even spoke up for her. Isn't that proof enough? Byakuya fell silent. At last he finally understood. So this was all a misunderstanding. With a sigh, he explained. The only reason I recruited her was to strengthen Aogiri Tree. Nothing more. Besides, I sent her to work at Anteku. Byakuya looked straight at Ito. If I actually had any interest in her, I wouldn't have assigned her that kind of job. Of course, he couldn't tell Ito about the system's mission. Oh really? Ito remained skeptical. She wasn't going to believe such a simple explanation that easily. In fact, she actually suspected Byakuya had done this to ensure Roma could protect that other girl, Yuruka Minami. It's the truth. As for speaking up for her, you misunderstood that too. I just didn't feel like watching her over-the-top acting anymore. Byakuya continued explaining. Oh Tilda. Ito replied absent-mindedly. She still didn't seem convinced. However, after thinking it over calmly, she realized Byakuya's attitude toward that clown was indeed rather indifferent. Plus Roma's attitude really didn't seem like she meant anything special. Well, that's all I can say. Byakuya spoke with a hint of helplessness. Got it, let's set that clown girl aside for now. Next time, take me to meet Yuruka Minami preferably within the next few days. Ito was no longer as concerned about Roma, but Yuruka Minami was another matter entirely. All right, how about tomorrow? It just so happens that tomorrow isn't one of the days Kishu, and I have to investigate the 24th ward. Byakuya agreed. After this conversation, Ito's tone returned to normal again. She was no longer cold. Byakuya finally realized there really had been a reason for her mood. It was just a rather ridiculous one. She actually thought he had a thing for Roma. First of all, he really wasn't a lalakan. Secondly, he absolutely couldn't accept someone older than his own mother. That night, aside from their usual late-night writing edits, nothing else happened between them. Ever since Ito first stayed over here, she had barely ever returned to the 24th ward at night. After all, a soft bed was far more comfortable than that cold and dreary place. Deep into the night, Byakuya was fast asleep. Then suddenly, he felt something on his waist and stomach. His sharp instincts immediately made him wake up. However, he quickly realized it was just Ito's hand resting on him. Only then did he relax. Takatsu Ito. Byakuya almost said Takatsuki-sensei by reflex. He immediately corrected himself. Ito, however, didn't respond. Ida. Byakuya lowered his voice and called again. Still no response. It seemed she was already asleep, and that in her sleep, she had unconsciously used him as a pillow. This was nothing unusual. Byakuya chose not to wake her. It wasn't a big deal. There was no need to disturb Ito's rest over it. The next morning, Byakuya was the first to wake up. He very carefully moved Ito's hand aside and went to wash up. Because of this, Ito had no idea what had actually happened last night. To fulfill Ito's request to meet Yuruka Minami, Byakuya asked Arima for her address. As it turned out, Yuruka Minami had already moved from the 13th ward to the 20th ward. She rented a place near Anteiku to make it easier to receive their support. By now, she had also joined the corpse retrieval team, along with Renji Yomo and the others. Together, they collected unattended bodies of people who had committed suicide. After all, Japan's suicide rate was incredibly high, and many of these people chose to end their lives in places where no one would usually find them. And so Byakuya and Ito accompanied Arima to Minami's home. Excuse us, Tilda. Ito's voice was lively as she greeted warmly. It was the same tone she had used when meeting the Kirishima family. Welcome. Yuruka Minami smiled brightly. Kishu-kun, Uchiha-kun, and this is. She was genuinely happy. After all, it was rare for Kishu to visit her home, but this petite, adorable green-haired girl she had never seen before. Still, she seemed like someone easy to get along with. She's. Byakuya was about to introduce Ito when he suddenly realized. Telling Yuruka Minami her real name wasn't exactly a good idea. After all, Yashimura Ito was too easily linked to Yashimura Kyuzin, which in turn could lead to questions about her connection to the cafe's manager. To avoid any unnecessary complications, Byakuya chose not to reveal her real identity. With a completely natural tone, he said, "She's my friend, her name is." But before he could finish, Ito suddenly interrupted. With a subtle smile and a playful tone, she looked at Yuruka Minami and said, "Hello Tilda, my name is Uchiha Ito, nice to meet you." Capitulo 79, a special kind of play. Oh, so it's Uchiha. Yuruka Minami was just about to politely reply with a nice to meet you too. But then, suddenly she realized that something about the name seemed off. Minami's expression stiffened as she processed it. This girl had the same last name as Uchiha-kun, which meant they were family. But they didn't look like siblings. Sure, both Uchiha Byakuya and Uchiha Ito were very attractive, but there was absolutely no resemblance between the two of them. Normally, even among siblings, there would be at least a little similarity. So could they be married? That's probably not the case, right? Minami's mind raced. She was both surprised and curious. And before she could stop herself, she subconsciously blurted out her thoughts. Ito-san, you two wouldn't happen to be husband and wife, would you? Ito tilted her head slightly. Her lips curled up playfully as she looked at Minami. What if I said yes? She answered, deliberately playing along. Minami's eyes widened once again. Wait, seriously? Could it be that Ito-san only looked younger than she actually was? Maybe she was already over 18, that would explain it. After all, even Kishu-kun was only 18 himself. The age gap wouldn't be weird at all. And appearance-wise, they could definitely all still pass as high schoolers. Well then, congratulations to both of you. Minami awkwardly smiled. She was a little embarrassed, after all. Her first assumption had been completely wrong. She had initially thought they were siblings, but in the end the two turned out to be married. However, in Ito's eyes, this awkwardness felt different. It carried another, completely different meaning. Tilda. Ito rested her delicate chin onto her hand, eyes gleaming with amusement. This girl was definitely cute, but she wasn't really a loli. Ito, who constantly teased Byakuya for being a lolicon, suddenly found herself reevaluating. After all, this guy kept on denying it. Maybe he really wasn't a lolicon after all. That thought for some reason made Ito uncomfortable. Because Yuruka Minami wasn't a loli. Byakuya himself fell silent. Ito was making things more complicated. For a brief moment, he had no idea what her was supposed to say. The best move for now was to make sure Yuruka Minami never learned Ito's real name. As for the marriage, misunderstanding Byakuya honestly didn't care. It wasn't a big deal. All right, Tilda, joking aside. Finally, Ito revealed the truth. Byakuya and I are just doing a rather special kind of roleplay. We're neither siblings nor a married couple. The misunderstanding was cleared up. But it immediately created an even bigger one, and it was obvious Ito did it on purpose. Special roleplay. Minami blinked, her expression now completely blank. Despite her ruthlessness, when hunting humans, Yuruka Minami was actually innocent about certain things. It took her a moment, but she finally realized what Ito's words might imply. A special kink. Her face instantly turned red. I don't really understand these things, but I never expected Uchiha-kun to have such unique interests. Minami blushed deeply and quickly looked away, obviously trying not to think too much. Meanwhile, Byakuya was completely speechless. Minami had always believed that Uchiha-kun and Arima-kun were both honest and upright individuals. Yet now through Ito-san, she had discovered a completely unknown side of Uchiha-kun. No, don't listen to her nonsense. Finally, Byakuya couldn't take it anymore and swiftly corrected her. I don't have any weird fetishes. Sorry, I misunderstood. Minami hurriedly apologized. Meanwhile, Ito was internally laughing to herself. This was exactly what she wanted to see, Byakuya suffering. Off to the side, Arima Kishu, who already knew everything, remained completely silent. His expression was utterly unreadable. Minami, now thoroughly confused by both Byakuya and Ito, ended up accepting the name Uchiha Ito without any further questioning. She was worried that if she asked about it, she might say something wrong. So she simply chose not to ask. Why don't you two come inside and sit? Minami changed the subject and went off to prepare some tea for her guests. All right, we'll be in your care, Minami-chan Tilda. Ito replied politely. It's nothing, really. Minami still felt like Ito-san was someone she couldn't quite figure out. They had just met, yet the girls spoke to her so casually, as if they were longtime friends. And it seemed like she was very familiar with Arima-kun and Uchiha-kun. But both Arima-kun and Uchiha-kun were CCG investigators. So, could it be that Ito-san was actually also a ghoul investigator? If that was the case, should she try to hide her identity as a ghoul? Feeling uneasy, Minami waited for a moment, then secretly gestured for Arima quietly to come over. Arima-kun, Ito-san, is she also a CCG investigator? Should I try my best to act like a normal human? Yuruka Minami asked in a very soft voice. No need. She's not an investigator, and she already knows you're a ghoul, so there's no need to hide it. Arima's tone was calm and indifferent. Of course, he had no intention of revealing Ito's true identity as a ghoul. Oh, that's a relief. Minami felt a bit more at ease. After all, pretending to eat regular food in front of her human friends was a real struggle. She always had to vomit it back up later. By the way, Arima-kun, when did you first meet Ito-san? Minami suddenly felt a little concerned. Ito was cute and smart, and that made her dangerous. Yuruka Minami couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. especially because Arima-kun seemed to have a good relationship with Ito. After all, not only had he brought her here, but he had also trusted her enough to let her know about Yuruka Minami's true identity. Not too long ago, Arima answered flatly. Oh. Minami's mood suddenly sank slightly. They just met recently, but they were already so close. Arima noticed the small shift in her expression, but he had no idea what she was thinking. Because Minami assumed from the start that Ito was human, she naturally poured a cup of tea for her as well. Of course, tea was one of the things ghouls couldn't consume. But coffee was an exception. So Minami made herself coffee instead, and she added the concentrated nutrient capsules given to her by Yoshimura-san. For ghouls, not only did it help with hunger, but it also made the coffee taste even better. At that moment, Minami couldn't hold back her curiosity any longer. She wanted to ask Ito something. But before she could finish, Ito had already spoken first. Minami-chan, you must have someone you like at school, right? Capitulo 80, Ito-sense. Yoshimura Ito and Yuruka Minami happened to have the same thought, but Ito was simply the first to speak it aloud. Sme, well. Minami instinctively glanced over her shoulder at Arima Kishu. Even when she was alone with Arima-kun, she never had the courage to confess her feelings to him. And now with Uchiha-kun and Ito-san sitting right there, she felt even more embarrassed. Ito noticed the covert glance, but she still wanted to confirm it. So she asked, could it be Arima Kishu? PFFFT, Minami nearly spat out all the coffee she had just sipped. She barely held it in but still choked slightly and coughed a few times. Seeing such a strong reaction, Ito immediately knew she was right. So it really was Arima Kishu. Realizing this, Ito instantly felt much better. Her earlier concerns had all been unnecessary. Now that she had her answer, Ito smiled playfully and said, Minami-chan, you're so shy. She then dropped the topic. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Because she had already confirmed it. Of course, if Ito had figured it out, then Arima himself had also done so. He may have been socially dense, but that didn't mean he was actually oblivious. What he would do with this new knowledge was another matter entirely. For now, at the very least, he understood. Even though Ito had ended the conversation, Minami still felt flustered and awkward. Though if this meant that Arima-kun finally noticed her feelings, then she supposed it wasn't so bad in the end. Thinking this, Minami couldn't help but steal another glance at Arima. And to her surprise, she found that he was also looking at her. Their eyes met. Panicked, Minami quickly looked away, fidgeting. Meanwhile, Arima's expression remained unchanged. His face was completely calm, so unreadable that it made Minami feel a little disappointed. She thought that maybe Arima-kun hadn't noticed anything after all. As expected, he's just too dense. After the brief commotion, Minami handed the freshly brewed tea to Ito opposite to her. Thank you, Ito smiled brightly as she took the cup. Of course, as a naturally born half-ghoul, she could drink tea just like any normal human could. For most ghouls, pretending to eat required at least some amount of acting. Especially for someone like Minami, who was very skilled at it. But Ito's reaction was completely natural. She genuinely enjoyed the tea. It was so natural that Minami didn't even suspect a thing. She never once thought to associate Ito-san with ghouls. She was certain that Ito was just a normal human. At that moment, the latter suddenly spoke up. By the way, I know that Minami-chan is actually a ghoul, but don't worry, I won't expose you. Yuruka Minami froze. She hadn't expected that at all. Then Ito smiled and continued, actually, I'm a writer. I came to see you because I wanted to gather some material for my work. That's why I asked about whether you had someone you liked at school. Oh, you're a writer, Ito-san. Minami's eyes widened in admiration. That's amazing. You flatter me. Technically, I haven't debuted yet. I'm still in the publishing process. Calling myself a writer is actually a bit of a stretch given the honor. Ito smiled a little self-deprecatingly. Even now, her book still hadn't been published. And even if it did get published, there was no guarantee it would even sell well. If it didn't sell, then getting her next book published would definitely be harder. To begin with, if Byakuya hadn't helped her at the start back then, she probably wouldn't have even qualified for a contract. That's still really impressive though. Minami's praise was genuine. I wish I could do something I love, just like Ito-sensei. Creating something isn't hard, the hard part is getting a contract and earning money from it. Ito spoke calmly. Without at least some income, it's hard to stay motivated. Most people who rely purely on passion only last 3 minutes. Yuruka Minami nodded slightly. Yeah, I don't have much confidence in getting a contract, so I just write little stories for fun sometimes. She knew that getting signed by a publisher was a high hurdle. Besides, just trying to blend into human society took basically all of her energy. She didn't have the mental space to focus on writing seriously. For now, she decided not to think too much about it. Instead, she said, "Ito-san, if you need material, I'll be happy to help." Then let's start with your age, height, and measurements. Ito suddenly pulled out a notepad and pen from her bag. Minami was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected those to be the first questions. Seeing her reaction, Ito smiled and explained. It's because my new protagonist is based on Minami-chan. I want to understand you as thoroughly as possible. Then she turned to Byakuya and said, also, boys, please step out for a moment. Especially a certain Lalakan Tilda Hart. Lalakan, Minami blinked, confused. Byakuya wordlessly left the living room. Arima also remained silent and walked out with him. He wasn't about to protest, because responding would be as good as admitting it. All right, they're gone now. You can answer freely, Minami-chan. Yoshimura Ito smiled. I'm 16 years old. Height is 161 cm, as for my 3 sizes. Minami paused to think for a bit. It had been a while since she last measured herself, but after a moment, she recalled. I think it's around 86, 60, and 87. All right, got it. Ito-san jotted it all down. Thanks for cooperating, Minami-chan Tilda. Then she casually continued. So, Minami-chan's crush at school is definitely Arima Kishu, right? Hearing that, Yuruka Minami's face immediately flushed red. She had already been exposed, so there was no point in denying it. Still, she hesitated for a moment before shyly nodding. MMH. Now that she was completely seen through, there was no reason to keep being so coy about it. Ito leaned forward, resting her chin on her hands with an intrigued expression. Then tell me, Minami-chan, how did a ghoul like you fall for a ghoul investigator like Arima Kishu? Capitulo 81, a true Lalakan. Minami felt a little embarrassed, but she still cooperated and answered, because Arima-kun is really cool and upright. He's like a knight. As she spoke, she recalled that mysterious one-eyed ghoul with the tiger-patterned mask. Someone who can protect me. If it weren't for him, I'd probably be dead by now. What do you mean by dead? Ito's sharp instincts immediately picked up on the tone behind the word. It was a while ago. Minami began to recall, looking back on things. I was suddenly attacked by a ghoul I'd never seen before, and I was completely outmatched. If Arima-kun hadn't shown up in time to save me, I probably would have been died back then. Oh, Ito's interest was piqued. From what I know, Minami-chan's threat level was already close to S rank, right? So if a ghoul even stronger than Minami-chan appeared, I wonder what kind of monster that was. For some reason, she instinctively suspected a certain Lalakan bastard. Minami shook her head. I didn't recognize them. It's not unusual for ghouls to fight over feeding grounds, but for such a powerful ghoul to suddenly appear in the 13th ward, and for me to have never seen them before, it just felt strange. Then, Minami-chan, do you still remember what they looked like? Ito wanted to confirm her suspicions. That I do remember, Minami nodded. She had a strong impression of that strange ghoul's mask. They wore an orange tiger-striped mask that only exposed their right eye, and their kakugan looked a little different. Then, afterwards, she added hesitantly, as for their build, it was about the same as Uchiha-kun's, I think. Even so, despite the similarity, Minami never once suspected Uchiha Byakuya. After all, she firmly believed that Uchiha Byakuya, like Arima Kishu, was definitely human. Besides, the CCG had RC gates. A ghoul couldn't possibly become a CCG investigator. However, what she didn't know was that the RC gates had a special program built in. As long as someone had Washu blood or was at least a member of V, they could pass through them without triggering any alarms. Yoshimura Kyuzan had once been a cleaner for V, and even though he wasn't of Washu descent, the Washu had personally modified the RC gates for him. That modification naturally also extended to his daughter, Ito. That was why even though her RC count was off the charts, she could still freely enter and exit the CCG under the identity of a human. All right, that's enough. I've already got a clear image in my mind. After hearing Manami's description, Ito confirmed her suspicion. As expected, it was definitely that Lolican bastard. Which meant when Arima Kishu arrived in time to save Minami-chan, that was probably a part of his plan as well. Now, Ito was even more convinced that Byakuya had no actual interest in Yuruka Minami. Because if he did, he definitely wouldn't have gone out of his way to set things up for Arima and Minami like that. Minami's cheeks turned slightly red. Ever since then, I started to pay more attention to Arima-kun. Youth is truly wonderful, Ito sighed with emotion. At this moment, she almost seemed like an older sister in front of Minami. Minami never would have guessed that the intelligent, articulate, and cultured young female writer in front of her was actually almost 2 years younger than her. Right now, Ito was enthusiastically jotting down sudden bursts of inspiration in her notebook. Of course, her meeting with Minami wasn't just about probing for information. Gathering material was also one of her main objectives for the meeting. Minami sat obediently and quietly, waiting for Ito to finish her writing. Once Ito eventually put down her pen, Minami finally spoke up. So, Ito-sensei, can you share your experiences with Uchiha-kun? She was really curious. No, it's not like that. I never dated that guy. It's just some entanglement, but if you're interested, I can tell you about it. Ito replied. Okay, Minami sat up straight, listening intently. Then Ito started from the very beginning, from the first time she met Uchiha Byakuya. Of course, she deliberately avoided mentioning her identity as a ghoul, and every now and then, she would throw in a jab at Byakuya. A few minutes later, watching Ito-sensei speak so animatedly, Minami felt that even if they weren't officially together yet, it was already pretty close, wasn't it? Although Ito-sensei kept making sarcastic remarks about Uchiha-kun, Minami couldn't hear a single hint of dislike or disdain in her tone. On the other side, Byakuya and Arima had originally planned to return to the living room, but seeing how engaged Ito and Minami were in their conversation, they decided to stay outside instead. By the way, it's about time we expand the Zero Squad. Do you have any recommendations, Kishu? At this moment, Byakuya suddenly remembered this matter. None, Arima shook his head slightly. Then let's keep an eye out when we return to the CCG in a few days. Meanwhile, Ito had long since finished gathering material. Once she had chatted enough with Minami, she got up and prepared to leave. Bye, Minami-chan, I'll come visit you again when I have time. Ito smiled and waved. Bye, Ito-sensei. After saying goodbye, Minami watched Ito's departing figure and suddenly felt a bit incredulous. Ito-sensei was so cheerful and so accepting. Even though she knew her true identity as a ghoul, she still talked with her so naturally, as if they were just friends. Aside from special exceptions like Arima-kun and Uchiha-kun, this was Minami's first time having a normal interaction with a human as a ghoul. By now Byakuya and Ito had left together. Meanwhile, Arima Kishu remained at Minami's house because they had previously agreed to study together here. Shortly after leaving Yuruka Minami's residence, Ito let out a sigh. Minami-chan is really adorable. I gathered a lot of great material today. So you're planning to write about Arima and Yuruka in your next work? Uchiha Byakuya speculated. And of course, I'm also including a certain Lolican, bastard, the one who attacked Minami-chan that time. Ito openly teased Byakuya. Then she added another line. Besides gathering material for my new book, I also confirmed something even more important. She grinned mischievously and declared, a certain special class investigator is undeniably a Lolican heart. Capitulo 82, Pure-Hearted Furuta. Yashimura Ito genuinely found Minami-chan to be quite adorable. Perhaps, as a ghoul, Minami had a brutal and ruthless side, but when Ito had just been interacting with her, she hadn't sensed even a hint of pretense in Minami's behavior. In other words, this was actually Yuruka Minami's true personality. However, as a ghoul trying to survive in this world, she had no choice but to become cruel and merciless. Now, thanks to receiving support from multiple sources, not only from Uchiha Byakuya and Arima Kishu, but also from Anteiku, she was finally able to live a normal life like a regular human girl. From Ito's perspective, Byakuya not only had zero interest in Minami-chan himself, but had even gone out of his way to set her up with Kishu. That alone already spoke volumes. Byakuya was completely exhausted from constantly denying this whole lolican thing. At this point, he was just too tired to even bother arguing anymore. Ding, host has completed the daily sign-in. Reward, 1 attribute point. Ding, host has signed in for 30 consecutive days. Bonus reward, 20 attribute points. Without realizing it, Byakuya had already been in this world for a month. Since the last time he spent a large amount of attribute points, he had once again accumulated quite a lot. Current attribute points, 465. Ding, attribute allocation successful. Physicality plus 10. RC cell value plus 300. Attribute points minus 400. Byakuya still left some points in reserve, as always. Physicality, 60. RC cell value, 500 storage plus 850. Currently, Byakuya's physicality stat had already reached 6 times that of a normal human. And as for the RC cells he had just added, they were automatically transferred into his storage. Now, I should be able to use my dual Kamui a bit more freely, Byakuya estimated internally. Just then he was suddenly pulled out of his thoughts by a voice. Byakuya nae. It was Furuta Nomura's voice. That's right, Uchiha Byakuya was currently at the sunlit garden. Of course, he hadn't forgotten about Furuta Nomura and Kamishiro Rise. From time to time, he would still come back to the sunlit garden to check on these two. Do you have something on your mind? Furuta Nomura asked, sounding concerned. No, not really, I just suddenly remembered something, it's nothing serious, Byakuya replied. Oh well, that makes sense. Byakuya is now not only the branch chief of the second ward, but also a special class investigator. Plus, you have to follow Kaiko-san's orders, that's gotta be a lot of work. Furuta Nomura sighed, just thinking about it felt exhausting. His identity was quite special, so he had access to a lot more information than others. The secrets he knew far exceeded those of an average, half-human child at the sunlit garden. Well, it's not too bad, but honestly, Furuta, with your potential, it's only a matter of time before you end up like me, you better start mentally preparing for it now. Byakuya smiled. He didn't interact with Furuta Nomura and Kamishiro Rise just for the sake of completing missions. He genuinely found it quite interesting to talk with these two, especially Furuta. Byakuya, you're giving me way too much credit. Furuta scratched his head modestly. But I'll do my best to see you as my role model and work hard. Do your best, you've got this, Byakuya encouraged him. After multiple interactions with Furuta Nomura, he had already noticed at this stage, Nomura's heart was still relatively pure. But due to the unfair treatment from the Washu clan, little Nomura was desperately eager to prove his worth. Furuta Nomura's true identity was actually the son of Washu clan head, Washu Tsuneyoshi. However, because he was born out of wedlock, his low status meant he was not allowed to inherit the Washu name. He wasn't even allowed to acknowledge Washu Tsuneyoshi as his father. Instead, he was cast away to grow up in the sunlit garden, this quarantine zone for half-humans. He still remembered, in the original story, a similar scene had been shown before. Back then, Kishu, already a special class investigator, had been speaking with Bureau Director Washu Yashitoki. And during that time, he had accidentally caught sight of a young Furuta Nomura, still training relentlessly in the sunlit garden. Even at that time, the sheer potential and determination that Furuta displayed had already piqued Kishu's interest. Now, upon hearing Byakuya's encouragement, Furuta's face instantly brightened up, his face breaking into a joyful smile. He genuinely admired Byakuya. Not only was he CCG's strongest pillar, he was also Chairman Kaiko's most trusted right-hand man. If he could become just as strong, then maybe his father and the rest of the clan would finally acknowledge him. So boring, what's wrong with just staying put here? Kamishiro Rise lay on the grass, her face filled with boredom. But Furuta hesitated. He wanted to mention that Rise was actually a mother, but he didn't dare to say it. After all, Byakuya was still here. Even though Byakuya probably already knew about it, if he said it out loud, that would be a completely different matter. If the Washu clan found out that he couldn't keep his mouth shut, they would definitely punish him. The so-called mother was actually just a breeding vessel for the Washu clan. The Washu clan valued bloodlines above all else. And the closer a ghoul's bloodline was to that of a pure-blooded human, the higher their status within the clan. On the other hand, ghouls like Kamishiro Rise, whose bloodline was completely pure, were actually ranked the lowest. Just like Furuta Nomura, she too was denied the right to bear the Washu name and was thrown into the sunlit garden. But unlike Furuta, Rise had also been designated as a mother. Her sole purpose was to bear children for the Washu clan. Put plainly, she was reduced to nothing more than a breeding machine. There's nothing to but about. Just go with the flow, all right? No matter how hard you try, you can't change anything, Rise said casually. And indeed, just as she had said, no amount of effort on Furuta's part would change anything. Unless, of course, he completely destroyed the Washu clan itself. As long as you move in the right direction, change is always possible. At that moment, Byakuya spoke up. Byakuya is right. If you don't even try, then there truly is zero hope. Furuta nodded firmly, completely agreeing with Byakuya's words. Rise pouted slightly, whatever you guys say. But because it was Byakuya who had spoken, she chose to hold her tongue. After all, this guy had brought her all sorts of things from outside the sunlit garden before. And as the saying goes, if you accept someone's gifts, you owe them a favor. She wasn't about to start arguing with him over this. At that moment, Byakuya glanced at the time, realizing it was about time for him to leave. So, he stood up. Byakuya, you're leaving already. Furuta's voice carried a hint of reluctance. Yeah, there's still a lot of stuff to take care of, so I can't stay here too long. Byakuya nodded slightly. All right then, Furuta Rise, see you next time. But just as Byakuya was about to say his goodbyes, a system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Ding, host has successfully completed. Mission 1. Get to know Furuta Nomura and Kamishiro Rise and become close with them. Reward, 10 attribute points. Mission 1 completed, unlocking Mission 2. Mission 2. Take Furuta Nomura and Kamishiro Rise as disciples. Mission reward, 50 attribute points. Capitulo 83, Disciples. Huh. This mission took Byakuya by surprise, because it aligned almost perfectly with what he had already planned. His original idea was to wait until Furuta Nomura and Kamishiro Rise had grown a bit older, then recruit them into the Zero Squad. But now, the system was directly asking him to take them as disciples right away. This system mission, it's actually more impatient than I am. That said, this did give Byakuya a new perspective. If he could successfully take them as disciples, he could achieve the same goal. At the end of the day, whether it was recruiting them into the Zero Squad or taking them as disciples, the core purpose was still the same: to free them from the Washu clan's grasp while slowly dismantling the Washu clan from within. But honestly, it probably won't be long before we meet again. At that moment, Byakuya added a casual remark. Really, that's great. Furuta's face lit up with joy. At that moment, Rise suddenly spoke up. Byakuya, can you bring me another plushie next time? I accidentally broke the last one, played too rough with it. Of course, at this point in time, Rise's name was not yet Kamishiro Rise. She also wasn't given the Washu surname, because if she had been, she wouldn't have been thrown into the sunlit garden. Her real birth name was never revealed in the original story. So Byakuya had always referred to her as just Rise. But in his mind, he had already accepted her as Kamishiro Rise. Even the system used this name when issuing missions. All right, but Rise, you should really try to take better care of your things, Byakuya advised her. Due to her lineage, Rise wasn't just any normal ghoul. She carried the blood of the Washu clan, but unlike the rest of them, she was a pure-blooded ghoul without any human ancestry. Because of this, her physical constitution and kagyun were naturally superior. Her Rinkaku kagyun was undeniably powerful. In the original story, both Kenki Ken and later Furuta Nomura had their kakyuhu organs transplanted straight from Rise. However, Rise herself never fully demonstrated her potential. She was too obsessed with eating humans and never practiced cannibalism. And more importantly, before she could even mature properly, she had already been taken out by Furuta Nomura's schemes. Back then, when that steel beam accident happened, the beams that coincidentally fell on Rise, that was Furuta's doing. By that time, Furuta Nomura had already changed. He was no longer the naive boy he was now. The years of unfair treatment by the Washu clan, combined with his own extreme need for control, had twisted him completely. It was he who had gone to great lengths to help Rise escape from the Sunlit Garden and the Washu clan. But after escaping, Rise had never cared about him. All she did was cause destruction and prey on humans wherever she went. And worse, she always seduced human boys, took them on dates, and then brutally tortured and devoured them. Unable to accept all this, Furuta finally snapped. More accurately, he had completely lost faith in this world. His plot to drop the steel beams on Rise wasn't just out of revenge. It was part of his dragon plan, his ultimate blueprint for recreating the world from scratch. His real goal was no different from that of Arima Kishu and Yoshimura Ito, to change the world. And just like Arima and Ito, he saw potential in Kanki Ken, the most successful artificially created half-ghoul. In fact, compared to Arima and Ito, Furuta executed his plan even more successfully. Not only did he destroy the Washu clan, he also pushed Kanki Ken and Rise towards becoming dragons, ultimately using Ken Kanki's power to reshape the entire world. I got it. Rise nodded. I'm leaving now. Before leaving, Byakuya lightly patted Furuta on the shoulder. His view of Furuta wasn't as simple as just labeling him good or bad. Besides, Furuta's change in personality would only come years later. Right now, he was just a young boy striving to prove himself. After bidding farewell to Furuta and Rise, Byakuya went to find Arima Kishu. Since Arima had come to the Sunlit Garden with him, he wasn't far. When Byakuya arrived, he happened to see Arima patting the head of a small pink-haired girl, as if saying goodbye. Judging by her hair color, Byakuya immediately recognized Hiraihe Haru. At this time, Aihe Haru was still very young, probably around 6 or 7. According to the original story, this was the period when she first met Arima and began looking up to him. Having her head patted, as if receiving praise from Arima himself, Haru's face lit up with happiness. Byakuya waited for a moment until Haru, still smiling brightly, left. Then he walked up to Arima and said, "Let's go, I have something to discuss with Kaiko." Arima nodded slightly. The two of them then went to meet Kaiko. "Kaiko-san, I've found 2 highly promising candidates and wish to take them as my disciples, training them as future members of the Zero Squad." Byakuya got straight to the point. "Who are they?" Kaiko asked. "Furuta Nomura and Rise." Byakuya answered directly. Kaiko fell silent for a moment before saying, "Nomura is fine, but as for Rise, I suggest you reconsider. If anything happens to her, the Washu family won't let it slide." He didn't outright refuse because, on paper, Rise was still officially recognized as just another sunlit garden half-human. From a formal standpoint, there was nothing preventing Byakuya from taking her as a disciple. But Rise's true role as a mother was known only to a select few, including Kaiko himself. He hadn't informed Byakuya or Arima about this yet, so he could only give Byakuya a vague warning. "If anything happens, I'll take full responsibility." Byakuya replied firmly. "Do as you wish then, but be mindful Rise's movements will be restricted to the Sunlit Garden, CCG headquarters, and its surrounding areas. Furuta, on the other hand, has no such restrictions, just be careful." Kaiko reminded him. He wasn't particularly suspicious of Byakuya. In his eyes, Byakuya had proven himself increasingly reliable. Moreover, he was aware that Byakuya had already been interacting with Furuta and Rise multiple times in the past. This wasn't some sudden, out-of-place decision. Both Furuta and Rise had immense potential. One was Washu Tsuneyoshi's illegitimate son, and the other possessed the purest Washu bloodline. There was no doubt about their talents. Yet, due to various circumstances, both held extremely low status within the family. Even Kaiko himself found this reality somewhat regrettable, though he, too, was merely a puppet of the Washu clan. After all, he was also a former half-human from the Sunlit Garden. "Understood, I'll come back tomorrow." Byakuya nodded. Recruiting Furuta and Rise as his disciples turned out to be far easier than he expected. The only real restriction was that Rise's activities would be monitored by the Washu, but that was a minor issue. Capitulo 84, Twisted System. Steak, hamburger patty, potatoes. Yashimura Ito pushed the shopping cart, following Uchiha Byakuya around the supermarket as they shopped for ingredients. Byakuya mostly let Ito take the lead. Whatever she wanted to eat, he was fine with it, especially since most of it happened to be things he liked as well. All right, I think that's about it. Ito had picked out everything she wanted. At this moment, she noticed that Byakuya hadn't chosen anything yet. You're not picking anything. Why am I the only one choosing? Because you've already picked for me. Byakuya replied. I see, in that case I guess I didn't grab enough. Ito had originally held back, assuming Byakuya would pick out some things for himself. Now that she realized he wasn't planning to, she unhesitatingly grabbed a few more packs of various meats. All right, let's go. Tilda just need to grab some apples, and then we can head home. She pushed the shopping cart toward the fruit section. Wait for me in the produce section for a bit. I'm going to pick up something else. Byakuya, of course, hadn't forgotten his promise to get Kamishiro Rai's stuffed animal. Sure, Tilda. Ito didn't particularly care what he was going to buy. But a short while later, as she looked at the teddy bear plushie in Byakuya's hands, her first instinct was to say, thank you. But then she quickly realized she hadn't asked for a plushie in the first place. So instead, she probed, is this for me? No. Byakuya flatly denied it without hesitation. Oh, Tilda. Ito's eyes narrowed slightly. Then who's it for? A kid in the sunlit garden. She'll also be my disciple from now on. Byakuya answered truthfully. A disciple. Ito was getting a strange feeling about this. A kid who wants a stuffed animal, that has to be a girl, right? Taking in a female disciple out of nowhere, she didn't buy that there wasn't something going on. Since when did you suddenly have such refined tastes, taking in a girl as your disciple? She asked, her tone teasing yet subtly probing. Because she's a special case. Byakuya responded calmly. The words special case immediately set off blaring alarms in Ito's mind. Her gaze turned sharp, something about this didn't sit right with her. But before she could jump to conclusions, Byakuya finished his explanation. She's the Washu clan's mother, the most pure-blooded Washu ghoul. Ah, I see. Ito blinked in brief surprise, before quickly regaining her composure. So that's what this was about. Her expression didn't change, showing no trace of embarrassment over her brief misunderstanding. Instead, she seamlessly transitioned into a discussion about the Washu clan. So the Washus have something like a mother role, huh? I never knew. Kind of impressive you managed to take in someone so important as a disciple. Clearly, she hadn't been aware of the Washu clan's deepest secrets. Back then, Ito's mother, Yukina, had only uncovered some information about V. Her investigation touched on some of the Washu clan's hidden truths, but hadn't gone deep enough to expose the concept of a mother. Well, that kid is indeed important to the Washu clan, but at the same time, her status is incredibly low, I guess you could say. I'm taking advantage of the Washu clan's twisted system. Byakuya then gave Ito a brief explanation of Rai's position within the Washu clan and the reasons behind it. After hearing everything, Ito couldn't help but sigh with some emotion. The Washu clan is completely obsessed with becoming human, to the point of madness. The purest-blooded ghouls end up with the lowest status. But actually, this works out well. If we can find a way to take their mother away, it'll only make things harder for them. At this moment, Ito's attitude shifted dramatically. She was now fully supportive of Byakuya taking that girl, Rise, as his disciple. However, she still had some concerns. She had just learned from Byakuya that Rise was only around 10 years old. But if a certain perverted lolican dares to step out of line, I'll be the first to report you. Ito's face bloomed with a sweet smile, but her words were filled with unmistakable threat. I wonder if a certain lolican will go down in history as the first-ever special-class investigator to be arrested by the police. That would be quite the legendary first-and-last case. Byakuya instantly knew that she was talking about him. He was completely speechless. Come on, I wouldn't go that far. Byakuya let out a faint sigh before steering the conversation back on track. Anyway, aside from Rise, there's also a kid named Furuta Nomura. He's actually Washu Tsuneyoshi's biological son, making him the younger half-brother of the current bureau director, Washu Yashitoki. Byakuya continued, but just like Rise, his status was cast aside because of the Washu clan's twisted system. So you mean, you've taken him as a disciple too? Ito immediately caught the implication. Yeah, Nimura and Rise will both be my disciples. Byakuya confirmed. Well, this just keeps getting better. Now I really want to meet them. Ito suddenly felt a surge of creative inspiration. Nimura and Rise. Both of them should have been central figures within the Washu clan, yet they were thrown away into the lowest ranks of the Sunlit Garden. How fascinating. She had always held deep interest for protagonists with tragic backstories and cruel fates. If you want to meet them, that's easy. I'll be taking them out of the Sunlit Garden tomorrow. Byakuya said as he pushed the shopping cart toward the checkout. With Ito cooking alongside Byakuya more frequently, her culinary skills had improved rapidly. Now, the dishes she made actually tasted pretty good. Here, taste this for me again, let's see if my skills have improved. Ito picked up a piece of the sliced hamburger steak with her chopsticks and held it out to Byakuya. Open up, Atilda. Byakuya felt slightly awkward, but he still complied. The perfectly grilled hamburger, steak, burst with rich flavors as he chewed. It's really good. Byakuya gave an honest evaluation. The seasoning is well balanced, and the light charring on the surface is just right. I can definitely taste the improvement. Ito had made it a habit to have Byakuya taste test her cooking every time, and today was no exception. I want to hear the flaws too. I need to keep improving. Although she enjoyed hearing his praise, Ito was more interested in knowing what still needed work. She had come to trust Byakuya's critiques. His assessments were always fair and to the point. At this rate, she figured she might as well keep him as her personal taste tester for life. That way, her cooking skills would only keep getting better. Capitulo 85, Food Critique. When it comes to flaws, it isn't exactly easy to evaluate. After all, no matter what I say, it's just based on my own taste preferences. It doesn't represent anyone else's. Uchiha Byakuya stated seriously. Besides, I'm not a professional food critic. Why should I care about other people's tastes? Yoshimura Ito immediately countered. Because my personal evaluation isn't very valuable. My opinion is just for reference, you don't have to take it too seriously. Byakuya explained. And I'm asking, why should I care about other people's tastes? Ito's tone carried a hint of amusement. I only need to know yours. Other people's opinions are completely irrelevant. It's fine. Byakuya gave in and finally provided his critique. If we're going by my taste, I'd say the meat was cooked a little too long, it's slightly overdone. As for seasoning, you could make it a bit lighter, that's about it. He wasn't a professional chef, so his feedback was naturally based purely on his own preferences. But since Ito only wanted to know his taste, he simply gave her his honest thoughts. Got it, I've noted it all down. Ito had already written everything in her little notebook. Next time she grilled a hamburger steak, she'd make adjustments accordingly. Late at night, Byakuya had been sleeping soundly when he was suddenly woken up by a familiar sensation. Just like before, Ito had unknowingly wrapped her arms around him in her sleep. But this time, it wasn't just her arms. Even her legs had draped over him, clinging to him like an octopus. In her subconscious, it seemed she had completely accepted him as her personal body pillow. At this point, Byakuya was already used to it. So as always, he didn't wake her up. The next morning, for once, Ito woke up before Byakuya. Probably because she had slept so comfortably clinging to him, he didn't get the best rest. The moment she opened her eyes, Ito realized she was holding onto Byakuya in a rather undignified position. Though she didn't really want to admit it, from the looks of things, she was definitely the one who moved toward him in her sleep, not the other way around. Only now did she realize her sleeping posture might not be that great after all. Maybe this bed was just too comfortable. Back in the 24th ward, where she usually slept on makeshift bedding or straight up on the ground, she had never noticed any issues with her sleeping habits. But even so, Ito didn't feel embarrassed or awkward about it at all. Instead, she just tightened her hold around him. Then she leaned close to Byakuya's ear and whispered teasingly. Still sleeping in him, Lalakin. And to top it off, she blew a soft breath against his ear. Byakuya was instantly wide awake. He had already been on the verge of waking up half asleep, half aware. He had even faintly heard Ito's voice in his dream, but that breath against his ear snapped him into full alertness instantly. First thing in the morning, and you're already acting out of line. Byakuya spoke calmly. Since he had almost woken up naturally anyway, there was no irritation in his voice. And besides, he rarely ever got angry at Ito. There wasn't the slightest hint of blame in Byakuya's tone. So, your ears are your weak spot, huh? Ito seemed to have discovered something amusing. Maybe so. Byakuya responded casually. From his perspective, it was completely normal for anyone to be startled awake if someone suddenly blew into their ear while they were sleeping. But aren't you going to let go? We should get up. Byakuya asked. Even now, Ito was still clinging to him like an octopus, and if anything, she was holding on even tighter than before. Does it really matter? It's not like we're in a rush. Ito had no intention of letting go yet. Byakuya fell silent. Seeing this, Ito immediately sensed something. Her voice turned playful as she teased. Tilda, are you embarrassed? Don't tell me you're actually getting shy. A little, but don't push your luck. Byakuya suddenly shifted his body so that he and Ito were face to face. Since she kept poking at him, he figured it was only fair to return the favor. You. Ito assumed he was about to do something to her. Her heartbeat sped up slightly, and she felt a faint sense of unease. But in the next moment, Byakuya reached out and grabbed Ito's cheeks, pulling them both to the sides. Of course, he controlled his strength so it wouldn't actually hurt her. For someone like Ito, who had spent years fighting brutal battles in the 24th Ward, this level of pain wasn't even worth mentioning. Her expression remained completely unfazed. You're seriously the most boring guy ever. Ito rolled her eyes, somewhere between exasperation and amusement. Forget it, I'm done messing around with you. Get up and help me make breakfast. Ito lost interest and finally released her grip on him. All right. Byakuya replied simply. He knew full well that he could have done something more mischievous just now. But he chose not to. To him, Ito was still too young. While he didn't consider himself some paragon of virtue, he did have his principles. At most, he was blunt with his words, but he wouldn't actually cross any serious lines. Later that day, Ito, as usual, returned to the 24th Ward to lead the expansion of Aogiri Tree. Meanwhile, Byakuya headed for the sunlit garden, a small teddy bear plushie in hand. On the way from the first ward to the garden, it wasn't uncommon for him to run into other investigators. And today was no exception. Hey, isn't that Uchiha Byakuya? He got promoted recently, right? Let's go say hello. Uchiha Byakuya. A group of investigators called out to him. Byakuya responded with a polite nod. After he walked past them, the group couldn't help but focus on the plushie in his hands. Wait, why is Uchiha Byakuya carrying a stuffed toy? Doesn't it feel kinda out of character? I mean, considering his strength and status. Maybe it's for his girlfriend? Now I'm really curious. Who could Uchiha Byakuya's girlfriend be? Hey, don't go spreading rumors. My guess is it's for a younger sibling or something. Besides, from what I've heard, both Uchiha Byakuya and Arumakishu are really popular among the female investigators in the CCG. Byakuya remained silent. A short while later, he unexpectedly ran into the Mado family. Mado Kasuka took the initiative to greet him. First class Uchiha? Ah, my apologies, I misspoke. It should be special class Uchiha. Since she had always addressed him as first class investigator, she instinctively made the mistake. It's fine, it's not a big deal. Byakuya replied. Perhaps, but mistakes in the most basic things are the ones we should avoid the most. Mado Kasuka smiled and said, It hasn't been that long since we last met, and yet you've already been promoted to special class. Although special class Uchiha's strength is undeniable, your rate of promotion is truly astonishing. Mado Kiryo also remarked in admiration. Standing beside them was Mado Akira. She had come out for a walk with her parents. However, at that moment, Akira kept glancing at the plush toy in Byakuya's hands. She seemed interested in it. Byakuya noticed her gaze and asked, Do you want this? I can get you one later. Akira had only been curious. She hadn't intended to trouble Byakuya. But she hadn't expected him to read her thoughts so easily. Akira, if you want something, you can always tell your father and me. Kasuka spoke gently to her daughter. She didn't want to trouble special class Uchiha. No, it's not that, Akira hesitated, struggling to explain. Because her parents were often too busy to spend much time at home, She had learned to be understanding at a very young age. She never wanted to trouble them. As a result, she had never been the type to ask for things. Though she found the plush toy cute, she hadn't particularly thought about asking for one. After a moment of hesitation, she finally voiced her real thoughts. I just didn't want to bother Mom and Dad, or this Oni-san, so I actually don't want it. Kasuka fell silent for a moment. I see, your father and I really never considered what you truly like, have we? She had always chosen gifts for Akira, based on what she liked as a child. But Kasuka had always had a strong personality, even as a girl. Her childhood preferences had been quite different from most. Kiryu felt even more awkward. He suddenly realized that most of the gifts he had given Akira were quinks. Of course, they were safe, low-level quinks, and she had always used them under his supervision. He had also spent a lot of time teaching her about quinks. Although Akira had never expressed dissatisfaction, he had never once even asked her what she actually wanted. My apologies for this embarrassing display, Special Class Uchiha. Kasuka said, feeling a bit awkward. It's nothing, I'll take my leave now, I have some matters to attend to. Byakuya had no intention of interfering in the Mato family's personal affairs. He left them to sort things out on their own. Byakuya hadn't expected that. Without meaning to, he had just set in motion a change in how Mato Kasuka and Mato Kiryu treated their daughter. Sunlit Garden. Byakuya quickly found Furuta Nomura and Kamishiro Rise, since these two kids were always playing in the same area. Furuta hadn't started his training yet. Eventually, the children of the Sunlit Garden had to undergo rigorous training from a young age, and their instructors were members of V, who had also been raised there. In theory, Byakuya also had the qualifications to be an instructor. Thus, he had the authority to personally take in both Nomura Furuta as well as Rise as his disciples. Byakuya really did come back to see us so soon. Seeing Byakuya, Nomura was delighted. Rise also sat up. She had been waiting for the plush toy he promised. Byakuya, of course, handed the teddy bear to her. Try not to break this one. I'll do my best not to break it too quickly. Rise smiled as she hugged the teddy bear to her chest, but the words she spoke were rather ominous. Haha. Byakuya laughed awkwardly. Rise had been a bit violent since childhood. But that was inevitable, given the cruel fate she had been born into. And it would only get worse with time. As she grew older, she would become increasingly brutal and ruthless, indulging in bloodlust and selfishly doing whatever she pleased. At its core, it was her way of venting frustration over her tragic existence. In the original timeline, Rise had refused to listen to anyone, including even her adoptive father, Kamishiro Matasaka. Her unchecked cannibalistic rampages had eventually drawn the CCG's attention to the 6th Ward, leading to Matasaka's capture and imprisonment in Cochlea. Byakuya hoped to prevent Rise from heading down that same path. That was why he was willing to fulfill her requests for small things like plush toys, and why he planned to get her out of the Sunlit Garden as soon as possible. Furuta Rise. He got to the point. I spoke with Kaiko-san. I plan to take you both as my disciples and personally oversee your training. How do you feel about that? Really, of course I'd love that. Furuta agreed immediately without hesitation. He had always admired Byakuya the most. Being personally trained by him was more than he could ever ask for. Sounds like a hassle. Rise, on the other hand, had the complete opposite reaction. Even though this older brother treated her well, she still felt it was a pain. Byakuya added, if you become my disciples, you won't have to stay in the Sunlit Garden all the time. You'll be able to leave and go outside occasionally, though your range will be limited. Rise, did you hear that? We can leave. Nomura became excited. I heard you, you're getting annoying. Rise was clearly tempted. If this is true, then I want to go out today. Which basically meant she had agreed. Both Furuta and Rise had never actually left the Sunlit Garden before. At their age, curiosity about the outside world was inevitable. No problem, I'll take you both out later. Byakuya smiled. Ding, host has successfully completed. Task 2. Take in Furuta Nomura and Kamishiro Rise as disciples. Reward, 50 attribute points. Task 2 completed, unlocking Task 3. Task 3. Help Furuta Nomura and Kamishiro Rise break free from the Washu clan's control. Reward, 500 attribute points. Capitulo 86, Trip to the Outside. 500 attribute points. This was the highest mission reward Byakuya had seen so far, clearly. This one was a major mission. After all, just thinking about the difficulty level was enough to understand how challenging it would be. If it were only about secretly helping Furuta and Rise escape from the Sunlit Garden, then it wouldn't actually be too hard. Even if they successfully disappeared, the Washu clan wouldn't immediately know who was responsible, but now, Byakuya had openly taken Furuta Nomura and Kamishiro Rise as his disciples. If anything happened to them, he would be the first suspect, and even if they didn't suspect him directly, he would still have to take full responsibility. The final outcome: he would definitely be hunted down by V. That was the true difficulty of this mission. At this point, Byakuya had already set things in motion. There was no turning back. However, there was no reason for him to even retreat. With his current strength, he was absolutely untouchable in a one-on-one fight. At the very least, if he wanted to protect himself, he had nothing to worry about. So all he needed to do was follow the natural course of events and complete the system's mission. Besides, this was also something that he personally wanted to do. Of course, he hoped Furuta and Rise could break free from the Washu clan's control. As for whether Furuta could successfully pursue Rise in the future, that would depend entirely on his own efforts. At the moment, Rise hadn't yet been subjected to enough oppression by the Washu clan to develop her later sadistic, twisted personality. For now, Furuta still had a good chance. "All right, let's go. I'll take you to see the outside world," Byakuya said to them. "Yes, Tilda." Nomura's eyes sparkled with excitement. Rise, on the other hand, had never expected to experience this moment. Her existence had been doomed to be imprisoned in this birdcage for all her life. Before leaving, servants helped Furuta and Rise change into different outfits, the kind ordinary human children would typically wear. After all, the children of the Sunlit Garden normally wore all-white uniforms, making them look like a group of laboratory test subjects. Walking outside in those clothes would immediately draw attention. Once everything was ready, Byakuya took both their hands and walked out of the Sunlit Garden with them. Only under his supervision were Furuta and Rise allowed to leave temporarily. The members of V guarding the Sunlit Garden did not stop them, after all. Byakuya had already received Kaiko's approval. The Washu clan also hadn't expressed any objections. So long as they didn't actively oppose it, that was enough. The Sunlit Garden was hidden deep within a forest, officially declared a military-restricted zone to prevent civilians from approaching. This ensured its complete isolation from the outside world. So, after stepping out, Byakuya still had to lead them through a forested area. Furuta looked around at the trees, plants, and occasional small animals. He felt a little disappointed. This scenery wasn't much different from what they had inside the Sunlit Garden. Even so, Furuta kept his expression neutral. Rise, however, had no such restraint. Her disappointment was written all over her face. "So this is all there is outside. It's nothing like what I read in books." She sounded completely unimpressed. Although Rise had been confined to the Sunlit Garden since birth, the servants and caretakers had never told her anything about the outside world. However, they didn't restrict her access to books, so she had read quite a lot. "Don't be so impatient. We just left the Sunlit Garden, you'll see something different soon." Byakuya felt a bit helpless. These two kids sure were restless. "Memo." Furuta nodded, trying to calm himself down. "Fine." Rise sighed, agreeing to wait a little longer. After a while, Byakuya finally brought them into the residential district. However, his first priority was to head to the CCG headquarters, so he couldn't just wander around with them. On the way to the CCG, Furuta and Rise finally saw the outside world they had longed for with their own eyes. There were buildings of all kinds, bustling crowds, and so many things they had never seen before. Compared to this, the Sunlit Garden was far too dull. The outside world was clearly so much better. Furuta and Rise both looked around like curious children, their eyes darting everywhere. "Byakuya, can we go check that out?" Furuta's attention was suddenly drawn to a man selling candied fruit skewers in the roadside. He pointed toward the vendor with excitement. "Sure." Byakuya had no reason to refuse. Taking a little detour wouldn't hurt. He led them over to buy some candied fruit. At first, he planned to buy 2 skewers. But then he suddenly remembered, Rise was a ghoul. She couldn't eat something like this. So in the end, he only bought 1 skewer and handed it to Furuta. Thanks, Byakuya. Furuta's eyes sparkled as he eagerly prepared to take his first bite. But just as he was about to eat, he noticed Rise's gaze. She was staring at him with clear discontent. She seemed annoyed by how unfair this was. Unlike Furuta, who could eat normal food as he pleased, Rise could only ever consume human flesh. And in the sunlit garden, she was fed nothing but stale, rotting corpses. Even those in higher positions within the Washu clan, like Washu Tsuneyoshi and Washu Yashitoki, were sustained by the corpses of dead CCG investigators. In other words, the Washu clan often dug up the graves of fallen CCG investigators to feed themselves. Seeing Rise's expression, Furuta looked at the candied fruit in his hand, hesitating. After thinking for a moment, he made his decision. Byakuya, you should have it instead. He handed the skewer back to Byakuya before turning to Rise with a goofy smile. Byakuya could easily see what was going on. Furuta's intentions were painfully obvious. A while later, Byakuya arrived at the CCG headquarters in the first ward, holding both Furuta and Rise by the hand. The surrounding investigators immediately took notice. Huh, who are those kids Uchiha Byakuya brought with him? Maybe they're his younger siblings. A few moments later, Byakuya stopped in front of Washu Yashitoki's office. Furuta, Rise, wait here for a bit. He had no intention of bringing them inside. The relationship between Yashitoki and Furuta was complicated. It wasn't the right time for them to meet. Besides, the topic Byakuya was about to discuss wasn't something they should overhear. But he wasn't worried about them running off. With so many people watching them at all times, that wasn't even an option. All right. Furuta and Rise both nodded obediently and waited outside. Capitulo 87, Sparring. As Uchiha Byakuya entered the office, Washu Yashitoki had already been informed about Furuta Nomura and Kamishiro Rise's situation. Byakuya, you really brought Furuta and Rise out of the sunlit garden. Yashitoki sounded mildly surprised. You're probably even more familiar with the sunlit garden's rules than I am. He continued, children from the sunlit garden aren't allowed to leave freely until they reach a certain age or strength threshold. From now on, you'll be entirely responsible for Nomura and Rise. From Yashitoki's perspective, Byakuya was unaware of their true identities, so he simply reminded him about the sunlit garden's regulations as a warning. I understand. Byakuya replied calmly. Good, as long as you know what you're doing. Yashitoki nodded. Their movement will be restricted to the first ward, and you should avoid taking them to isolated areas where ghouls are likely to appear. Although the first ward was the headquarters of the CCG, the Sunlit Garden, V, and even the Washu clan, it was also one of the most dangerous areas where ghouls gathered. Simply put, the only ones genuinely fighting against ghouls were actually the CCG's human investigators. As for the Washu clan, who were ghouls themselves, they only acted in their own interests. The Sunlit Garden and V, which were completely loyal to the Washu clan, naturally followed their orders. Wiping out all ghouls in the first ward wasn't in the Washu clan's best interests. What they wanted was a carefully maintained balance of conflict between humans and ghouls. That's all I needed to say. Later, I'll arrange for them to be escorted back to the Sunlit Garden. Yashitoki didn't stress the rules too much. Doing so might have seemed suspicious. Afterward, Byakuya spent the day taking Nomura and Rise around the first ward, letting them experience the outside world for the first time. As the afternoon turned into evening, Byakuya finally brought both Furuta and Rise to a training session. Of course, this was just for show, nothing too serious. In one of the CCG's designated training areas, Byakuya and Furuta each held a wooden practice sword, preparing for a sparring match. Wow, today must be my lucky day. I get to see Uchiha Byakuya spar in person. Wait, his opponent is just a kid. Did he take in a disciple or something? No, I heard that's Uchiha Byakuya's younger brother. Huh, I heard that's actually his son. What, but he looks so young, he already has a kid this old. Ever since Byakuya brought Furuta and Rise to the CCG, ridiculous rumors about him had been spreading like wildfire. Byakuya had no idea when he supposedly became a father to a 10-year-old. But for now, he ignored the chatter and focused on Furuta. "Furuta, come at me." Furuta nodded seriously, his face filled with determination. Even though this was just a spar, he took it very seriously. The next moment, Furuta exploded forward with astonishing speed, charging straight at Byakuya. A wave of shocked exclamations erupted from the crowd. "Holy crap, that kid is fast." For a boy who barely looked 10 years old, his speed was far superior to most investigators. The surrounding investigators suddenly felt like they had embarrassed their entire profession. Even a child was outperforming them. "Your speed is still not fast enough," Byakuya said calmly, effortlessly sidestepping Nomura's wooden sword strike. Furuta knew how vast the gap was between him and his elder brother, but he refused to give up. He pressed on, relentlessly attacking. Byakuya continued sparring while offering sharp critiques. "Your strength is still lacking. That strike was decent, clever angle, but you're still missing something. Your stamina is nearly depleted, isn't it? You need to work on that too." Just as Byakuya pointed out, Furuta was already drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Since the very beginning, he had been fighting with everything he had. Naturally, he exhausted himself quickly. Yet, despite all his efforts, he hadn't managed to land even a single hit. Every one of his attacks was either easily parried by Byakuya's wooden sword or effortlessly dodged. "Honestly, that kid is way stronger than me," one investigator muttered, eyes wide. "And yet, Uchiha Byakuya is completely dominating him." "Well, he is the fastest rising special class investigator in history," another sighed. "Not to mention the youngest ever. And that kid isn't bad either. He's got insane talent for someone his age." "Of course, he takes after Uchiha Byakuya," someone else nodded seriously. "He inherited Byakuya's skills perfectly, like father, like son." Ever since Byakuya brought Furuta and Rise into the CCG, wild rumors had been spreading uncontrollably. Byakuya still had no idea when he supposedly became a father to a 10-year-old, but right now, he ignored all the gossip. Meanwhile, the gathered investigators had completely abandoned their own training. They were fully absorbed in watching Byakuya's match. The difference in ability was staggering. If the gap between Furuta and Byakuya was already this enormous in a simple sparring match, then in a real battle with Quinks, the difference would be multiplied tenfold. After all, Byakuya's Quink was rumored to be the strongest SSS-rated Quink in all of the CCG. Just as some of the investigators began chatting amongst themselves, assuming the match was over, Furuta still refused to let go of his sword. Even with his stamina nearly drained, he wanted to keep going. But in the next moment, a wooden blade lightly tapped against his throat. "Nomura, you've lost," Byakuya said. Only then did Furuta reluctantly lower his sword. His expression was a little downcast. He felt like he had performed terribly. But then Byakuya spoke. "You may have lost, but your performance was already excellent. There's no need to be discouraged. You should have more confidence in yourself." Byakuya wasn't just saying this to comfort him. Nomura had done exceptionally well. If anything, Byakuya had been bullying him a little after all. He had a Manjikai Sharingan. Furuta's mood instantly improved. After all, his elder brother had acknowledged him. Meanwhile, Rise had been sitting nearby, zoning out. She had zero interest in training. The only time she had paid attention was during Furuta's match with Byakuya. Just then, a CCG investigator hurriedly entered the training hall. "Uchiha Byakuya," the investigator called out anxiously. "There's a woman outside who claims to be your wife." Byakuya's expression remained calm. He had already guessed who it was. "Her name?" The investigator answered immediately. She said her name is Uchiha Ito. Capitulo 88, Uchiha Byakuya's wife. As expected, it was Ito. Byakuya wasn't surprised at all. "Let her in," Byakuya instructed the investigator. Understood, the investigator quickly withdrew. Wait, Uchiha Byakuya didn't even deny it. So his wife really is here. So he actually got married. No way. I thought you guys were joking when you said that kid was his son. Hold on, does that mean Uchiha Byakuya just looks young? Is he actually in his late 20s, or even 30? Byakuya's brief exchange with the investigator instantly caused an uproar. At that exact moment, Kasuga Mato and Mato Kiryu entered the training grounds, bringing Mato Akira along with them. "It seems like we just walked in on quite the shocking news," Kasuga remarked with a surprised smile. Rumors about Uchiha Byakuya supposedly having children had already reached her and Kiryu. Of course, they didn't believe any of it. After all, they knew Byakuya was only 18, while those two kids were reportedly around 10. Besides, they had also assumed he was still single. But now, so he's already married. Actually, that's not, Byakuya was just about to explain when Ito walked in. "Darling, isn't it about time we head home for dinner, Tilda?" The moment Ito spoke, her voice was laced with a soft, teasing sweetness. And then, the entire training ground fell into stunned silence. The investigators stared at Ito's appearance completely dumbfounded. Today, Ito had deliberately dressed to look more mature, but her makeup coupled with her petite frame and youthful, doll-like face made her look quite strange. Because of this, the reaction of the surrounding investigators was one of absolute disbelief. This is Uchiha Byakuya's wife. This is a crime, right? Something isn't right here. This is seriously messed up. No way, Uchiha Byakuya wouldn't actually be like that, right? At this point, Byakuya could feel the stares from all around him. He remained silent, utterly speechless. That damn Ito, it was obvious she was messing with him on purpose. And she had succeeded. Even Kasuga and Kiryu were staring at him with expressions of disbelief. Meanwhile, Mato Akira, who was a little too mature for her age, had already hidden behind her parents, unwilling to approach Byakuya. The only ones who weren't fazed at all were Nomura and Rise. They didn't understand what was happening. "Is something going on? Why is everyone acting so weird?" Rise whispered to Furuta. "No idea, but it looks like that pretty one-san is Byakuya Nig-san's wife," Furuta said, genuinely surprised. "Pretty one-san, huh?" Rise's expression shifted slightly. Then she asked a critical question. "Nomura, do you think she's prettier than me?" Furuta froze. He was glad he didn't blurt out an answer right away. This was a dangerous trap. But after carefully thinking it through, Furuta responded without hesitation. "Of course not, Rise, you're definitely prettier." His tone was firm and decisive. Rise instantly looked pleased. "Ahem." Byakuya let out a deliberate cough, remaining calm instead of hastily explaining himself. Instead, he simply addressed Ito. "Maybe ease up a little." "Oh, you're not mad, are you?" Ito suddenly seemed slightly concerned. Had she really gone too far and actually made Byakuya angry? "I'm not angry." Byakuya's tone remained even. "You've just caused me quite a bit of trouble." All right, Tilda." Ito had only intended to tease him, not push things too far. "I hope no one gets the wrong idea." Then, she clarified the misunderstanding. "I'm already of legal age." Except, the way she phrased it only made things worse. "Ah, so that's how it is. That really gave me a scare." "So that means Uchiha Byakuya and this lady must be newlyweds. That boy named Furuta must not be their son, then next time, let's not spread baseless rumors." But this must be a huge blow to some of our female colleagues. Quite a few of them had their eyes on Uchiha Byakuya. With just one sentence, Ito successfully cleared up part of the misunderstanding. But only part. Everyone still believed she was Byakuya's wife. Especially some of the female investigators present, their hearts shattered on the spot. Many of them had been waiting for the right moment to confess to Uchiha Byakuya, only to find out he was already taken. In reality, Ito had deliberately left some of the misunderstanding intact. While messing with Byakuya was fun, she also saw this as a perfect chance to eliminate any potential threats from within the CCG. "Our apologies, we were too quick to assume." Kasuga Mato smiled apologetically. "My eyes must not be working properly. Really, I'm so sorry." Even Kiryu Mato felt the need to apologize. "I'm sorry too." Even the little Akira bowed her head politely. "It's fine," Byakuya waved it off. "The real culprit here is Ito and her prank that misled everyone." "A prank?" Kasuga and Kiryu looked confused. In their eyes, Ito was clearly Byakuya's wife. How exactly was this a prank? "Ah, right, you guys wouldn't know." Byakuya was just about to fully clear up the misunderstanding when Ito suddenly jabbed at his waist. He instinctively dodged with ease, but she had already succeeded in stopping him from speaking. Byakuya looked at Ito with confusion. What was she trying to do? Was she telling him to keep pretending they were married? But why? What's her goal here? Ito didn't explain. Instead, she shot him a sharp glare, warning him not to say too much. She was still in the process of making all those hopeful women lose heart. She wasn't about to let this golden opportunity go to waste. Byakuya couldn't figure out her exact motives, but in the end, he decided to just go along with it. She just likes playing pranks. She deliberately used makeup to make herself look younger. Byakuya's adjusted explanation flowed smoothly logical, without any obvious loopholes. Kasuka seemed to believe it immediately. She smiled and offered her congratulations. Oh, I see. Well, in any case, congratulations, Uchiha Byakuya. I wish you two an early blessing of children. Capitulo 89, we can't let them outdo us. Upon hearing Mato Kasuka's blessing, Byakuya felt a bit awkward. It wasn't because of the "may you have children soon" type of blessing. It was because Mato and Ito were supposed to be mortal enemies. If Byakuya hadn't prevented the tragedy from unfolding, Kasuka would have died a gruesome death, and Mato Kurio would have spent the rest of his life consumed by hatred for the one-eyed owl. So hearing Kasuka earnestly blessing him, and Ito felt surreal. Thank you for your kind words. Ito smiled warmly as she accepted the blessing. But at that moment, she finally noticed something strange. This young woman before her looked somewhat familiar. It was like she had seen her somewhere before. The next second, it hit her. She had seen this woman before, back in the 24th ward. And not just that, Ito remembered Byakuya had fought actually herself back then. More importantly, however, he had fought her to protect this woman. Even after realizing the truth, Ito's expression didn't change at all. She continued to smile sweetly, as if nothing was out of the ordinary. Akira, say hello to the young lady. Since Kasuka now fully believed Ito was Byakuya's wife, and given that Byakuya had done so much for the Mato family, her impression of Ito was naturally quite positive. Hello, One-san, the little Akira politely greeted Ito. Aren't you adorable, Tilda? Ito gently patted Akira's head. It was a picture-perfect moment, the two women smiling and chatting like good friends. No one would have ever imagined that just a short while ago, they were supposed to be mortal enemies. Watching Ito getting along so well with the Mato family, Byakuya still felt a little weird about it. But wasn't this exactly what he had hoped for? With that thought, he quickly moved on. By the way, Ito, did you come here just to see me, or is there something else? This was, after all, the first time Ito had come looking for him at the CCG. And not just anywhere, she had come all the way to the First Ward's headquarters. It was only natural for Byakuya to assume she had some kind of important reason. Luckily, since Ito had inherited Kyuzen's bloodline, the CCG's RC gates wouldn't detect her. And on top of that, the Washu clan had no idea who she really was. What, can't I just come see my dear husband? Ito teased playfully. Of course, her real reason for coming was because Byakuya had told her about Furuta Nomura and Rise. She knew he would be bringing them to the CCG today, so she wanted to see them in person. However, with so many eyes on them, she obviously couldn't say that outright. If she brought up Furuta Nomura and Rise, it would be too easy to draw suspicion from the Washu clan. So, as she spoke to Byakuya, she subtly shifted her gaze just for a fraction of a second toward where Furuta and Rise were standing. It was a movement so small that the average person wouldn't even notice. But Byakuya's perception was far beyond average. He immediately understood her signal. Uchiha Byakuya and his wife really do seem to have a deep bond. Kurio Mato sighed in admiration. You're making it sound like we're old, Kasuka complained lightly. At that moment, Ito walked over to Furuta and Rise. You two must be Byakuya's disciples, right? He's mentioned you before. She smiled as she spoke, her sharp green eyes filled with interest. Ah, why yes, Itoni. Nomura Furuta nodded nervously. Being suddenly approached by Yoshimura Ito, he became a bit flustered. If I remember correctly, your name is Furuta, right? Ito grinned playfully before turning to Rise. And this little girl here, Rise, is she your girlfriend? Nomura immediately blushed. No, we're not like that. We're just childhood friends. Oh, Tilda, childhood friends, huh? Ito's smile widened mischievously. Well, that just means it's only a matter of time, right? Do your best, little boy. Nomura mumbled softly. With Rise standing right there, and Ito openly teasing him like this, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. However, Rise herself didn't seem too fazed by it. She wasn't the type to get shy easily, nor did she care too much about these things. Since she and Furuta were indeed close, it didn't really matter how others perceived their relationship. Ito's sudden intrusion into the conversation was nothing more than a brief comedic moment. Byakuya soon returned to training Furuta. As for Rise, since she wasn't interested in training, Byakuya didn't force her. The session continued until evening. Byakuya barely broke a sweat, whereas Furuta lay collapsed on the ground, completely exhausted. You shouldn't push yourself too hard, Byakuya advised calmly. Pace yourself properly. It's fine, I can, keep going, Furuta panted, refusing to give up. Meanwhile, Rise crouched down beside him and poked his cheek with her finger. Though it looked like she was checking on him, it felt more like teasing. Just then, Ito approached with a towel in hand. Even though Byakuya wasn't sweating at all, she tiptoed up and gently wiped his face. It was completely unnecessary, but Byakuya didn't reject her. Since Ito was in a good mood, he figured there was no harm in letting her do as she pleased. Watching the scene unfold, the surrounding investigators felt like they were being force-fed dog food. And not just any dog food, but the purest, most youthful kind. Damn, this is making me jealous. Now I want a girlfriend too. Then again, knowing our line of work, I might just get killed by a ghoul before that happens. Calm down. Even if you did get a girlfriend, you're never gonna find someone as cute as Ito-san. Only someone like Uchiha Byakuya could pull that off. As CCG investigators, falling in love, let alone getting married, wasn't easy. Due to the high-risk nature of their job, most of them hesitated to commit to relationships. Some remained single until retirement. Others ended up dating fellow investigators, since at least that way, they both understood the risks involved. Meanwhile, Rise subtly observed Ito's actions. Something about them seemed to spark an idea in her mind. Instead of poking Furuta's cheek, she took a page from Ito's book and used her sleeve to gently wipe the sweat from his face. Rise, what are you? Furuta was utterly stunned. He had barely reacted to the teasing earlier, but this sudden act of kindness caught him completely off guard. At that moment, Ito smirked slyly. Looks like those two are pretty close, huh? She turned to Byakuya and whispered teasingly, we can't let them outdo us like that, Tilda. Before suddenly leaning in and planting a soft kiss on his cheek. Capitulo 90, I like that bastard after all. A fleeting touch, it was cool, soft, and brief, and yet it was enough to make Uchiha Byakuya's pupils contract slightly. This sudden action from Ito was clearly something he hadn't anticipated. Ito. Byakuya gazed at her, his expression carrying a trace of surprise. At that moment, Ito's face was slightly flushed, but it didn't seem to be out of embarrassment. Her usual teasing smirk remained firmly in place. The scene that had just unfolded hit the surrounding investigators like a thunderbolt. Wiping sweat and then suddenly kissing him. This is too much. Can't they stop torturing us? Meanwhile, Mato Kurio and Mato Kasuga had already taken their daughter Akira and left the training grounds. If they had stayed any longer, Akira would have probably ended up witnessing a scene unfit for children. On the other side, Kamishiro Rise observed quietly. Her eyes flickered with thought. She seemed to be learning. Then she acted. With one hand lightly brushing aside her bangs, Rise leaned forward gracefully. Her posture elegant and composed. She drew closer to Nomura Furuta, adopting the traditional Japanese sitting style. As the gap between them narrowed to mere centimeters, Furuta's face grew visibly redder and redder. Rise, W8. Furuta could now feel her breath against his skin. His heartbeat pounded in his ears. But just before their lips could touch, he panicked. Overcome by embarrassment, he instinctively raised both hands to block her. What's wrong? Rise blinked in confusion. You don't like this? I mean, it's not that I don't like it, but we're not at that stage yet. Furuta stammered, his gaze darting anywhere but at Rise. What do you mean by that stage? Rise tilted her head slightly. You know, like Byakuya and Itoni. Furuta hesitated, his voice growing quieter. There, in that kind of relationship, only people like them should do this, right? Is that so? Rise pondered for a moment. If marriage is required, then I guess we can't. Her tone sounded casual, indifferent, even. But that one simple remark was enough to silence Furuta. The thought of the painful and cruel future Rise would have to endure, coupled with the sour-sweet mood of the moment, instantly turned things depressing. The atmosphere between them shifted subtly, turning strange. However, no one else noticed. To the surrounding investigators, Furuta and Rise were just a pair of clueless kids. They had no idea how much those kids' actions were tormenting them. Already, Byakuya and Ito's flirtation had dealt them a devastating blow. Now, Furuta and Rise were rubbing salt in the wound. I can't take this anymore, I need some fresh air. Egg, I just want to experience a sweet romance too. All right, calm down. One of them sighed. Tonight, I'll take you guys to a new maid cafe that just opened. That should cheer you up. By the time the CCG's working hours came to an end, Byakuya knew it was time for Furuta and Rise to return to the sunlit garden. However, he didn't need to escort them personally. Washu Yashitoki had already arranged for someone to take care of it. Byakuya, Ito ni see you later. Furuta waved cheerfully. See you later. Both Furuta and Rise bid farewell to Uchiha Byakuya and Ito. Yeah, get some rest when you get back. Byakuya nodded. As the two children were led away by a half-human working at the CCG, naturally Byakuya and Ito also left together. Those two kids are really adorable. Halfway home, Ito hummed a little tune as she spoke. Yeah. Byakuya responded absently. Although Ito's sudden kiss earlier had been quite a surprise, his thoughts had already shifted to Furuta and Rise. Helping them escape from the Washu clan wasn't urgent yet. It still wasn't the right time. But soon, it would be. By the way, you have a 24th Ward investigation tomorrow, right? Ito suddenly brought it up. Yeah, Kishu and I go down there every week just to keep up appearances for those guys. Byakuya confirmed. Then while you're at it, you might as well lend us a hand. Ito smirked. Lately, we've been dealing with a rather troublesome ghoul organization in the 24th Ward. Most of the ghouls who refuse to join Aogiri Tree have fled to them. Their leader is also the so-called administrator of the 24th Ward, and we can't take them down so easily. Of course, she was still confident they would win. It would just take more time than expected. Although her injuries had fully healed, Aogiri Tree was still a newly established force. Meanwhile, their enemy was an old and long-established power in the 24th Ward. There was no way they'd be easily crushed. All right. Byakuya agreed without hesitation. After all, he could also farm some attribute points while he was at it. It was a win-win situation. Ito's tone became playful. Then I'll be counting on you, my King Tilda. Back at home. While preparing their dinner, Ito seemed a little absent-minded. No matter what, she kept on thinking about that kiss. Looking back on it now, she realized just how bold she had been. It was as if something had taken over her, as though she was possessed. Still, she didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, she felt certain. I must really like this guy, that's why it felt so natural, right? Even after acknowledging her feelings, she still didn't feel shy about it. Instead, she stole a covert glance at Byakuya, glancing over her shoulder. This bastard is just too evil, without realizing it, he's already made me like him this much. Byakuya's sudden voice snapped her out of her thoughts. Ito, you might want to focus while chopping, you don't want to lose a finger. With his Mangekyo sharing in, it was impossible for him not to notice her absent-mindedness. Oh, come on, even if I do cut myself, I'll heal right away. Ito dismissed his concern without a care. With her insane regenerative abilities, something like a kitchen accident was nothing to worry about. Byakuya raised an eyebrow. Maybe, but pain is still pain, isn't it? Ito paused. A pain. For a brief moment, her mind went blank. At this point, why would she care about pain? Then, she finally understood. Right on cue, Byakuya added. You get it, isn't it only natural that I'd be worried about you? So that's how it is, huh? Ito's lips curled into a grin. All right then, now there's no doubt about it. Ito leaned back, tilting her head a little. Lalakan-san, you won't be able to talk your way out of this anymore, Heartilda. Capitulo 91, Exclusive Pillow. No, I am not a Lalakan. Uchiha Byakuya insisted firmly. He wasn't about to let his innocence be ruined just like that. Denying it won't work, Tilda. Ito chuckled. Besides, no matter how careless I am, I wouldn't go as far as cutting my own hand. So, really, you're just worrying too much, Tilda. For a ghoul, ordinary knives were practically useless. Unless the force applied was immense, or the angle was exceptionally precise, it wouldn't do any damage to them. That was exactly why ghoul investigators had to rely on their quinks to fight them. Of course, there were exceptions. In the original story, Aramakishu once repelled a ghoul using only an umbrella. When compared to an actual weapon, an umbrella was obviously far weaker. However, Arama's physical prowess was so absurd that when paired with his combat skills, even an umbrella was suddenly enough to defeat a ghoul. Yeah, that's true. Byakuya realized he had instinctively forgotten. Ito was practically immune to something like a kitchen knife. I guess I keep subconsciously treating you like a normal human girl. Byakuya admitted, his expression completely unfazed. It wasn't even the first time something like this had happened with them. You really are an idiot. How do you keep making the same mistake? Ito scolded him with disdain, but her tone lacked any real irritation. Although Ito didn't strongly identify as a human, being regarded as an ordinary human girl by Byakuya in a way like this, it still made her inexplicably happy. In the past, she had always lived her life as a ghoul in the 24th ward, with her only memories being those of pain and loneliness. But now, living among humans under a human identity, she had met a certain idiot who actually cared about her. Even if she didn't realize it, her sense of identity, her sense as a human was slowly increasing. Can't help it, you're the closest thing to a human, no. A half-ghoul like you is basically superior to humans. Byakuya wasn't just flattering her. If humans could truly evolve into half-ghouls, that would essentially be a form of ascension for them. Forget the enhanced strength, the most important aspect was that diseases wouldn't affect them, and they wouldn't suffer from the shortened lifespan of half-humans either. You're praising me so much I might get embarrassed. Ito smirked. But honestly, I don't see being a half-ghoul as a good thing. Her tone turned wistful. She would have rather been born a pure human or a pure ghoul. At least then, she wouldn't have suffered so much. Everything has its pros and cons, it's not all bad, right? Byakuya reasoned. I don't need to hear any of that philosophical nonsense. All I know is that my life isn't too bad right now. Ito casually dismissed his words. That's all that matters then. Byakuya smiled slightly. The final edits for Dear Kafka were nearly complete. Several revised drafts, including the original manuscript, were all safely backed up on his computer. Now, all that was left was to wait for the final confirmation on publishing. But Ito wasn't idle either. As of tonight, she had already begun planning out her next novel. She had long decided that Aramakishu and Yuruka Minami would serve as the main character templates for her new story. She even had a rough outline of the world building and framework already. Right now, Ito was using Byakuya's computer to draft her outline. Typing on a computer was obviously far more efficient than writing everything by hand. However, since Ito had only just started learning how to use a computer, she still wasn't very good at typing. For now, she had to rely on Byakuya to type almost everything for her, planning to practice on her own later when she had time. By the way, your typing speed is insane. Didn't you just start as an editor a little over a month ago? Hearing the rapid clacking of the keyboard as Byakuya quickly typed out all her ideas, Ito was genuinely surprised. During the manuscript revisions, since they were only making small changes, a few words or short sentences at a time, she hadn't really noticed it before. Actually, I was already pretty good at this before getting the editor job, Byakuya responded casually. Of course, the real reason was that he had been a writer before transmigrating. His muscle memory and mental familiarity with typing had carried over. Ito didn't dwell on it too much. I see. Well, that just makes things even more efficient. With Byakuya's help, Ito successfully laid out a clear, overarching main plotline, along with a series of primary and secondary story arcs, all neatly summarized in a document. The first draft of the outline was now complete. Of course, it wasn't fully comprehensive. Ito had only mapped out a general framework for now. After all, ideas change constantly, and new inspiration could strike at any time. So the outline would need to be updated and refined along the way. For this reason, Ito never liked overly detailed outlines. They were too rigid, limiting creative freedom and stifling new ideas. Plus, if the story hit a dead end, she'd have to scrap and rewrite what had once seemed like a perfect outline. This was especially true for her, as someone who thrived on spontaneous creativity. An outline that was too rigid would only restrict her strengths. That's enough for today. After a few more days of preparation, I should be ready to start writing the actual chapters. Ito said as she took a sip of water. I can already see this novel becoming a massive hit. After reviewing Ito's story concept, Byakuya gave his honest opinion. Yeah, right, we don't even know how my first book will do yet. Ito still wasn't very confident. She had originally started writing just to earn some money. Even now, she still saw it that way. As long as she could make a decent income, that was enough. I guarantee it, both Dear Kafka and Takatsuki-sensei's new book will sell incredibly well, Byakuya said with absolute certainty. That was the confidence granted to him by his omniscient reader's perspective. I seriously don't get you. You have more faith in my books than I do, Ito muttered. And you did it again. I told you to call me Ito. Late at night. Byakuya wasn't even asleep yet when he suddenly felt Ito wrapping herself around him again. At first, he thought she had already fallen asleep. After all, she usually only did this unconsciously in her sleep. But this time, Ito comfortably rested her chin on his shoulder. If she was doing that on purpose, then she was definitely still awake. I thought you were sleeping. You normally only do this when you're fast asleep, Byakuya commented. In a calm, quiet voice, Ito replied, Is that a problem? From now on, you're my personal pillow tilde. Capitulo 92, The Power of Kamui. Tokyo, 24th Ward. The ghoul organization that currently dominates nearly the entirety of the 24th Ward is called Labyrinth. Its leader was known as the King of the Labyrinth and also held the title of the Administrator of the 24th Ward. Due to the limited manpower that the CCG could send to investigate the 24th Ward and the fact that these expeditions usually ended in failure, the ghouls within the 24th Ward faced no external threats. As a result, the 24th Ward was in a constant state of chaos. However, the lack of food sources forced the ghouls here to make a cruel choice. Either risk venturing into other wards to hunt humans or resort to cannibalism. Even though eating their own kind was repulsive to most ghouls, they had no other way to survive. Because of this, the 24th Ward was filled with extremely dangerous ghouls, especially half-Kakuja and full Kakuja-level ghouls. The one-eyed owls. That little brat from back then only had one Kakugan, but I never thought she'd grow so fast. Now she's actually strong enough to threaten us. Just if it weren't for that bastard Noro getting in the way back then, I would have eaten that brat already. Still, I can't shake the feeling that her Kagun and Kakuja form look a lot like a certain someone. At this moment, several high-ranking members of Labyrinth were discussing the one-eyed owl. It was clear that they had encountered her before. However, back then, she had yet to be called the one-eyed owl. By the time they realized the threat she posed, she had already grown too powerful to be easily eliminated. And now, with her organization, Aogiri Tree, she had become a direct threat to them. Just then, the leader of Labyrinth, the king of the Labyrinth, entered the meeting room. Labyrinth's stronghold was an underground base built by themselves. Stealing construction materials from human society wasn't difficult. It was certainly less risky than hunting humans. Aogiri Tree will soon launch a large-scale attack on us. Are you all ready? Wearing a plain black mask without any patterns, the tall, imposing ghoul known as Ishikari Takeishi swept his scarlet Kakugan across the assembled officers. The ghouls nodded. Yes, we've replenished our RC cells. And of course, the way they replenished was through cannibalism. Labyrinth had always ruled the 24th Ward through brutal tyranny. But aside from the one-eyed owl, Aogiri Tree supposedly has another leader, the one-eyed king. The one who led the attack on the 23rd Ward's Cochlea facility. Their strength shouldn't be underestimated. One of the officers spoke in a grim tone. A troublesome opponent, no doubt, but our base is built for defense, hard to attack, easy to hold. We'll use the terrain to our advantage and grind them down. Let them understand challenging us comes with a heavy price. As Ishikari Takeishi's Kakugan glowed ominously, a bloodthirsty aura filled the room. Meanwhile, Uchiha Byakuya had arrived. Appearing in his one-eyed king persona, he stood alongside Yoshimura Ito. They were ready to lead Aogiri Tree's forces into battle against Labyrinth. Currently, Aogiri Tree was still in its early stages. Not all its members were S-rated ghouls or stronger. In fact, a large number of them were B and A-rated ghouls. As long as they were willing to join, Aogiri Tree accepted them. All combat personnel in Aogiri Tree were at least A-rated ghouls. Those ranked below A were ordered to remain at their base and would not be participating in this assault. As for Roma Hoito, who was currently working at Anteku in the 20th Ward, Byakuya didn't see the need to summon her back. They weren't lacking in manpower. Our king has finally arrived. With him here, we'll crush that so-called labyrinth for sure. Wait, I think it was the one-eyed king who freed me from Cochlea last time. Yeah, and he did it all alone, broke in from the inside and tore the place apart. We barely had to do anything. It's a shame we didn't get to see the king in action. But this time, we'll witness his power firsthand. With Byakuya's arrival, the morale of Aogiri Tree surged dramatically. After all, to them, the one-eyed king was the strongest ghoul in existence. It's time to move out. Tatara's calm, yet commanding voice echoed through the crowd. Yes, Tatara-sama, the ghouls replied respectfully. But the next moment, something caught their attention. They saw Ito sitting, comfortably, on the one-eyed king's shoulders. This unusual sight sparked whispers among the group. Hey, does anyone else think Ito-sama's relationship with our king seems special? She's practically sitting on his head. Could they be father and daughter, siblings? I mean, one-eyed owl and one-eyed king, the names alone kinda give off that vibe. Nah, I don't think so. Their kagyun are completely different. If they were related, their kagyun should look more alike. Then that means it's something more intimate. Shut up, if they hear you, you'll die for sure. Despite leading the way, Tatara could still hear their hushed gossip, but he said nothing. He simply thought to himself, idiots. Meanwhile, Ito had also heard them. She simply didn't care. As Byakuya and Ito led Aogiri Tree deeper into the 24th Ward, Ito suddenly leapt off of Byakuya's shoulders. My king, they're just up ahead, Tilda, she spoke in a teasing tone. Ahead of them lay a vast darkness, but at its deepest point, a faint glow flickered in the distance. That was the enemy's base. Prepare for battle. Tatara gave the order in a low voice. Nearly 100 elite combatants charged forward without hesitation. But suddenly, Byakuya raised a hand, signaling them to stop. The passage ahead was narrow, and the walls seemed off. Unlike the usual organic kagyun structures found in the 24th Ward, these walls were unnaturally smooth and dense. Just then, shadows emerged from the depths of the tunnel. Several ghouls stood at the front. Their distinct attire immediately identified them as labyrinth officers. We knew you'd come, one of them spoke with a mocking grin. So we prepared a little surprise. Let's see just how tough you really are. As his words fell, a mechanism activated. Heavy kagyun walls slid into place from the sides, sealing off the passage behind Byakuya and his forces. Not only that, countless thick, razor-sharp kagyun spikes lined the walls. Not only that, but even smaller spiked objects appeared on their surface. Right in the next instant, they began launching the tiny spikes at high speed, raining them down upon Byakuya's group like a deadly storm. Yet Byakuya remained unfazed, his Mangekai Sharingan spun to life. And then the spikes passed right through him. His clothes remained untouched. No injuries, no blood. It was as if his body wasn't even there to begin with. This was the power of intangibility, the power of Kamui. Capitulo 93, Studying Anatomy. Uchiha Byakuya completely ignored the incoming Yukaku attacks. Behind him, the other ghouls reacted quickly as well. Those with Kukaku Kagyun immediately stepped forward, using their formidable defense to block the Yukaku attacks. That was close. I almost got hit. I didn't expect them to have modified this place so drastically. But why does it feel like our king wasn't hit at all? Those Kagyun seemed to pass right through him. You're right, what kind of ability is this? I can't wrap my head around it at all. Many of the ghouls began to notice something was off. If it were just an extremely powerful regeneration ability that allowed him to ignore such damage, they could still understand it. But the one-eyed king didn't even react to being hit. The Yukaku Kagyun passed through his body without the slightest hint of resistance, maintaining their full momentum. This was an entirely different concept. This ability was completely beyond their comprehension. Of course, while they were shocked, it also greatly boosted their morale. The stronger their king was, the more at ease they felt and the more eager they were to fight. It wasn't just them. Even Yoshimura Ito had no idea what kind of ability Byakuya was using there. She had never seen him use this power before, and now, witnessing it firsthand, she was extremely curious. This damn lollican really does have a lot of secrets hidden up his sleeve. I'll have to start digging them out after this. Ito thought to herself. She had long suspected that this guy was harboring plenty of secrets, and now, that suspicion was completely confirmed. And these weren't just simple secrets either. This ability was something she had never seen before. It was entirely different from Naru's. Naru's ability came from being turned into a Kagyun monster. His entire body had essentially become Kagyun, granting him terrifying regeneration that created the illusion of being impervious to attacks. But Byakuya, this clearly wasn't an illusion. This was true intangibility. This made Ito extremely intrigued. She was practically itching to dissect him on the spot and figure out how his ability worked. At that moment, Byakuya began to move. While using intangibility to negate all of the physical damage, he was still able to move freely. In reality, his physical body had already shifted into the Kamui dimension. Right now, his form in this world was more like a projection of his consciousness. Seeing their one-eyed king walk straight through the Yukaku attacks and continue forward, the ghouls behind him were instantly filled with curiosity. What was their king planning to do? And then, in the very next moment, something happened that completely blew their minds. Byakuya walked straight through a wall of Kagyun. A wall made of Kagyun, something that should have been impossibly dense and solid, and he just walked through it like it wasn't even there. Every ghoul present was left utterly speechless, their expressions frozen in shock. What? How does this even work? How did he just walk through that like it was nothing? All right, no wonder the king back in Cochlea could appear and disappear like some ghost. I suddenly have a bad feeling. This is probably going to be just like last time. We won't have anything to do again, will we? It wasn't just the other ghouls, even Tatara was equally stunned. He couldn't help but wonder. Was this really an ability that a ghoul could have? Ito's interest was piqued even further. She could barely contain her curiosity. She had to figure out how this guy was doing it. On the other side of the Kagyun wall, the officers of the Labyrinth organization were still chatting and laughing among themselves. They think they can take us on? They're way too inexperienced. We've ruled over the 24th Ward for years. There's no way we don't have countermeasures in place. One of the officers smirked smugly. We've got 5 layers of walls, all made from the hardest Kukaku Kagyun. It'll take them ages to break through. Plus, in such a narrow passage, those with large Kagyun will struggle to fight properly. And this was only the first defensive line. If, by some chance, the 5 layers of Kagyun walls were close to being breached, they could immediately retreat to the second defensive line. Their Labyrinth organization had ruled the 24th Ward for so long that they had long since perfected their defensive strategies. Exactly, we'll wear down Aogiri tree little by little with our multi-layered defenses. Who cares if they have the one-eyed owl or the one-eyed king? Once they run out of stamina, they're nothing but trash. The officers burst into laughter. The lower-ranking ghouls behind them also felt reassured. They were completely relaxed, not the slightest bit nervous. However, in the very next moment, they suddenly heard a cold, indifferent voice. Is that so? A completely unfamiliar voice suddenly echoed through the passage, coming straight from the front. But the problem was, there were 5 solid layers of Kagyun walls in front of them. The officers, sensing that something was off, instantly fell silent. They looked up, only to see a dark figure stepping through the Kagyun walls, wearing an orange, one-eyed tiger mask. How did you get here? The Labyrinth officers were utterly shocked. Byakuya, however, didn't bother to respond. His crimson Sharingan gleamed coldly as he narrowed his eyes ever so slightly. In the next instant, he teleported right in front of them. With the enhanced speed of dual Kamui, his movement was even faster than single Kamui teleportation. Even though spatial distortions occurred, his opponents had no time to react. With the one-eyed king, suddenly appearing at point-blank range, the officers recoiled in terror, stumbling backward in panic. At that moment, Byakuya already activated Susanoo. A massive, glowing blue ribcage materialized around him, accompanied by 2 spectral arms. Boom! The narrow passageway simply couldn't withstand the sheer force of Susanoo. It was obliterated on the spot. With the power of Susanoo, even in its initial form, no mere Kagyun wall could hope to withstand it. And this time, Byakuya was already right up in their faces. One of the Susanoo arms shot forward, grabbing one of the officers in its crushing grip. "Let me go." The ghoul reacted quickly, roaring as he instantly entered his half-Kakuja form. 3 Kakyuhu bulged from his back, and his body was partially covered in Rinkaku Kagyun, the most offensively powerful type. But to Byakuya, a Rinkaku was perfect. One Susanoo arm clamped down, tightening its grip so tightly that even the ghoul's half-Kakuja form couldn't break free. The other arm reached out and grabbed the writhing Rinkaku Kagyun. Then he ripped them out. Zgriech. With a sickening tear, several Rinkaku Kagyun, along with parts of the Kakyuhu, were violently torn from the unfortunate ghoul's body. Aochh. A blood-curdling scream filled the passage. The ghoul's half-Kakuja transformation immediately collapsed. Byakuya casually tossed the dying ghoul aside. He crashed to the ground, barely clinging to life, struggling even to move or breathe. Without sparing him another glance, Byakuya turned his gaze to the remaining ghouls. His voice was ice cold. "Now, which one of you is calling me trash?" Capitulo 94, settling an old score. Ding, the host has defeated an SS-rated ghoul. Reward, 40 attribute points. The system classified the half-Kakuja's level, as the CCG had little detailed intelligence on the ghouls living in the depths of the 24th Ward. After tearing out the ghoul's Rinkaku Kagyun, Byakuya repurposed it as a temporary weapon for his Susanoo. It was essentially an unrefined quink, not as convenient or durable as a properly crafted one, but still powerful enough for combat. Gripping the severed Rinkaku with Susanoo's hand, he reversed his grip and impaled another labyrinth officer through the abdomen, pinning him to the ground. However, higher-tier ghouls were notoriously tenacious. This one didn't lose the ability to fight. With a grotesque twist of his body, a tail-like Yukaku Kagyun emerged from his Kakyuhu, coiling around the Rinkaku that impaled him. With brute force, he ripped it out of himself. In the next instant, Kagyun erupted from his body in increasing numbers. A quick glance revealed at least 4 or 5 Kakyuhu, and within seconds, a massive amount of Kagyun engulfed his entire form. This ghoul was definitely at the Kakuja level. However, his fully transformed Kakuja form was cramped within the narrow passage, severely limiting his movement. Unlike the one-eyed king, who could simply break through the walls of Kagyun above. At the same time, the other 3 officers sprang into action, all of them entering half-Kakuja form. Anyone who had risen to the rank of officer in Labyrinth was at least a half-Kakuja. Dai. They launched a combined assault on Uchiha Byakuya. The Kakuja officer in particular had a massive cannon-like structure on his chest, formed from a dense mass of Kagyun. It was created by Yukaku, Kakyuhu, releasing Kagyun in the shape of a barrel. Originally, he was born with a Baikaku Kagyun, but after engaging in cannibalism to reach Kakuja status, he had also gained in Yukaku. Boom! The cannon fired a high-density RC cell projectile. The recoil alone forced the Kakuja officer back a step. It looked like a devastating attack, but in the end, the projectile passed straight through the one-eyed king as if he weren't even there. Instead, it slammed into the mechanism-embedded walls behind him. In an instant, 3 of the 5 Kagyun walls were blown apart. At that very moment, Ito, now in her full Kakuja form, tore through the last 2 layers of Kagyun walls. She barely avoided colliding head-on with the incoming projectile. Fortunately, it had already lost momentum after destroying the 3rd wall. However, the Labyrinth officers were too focused on attacking Byakuya to notice that the one-eyed owl and the Aogiri tree members were about to storm in. Yet no matter how many times they attacked, their Kagyun never touched the one-eyed king. They passed straight through his body. What the hell, why can't we hit him? Damn it, what kind of fucking ability is this? This isn't good, we have no choice, we need to fall back to the 2nd defensive line. The Labyrinth officers finally realized something was wrong and immediately attempted to retreat. Is that all you're capable of? Byakuya spoke indifferently. His Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly gleamed with a blood-red glow, and in the next instant, 2 spatial vortexes formed simultaneously. Each vortex appeared right at the necks of 2 half-Kakuja officers. Unlike a single Kamui, dual Kamui could open multiple spatial distortions at once, though at the cost of significantly greater energy consumption. This is. Before the 2 half-Kakuja officers could even process the strange sensation of spatial distortion, their heads had already been twisted off. As their severed heads hit the ground, they were immediately rendered incapable of fighting. With their regeneration abilities, their heads wouldn't be growing back anytime soon, especially since the spatial vortex had completely erased their necks, leaving behind nothing but empty space. Even if their allies tried to reattach their heads, it would be impossible for them to recover quickly. Ding, the host has defeated an SS-rated ghoul. Reward, 30 attribute points. Ding, the host has defeated an SS-rated ghoul. Reward, 40 attribute points. At that moment, Ito and the others arrived just in time to witness the scene. Another impossibly bizarre and overpowered ability. Their hearts trembled with shock. Immediately after, Byakuya repurposed the Rinkaku Kagyun he had taken earlier. Using Suzunu's 2 massive arms, he gripped 2 severed Rinkaku strands and drove them straight into another half-Kakuja officer's Kakuhu, impaling him completely. Ding, the host has defeated an SS-rated ghoul. Reward, 30 attribute points. Now, all 4 half-Kakuja officers of Labyrinth had been defeated by Uchiha Byakuya. Only one opponent remained, the full Kakuja. However, upon seeing the situation turn disastrous, the Kakuja officer made a decisive choice. He ran. The passage was narrow, and those blocking his retreat were mercilessly trampled underfoot. Some were even crushed into pulp as he barreled through them. With their officers either dead or fleeing, the remaining Labyrinth grunts completely lost their will to fight. Panic spread like wildfire, and they all scrambled to escape as fast as possible. Yet Byakuya didn't immediately pursue them. They were already trapped, cornered prey in a sealed environment. There was no need to waste the energy of dual Kamui just to chase them down. At this moment, he deactivated Suzunu. If left active, it would continuously drain his RC cells. Even after such a brief battle, more than half of his RC cells had already been consumed. You're not going after them right away. Ito approached and asked him. No rush, let's deal with these ones first. Byakuya glanced at the 4 half-Kakuja officers lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. They weren't completely dead yet. Ito and her people could handle them from here. Whether they chose to kill or recruit them, Byakuya did not care in the slightest. All right then. Without a word of hesitation, Ito devoured all 4 officers' Kakuhu. With their Kakuhu eaten, regeneration was impossible. Death was now inevitable. These guys had a stench I despise, Ito commented after finishing. She had encountered them once when she was younger. She had hated them ever since. Now, this was just her settling an old score. It's fine. Byakuya nodded slightly. He figured there was probably some past grudge between them. In the grand scheme of things, Aogiri Tree didn't need these 4 half-Kakuja, especially since the system's mission required a head count, not strength level. More importantly, with Ito devouring 4 SS-rated Kakuhu, her strength would increase significantly. Keeping around 4 potentially untrustworthy individuals wasn't worth it when Ito's power could be boosted instead. Sure enough, moments later, another Kagyun sac emerged on Ito's body. The additional Kagyun enlarged her Kakuja form even further. Once she had enough Kakuhu and Kagyun mass, her full Kakuja form would evolve into something resembling her canonical monstrous transformation, something far beyond the normal appearance of any other ghoul. Capitulo 95, the end is almost near. Before long, Aogiri Tree, led by Uchiha Byakuya, stormed the second defensive line of the Labyrinth organization. The Kakuja officer who had fled earlier was nowhere to be seen. Without any commanding officers present, the strongest ghouls guarding the second defensive line were only at the S+ level. This time, Byakuya didn't even need to step in. Yashimura Ito alone was more than enough to slaughter her way through. Before long, the second defensive line was completely shattered. Byakuya took this opportunity to rest, allowing his RC cells and ocular energy to recover naturally. At the same time, he allocated his remaining attribute points. Ding, attribute points successfully assigned. Physicality +5. RC cell value +200. Attribute points -250. Current attribute points, 30. Now, Byakuya could maintain the initial form of Susanoo for a while longer. Most of the ghouls guarding the second defensive line had either been killed or recruited into Aogiri Tree. According to the intelligence gathered from these prisoners, their next target was Labyrinth's main headquarters. Labyrinth headquarters. This is bad, the 4 of them, they're probably done for. The Kakuja officer who had fled earlier had finally made it back to Labyrinth's base, now reverted to his normal form. The 4 he was referring to, of course, were the other officers who had been left behind. Right now, he was reporting to none other than Labyrinth's king, Takeshi Ishikari. "Are, you're the only one who made it back." Ishikari's voice was deep and heavy. "A lot of our subordinates have retreated to the second defensive line, but I doubt it'll hold for long. That one-eyed king from Aogiri Tree, his abilities are terrifying." Are's tone was urgent. As for the fact that he had abandoned his comrades and fled, he conveniently left that part out. Ishikari, however, wasn't concerned with that right now. What mattered to him was this so-called one-eyed king. Just how powerful is he that you were all completely helpless against him? If it had only been the one-eyed owl, Ishikari would have felt confident in his chances. But with this mysterious, one-eyed king thrown into the mix, and given how badly the battle was going, he was beginning to feel uneasy. "Hey." Arai was just about to describe Uchiha Byakuya's bizarre abilities when suddenly, a subordinate burst into the room. "King, bad news. The second defensive line has been breached. Aogiri Tree is advancing toward us." "Enough, we fight." Ishikari shot to his feet, his expression dark and grim. Though their base had an escape route, as the king of Labyrinth, he had his pride. He would rather die in battle than cower and live in disgrace. With that, Ishikari led his forces outside the base to confront Aogiri Tree. The moment he stepped out, his eyes landed on the one-eyed owl. Ito Yashimura had remained in her full Kakuja form the entire time. Ishikari's brows furrowed slightly. He hadn't expected the one-eyed owl to have grown this massive. And standing beside her was a ghoul wearing a red tiger mask, with a single eye exposed beneath it. This must be Aogiri Tree's true ruler, the one-eyed king. Without wasting any words, Ito lunged straight at Ishikari. Ishikari Takeshi's pupils contracted sharply. He immediately entered his Kakuja form. A massive humanoid Kakuja emerged, roughly the same size as the one-eyed owl. His entire body was covered in dark red kagune, and several agonized human faces were embedded across his flesh, ghouls he had cannibalized in the past. The moment his transformation was complete, he and Ito engaged in an all-out brawl. Pure brute force. A battle of raw power, whose attacks were stronger and whose regeneration was faster. None of the surrounding ghouls dared to intervene, and Byakuya wasn't in any rush to make a move either. Arai, the second Kakuja of Labyrinth, appeared to be on high alert, watching for threats from Aogiri Tree. But in reality, at the exact moment when both Ito and Ishikari had sustained a certain level of damage, Arai suddenly sprang into action. However, his target was not Ito, his supposed enemy. It was Ishikari Takeshi. Without even entering Kakuja form, Arai launched a surprise attack on Ishikari using only his Baikaku Kagune. A direct ambush from behind, aimed precisely at the most vulnerable spot, his Kakuhu. For this kind of sneak attack, using only a Kagune was actually faster. If he transformed into a Kakuja, the extra time needed might give away his intent and cause the ambush to fail. Ishikari's focus was entirely on the one-eyed owl. He never even considered the possibility that Arai would betray him, but just as Arai's Kagune was about to pierce Ishikari's back, Byakuya suddenly appeared behind him, blocking the attack. What? Seeing the one-eyed king suddenly materialize in front of him, Arai had no time to stop. His Kagune was already in motion, about to stab straight into Byakuya. This was not his intention. He had meant to attack Ishikari, hoping to prove his loyalty to Aogiri Tree. Because he knew there was no chance that Labyrinth could defeat the one-eyed king. Continuing to fight was nothing but suicide. But just before his Kagyun could pierce Byakuya's abdomen, a chain shot out from inside Byakuya's sleeve, intercepting the strike midair. This should be over now. The moment Byakuya spoke, two spatial vortexes manifested. One vortex severed Arai's Kagyun at its base, while the other ripped apart Ishikari's Kakuja armor as if it were merely a scrap of paper. Gah! Arai screamed in agony. His Kakuhu had been partially torn apart as well. With his Kakuja armor shattered, Ishikari finally spun around, his face twisted with horror. He had no idea when the one-eyed king had even gotten behind him. And worse, he had no clue what kind of ability had just suddenly destroyed his Kakuja armor. All he knew was that he had absolutely no chance of winning this. I lost. Ishikari was surprisingly decisive. He didn't struggle pointlessly. He simply reverted from his Kakuja form, accepting his defeat. At the same time, he finally realized that Arai had intended to betray him. But at this point, that hardly mattered anymore. From Aogiri Tree's side, none of the ghouls were truly seeing this ability for the first time. And yet, they still couldn't help but feel shocked. They were immensely relieved that they had sided with Aogiri Tree instead of making an enemy out of this kind of monster. As for Labyrinth's ghouls, they were completely dumbfounded. Arai's sudden betrayal had already caught them off guard. But now, after seeing Byakuya's otherworldly power, their brains simply shut down. Their two strongest Kakujas had been taken out instantly. What the hell was this? How were they even supposed to fight this?